The ethereal white moonlight as envisioned by Fu Wan, a serene passage of time, a kind heart, a gentle visage, capable of redeeming even the most villainous souls. The twisted perception of the sickly antagonist regarding the white moonlight, a desire for possession, a need to dominate, an insistence on exclusive love, and a wish to plunge talk. Ether into the depths of despair. Fu Wan. Perhaps I shall abandon the notion of being the white moonlight and instead embrace the role of a mere grain of rice. Chapter 1. The obedient little wolf dog, a paranoid foster brother, the delicate beauty of the sickly princess. In the capital city during March, the copper bells atop Yinzi Tower chimed melodiously. On the outskirts of Chang'an, the peach blossoms had burst forth, creating a sea of tender pink and white, delicate and soft. The noble ladies of the capital ventured out in groups, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. Beneath a peach tree stood two young maidens, one clad in azure and the other in pink. The maiden in azure remarked, "Have you heard? It is said that the Princess Yingning will also attend today's Peach Blossom Festival." "Ah, isn't she the one who is least inclined to partake in worldly affairs? How could she possibly attend the festival? Who can say? Shoo, she's coming." Fu Wan sat within a carriage adorned with soft zhang velvet, a small table inside holding a fragrant burner of dragon brain incense, the wisps of smoke curling gracefully in the air, filling the carriage with an inviting aroma. She was draped in a gown of pristine white, the layered collar accentuating her slender, snow-white neck, leading up to her delicately sculpted chin. At that moment, Fu Wan rested her weary chin upon her hand, propped on the small table. Noticing the prince's troubled expression, her maid suppressed her myriad questions. Inside, Fu Wan felt utterly shattered. To convey the extent of her despair, one might say it was as profound as despair itself. Yesterday, she was engrossed in reading until 5 in the morning at her own home. After rising to pour herself a glass of water, she planned to steal a few moments of sleep before continuing her literary journey at dawn. However, as she stood up, darkness enveloped her vision, and a chilling voice echoed in her mind. "Greetings, host. I am the Bai Yueguang system, G5387. I have now bound myself to your consciousness. Fu Wan. This dream feels rather peculiar. This is not a dream, it is your consciousness space. You are able to enter your own consciousness space because your awareness has detached from your corporeal form." The voice stated coldly. "Wait, does the detachment of consciousness from the body not signify death? In a broad sense, yes. However, since I have bound myself to the host, as long as the host signs the Bai Yueguang system agreement and completes the corresponding tasks within this stipulated time, your consciousness can be rebound to your body, allowing you to live once more." Fu Wan remained in a state of shock. How could I be dead? Heart activity ceased, consciousness lost, pupils dilated, arterial pulse faint, blood pressure undetectable. Respiration halted. These confirmed the host's symptoms of sudden death. The voice articulated mechanically, "If I sign this agreement with you, I can come back to life?" Fu Wan inquired with uncertainty. "Simply sign the Bai Yueguang system agreement, and upon completing the designated tasks within the specified time, your consciousness can be rebound to your body, allowing you to Eve again." The voice reiterated mechanically. "All right." When she opened her eyes again, Fu Wan had transformed in her current self. This body is named Chui Yingning, the only daughter of the current king of a different surname, the king of Qin, and renowned for her unparalleled beauty. It is said that at the tender age of 12, someone fell hopelessly in love at first sight, succumbing to a lovesickness that ultimately claimed their life. Consequently, Princess Yingning has led a life of seclusion, rarely making an appearance, with the people of the capital whispering that she dines upon a wind and drinks the dew, akin to a celestial being. Indeed, her visage is worthy of such a divine appellation. However, the system informs Fu Wan that she must traverse various worlds to fulfill her tasks, which entail aiding the antagonists in their descent into darkness, thereby propelling the narrative forward. In essence, her role is to become the unattainable white moonlight in the hearts of these villains, only to meet an untimely demise for reasons unknown, ultimately leading to their complete corruption. Once this is accomplished, she may then retire in triumph. Fu Wan finds the role she is to play somewhat morally ambiguous. Yet, for the sake of resurrection, she is willing to endure. Suddenly, the carriage comes to a halt, and Fu Wan, lost in her thoughts, is caught off guard as her head collides sharply with the carriage wall. Ugh, Fu Wan winces. A maid lifts the curtain and whispers to Fu Wan, "Princess, the carriage has struck a young beggar." A thought stirs within Fu Wan. The opportunity for the peach blossom meeting lies in saving the life of the villain teetering on the brink of death. Outside, a guard barks, "What filthy creature dares to obstruct our path? Begone at once. If you offend the prince's sight, beware for your life." On the ground, a dark, motionless figure lies in silence. The guard, growing increasingly impatient, delivered a kick that sent a muffled groan from the figure on the ground. Fu Wan pulsed a couple of times, but remained unable to rise. Fu Wan parted the curtain, and a flurry of peach blossoms cascaded down. Bystanders nearby inhaled sharply, momentarily captivated and unable to look away. The pale morning light filtered through the branches, illuminating the girl's snow-white visage, as translucent as jade. Her eyebrows were elegantly elongated, and her eyes resembled winter waters washing over snow. Her lips, delicate as cherry blossoms, were untouched by the mundane world. She moved with slow grace, stepping out of the carriage, her pristine robe brushing the ground, mingling with the fallen petals, creating an ethereal tableau. Chui Yingning spotted the figure on the ground and instinctively furrowed her brow. She had never encountered anyone in such a dire state, clad in tattered rags. His body was marred by an array of bruises, with patches of skin grotesquely torn, oozing with pus. The maid almost instinctively shielded Chui Yingning's gaze. Li Jing struggled to open his eyes, catching a glimpse of a pure white silhouette, exuding an otherworldly grace. He managed a sardonic smile, reflecting on the cruel selfishness of humanity. If there were deities, why did they not show compassion for the suffering of the world? Chui Yingning, disregarding all else, quickly bent down to check the man's breath, exhaling in relief upon realizing he was still alive. "Help him into the carriage," Chui Yingning commanded. The maid hesitated. "Your Highness, this," Chui Yingning frowned. "I said to assist him into the carriage." The maid hastily knelt, her forehead touching the ground. "Princess, this cannot be allowed." Chui Yingning furrowed her brows, contemplating briefly before bending down to embrace the person on the ground, gently lifting them into her arms. Li Jing was suddenly enveloped by an intense, refreshing fragrance, finding himself cradled in a cool embrace, the sight before him as pristine as the first snow of winter. It was only in the next moment that he realized he had been taken into the arms of that ethereal figure. Li Jing's entire body tensed. A cool, detached voice resonated above him. "I shall take him to the carriage." A moment of silence ensued, followed by the maid and guards bowing in unison, "Yes." Li Jing could vaguely hear the rustle of garments, and in the next instant, he found himself placed upon a soft couch, the warm fragrance nearly causing him to cough. Yet he managed to suppress it. Chui Yingning reached out to check the forehead of the small beggar, softly instructing the maid a few words. The maid promptly lifted the curtain and exited. The small beggar, appearing merely as a tiny bundle, had initially been mistaken for a mere child. It was only upon being cradled that it became evident she was nothing but skin and bones, in fact, a half-grown youth. Chui Yingning let out a long sigh of relief moments earlier. She had nearly been unable to lift him, but had steadfastly restrained herself in front of others. She gazed upon the wretched little beggar, a frown marring her features. The system informed her that her task was to bring warmth to the antagonist, who would then perish due to various circumstances, leading to the antagonist's complete descent into darkness, ultimately opposing the protagonist group. In other words, she must first warm the hearts of those before her, and then inflict harm upon them through her own demise. Chapter 2. The obedient little wolf dog's obsessive foster brother X. The ailing, beautiful princess, regardless of circumstances, her mission was to show kindness to the antagonist. Fu Wan gazed at the individual before her, inevitably feeling her heart soften. She observed the boy on the bed curled into a small ball, his body marred with bruises. The curtain of the carriage fluttered slightly, allowing the chilly spring breeze to sweep in. Fu Wan raised her hand to remove the cloak draped over her shoulders, delicately covering the little beggar with it, before she proceeded to brew ginger tea at the small table. These minute acts of kindness were quite delightful. She did not relish the thought of relying on others constantly. Unbeknownst to her, the little beggar behind her had his eyelashes fluttering slightly, fully awake from the beginning. The youth silently opened his eyes, his icy and fierce gaze warily fixated on her. His eyes were profoundly dark, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way out of an abyss, akin to a solitary wolf in the depths of winter. He scrutinized the young woman before him, who was busy yet moved with grace. This vigilant posture persisted for a considerable time until he gradually closed his eyes, finally succumbing to exhaustion and drifting into slumber. When the ginger tea was ready, Fu Wan rolled up her sleeves to pour a bowl, then turned to present it before the little beggar. He lay in deep sleep, his breathing steady and prolonged, unable to bear the thought of waking him. Fu Wan simply took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and gently wiped the mud from his forehead. Lost in thought for a moment, Fu Wan recalled the script of Li Jing. Had it not been for the regent's scheming under the guise of cleansing the emperor's court, the prince would have been a treasured heir, destined to bask in all the splendor and luxury, ultimately ascending to the most exalted position in the world. However, with the demise of the crown prince and his household, only Chen Jing was spared, sent away by a trusted confidant. In an effort to conceal his identity, he became intertwined with the lives of the destitute, ultimately descending into the life of a beggar, enduring humiliation and suffering. Eventually, he was rescued by the benevolent Princess Ning, who took him under her care. To Chen Jing, Princess Ning became a deity of sorts in his heart. Yet tragically, she fell victim to the machinations of the regent. In his quest for vengeance against the regent, Chen Jing adopted a new identity and garnered the support of the people, ultimately slaying the regent. However, due to various circumstances, conflicts arose with the protagonists. Regardless, those matters were of no concern to Fu Wan. She merely needed to navigate her own narrative alongside Chen Jing. Unfortunately, Chen Jing was merely a supporting character, and she herself was but a secondary supporting character, leaving many aspects of her story undisclosed by the author. The system indicated its lack of knowledge on the matter. Though it was rather inconvenient, Fu Wan was a diligent individual, intent on fulfilling her role as Chen Jing's guiding light. Lost in thought, she failed to notice that the person on the couch had awakened. Chen Jing stirred, roused by the pain from his wound, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld a face of ethereal beauty, a girl with clear, radiant features, as pure as the snow resting upon the eaves. At that moment, her brow furrowed slightly, her expression innocent, imbued with an innate elegance. Realizing he was awake, Fu Wan was momentarily taken aback, inadvertently biting her tongue. Fu Wan, who are you? The young beggar spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse and strained as if injured. As Fu Wan cast her gaze downward, she noticed his slightly clenched hand. A gentle and amiable smile graced her lips as she introduced herself. I am Cui Yingning. After a brief pause, she continued. You are gravely injured and have been struck by my vehicle. I ought to take you back for recuperation. He remained silent for a moment. Individuals of such high standing seldom concern themselves with the lives of those they deem insignificant. Yet the person before him seemed to fear his rejection, having even prepared an excuse to offer her assistance. How could anyone in this world extend kindness without ulterior motives? He scoffed inwardly, his gaze growing colder. Noticing his continued wariness, Fu Wan understood that someone capable of playing the antagonist could not be entirely naive. She simply brought over a cup of ginger tea and offered it to him. Drink a bit of ginger tea to warm yourself. The person across from her remained prickly and defensive, not accepting her offering. Fu Wan brought the ginger tea to her lips and took a small sip, only to be overwhelmed by its spiciness, which led her to cough. Between coughs, she urged, please, cough. It's freshly brewed. The young beggar continued to scrutinize her, his lips pressed tightly together. After a long silence, he cautiously accepted the bowl of ginger tea. He tentatively took a sip, then quickly downed the entire contents in one gulp. Fu Wan watched him, her heart heavy with concern. After finishing the tea, the young beggar retreated into the corner, silent and withdrawn. Fu Wan sensed that the child was exhibiting excessive reticence, and she feared that by taking him away, he might misconstrue her intentions as nefarious. In the midst of her tumultuous thoughts, Fu Wan realized she needed to speak to alleviate the beggar's apprehensions. However, what can one say? Before Fu Wan could formulate her response, the other party had already spoken. Let me down. Fu Wan, gazing into the other's eyes, wild and feral like a wolf cub, Fu Wan suddenly felt that the task of becoming the white moonlight in his heart was indeed a Herculean endeavor. You are gravely injured. It was inconceivable for Fu Wan to turn a blind eye to him, whether out of conscience or obligation to her mission. The little beggar, without uttering a word, climbed off the couch and leaped towards the carriage window. The carriage jolted violently, causing Fu Wan to lose her balance and collide her head against the wall. Ignoring her own plight, she hastily turned to see if the little beggar had already escaped. Fortunately, he was extremely weak, lying on the ground for quite a while without rising, his right shoulder drenched in blood, indicating that his arm was likely broken. Fu Wan quickly lifted the curtain to exit the carriage. The sight of the little beggar, covered in blood, startled Fu Wan. She immediately crouched down, intending to assist the fallen figure. The little beggar, having momentarily fainted, sensed someone touching him and abruptly opened his eyes. His gaze sharp as a blade piercing into Fu Wan's own. Just as Fu Wan was about to speak, he fiercely bit down on her hand that was attempting to help him. He exerted every ounce of strength, causing Fu Wan to cry out in pain, her energy drained. Shaking off Fu Wan's grasp, the little beggar staggered to his feet, but Fu Wan's guards had already rushed over. Upon seeing Fu Wan's tear-streaked face, the guards wasted no time in apprehending the little beggar. When one pressed down on his shoulder, he remained motionless, and the lead guard delivered a swift kick to the beggar's knee, causing him to collapse forward. Fu Wan's hands were drenched in blood, contrasting starkly against her snow-white skin, rendering the scene particularly gruesome and terrifying. Observing the young beggar's reluctance to flee, she breathed a sigh of relief. If he had escaped, how could she possibly establish a connection with him and fulfill her mission? Yet, keeping him by her side would only cultivate his disdain for her. She found herself in a perplexing predicament, unable to release him, yet equally unable to retain him in this manner. It was truly vexing. I will not harm you. Departing in this manner, Fu Wan gestured towards several grievous wounds on his frail body, indicating his precarious state. The boy remained silent. Fu Wan sighed, saying, "First, accompany me back to tend to your injuries. Afterward, you may decide whether to stay or go." Undeterred, Fu Wan bent down to grasp the young beggar's hand, adding, "If you choose to remain, I promise to care for you diligently." To care for him? How ironic. Chapter 3. The Obedient Young Wolf Dog. Paradoxically protective of his ill-fated beauty of a princess, surrounded by the guards, the young beggar found no opportunity to escape. Fu Wan felt a sense of relief as she led him back to the carriage. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Prince of Qin's residence. Within, a small sedan chair was brought forth. Fu Wan cast a glance at the stubborn and aloof youth, instinctively reaching out to take his hand. Guiding him towards the sedan chair, in a soft voice, she suggested, "The garden is vast. It would be best for you to sit inside." The boy's hand trembled slightly, his fingers instinctively curling. He lifted his gaze to meet Fu Wan's, momentarily frozen in place, understanding that the darkening antagonist would possess a sensitive and fragile heart. Fu Wan offered a gentle smile, soothingly saying, "You are covered in wounds. Traveling such a distance will only aggravate them." Yet, the young beggar stubbornly pressed his lips together, unwilling to ascend. Fu Wan regarded him merely as a child and jestingly remarked, "If you don't climb up, I shall carry you up myself." Previously, when he lay on the ground, it was Fu Wan who had lifted him, though it had been quite a struggle. He slightly fluttered his eyelashes, remaining silent, while Fu Wan took his hand and led him towards the small sedan chair, adding, "I will sit with you." The chair was originally designed to accommodate only one person, and with two seated, they were quite cramped. The young beggar lowered his gaze, discreetly shifting aside. However, Fu Wan, oblivious to the discomfort, playfully drew back the curtain. Her tone light and cheerful as she spoke. "The garden is filled with a profusion of flowers and trees. In spring, the entire area blooms in vibrant hues of purple, red, and soft white, lifting one's spirits immensely." The young beggar silently gazed outside, but suddenly turned to look at the girl beside him. Her features were striking, and her expression radiated purity, resembling a celestial being. Fu Wan resided in the southern wind courtyard, where, due to Cui Yingning's affection for wisteria, numerous vines had been planted. At this moment, the wisteria was in full bloom, cascading down from the eaves like a veil of violet mist enveloping the courtyard. Upon arriving at the sedan chair, Fu Wan summoned a physician to tend to the young beggar's ailments. The child bore numerous bruises, and the extent of his injuries was uncertain. Fu Wan waited in the outer room, observing as the servant carried out basin after basin of blood. After a considerable time, the doctor finally emerged, reporting that the injuries were primarily superficial, though there were too many to ignore, suggesting he would need to recuperate for a while. However, the injury to his right foot had persisted for many years, and it seemed unlikely to heal. "I have prescribed a remedy. Let him take it for now. The youth possesses strong bones, and minor injuries are often easily healed." After contemplating for a moment, Fu Wan nodded and instructed the maid to present silver to the physician before retreating into her chamber. The young beggar had already succumbed to slumber. His previously disheveled hair was now neatly combed, and his face and body had been cleansed, revealing a handsome yet pallid visage, indicative of a boy in his adolescence. Though it was evident he suffered from malnutrition, his frame gaunt and skeletal. Fu Wan observed him, her heart finally at ease, and quietly exited the room. Even in sleep, he curled defensively, as if to shield his most tender and vulnerable abdomen. With his face washed, the delicacy of his features became apparent. Fu Wan had always been a person of serene kindness, not only out of intention but from the depths of her heart. She was inclined to show compassion to the pitiable antagonist. She instructed a maid in hushed tones to fetch a stove to warm the room. As the maid departed to retrieve the stove, Fu Wan gently tucked the hot water bottle into the beggar's blanket. In truth, as soon as she drew near, he had already stirred awake. Years of uncertainty and homelessness had rendered him highly alert. Almost instinctively, he would rouse at the approach of another. Yet, this girl was remarkably clean and tranquil. He sensed neither malice nor ulterior motives in her. It seemed as though her kindness towards him was a matter of course. Yet, how could such a person exist in this world? And even if they did, how could he be fortunate enough to encounter one? Fu Wan approached the window to close it, unaware that the youth, who had been soundly asleep, was quietly observing her with dark eyes filled with a thick, twisted obsession. The maid brought in the stove, instantly warming the room. "My lady, where is your hot water bottle?" The maid inquired hastily. The young lady appeared delicate and ethereal, partly due to her frail constitution, embodying a fragile grace. Even though spring had arrived, she still relied on the warmth of the hot water bottle. "Shoo," Fu Wan whispered. "He is asleep. Do not disturb him. I see him curled up, having lost so much blood. He must be cold. Let us place it in his bedding." The maid cast a reluctant glance at the pitiful little beggar. "Let us step outside, so as not to wake him." Fu Wan gently pulled her out. As soon as the door closed, the previously slumbering figure slowly opened his eyes and retrieved the small hot water bottle from the bedding. It bore the faint scent of Fu Wan, a subtle aroma that made one yearn to inhale it deeper. Was her kindness towards him truly genuine? Such a pure and radiant being, akin to a deity. How wonderful it would be if she could be drawn into this mundane world, to share in the mire with him. Never to transcend. No, perhaps he could draw a bit of warmth from her. Could it be? Perhaps. Fu Wan yawned in the courtyard adorned with wisteria, internally calling out to the system. Do I need to follow the plot? System, in the initial stage. The objective is to become the beloved villain, while later, the narrative unfolds where beauty captivates the regent, ultimately leading to her demise at his hands. Therefore, any means to conquer the villain is permissible, correct? System, theoretically, yes, as long as the host can achieve the intended goal. Fu Wan chuckled inwardly, finding this quite simple. The villain is still young, and nurturing him slowly increases the chances of success significantly. The aloof system paid no heed to Fu Wan. Princess Chui Yingning is merely a shell at present. Following the recent death of her father, the king of Qin, in battle, and her mother's subsequent act of devotion, she was left alone in the capital, hoping the emperor would remember her father's sacrifices and extend his protection to her, a lone orphan. Wealthy and beautiful, yet lacking influence. She is essentially a walking delicacy, exuding an irresistible aroma that beckons, "Come, savor me. I am exceedingly tender and free of charge." This situation is rather precarious. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Wan addressed her maid. "You Bai, what if I take him as my sworn brother?" The maid, Yu Bai, was taken aback, stammering, "Princess, are you referring to that little beggar you took in? You cannot simply regard him as family." Her princess was utterly oblivious to the treacherous nature of the world, so incredibly kind-hearted, truly deserving of the title of celestial being, Princess Yingning. Yet, she must intervene to prevent her innocent and benevolent mistress from making such a misjudgment. Yu Bai asserted, "A mere beggar of unknown origins, my princess. You must reconsider." Fu Wan, however, believed that Li Jing's origins were quite clear. As long as the system is willing, she can effortlessly recite the genealogy of Li Jing in the lineage that will unfold a century hence. Chapter 4. The Obedient Little Wolf Dog. The paranoid foster brother X the ailing and beautiful princess. He is but a small beggar, drifting and alone. Is it not splendid that I offer him a home? Fu Wan smiled and said, "He is still so young. Have you considered what it would be like if you were that small, without family to accompany or nourish you?" Yubai genuinely pondered this scenario and felt a pang of sympathy for the fierce and cold little beggar. However, what status does a princess hold? To provide him a home does not necessitate treating him as a brother. Yubai huffed in annoyance. It then dawned on Fu Wan that her former self was akin to a meat bun. Fu Wan's mentality was quite serene. I am now without parents, and my situation is not dissimilar to his. There should be no disdain for him. We are alike. If we were to forge a familial bond, it might indeed bring a lively atmosphere. Upon reflecting on her solitary state, devoid of elders or siblings to support her, Yubai felt a sense of trepidation in opposing the idea. An additional male in the Qin Wangfu might indeed help the princess establish her footing in the capital. Quite agreeable. Thus, the maidservant expressed her support for the princess. Cough. A few persuasive words to reach an agreement. How clever. Unbeknownst to Fu Wan, not far behind her, stood Li Jing, who had merely cracked open a door. He had heard every word she exchanged with Yubai. It turned out there truly existed individuals in this world who were simply willing to shelter him, who wished to treat him kindly. The young boy's gaze fell. His fingers curled tightly within his sleeves, nails digging into his flesh. Yet, did her words not merely echo for his benefit? He was merely a beggar. How could she? Fu Wan casually picked up a piece of pastry and was astonished by its exquisite sweetness. It was utterly delightful. As Cui Yingning was known for her discerning palate, it was the first time Yubai had witnessed their princess exclaiming about something delicious, prompting a smile from her. Then I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare this for the princess every day? Wonderful. The young lady beamed, slightly lifting her chin, her crescent-shaped eyes glimmering in the sunlight. A sight that was truly enchanting. It was uncertain what to call him. Surely, he had never tasted such delectable pastries before. Fu Wan stood, holding the plate, and gracefully lifted her skirt as she turned to say, I shall take this to him for a taste. Li Jing's gaze unexpectedly fell upon the suddenly turning Cui Yingning. He felt a moment of hesitation, lowering his head before retreating to his own room, silently burying himself under the covers, pretending to be asleep, unaware of his earlier awakening. Fu Wan pushed the door open and, seeing him still asleep, hesitated for a moment before placing the plate on the small table by his bed and quietly tucking him in. The antagonist, as depicted in the original narrative, was not inferior in appearance to the male lead. Despite his current frail and sallow state, he remained quite handsome. Fu Wan furrowed her brow. Noting his excessive thinness, he needed proper nourishment. The young antagonist slept soundly, and Fu Wan couldn't help but gently tousle his hair. He looked so obedient. Not wishing to linger and disturb him, she took a pastry from the plate, delicately stepped out, and closed the door behind her. Yubai, please take me to the storeroom to select some fabric, Fu Wan instructed. Yubai, under the impression that the ever-white-clad Cui Yingning desired new garments, was immediately delighted. Very well. In order to accomplish her task, Fu Wan diligently perused all material related to the minor antagonist, reading it 3 times over until she nearly memorized it. The young villain had a penchant for donning black attire, eschewing white for its association with hypocrisy. Yet, for such a small child, clad entirely in black, there was an air of tedium. She retrieved a piece of indigo fabric, along with a piece of stone blue material, and another in vibrant red. Furthermore, she intended to craft 3 sets of undergarments from the silk sent from Shu. What garments does the princess intend to create with these fabrics? Yubai inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Fu Wan contemplated for a moment before responding. Whatever style is currently in vogue, you shall make for him. Him? Yubai was taken aback. The princess intended to fashion garments for that little beggar? The silk from Shu was limited, and the princess had yet to make any clothing for herself. I'm not in want of garments, Fu Wan replied dismissively, showing little concern for such matters. Reluctantly, Yubai complied and laid out the fabrics. Only then did they return. Creating garments necessitated measuring the recipient's dimensions, and upon her return, Fu Wan's first task was to ascertain whether the young beggar had awakened. She pushed open the door, finding the boy quietly seated at the table, the bedding on the bed neatly folded. However, the pastries on the table remained untouched. He must be quite hungry, yet he refrained from consuming the food in the room. Fu Wan felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing both his maturity and vulnerability. Taking a seat beside him, the minor antagonist stood immediately upon her arrival. Fu Wan gently pressed him back down onto the chair. Do not be afraid. I truly mean you no harm. Fu Wan gazed sincerely at the sullen, thorny youth, contemplating for a moment before raising her hand and swearing. Should Cui Yingning inflict even the slightest harm upon you, may the heavens unleash their wrath, and may thunder strike down upon her. The little antagonist's typically reserved demeanor trembled slightly. Such a fierce oath is not something ordinary individuals would dare to utter. Yet, as a modernist successor, Fu Wan had the audacity to do so, truly and wholeheartedly. The little villain, albeit feeling a bit awkward, obediently replied, "There is no need for such a curse." Fu Wan immediately brightened, smiling as she took the young villain's hand and placed a piece of pastry into his palm, saying, "This is sweet and fragrant. You must be hungry. Do try it." Li Jing hesitated for a moment as he looked at the delicately crafted treat that seemed far too exquisite for mere sustenance. Eventually, he placed the pastry into his mouth. The sweet, soft confection melted on his tongue, flooding his taste buds with a delightful flavor that made him long to swallow his very tongue. Having gone several days without food, the instant he tasted something edible, a tidal wave of hunger surged within him. Stealing a glance at the young lady before him, he found her demeanor to be dignified and graceful, reminiscent of an ethereal being. He exerted every ounce of willpower to suppress his gnawing hunger, striving to chew slowly and maintain some semblance of decorum. Fu Wan, having experienced hunger in her childhood, understood the overwhelming desire that comes with tasting food after a long period of deprivation. Yet, the little antagonist, while eating rather quickly, maintained an appropriate demeanor. She contemplated for a moment, poured him a glass of water, and said, "I shall summon the kitchen to prepare you something substantial." Fu Wan affectionately ruffled the little villain's hair, turned, and closed the door behind her. After enduring a prolonged hunger, a light and easily digestible meal would be most welcome. Fu Wan instructed the kitchen to prepare a steamer of red bean paste buns, a pot of millet porridge, and 3 simple side dishes. Once the meal was presented before the little villain, Fu Wan asked, "Would you like to stay and live with me?" The little villain paused his chopsticks and lifted his gaze to meet Fu Wan's. An unexpected wave of anxiety washed over her. Chapter 5. The Obedient Little Wolf Dog. A paranoid foster brother ex the frail and beautiful princess. Fu Wan pondered and quickly added, "By following me, you shall no longer wander aimlessly." The little villain stared at her, and for the first time, he smiled, revealing a pair of adorable little canine teeth. He nodded at Fu Wan and replied, "All right." To be honest, Fu Wan was somewhat taken aback. Though this child appeared docile, he bore an excessive wariness, much like a hedgehog bristling with quills for self-defense. The thought that such a child would choose to trust her filled Fu Wan with a silent vow to never let him down. Unable to resist, she again tousled the little villain's hair, bent closer, and smiled. "Would you call me sister? From now on, we shall be family." Family? Would he truly have family? The notion left him momentarily stunned. However, Fu Wan was overjoyed and handed him a bun, saying, "You've been hungry for so long. Start with something light, and I will prepare you something delicious later." The young antagonist accepted the small bun from Fu Wan, politely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice slightly, addressing her as sister. Fu Wan responded with a smile, "I am Cui Yingning. What is your name?" The young antagonist fell silent for a while before replying, "I have no name." Fu Wan's chopsticks hesitated momentarily. "Shall I give you a name then?" After pondering for a moment, she proposed, "Let us call you Cui Jing. I will usually refer to you as a Jing." The young antagonist's pupils constricted sharply, yet he kept his head lowered, a detail that Fu Wan remained oblivious to. "All right." The young antagonist quietly continued his meal, while Fu Wan stepped out briefly, returning to patiently wait for him to finish. Cui Jing soon set down his chopsticks and neatly arranged his bowl and dishes. Fu Wan then took out a soft measuring tape from her sleeve, saying, "I'll measure you so that I can make you new clothes." Cui Jing replied, "Thank you, sister." Instinctively, Fu Wan ruffled his hair. Although Cui Jing was already 12 years old, he appeared to be no more than an 8 or 9-year-old child due to malnutrition. After taking his measurements, Fu Wan entrusted them to Yu Bai to be sent to the tailor for clothing. She devoted several days to preparing for his basic needs. As Fu Wan spent day after day with Cui Jing, they quickly grew familiar with each other. She soon realized that the once prickly young antagonist was, in fact, a sweet and gentle child who particularly enjoyed staying close to her. New clothes. Fu Wan shook out the garments and held them up before Cui Jing, exclaiming, "I knew it. A Jing is handsome, and you will look splendid in these." Cui Jing smiled gently, declaring that his sister was the most beautiful. Fu Wan encouraged him, saying, "Go try it on. I personally selected the fabric." Upon hearing this, the little antagonist's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hurried into his room, clutching the clothes. He changed swiftly and soon dashed back to Fu Wan. Having taken good care of himself and indulged in hearty meals over the past few days, Cui Jing's previously delicate features now shone through. His cheeks were as pale as snow, and his brows and eyes were exquisitely refined, presenting an image of pure innocence. Instinctively, Fu Wan embraced Cui Jing, lifting him effortlessly and spinning him around. Finally, she affectionately tousled his fluffy hair, remarking on how obedient her precious Jing was. Cui Jing nestled his cheek against Fu Wan's waist, inhaling the soft and subtle fragrance that enveloped her, reluctant to turn away. How wonderful it would be to remain by his sister's side forever. Reluctantly, Cui Jing released his hold on Fu Wan and stood before her, eager to display his new attire. For the past few days, he had been clad in clothing meant for boys of his age, but now, adorned in splendid garments, he resembled a young master from a noble family. Being handsome truly grants one the freedom to indulge in desires. And he was so well behaved. Let's try on the other two outfits, Fu Wan suggested with a bright smile. Was this one not appealing? Deep down, he felt a twinge of anxiety, his fingertips pressing into his palm, yet he maintained a facade of calm. Would his sister find him unappealing? You look splendid, Jing. You are truly handsome. And everything suits you beautifully. Fu Wan's words were heartfelt and sincere. Upon hearing Fu Wan's words, Cui Jing's hand relaxed, and a radiant smile graced his face. Then I shall try something else, he said. Ultimately, Cui Jing donned a striking red round-collared robe. Fu Wan surveyed him thoughtfully for a moment, causing Cui Jing to feel a twinge of anxiety. Sister, what is it? Fu Wan replied, I believe the color red suits you splendidly. Although his features were gentle, they were not of the soft and rounded variety commonly associated with sweetness. Despite his youth, there was a glimpse of slender beauty that rendered him exceptionally suited for the vibrant hue of red. In the novels, he was often depicted in somber black attire, and Fu Wan found it rather regrettable. Cui Jing obediently smiled, saying, Then a Jing will wear red for sister from now on. You may wear whatever color you like. Just be comfortable. Instinctively, Fu Wan ruffled the hair of this seemingly obedient child. Cui Jing added, Since sister prefers a Jing in red, a Jing will come to love red. With a smile, Fu Wan offered him a piece of cake. Let me style your hair to complement this outfit. Taking a comb in hand, she fashioned a high ponytail for Cui Jing, securing it with a hairband. She gently pinched his cheek, saying, Look at you. As Cui Jing gazed at his reflection in the mirror, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Perhaps the version of himself that sister adored was the sunny and obedient one. However, he lowered his gaze, his eyes dark and profound, brewing an intense and obsessive emotion. The hairstyle you created is truly beautiful, he remarked with a bright smile, resolutely concealing the darker, more twisted thoughts that lingered within his heart from his sister. Once the elder sister discovers his thoughts, he wickedly mused that she would surely abandon him if she were to be confined by his side. Fu Wan had never truly styled her hair. She merely tied it into a high ponytail during her school days. However, flattery from others brought her immense joy. If you ever wish for me to style your hair, feel free to ask, she declared without hesitation. This sentiment struck a chord with Cui Jing, who eagerly responded, Then, will you style my hair every day? After a moment's hesitation, the timid Fu Wan considered his request. Yet, with Cui Jing gazing up at her with his large, innocent eyes, she found it utterly impossible to refuse. Very well, I shall style your hair daily. As for her beloved little darling, what else could she do but indulge him? However, Fu Wan had one more matter she had long contemplated and needed to discuss with Cui Jing. Do you wish to attend school? Cui Jing paused. He certainly yearned for education, but attending school would mean being separated from his sister. She was like a celestial being, an unattainable dream for him. If he refrained from studying, he would only drift further away from her. Fu Wan sensed his desire for learning and continued. Would you prefer to attend a school with peers, or would you like a tutor to teach you privately? How would you like me to arrange it? Cui Jing replied, I will listen to my sister. Chapter 6. The obedient little wolf dog and the delicate beauty of the princess. Although Fu Wan wished for him to socialize and make friends, he was still inexperienced and feared ridicule. She was determined to protect her little antagonist. Thus, Fu Wan said, I would like to invite a tutor to enlighten you. Once you have acquired a solid foundation, I shall send you to the academy to study alongside others. What do you think? I will listen to my sister, the child replied, gazing up at Fu Wan. At 15 years of age, Fu Wan's physique, enhanced by her genetics and femininity, surpassed Cui Jing's height considerably. With a natural tenderness, Fu Wan affectionately ruffled Cui Jing's hair, promising, I shall find you a good tutor. The young girl's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze caressing the verdant waters, stirring delicate ripples within the heart. Fu Wan generously hired a tutor for Cui Jing, who exhibited remarkable aptitude in her studies, and the tutor proved to be exceptionally capable. Overall, Fu Wan was immensely satisfied. However, according to the narrative's premise, this body belonged to Cui Ning, a frail beauty plagued by poor health. Since childhood, she had endured frequent illnesses, falling ill every few days, her melancholic disposition accentuated by her frail constitution. Initially, Fu Wan found this situation manageable, but it wasn't long before she succumbed to a chill. A mere cold, which would barely register in the modern life of Fu Wan, was taken lightly, and she neglected to inform Yu Bai in a timely manner. Consequently, she awoke the next morning with a fever that clouded her mind. Each day, Cui Jing rose early, hurrying to the study hall, driven by an insatiable desire to master his lessons. Perhaps Fu Wan's noble and pristine demeanor instilled in him a persistent sense of unease. Why should he, a mere wretch dwelling in the murky depths of obscurity, be treated with such kindness by his sister? He feared that upon awakening, he might discover this reality to be nothing more than a fleeting dream. He resolved to diligently pursue his studies, aspiring to become exceptional, believing that only then would he be worthy of the affection bestowed upon him by his sister. As usual, Cui Jing hurried toward the school with his backpack. Passing by the rockery in the garden, he overheard the maids conversing. Now that both the prince and the princess are gone, and given the young lady's poor health, what will become of her? Ultimately, the young lady must marry. Once she finds a husband, she will have someone to rely on. I confide in you. A sage foretold at her birth that she would not live beyond 18. Moreover, without parents to advocate for her, who will decide her marriage? Lacking familial support, she will inevitably be bullied when she steps outside. Alas, I have also heard from the Chan'an courtyard that the young lady fainted from fever early this morning. How pitiful. Suffering from such ailments, it is indeed a hardship. You see, you find pity for our mistress, but she is of noble birth. Is she not better off than you? Even with her wealth and status, she is solitary and ill every day. I would still prefer to live my life. Haha, so would I? It is said that due to the young lady's beauty, the noble ladies of the entire capital harbor resentment towards her. The foolish son of Duke Shen wishes to take her as a concubine, merely because the prince has passed away and the Qin royal house has lost its power. They seek to take advantage of a vulnerable young woman. A young boy stood behind the rockery, absorbing every word clearly. His hand rested on a small stone of the rockery, which had pierced his palm, drawing forth thick, crimson blood. Suddenly, he emerged from the mire into a radiant and comfortable realm. He scarcely had time to ponder the underlying rules of this world. His heart focused solely on striving a little harder, a little more, in hopes of remaining by his sister's side. How could one so benevolent and noble find herself in such dire straits? She had offered him a home, rescuing him from a cold and shadowy existence to bring him close to her. Thus, he vowed to protect her at all costs. Cui Jing stepped out from behind the artificial mountain and coldly declared, "You two, who dare to speak ill of the princess, shall reprimand yourselves." The two maidservants, startled by his voice, initially hesitated but quickly dismissed their fear upon noticing that the speaker was merely a frail boy. "Who are you to command us?" they retorted. Cui Jing's gaze turned icy as he replied with indifference, "Do you not recognize me? Very well, I shall have the steward seek you out." One of the maidservants involuntarily shivered. Despite his frail appearance, the boy's demeanor and piercing gaze exuded a chilling severity that instilled trepidation. "Would you prefer to slap yourselves or await the steward to administer punishment?" The maidservants, ensnared by his penetrating stare, exchanged glances and, gritting their teeth, each delivered 2 resounding slaps to their own faces. "Now begone!" They hastily retreated. Cui Jing's fierce and brooding expression lingered for a moment before gradually softening into a gentle and graceful countenance. His sister, being such a tender and kind-hearted individual, would surely disapprove of his harshness. Adjusting his backpack, he turned directly towards Fu Wan's courtyard. As anticipated, the courtyard of Fu Wan was bustling with activity. Some were boiling water, while others were changing towels. Yuebai anxiously urged the young maid to check if the doctor had arrived. Cui Jing hurried inside, bypassing any formalities, and directly lifted the curtain of the inner room, swiftly approaching Fu Wan's side. Fu Wan had already succumbed to a fever-induced slumber. Her alabaster cheeks were tinged with a sickly flush, her long lashes trembled slightly, and tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She lay quietly on the bed, resembling a beautiful yet lifeless doll. Cui Jing reached out to touch Fu Wan's forehead, which burned with fever. She replaced the cloth on her forehead and fetched cold water to sponge Fu Wan's hands and feet. When Yubai entered, Cui Jing was kneeling at the foot of the bed, tenderly wiping Fu Wan's soles with a cool cloth. The young lady's slender ankles and snow-white feet rested in Cui Jing's hands, her expression focused and reverent, as if cradling a precious jade lotus bestowed by the divine. For reasons unknown, an uncomfortable yet poignant feeling welled up within her heart. After tending to Fu Wan's feet, Cui Jing carefully tucked her back under the covers. The girl on the bed shivered, instinctively burrowing deeper into the soft bedding, her long lashes fluttering, and her nose wrinkling in a pitiful manner as she murmured, "It's cold." Such a scene would soften the heart of anyone who beheld it. Cui Jing pressed her lips together, nervously watching Fu Wan, and then quickly instructed Yubai, "Hurry and fetch another blanket." Every year during the changing seasons, Cui Yingning would catch a chill, and it was needless to say that she frequently fell ill. Yubai was well versed in these matters and promptly brought an additional blanket for Fu Wan. Yet, Fu Wan still trembled from the cold, prompting Yubai to add several hot water bottles for her warmth. As Fu Wan fluctuated between expressing warmth and chill, Yubai, accustomed to such behavior, refrained from taking any further action. It is a common occurrence for those afflicted by fever. "You personally went to prepare medicine for your sister," Cui Jing remarked. After a moment of hesitation, Yubai stepped outside, accepting that her esteemed princess regarded this enigmatic individual as her brother. Cui Jing lowered his gaze upon the frail and delicate figure resting on the bed, gently grasping Fu Wan's feeble hand that lay atop the quilt, and softly declared, "Sister, I shall take good care of you from now on." Chapter 7. The Obedient Little Wolf Dog and His Obsessive Care for His Ill Sister. 2 fleeting years swiftly passed. While other young ladies of noble families celebrated their coming of age by attending various banquets and making acquaintances, the original inhabitant of this body, Cui Yingning, found herself alone in the capital, devoid of kin. For Fu Wan, the past 2 years were spent in comfort, engaging in leisurely pursuits with her little antagonist, playing chess, swinging on swings, and indulging in pastries, all of which brought her immense joy. Yet, a shadow of melancholy loomed over her as the original body grew increasingly frail. After all, the daily consumption of medicine left her devoid of strength to even walk. At this rate, she was hastening down the path of a tragic beauty. Cui Jing, upon finishing his studies, would invariably come directly to accompany Fu Wan. However, Fu Wan had reached the point where even standing could lead to her fainting. In the early spring, the pear blossoms bloomed brilliantly, their purity emanating tranquility. Seated in her wheelchair, Fu Wan slowly finished her medicine, lifting her gaze to behold the tall youth striding purposefully towards her. The young man had grown at an astonishing rate, surpassing even the spring bamboo shoots. Now, when Fu Wan stood, she barely reached his chin. "Sister," he called. As soon as Cui Jing caught sight of Fu Wan, a smile broke across his face. Clad in a vibrant crimson round-collared robe, with sleeves rolled up to reveal long yet strong hands, he exuded a demeanor of refined elegance. His lithe figure was accentuated by a waist that spoke of resilience, while his exquisite brows and eyes conveyed both charm and nobility. His narrow, tranquil gaze held an air of aristocracy, and his ink-black hair was elegantly tied back with a deep blue ribbon that Fu Wan had chosen for him, embodying the image of a young master from a wealthy household. Fu Wan cleared her throat, and, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of the well-nurtured little antagonist, remarked, "You're growing so quickly. I will have to select fabric for your new garments soon." Cui Jing crouched before Fu Wan, tilting his face upward to gaze at her, and asked, "Miss, may I take my sister out to play this afternoon since you've given me a break?" Fu Wan nodded in agreement. Very well. As was customary, they shared lunch at Fu Wan's abode, with dishes prepared to suit Cui Jing's tastes. As she was concerned that the growing youth should eat well, Cui Jing playfully lifted a piece of green vegetable to Fu Wan's lips, exclaiming, "The greens are particularly sweet today. You should try some, sister." After taking a bite and finding it indeed delightful, Fu Wan picked up some beef to serve to Cui Jing. However, he leaned in obediently and opened his mouth, prompting her to place it there instead. Yubai, observing from behind Cui Yingning, felt a twinge of astonishment. Even among siblings of this age, such intimacy was uncommon. Yet, as long as the young lady saw no issue, she remained silent. The two shared laughter and finished their meal, after which Fu Wan intended to begin her preparations. Cui Jing, however, made no move to leave, settling comfortably on the small couch where Fu Wan often sat, continuing their conversation. Yubai presented several outfits for Fu Wan's consideration, but she found herself somewhat dissatisfied. Cui Jing chimed in, "Sister, the attire that suits you best is still the white garment." Yubai remarked that it was rather uncheerful. Fu Wan also realized that this body was indeed well suited for white garments, and said, "Then let us choose a white skirt and white blouse." It was time to change attire. Yubai cast a furtive glance at Cui Jing, who, appearing nonchalant, nestled on the small couch and suggested to Fu Wan, "Sister, do wear a red hairband, along with the red jade bracelet I gifted you last time." As Fu Wan retrieved the red jade bracelet, she replied, "All right." With that, she stepped behind the screen, casually shedding her blouse and reaching out to Yubai, saying, "Yubai, bring me the clothes." Once Fu Wan disappeared behind the screen, the smile on Cui Jing's face faded somewhat. He found himself captivated by the delicate wrist that extended from behind the screen, momentarily lost in thought. He swallowed hard, feeling a flutter of unease in his heart. He longed to draw closer to his sister, to be near her, for she was solely his, and ideally, she should belong to him alone. In truth, Fu Wan lacked considerable strength. Even changing her clothes left her slightly breathless. She leaned against the screen, fastening the waistband of her skirt. Unbeknownst to her, the bright sunlight streaming through the window faintly illuminated her silhouette on the screen. The young girl's waist was slender enough to be grasped in a single hand, and her long skirt gently accentuated the graceful curve of her hips. Below her elegant neck, her modest bosom slightly rose, and the lines of her profile were exquisitely beautiful. Cui Jing fixated on the shadow cast upon the screen, his grip on the teacup tightening, his cheeks warming with embarrassment as he hastily averted his gaze. Lowering his eyes, his mind was filled with the image of that captivating silhouette and the delicate, fragile wrist. "Sister, that is my sister." "No, indeed, that is my sister, yet not solely hers." Fu Wan changed into her attire, allowing Yubai to style her hair into a low bun, adorned with a pair of pearl hairpins, and secured the cascading locks with a crimson ribbon. Within the pristine white sleeves, a glimpse of a red jade bracelet could be discerned. Yubai initially gazed at her mistress with satisfaction, but her peripheral vision caught sight of Cui Jing, the young man clad in red, evoking an inexplicable thought of a perfect match in her heart. Shah, such a notion is utterly preposterous. Unbeknownst to Fu Wan, Yubai's thoughts were wandering. After being confined for so long, Fu Wan was quite delighted to venture outside. Due to her frail health, Cui Jing refrained from taking her to the bustling market, opting instead for the peach blossom grove on the outskirts of the city. At this time, the peach blossoms had yet to fully bloom, resulting in a sparse crowd, making it an ideal retreat for Fu Wan. Upon descending from the carriage, Fu Wan settled into a wheelchair. Cui Jing stood behind her, gently pushing her as they admired the budding blossoms, occasionally retrieving sweet candied treats from his pouch to offer her. His gaze fell, resting upon the delicate, alabaster curve of her neck and the translucent beauty of her cheeks. Cui Jing willed himself to divert his eyes, allowing his focus to settle on Fu Wan's softly smiling profile, unwittingly softening his expression. As Fu Wan beheld the nascent blossoms, a sense of confusion enveloped her. According to the narrative, her demise was imminent. Soon, she would encounter the powerful regent, who would take notice of her, leading to her being drugged and abducted. In this unfolding tale, the minor antagonist was merely a naive little sprite, incapable of protecting her, helplessly witnessing her demise, followed by the regent's harsh humiliation and torment, ultimately leading to a dark transformation and a rise to power. "Ah Jing, should the day come when I am no longer here, promise me you will take good care of yourself, will you?" The young girl turned her head to gaze at him, her eyes radiating an incomparably gentle and pure emotion. Cui Jing felt a flicker of anger. His sister would undoubtedly be well. He clenched his hands tightly beneath his sleeves, resolute that if she were to leave this world, he too would cease to exist. Little did she know, she was his sole beacon of light, his only salvation, the singular warmth he could perceive in this life. Fu Wan smiled softly, raising her hand to grasp Cui Jing's. Sister's health is fragile. Even if she were to pass, she would wish for her Jing to live well. Fu Wan averted her gaze, knowing all too well that her time to care for him was fleeting. Cui Jing tightened his hold on Fu Wan's hand, stubbornly bending down to embrace her tightly, murmuring, "A Jing only loves sister." He had no affection for this world. His heart belonged solely to her. Fu Wan affectionately ruffled the boy's tousled hair, replying, "Sister loves a Jing too." Cui Jing lowered his eyes, darkness pooling within their depths. It was not enough. He yearned for her to love him exclusively, desiring her to belong solely to him. Chapter 8. The obedient little wolf dog and his obsessive guardian X, the delicate beauty of the princess. Does sister only wish for a Jing to be well? The boy's tone softened, imbued with a hint of endearment. Fu Wan melted at the gentle lilt of his voice, responding naturally, yes, sister only wishes for a Jing. Cui Jing's spirits soared as he slowly pushed Fu Wan's wheelchair forward, sharing his plans to bring her to admire the peach blossoms every year. The little villain had been raised to be quite obedient. Fu Wan gazed at the peach blossoms blooming atop the branches and said, help me up. I shall pluck a newly bloomed branch to take back, to place in the Ruyao vase on my desk. The little antagonist bent down effortlessly, lifting Fu Wan into his arms. Which branch does my sister prefer? Though Fu Wan was momentarily startled, she maintained her composure, adhering to her elegant persona, and with a stoic expression pointed to a branch. Cui Jing also looked up at the blossoms, catching a glimpse of the girl's feigned calmness. A subtle smile curving his lips as he slightly adjusted his stance. Very well. As Fu Wan broke off a branch of peach blossoms and settled into her wheelchair, she heard a slight commotion. Peering through the profusion of flowers, she was taken aback. Behind the peach tree stood a man exuding a chilling and formidable presence. Around 30 years of age, adorned in exquisite attire. He stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, yet his gaze was fixed intently upon her, revealing an unabashed interest laced with aggression. Fu Wan thought, system, please help me revive. The system's aloof voice echoed in her mind. Confirming her suspicion, he was none other than the Regent Li Min, the very cause of Cui Yingming's demise. Fu Wan found the situation thrilling. After 6 months of confinement, she had unexpectedly encountered Li Min upon her first outing. The system, unusually responsive, suggested that when recalling her torment at Li Min's hands, she should be particularly expressive to enhance Cui Jing's descent into darkness. Fu Wan mused. What a vividly expressive suggestion, splendid. In mere moments, Li Min approached her, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her face, remarking, the peach blossoms in your hand are exceptionally beautiful. Cui Jing stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Fu Wan, pressing his lips together before stating, neither servile nor arrogant, my sister is unwell and cannot endure the disturbance of strangers. Oh? Li Min gazed at the slender youth before him with a smile that was more a smirk than genuine amusement. Step aside. As soon as his words fell, dozens of guards emerged behind him, blades drawn, surrounding Fu Wan and Cui Jing with a menacing air, the tension palpable. Fu Wan pondered whether to concede defeat or to adopt a defiant stance, caught in silence for a moment. Since the young lady does not refuse, let us take a walk together, Li Min said, his smile devoid of warmth, as he brusquely pushed aside Cui Jing and seized Fu Wan's arm. Startled, Fu Wan instinctively shoved his hand away, but her strength was insufficient, resembling a hesitant invitation. Li Min firmly grasped her arm, drawing her into his embrace, and with a swift motion, lifted her into his arms, turning to leave. At that moment, clarity dawned upon Fu Wan. She had to refuse, and she must do so with fervor. She bit down on Li Min's arm, causing him to let out a muffled grunt. Just as she believed her resistance had taken effect, Li Min turned his gaze towards Cui Jing. It was then she noticed the blood dripping from the tip of the knife in Cui Jing's hand. Quite skilled, indeed. A cruel smile graced Li Min's lips as he cast aside Fu Wan, swiftly drawing the blade from the guard's grasp. Fu Wan, startled by the sudden dismissal, found herself falling into the embrace of a somewhat fragile and slender figure. Upon raising her gaze, she encountered the delicately refined chin of her little antagonist. The little antagonist shuddered involuntarily as Li Min discarded the bloodied knife, asserting, no one has ever harmed me without consequence. Fu Wan hastily extricated herself from Cui Jing's grasp, and indeed, blood was gushing from his waist. She fumbled to retrieve a handkerchief, pressing it against Cui Jing's wound. This was her first encounter with such a gruesome scene, and her heart raced with panic. It infuriated her to witness the bullying of her beloved little villain right before her eyes. Fu Wan glared at Li Min, her teeth clenched. Apologize. You injured him with a weapon. We shall report this to the authorities. Li Min, as if he had heard a jest, regarded the flustered young lady before him with a sense of amusement. Despite the chaos, he felt rather pleased. He merely replied, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. In all of Dachi, no one dares to impose rules before me. He was right. It vexed her to no end. How she longed for the ideals of socialism. Cui Jing, clutching his wounded side, watched as Fu Wan's eyes reddened with fury, feeling a pang of sympathy for her. Her delicate and frail demeanor, with a hint of blush at the corners of her eyes, exuded an aura that was both chaste and alluring, igniting a desire within him to seize her and drag her into the mire alongside him, forever belonging to him. "Sister, let us not engage with a rabid dog," Cui Jing urged, grasping Fu Wan's hand. Conceding to his wisdom, she replied, "Very well." He gently assisted her into a wheelchair, intending to leave without further delay. Fortunately, this time, Li Min did not obstruct their exit, allowing them to depart successfully. Fu Wan's thoughts were tumultuous. The character Cui Yingning was merely a minor pawn in the narrative, scarcely detailed by the author. She remained oblivious to the forthcoming revolting events involving Li Min. The mere thought of him sent shivers down her spine. The white moonlight of the villain was truly beyond human comprehension. Before Fu Wan could formulate a plan to cope with the situation, she fell ill, uncertain whether it was the chill of the wind or the shock of fright. Fu Wan began to suffer from a fever, which soon clouded her consciousness. Cui Jing sat by her bedside, tending to her. The young girl lay feebly beneath the ornate quilt, her skin so pale it nearly appeared translucent, and her raven hair cascaded to her side. He gazed at her without blinking. His sister was truly the most beautiful person in the world, as well as the kindest. He would not permit anyone to take her away. No one was allowed. A strange darkness flickered in the depths of the boy's eyes, and a hint of a morbid smile graced his lips as he gently held Fu Wan's hand, his cheeks flushed with an unusual excitement. A familiar impulse surged within him, yet he fought to contain it, his gaze filled with a fervent devotion as he watched the oblivious girl. Fu Wan found it exceedingly difficult to be an ailing beauty. She spent her days either unwell or on the verge of illness. Nevertheless, the narrative must proceed. Shortly after Fu Wan awoke, a distant relative, who had evidently taken many convoluted paths to reach her, arrived at the house. According to this relative, Cui Yingning ought to refer to her as Aunt. The aunt, holding a teacup, smiled amiably and remarked, "Yingning, it has truly been hard for you all these years, living alone. Now that you are 17, it is indeed time for you to consider marriage. Your uncle and I are determined to assist you in this matter." In the story, Cui Yingning remained unmarried, rendering this proposition futile. Fu Wan resolutely replied, "Yingning's health is poor, making marriage unsuitable for her." "My dear child," the aunt retorted, "even if your health is not the best, can I really allow you to remain alone? I have come today with news of a splendid match for you. The regent, Lord Li Min, is indeed a most admirable prospect. Indeed, it is quite a splendid match." Chapter 9. The obedient little wolf dog and the obsessive young master x the fragile beauty of the princess. If my memory serves me right, the regent is known for his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature, having caused the demise of several consorts. Fu Wan regarded her aunt with a smile that was neither here nor there. However, her aunt's tenacity was not to be underestimated. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a formidable man as the regent, especially given his high status and power? You could search far and wide and not find such a distinguished suitor. Bah! Since the regent is so splendid, perhaps my aunt should keep him for herself. Fu Wan's expression hardened. Did she truly need him? "My dear child, tomorrow the regent will come to propose, and your uncle and I will be here to receive the betrothal gifts." It was clear to her that Cui Yingning, this frail creature, was not someone to be trifled with. "How shameless!" Fu Wan retorted without hesitation. "This is my home, and I assure you, we shall not welcome you, not even today. Yuebai, see our guest out." Yuebai had long been displeased. Upon Fu Wan's command, she swiftly approached and seized the seated plump woman, saying, "Madam, the door is this way. Please." The plump woman was unceremoniously ushered out, grumbling and cursing as she left. Cui Jing was now studying at the academy where other young gentlemen resided. Yet he preferred to return home after classes as the family home was conveniently close. During lunch, upon learning of the matter, he declared, "Sister, I shall not attend the academy for the next few days." Fu Wan maintained her composure, yet she understood the need to follow the unfolding narrative. Thus, she remarked, "There is no need. Focus on your studies, for they would not dare intrude recklessly." Cui Jing, with a gentle gesture, placed a pair of chopsticks laden with food near her lips and offered his bowl to her, proclaiming that the soup was delightful. Observing Fu Wan obediently savor the soup, he quietly smirked with satisfaction. Yubai felt that the two should exercise a degree of discretion, yet she could not articulate this directly. Instead, she seized the opportunity to serve Fu Wan, adding several spoonfuls of soup to her bowl, suggesting the princess should partake. Fu Wan then held her soup bowl and drank in silence. Suddenly, Yubai felt a chill creeping down her spine. In the afternoon, Cui Jing indeed refrained from attending the academy. He was a person of strong convictions, and Fu Wan saw no point in persuading him otherwise. Even if the antagonist squandered 10 afternoons, he would still surpass everyone else, save for the protagonist. The two nestled indoors, engrossed in a game of Go. Initially, Fu Wan lacked proficiency in the game, but with frequent practice alongside Cui Jing, she had acquired a modest skill. Cui Jing graciously allowed her 5 pieces and made considerable efforts to facilitate her victory. Ultimately, Fu Wan triumphed over Cui Jing by a single stone. Stretching lazily, Fu Wan exclaimed, "I am quite fatigued." "Then, my sister should rest for a while," Cui Jing replied, revealing a pair of charming little canines as he smiled. The sunlight illuminating his delicate and handsome features, rendering him almost excessively attractive. "Those in poor health often find themselves drowsy," Fu Wan nodded and said, "I shall take a brief nap on the couch and resume our game upon waking." Cui Jing nodded in agreement. "Very well." As soon as he finished speaking, he bent down to lift Fu Wan, gently placing her upon the couch and covering her with a blanket. Bathed in the warm sunlight of spring, Fu Wan soon succumbed to drowsiness. Cui Jing whispered, "Sister, a Jing is also sleepy." Fu Wan, in a daze, replied, "Then let us sleep for a while." "Can I sleep with you, sister?" Cui Jing's voice was soft. Fu Wan mumbled, unaware of what she had agreed to. The small couch was spacious enough for Fu Wan alone, but as Cui Jing lay down beside her, he wrapped the slender girl in his embrace. There was a delightful scent of sandalwood about her, both dignified and cool, yet utterly irresistible. Cui Jing rested his cheek against Fu Wan's side, taking a deep breath. Reluctant to lift his face, typically contemplative, his thoughts often wandered far beyond those of his peers, leading to a persistent difficulty in sleeping, even when he did fall asleep. It was never deep. Yet now, nestled beside Fu Wan, a sense of tranquility enveloped him, and he soon drifted off. When Fu Wan awoke, she looked at the little antagonist beside her with a bewildered expression. After a moment of contemplation, she finally remembered that she had invited him to sleep next to her. The young antagonist was strikingly handsome, exquisitely clean, and not at all effeminate. He exuded a somewhat delicate, yet thoroughly pristine boyish charm, youthful and serene. This remarkably attractive antagonist was nurtured by her every meal, word, and deed, filling Fu Wan with a sense of pride. Unable to resist, she gazed at her little antagonist for a while, yet feeling reluctant to wake him, she simply continued to lie on the small couch, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to her, upon awakening, the little antagonist beside her had also stirred. Cui Jing felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that if his sister awakened and noticed how close he was, she might become upset and push him away. Yet, she did not. In fact, he could sense her gaze upon him, lying quietly as if she wished not to disturb him. Cui Jing feigned unconsciousness and nuzzled against Fu Wan. She was already sleeping on her side, and upon feeling the soft brush of his furry head, she couldn't resist reaching out to gently caress his face, playfully making a silly face at him, calling him lazy. Believing that Cui Jing was in deep slumber, she pinched his cheek, thinking him utterly adorable. As he fought to suppress the urge to smile broadly, which threatened to betray his composure, Fu Wan played with his face for a while. This brought to mind a memory from elementary school, when a classmate remarked that younger siblings were soft and irresistibly cute. She couldn't help but think that although her little antagonist was neither small nor soft, he was still incredibly endearing. Just as Cui Jing felt on the verge of being overwhelmed by her affection, he decided to feign a state of confusion as he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. His cheeks, slightly flushed from her playful antics, made him appear particularly endearing. Fu Wan smiled brightly, saying, "A Jing, you truly are adorable." Cui Jing obediently smiled back, revealing his small canine teeth, responding with the thought that his sister was the most beautiful. Just then, Yu Bai entered with a freshly brewed bowl of medicine, and her eyes immediately caught sight of the two nestled together on the small couch. Startled, her hand trembled, nearly causing the bowl to slip from her grasp. Fortunately, she managed to steady it just in time, clearing her throat to announce, "Princess, it is time for your medicine." Fu Wan finally sat up from the small couch, took the medicine bowl, and slowly drank it all. After rinsing her mouth, Yu Bai was about to leave when she noticed Cui Jing taking out a few pieces of candy from his pouch and naturally presenting them to Fu Wan's lips. The beauty's lips, untouched yet crimson, gently absorbed a hint of sweetness from his fingertips as she savored the candy. Fu Wan, after consuming the candy, unconsciously licked her lips, causing Yu Bai to feel a surge of alarm. Cui Jing, maintaining an outward calmness, gently inquired, "Do you wish for more candy, sister?" Fu Wan, crunching the candy between her teeth, replied, "I would like another piece." Cui Jing, suppressing his racing heart, produced another candy and offered it to Fu Wan once more. Suddenly, Yu Bai interjected, "The doctor has advised that consuming candy disperses the medicinal properties. The princess may only have one." Cui Jing cast a wistful glance at the candy. Chapter 10. The obedient little wolf dog and the delicate, ailing beauty princess. The next day, upon awakening, Fu Wan learned that the regent's betrothal gifts had already been brought to the entrance. The servants of the Qin Wangfu were in a flurry, wiping their brows in distress. Fu Wan recalled that the tale indicated Shui Ning had been abducted by the Qin Wang. Thus, according to the narrative, she was not obliged to accept these gifts. She resolved to embody the persona of the pure and untainted white moonlight depicted in the story. With this thought in mind, she calmly stated while drinking her medicine, "There is no need to pay it any mind." However, the regent held a position of immense power. Offending him could lead to dire consequences. Should the princess consider a compromise? Yu Bai, filled with trepidation, expressed her concern, as she did not wish for her princess to incur the wrath of the regent, for none who had dared to offend him had ever emerged unscathed. However, it is regrettable that Fu Wan's existence is solely to offend the regent, thus becoming the pure and innocent white moonlight in the heart of the minor antagonist. In this predicament, to avoid offending the regent, the only option is to agree to this marriage proposal. Fu Wan donned a serious expression and continued to persuade, stating that even if it meant offending the regent, she must never compromise the dignity of the Qin Wangfu. What a noble sentiment! Fu Wan silently applauded herself. Unbeknownst to her, beneath the nearby pear tree, the minor antagonist watched her with a restrained gaze. He clearly perceived her demeanor and words. His hands clenched tightly in his sleeves. Cui Jing felt a profound sense of helplessness. He believed that as long as he excelled academically and achieved a distinguished rank, he could provide shelter for his solitary sister. Yet, he realized he was still too inadequate. He could not protect his sister. When the regent publicly humiliated her and even delivered a marriage proposal directly to their door, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Viscous red blood trickled from the tightly clenched spaces between his fingers, each drop falling onto the pristine pear blossoms. He must become sufficiently powerful to safeguard his beloved sister. He must. After finishing her noble discourse, Fu Wan returned to her cherished little wheelchair and began to propel herself forward, intending to bask in the sunlight for a while. Her daily routine consisted of rising late, taking medicine, soaking in the sun, reading, enjoying snacks, and sipping tea. Such was the passage of her day. How delightful! She wondered if she could continue this languid lifestyle in the next world. As this thought crossed her mind, a coolly detached system chimed in her mind. "If you wish, I can offer you a world where you can live a leisurely life." After being left to her own devices by the system for an extended period, Fu Wan was unexpectedly summoned by her own system, leaving her feeling both surprised and flattered. She eagerly exclaimed, "Sure, I hope I can continue to be a sloth." Little did anyone know how much she cherished a life of leisurely indifference. The system, however, rarely chose to indulge in idle chatter and remarked, "If you enjoy languishing in lethargy, why then do you seek to undertake tasks for the chance to live again?" Fu Wan paused for a moment before responding. "Once, someone imparted to me that the essence of life extends beyond mere existence. It encompasses the fulfillment of obligations to others and the realization of the hopes they place upon me." She chose not to elaborate further, and the system did not press her for more. The betrothal gifts from the regent prince lay outside the gates of the Qin Wang residence. But Fu Wan declared she would not open the door, resulting in a stalemate. A person of the regent prince's stature would certainly not concede easily. And Fu Wan had resolutely proclaimed that she would not compromise the dignity of the Qin Wang residence. At this juncture, a cadre of the regent prince's underlings stepped forward to resolve the matter. If they could succeed in addressing the concerns of the powerful regent prince, surely their own fortunes would soar. Throughout the afternoon, Fu Wan received numerous ladies from influential families and high-ranking officials. Yet, the frail form of Cui Ning could hardly withstand the fervent energy and clamorous enthusiasm of these spirited women. Fu Wan managed to respond with a single statement to each of them before exhaustion rendered her speechless. The more she remained silent, the more they felt compelled to speak. Eventually, Fu Wan found her head buzzing, yet her utterances went unheard by the crowd. Naturally, any attempt to leave was met with firm resistance. Fu Wan resolved to forego treatment, allowing the cacophony of chatter around her to swirl as she languidly counted sheep from her wheelchair. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a voice, icy and unyielding, called for the departure of the guests. Though the speaker's tone was not harsh, Those attuned to subtleties could discern the underlying displeasure and chill, causing the noisy crowd to fall into an involuntary hush, a flicker of instinctive fear washing over them. Cui Jing paid no heed to the gazes directed at him. He strode forward with elegance, effortlessly lifting the weary young woman from her wheelchair and turning to exit. It was not until they had departed that the onlookers exchanged furtive glances, struck by the cool, commanding presence he exuded and the striking beauty he possessed. Such exquisite grace seemed only fitting for the ethereal Princess Yingning. Wait, this young man must be the adopted brother of Princess Yingning. How thoughtless of them. They were merely siblings. Fu Wan found being carried far more comfortable than maneuvering her wheelchair. She wished fervently that in her next life, she would not even require a wheelchair. Cui Jing's jaw was set tight as he gently placed her in a chair upon their return to the courtyard, then remarked, "If my sister dislikes those people, it would be best not to see them. They were all relatives, and who knew how they would spin tales if ignored?" Fu Wan understood well the nature of these meddlesome relatives. "It matters little if I do not venture out, but you still have your studies and career ahead. Your reputation must remain untarnished, so it would be prudent to appease them." The once formidable little antagonist, who had faced a throng of imposing figures, now regarded her with softened, innocent eyes, the rims subtly tinged with crimson, exuding a pitiful charm. Before Fu Wan could comprehend the situation, she instinctively rose to her feet, tiptoeing to gently smooth down his hair. Jing remained unperturbed, obediently bowing his head, resting it against her neck, and wrapping his arms around Fu Wan, subtly pressing down her elevated feet. "I am not angry," he paused, speaking with gentle sincerity. "Sister, you need not endure such grievances on my behalf." Fu Wan did not perceive this as a grievance. Thus, she patiently elucidated, "Sister does not feel wronged. I merely endure their nagging to spare you from unnecessary troubles." "But I cannot bear it," he murmured softly. "I cannot bear to see my sister unhappy in any way." Fu Wan was taken aback. For reasons unknown, a twinge of bittersweetness stirred within her heart. Yet this sensation did not diminish her joy, but rather filled her with a sense of fulfillment. Jing was truly obedient. Gradually, Fu Wan grasped the significance of his words. Her little antagonist, whom she had nurtured with great care, had shown understanding, bringing her solace. Cui Jing reluctantly released his embrace of Fu Wan, feeling enveloped in her fragrance, which inexplicably lifted his spirits. "I shall go and drive them all away." As soon as the words left his lips, he turned on his heel. "Wait." Fu Wan observed his hurried steps, deciding it was best to let him be. He could do as he pleased, for she was capable of protecting herself. Unbeknownst to Fu Wan, Cui Jing's lowered gaze brimmed with restrained excitement. The moment he caught a whiff of his sister's scent, he could not help but fantasize about claiming her, wishing for her to remain by his side forever. Chapter 11. The obedient little wolf dog and the paranoid younger brother the sickly, beautiful princess, the betrothal gift from the regent lord, had remained at the gates of the Qin Wangfu for several days. Yet not a single door was opened. The entire capital buzzed with speculation regarding this matter, arriving at a unanimous conclusion. Princess Yingning had undoubtedly offended the regent lord gravely, awaiting her inevitable downfall. Indeed, the regent lord was known for his tyrannical cruelty, and even the current emperor dared not speak against him. Having witnessed the demise of those who dared to impeach him, all silenced through various brutal means. Fu Wan's demeanor was akin to dancing upon a grave, an invitation to death. As expected, it did not take long for Fu Wan to awaken in a cramped chamber, her mind clouded and her body devoid of strength. She managed to rise and survey her surroundings, but discerned little, prompting her to push against the door, which was firmly locked, confirming her fate. She realized she had been abducted and imprisoned by the regent lord, just as depicted in the original narrative. Sitting in contemplation of her predicament, Fu Wan soon recognized the futility of her situation, left with no choice but to await the regent lord's methods of torment and confinement. Strangely, there lingered a hint of thrill within the dread. Nevertheless, a shiver coursed through her. This was truly terrifying. Not long after her silent reflection, the door swung open, and the regent lord strode in with an imposing presence. The door was shut behind him, and Fu Wan swallowed hard in the face of his arrival. Was there any merit in feigning the frail persona of the ailing beauty she was meant to embody? She had once prided herself on her resilience, yet now, as her chin was grasped by the man's hand, forcing her gaze upwards, she caught sight of his piercing, icy eyes. Ah, is fear now a familiar companion? The man leaned closer to Fu Wan's face, enunciating each word. This prince favors women who feign lofty ideals. Fu Wan felt the oppressive sensation of being ensnared in his grasp, A truly disheartening experience, yet her body lacked the strength to resist. She resolved to adopt a stance of passive indifference. The regent knelt on one knee upon the bed, his upper body pressing down upon her, while the hand that restrained her chin encircled her waist, compelling her to draw nearer to him. Their proximity was so intimate that their breaths intertwined. Fu Wan surmised that her passive demeanor might no longer suffice. The regent leaned in, poised to kiss her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Wan bit down hard on his nose, exerting considerable force, prompting the regent to retaliate with an open hand across her face. The force of the blow caused her head to jerk aside, her ears ringing, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, the regent seized her throat with a vice-like grip. Breathing became a struggle, her body further weakened, yet instinctively, she flailed about. The regent pressed down on her knee, sneering. "Chui Yingning, do you still consider yourself a princess? Your father has long since passed. Even if he were alive, he would not dare to cross me." Fu Wan, rendered speechless, could only glare fiercely at the regent. Perverse. What a grotesque creature, truly believing in his own significance. Revolting. Noticing the intensity in Fu Wan's gaze, the regent tore apart her outer garment. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Wan violently struggled, her neck narrowly escaping his control. She aimed for the spot he had just grasped. Lunging for his neck, Fu Wan bit down on his artery with fervor. The regent, consumed by wrath, gripped her throat tighter, growling, "Release." Fu Wan could hardly let go. She felt an overwhelming urge to crush this foolish creature, who truly believed himself to be her master. The two remained locked in a standoff for some time. Gradually, Fu Wan's grip began to weaken, and sensing her diminishing strength, the regent reached out and firmly grasped her waist, pulling her away. Fu Wan struggled in vain. Now it was her turn to be at the mercy of the regent, who seized her neck with a chilling grip and coldly questioned, "Seeking death?" As Fu Wan gasped for breath, her vision blurred and tears brimmed in her eyes, resembling a delicate pear blossom drenched in rain, evoking an air of tragic beauty. It was impossible for any man to remain unmoved by such a frail and enchanting maiden. The regent's gaze lingered on Chui Yingning's face, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his lips as his previously furious eyes took on a hue of desire. He leaned closer to Fu Wan. Having heard whispers of Princess Yingning's unparalleled beauty, and indeed, it was as magnificent as rumored. In her heart, Fu Wan cried out to the system, "I curse your entire family. Do you truly intend for me to endure this wretched farce?" The system, having once believed its host to be a kind and tranquil individual, now realized that even the most docile rabbit could be driven to utter curses when cornered. "I can shield the host's senses," it suggested quietly. Fu Wan retorted, "I curse your entire family." The system trembled in response, realizing that the system was of no use. Fu Wan's mind raced faster than during her college entrance examinations. Suddenly, an idea sparked. She recalled a passage in the book known only to the antagonist. What if she led the antagonist to believe that she had been thoroughly tormented by this absurdity? Sensing Fu Wan's fury, the system quickly urged, "Yes, do it. You must evade him." Fu Wan. Damn, can she still hope for it after dodging? This body is nothing but frail. Left to be tormented by this wretched thing, it would likely perish. The regent has already reached out to tear her outer garment. Fortunately, Chui Yingning is weak, layered in several layers of clothing. With no other choice, Fu Wan can only reach up and pull the hairpin from her coiffure, thrusting it fiercely into the regent's eye. Although he swiftly seized her wrist, she successfully created a slight distance between them. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Wan exerted all her strength to crawl off the bed and charge toward the door. Yet this time, she truly provoked the regent. He grasped both her hands and rendered her unconscious with a swift strike. Fu Wan collapsed to the ground like a lifeless body. The regent cast a languid glance at her and commanded, "Bring someone to bind Chui Yingning's limbs to the bed." The servants entered trembling, silently and swiftly securing Fu Wan before hastily lowering their heads and exiting. The regent gazed at Chui Yingning's exquisite face for a moment, a smile curling at his lips. He took the cold tea from the table and splashed it onto Fu Wan's face, saying, "Wake up." Suddenly doused with water, Fu Wan instinctively frowned. According to the conventions of romantic novels, when the female protagonist faints in a perilous situation and subsequently opens her eyes, it invariably signifies her escape from danger. Fu Wan beheld the regent's unappealing visage, an interruption, all her fault for not being the heroine. Her damp hair clung to Chui Yingning's pale face, accentuating her dark brows and eyes, which shimmered with sorrow. The corners of her eyes were tinged with a sickly red, while her delicate, powerless limbs were bound. exuding an alluring sense of restraint that beckoned to be savagely ravished. The regent gazed at the defenseless Fu Wan, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. He raised his hand to loosen his belt and carelessly shed his outer garments. Fu Wan realized she had ventured too far this time. She vowed never to be so complacent again, resolving to arrange matters to prevent any unwanted occurrences. In her heart, she implored, "Hurry. Shield my senses." The system replied, "Understood." Instantly, she felt nothing at all. However, it was not long before her senses unexpectedly returned. Before she could inquire with the system, her attention was drawn to a blood-soaked youth at the door, her mind consumed with concern. Jing. Chapter 12. The Obedient Little Wolf Dog and the Delicate. Ill-fated Princess Cui Jing stood at the entrance where the door had been cleaved open, wielding a short knife, its tip dripping with thick blood, pooling on the ground beneath him. Dressed in crimson, his attire was stained a deep scarlet, and sweat-soaked strands of hair clung to his forehead, accentuating his striking and sharp features. Fu Wan felt a tumult of emotions within her, yet the most potent were pain and anger. How could they torment her little antagonist like this? Cui Jing curved the corners of his cold mouth, softly stating, "Sister, I have come to take you home." Her little antagonist. Fu Wan also softened her gaze, replying, "All right." The regent's attention shifted to Cui Jing, who clapped his hands 3 times, acknowledging the audacity of one who could intrude. Cui Jing's piercing, malevolent gaze fell upon the regent, his eyes cold and dark. "You dare to bully my sister. I shall not allow you to live. One must indeed ascertain whether you possess the capability to emerge alive from my grasp." The regent spoke with a calm yet ruthless tone, drawing forth the flexible sword that was perpetually at his side. The reason the regent wielded such immense power within the court stemmed from his command over hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the Great Qi. Having survived the brutalities of the battlefield since his youth, his methods were naturally iron-fisted and merciless, with both martial prowess and intellect exceedingly exceptional. Fu Wan contemplated the narrative within her book and let out a silent sigh. The antagonist, upon maturing, would orchestrate numerous schemes to eliminate the regent, this malignant tumor. How could the injured Jing possibly contend against him now? Yet, the minor antagonist must survive to engage in a battle of wits with the protagonist, ensuring his safety. Thus, Fu Wan could only watch quietly as the two figures clashed. The young man's martial techniques bore an intensity, his strikes manifesting a certain viciousness. However, in comparison to the regent, he appeared rather inexperienced. The regent's moves were steady and straightforward, each strike directed towards a lethal target. Fu Wan found it difficult to continue watching, opting instead to raise her gaze to the tense ceiling. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she was abruptly jolted by 2 dull thuds that resonated through flesh. Instinctively, she turned her head, only to see Cui Jing approaching her, supporting himself with a blade as he knelt before her, untying the ropes that bound her. Jing. Fu Wan's eyes widened in shock. Cui Jing emitted a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The regent stood over him, the soft sword plunged into Cui Jing's back. A triumphant grin plastered across his face. "Defeat me? It is inconceivable that anyone could ever triumph over me." Fu Wan hastily rose to her feet, seizing the short dagger from Cui Jing's hand and aimed it towards the regent, determined to avenge her minor antagonist and vanquish him. However, her strength was insufficient, and the regent instinctively dodged, resulting in only a minor wound inflicted by Fu Wan. The regent swiftly drew his soft sword and lunged at Fu Wan, who, in her weakened state, was unable to evade. In a moment of urgency, Cui Jing grasped the soft sword with one hand and pulled her behind him. Blood streamed down his slender fingers, leaving Fu Wan momentarily dazed. He reclaimed the short knife from her grasp and fiercely attacked the regent, disregarding his own injury. Such tactics, it seemed, were not unexpected in an attempt to defeat the regent. "You have harmed my sister today. I shall assuredly take your head in the future." Cui Jing declared these words, relying solely on the short knife for support. The regent lay on the ground, his expression grim as he glared at the two. Fu Wan supported Cui Jing and softly suggested, "Let us return." Cui Jing turned back to her, revealing a playful smile that showcased his small canines. "Very well. Let us go home." The two leaned on each other as they exited the regent's residence, where attendants from the Qin Wangfu had been waiting outside. Once they entered the carriage, Fu Wan succumbed to slumber. This frail beauty truly felt as fragile as paper, Fu Wan mused. Cui Jing observed Fu Yingning as she drifted into a deep sleep. Her previously docile expression gradually transformed into one of bloodthirsty exhilaration and morbid delight. He found himself irresistibly drawn closer to her sleeping visage until his lips finally brushed against hers, his eyes filled with a tumult of struggle and obsession. A sudden jolt coursed through him, leaving him startled as he quickly lifted his gaze. Yet, the lingering sensation remained, and despite the unease it stirred within him, he could not resist the desire to taste her lips once more. As the carriage jolted, Fu Wan furrowed her brow in her slumber and let out a soft hiss. The carriage curtain fluttered open slightly, and Cui Jing's gaze fell upon the opening. He pressed his lips together and gradually laid down beside Fu Wan, grasping her sleeve and burying his head in the warmth of her waist. The scent of his sister enveloped him, and he slowly began to calm his racing heart. It was truly wonderful that his sister had returned. When Fu Wan awoke, she found herself in her own courtyard. Her entire body ached. Yet she hurriedly rose and maneuvered her wheelchair to visit Cui Jing, since he had instructed her that she need not announce her presence. She entered the room to find the young man shirtless, struggling to bandage his own wounds. Blood continued to seep from one side as he fumbled with the bandages. Alarmed by the sight, Fu Wan quickly exclaimed, "Put that down, allow me to tend to your injuries." Cui Jing turned to see Fu Wan and felt his ears redden instantly. He hurriedly grabbed a garment to cover himself, stammering, "Sister, what brings you here?" Fu Wan smiled gently, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "I was worried about you and wanted to check in." With that, she attempted to rise, gliding towards him with light, delicate steps. However, her legs, lacking strength, betrayed her. Just as she reached his side, her body suddenly lost its support and she began to topple. Cui Jing, disregarding his own bandages, swiftly reached out to catch Fu Wan. His warm hands enveloped her slender waist, and her soft form pressed against his chest, causing his heart to race violently, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Fu Wan steadied herself by grasping Cui Jing's shoulder, struggling to regain her balance. The two individuals distanced themselves, the youth gazing vacantly at his own hand, his lashes casting shadows. Fu Wan leaned against the cabinet, easing her weight, and with a smile gracing her features, she offered, "Let me assist you with the bandaging." Cui Jing swallowed hard, responding dryly, "All right." The medicinal supplies and gauze were readily available. In her adolescence, Fu Wan had been one of the older children in the orphanage, frequently tending to the wounds of the newly arrived little ones, thus she was well acquainted with such tasks. Her fingers moved deftly, her touch gentle, as she bandaged him. Her brows and eyes relaxed, her expression focused, embodying a tranquil and pure essence of time. Cui Jing observed Fu Wan, gradually becoming unaware of the intensity of his gaze upon her. Fu Wan skillfully secured the final bandage, lifting her face to smile at Cui Jing, "All done. Remember to keep it dry." After a moment's thought, she also advised him on which foods to avoid, encouraging him to join her for a meal. Her cooking was notably light yet nutritious, making her patient-friendly diet exceptionally suitable. "All right." Cui Jing flashed a smile. Revealing his small canine teeth, with a hint of playful charm, he remarked, "Sister, it hurts so much, I surely won't be able to sleep." Fu Wan considered the injured little ones from her childhood and replied with ease, "Then I'll lull you to sleep, and afterward, I shall rest." Chapter 13. The Obedient Little Wolf Dog's Obsessive Brother X the Delicate, Ailing Princess. This statement resonated perfectly with Cui Jing's sentiments, yet he maintained his mischievous demeanor, shaking his head, his high ponytail swaying gently. "My courtyard is too far. By the time I make the round trip, you won't need to sleep at all." At this point, a frown of displeasure crossed his face. He was quite content residing in Fu Wan's courtyard, yet Fu Wan, persuaded by Yubai, insisted on arranging another courtyard for him. He had no desire to part from his sister. Upon hearing his words, Fu Wan felt a tinge of regret and was about to concede. The little antagonist leaned down, nuzzling his head into the crook of her neck, his fluffy head emitting a muffled sound, expressing his wish to return to his sister's chambers. Fu Wan affectionately ruffled his hair, thinking that although he had grown taller, he remained a charming little darling who loved to be spoiled. How could anyone resist such cuteness? She simply wished to hold him close and indulge in his adorableness. After dinner, it was still early. In the modern world, Fu Wan was not one to stay up late, and even after arriving here, she had not quite adapted to retiring early. She always needed to indulge in a light-hearted romance novel after dinner, reveling in its humor before finally drifting off to sleep. Cui Jing, being at the age of scholarly pursuits, obediently sat at his writing desk, diligently composing the essays assigned by the master. Fu Wan nestled beside him, engrossed in her novel. The stories she favored were sweet and humorous, often prompting her to break into a benevolent and joyful smile. Cui Jing, while intent on his writing, occasionally stole glances at her, captivated by her youthful visage and graceful demeanor, her every frown and smile igniting a flutter in his heart. His gaze fell upon the cover of her book, secretly committing the title to memory. He wished to understand what his sister cherished. After an hour and a half of reading, noticing Fu Wan's growing drowsiness, Cui Jing finally inquired, "Sister, are you ready to sleep?" Having completed reading Fu Wan's book, she was now contemplating what to delve into next. Listening to his discourse made her feel drowsy, however. Recalling her promise to soothe the little antagonist to sleep during the day, she rose and said, "I shall first lull you to slumber before I retire myself." Cui Jing smiled, revealing a hint of his small tiger teeth. "Very well." Fu Wan followed Cui Jing into his room, waiting for him to finish his ablutions. The young man emerged clad in a pure white silk night garment, the fabric delicate and soft, inevitably accentuating his tall and slender form. The slightly loose collar revealed a glimpse of his collarbone, while his hair was casually tied back with a band, his sharp, spirited features subtly showcasing a rebellious charm. Suddenly, Fu Wan realized that the once diminutive little antagonist had truly matured. Sitting at the table, she began to feel a bit weary, stifling a yawn and pouring herself a cup of tea to invigorate her. Yet, Cui Jing did not hasten to bed. Instead, he seated himself beside Fu Wan, casually taking a couple of sips from her half-finished cup of tea before inquiring, "This tea is cooled. Shall I brew a fresh pot?" Fu Wan shook her head. "There's no need." Cui Jing suddenly leaned closer, gently tucking a strand of Fu Wan's hair behind her ear, remarking, "Sister, your hair has come undone." Fu Wan caught a glimpse into his collar and quickly averted her gaze, replying, "It is too late. It matters not." Cui Jing smiled obediently, and Fu Wan could not shake the feeling that his smile bore a different quality than usual. Yet, what precisely was distinct about it eluded her comprehension. "Do rest. We must return to the academy tomorrow, so do not stay up too late." Fu Wan spoke softly. Cui Jing had nestled into his bedding, his eyes sparkling, as he missed the time when his sister would sing him to sleep. When he first arrived at the Qin Wang mansion, she was the first to embrace him, while he found it nearly impossible to accept anyone else. This led to a profound attachment to her, alongside sleepless nights plagued by nightmares and a deep-seated mistrust towards others and the world around him. At that time, Fu Wan resolved to care for him with unwavering attentiveness. It was indeed a challenging feat to earn the trust of such a child, and she felt a responsibility not to betray that trust. Thus, during his restless nights, Fu Wan would always be by his side, occasionally singing softly to lull him into slumber. However, since he had begun attending the academy, time had become scarce, and she no longer indulged in those moments as before. "Good," Fu Wan said gently, smiling. She lowered her eyes and began to hum softly. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. The evening breeze brushes the willows, the flute's notes fading as the sun sets behind the mountains. At the ends of the earth and corners of the sky, dear friends are few and far between. A pot of murky wine to savor the last remnants of joy. This night as parting dreams are cold. Beyond the long pavilion, by the ancient path, fragrant grass stretches to the horizon. I ask you, when will you return? Do not linger on your way back. At the ends of the earth and corners of the sky, dear friends are few and far between. In life, joyful reunions are rare. It is parting that is all too common. Cui Jing had yet to fall asleep, while Fu Wan had already drifted off. In the dim glow of the candlelight, the young girl's visage was as captivating as a painting. Cui Jing gazed at her in silence, fearful of missing even a fleeting glance. "Sister? Sister?" The girl's eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterfly wings, yet she relaxed her brow and continued to sleep peacefully. She may have dreamt of something intriguing, her lips curving into a warm and charming arc. Cui Jing leaned closer to her, their profiles nearly touching, enveloped in a tender ambiguity. She is his sister, and no one can take her away, not even the powerful regent. As they drew closer, their breaths intertwined. Fu Wan suddenly shivered, and Cui Jing instinctively pulled away, only to realize that the girl remained peacefully asleep with her eyes closed. Cui Jing found himself momentarily dazed. She resembled a deity from the clouds, while he harbored such ignoble thoughts. If she were to discover his affection for her, what would she think of him? A flicker of panic and confusion clouded Cui Jing's gaze. "Ah Jing, good boy," Fu Wan mumbled in her sleep. Cui Jing's eyes darkened with a thick, obsessive intensity. "Sister, you must stay with Ah Jing. Even if it means sacrificing everything, even if it requires breaking her wings, he must keep her by his side. She is the only warmth in his life. She belongs to him." When Fu Wan awoke, she pondered how she had returned. After some deliberation, she recalled having lulled someone to sleep, likely with Ah Jing escorting her back. How embarrassing. At that moment, the aloof system suddenly spoke, reminder to the host. Completing the main task of demise will conclude the current world task. Fu Wan. Encouraging her demise, thank you very much. However, upon mentioning the conclusion of the current world task, Fu Wan could not help but inquire, how many tasks must I complete to return to my world? The system fell silent for a moment. After completing every 10 tasks in various worlds, one could draw a lottery. The prizes included the possibility of concluding the fast travel experience and returning to one's original realm. A slight sense of suffocation enveloped Fu Wan. What were the odds of winning? A mere 0.01%. Cursed be it. Chapter 14. The obedient little wolf dog and the obsessive younger brother X, the ailing beautiful princess. Fu Wan felt that returning was nearly impossible. However, she had little to miss, as she was utterly alone, without relatives, vehicle, or home. Living here as a well-fed princess seemed more appealing. With this thought in mind, Fu Wan promptly inquired, "May I choose my tasks?" The system replied, "You may make requests, and I shall do my utmost to accommodate." After a brief pause, the system continued, "In the next world, would you prefer to take on a role that requires no responsibilities? To fulfill your desire to be a sloth?" Fu Wan immediately responded, "Yes. Also, I wish to be a rice bug." The grind of corporate life was arduous. Being a rice bug seemed far more delightful. The system maintained its usual aloof demeanor. "Very well." After some contemplation, Fu Wan stated, "Since I merely need to let the little antagonist act as though I were tortured to death by the regent, does that mean I could die and escape?" The system replied, "The original soul, Yingning, has perished. You must die to depart." Understanding dawned upon her. She was fated to die. Fu Wan mused, "Perhaps I should just offer my neck to Li Min." The system resigned itself to ceasing communication with Fu Wan. After contemplating for an extended period, Fu Wan resolved to devise a scheme wherein the act of being violated by this body would be feigned, while the truth of being killed by Li Min would be genuine. A person of little ambition like Fu Wan, after several days of reflection, finally conceived a plan. The peach blossoms were in full bloom, and adorned in splendid attire. Fu Wan, despite Bai's earnest objections, decided to view the blossoms once more. At this moment, numerous noble ladies flocked to admire the peach blossoms. Upon encountering Yingning, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Nan'an, she stifled a laugh behind her handkerchief, exclaiming to Princess Zhao Ning beside her, "I thought Princess Yingning had been ruined by the regent, and was perhaps so ashamed that she might take her own life, not wanting to tarnish the reputation of the Qin Wangfu." Her words were deliberately loud enough for Fu Wan to hear, and the surrounding crowd caught every syllable. Laughter, mockery, and malice radiated from the onlookers, all casting their gazes upon Fu Wan. Fu Wan, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, thought to herself, "Truly, beauty incites envy." Clearing her throat softly, she donned a composed smile and retorted, "Mission, with such a foul mouth. Do you not fear tainting the ancestral tablets of the Duke of Nan'an? You." Fu Wan lifted her gaze towards the heavens and surveyed the assembly with a feigned apologetic smile. "I beg your pardon. I forgot to consult the almanac before venturing out, and inadvertently stumbled upon a gathering of malevolent spirits, especially this sharp-tongued fiend, who ought to be cast into hell for her wickedness." She leisurely scanned the crowd. "I advise you all to tread carefully. When retribution arrives, let there be no regrets." The crowd murmured, "How enchanting it is to hear the ethereal beauty speak such sardonic words." Spitting disdainfully, they murmured, "Yingning herself is the true specter. This is outrageous." Having delivered her words, Fu Wan turned and walked away. If she did not hasten her escape, she would undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage in a confrontation, given her fragile constitution. Fortunately, the peach blossom forest was vast, and not every corner was populated. Once Fu Wan felt it was time, she instructed Bai, "Please secure the private room at Yinzi Tower where I often sit, and replace the curtains with blue ones, lest someone else occupies it first." Without hesitation, Bai attended to the task. Fu Wan meandered around the area, awaiting the arrival of her designated rescuers. After counting to about 20, a group of masked figures in black suddenly emerged, seizing Fu Wan and hoisting her over their shoulders. Meanwhile, a few of them impeded Bai and the others, effortlessly whisking her away. As she was carried, Fu Wan pondered the absurdity of their actions. In broad daylight, clad in black, they were bound to attract attention and be reported. Indeed, before the black-clad men could carry her 3 miles, they were intercepted by another group who swiftly dealt with them. Fu Wan was inwardly aghast. However, given her frail physique, resisting was futile, and she was carried off by this new group. These individuals, displaying greater cunning, immediately bound their captives, stripping the black-clad men of their garments and discarding them in a dilapidated alley. Fu Wan, on the other hand, had her mouth covered and was stuffed into a pre-prepared box, surrounded by laborers in disguise. The box was then closed, and they pushed the cart away with her inside. Everything transpired seamlessly. When Fu Wan opened her eyes, she found herself back at the residence of the regent. It was utterly outrageous and surreal. This time, the regent had bound her with iron chains, though thankfully, she was not restrained to the bed. Your younger brother is quite the character. Li Min's expression fluctuated between light and shadow, revealing him to be a man accustomed to wielding power. He consistently exhibited an air of composure, shrouded in mystery, while exuding an undeniable aura of dominance and ruthlessness. Thus, Fu Wan found herself perplexed by his apparent interest in the minor antagonist. This insufferable woman possesses a certain intrigue. Does she not? What business is it of yours? Fu Wan raised her chin, embodying the persona of a pure and lofty moonlight figure. Li Min smiled ominously and remarked, "To take you away from my residence, do you not think I ought to eliminate this thorn in my side?" Fu Wan considered his logic to be quite sound. The esteemed regent harboring resentment towards a mere child who has yet to reach maturity seemed rather beneath him. With a disdainful smile, she retorted, "That little antagonist is still young. Do not torment him." Li Min scrutinized Fu Wan for a moment before saying, "Provocation, is it? It appears you are rather concerned about that little brat." Suddenly, he seized her chin, leaning closer to her face, lowering his voice to a whisper. "If you serve me to my satisfaction, I shall have no reason to harm that child." Fu Wan felt a surge of indignation, yet found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. She was unsure how to respond to Li Min. To coldly refuse was evidently unfeasible, for the power he wielded was genuinely formidable. To acquiesce would tarnish her own dignity as a mere moonlight figure. Li Min observed the complex emotions flitting across Fu Wan's face, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, laced with a hint of malice as he said, "I shall grant you 5 days to ponder this matter. After all, a beauty such as yourself, if coerced, would be a travesty." The final 4 words he articulated were drawn out and low, steeped in implication. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Wan finally spoke, 15 days. Li Min cast a fleeting glance at her and remarked, "Very well, I can wait." Fu Wan remained silent. After Li Min exited, she glanced at the hefty chain adorning her wrist, feeling somewhat disheartened. At this moment, her only recourse was to summon the system. "System, please grant me a golden opportunity." The aloof system hesitated, responding, "What golden opportunity does the host desire?" Feeling a tinge of despondency, Fu Wan lamented, "If only I could return to that moment and successfully be rescued by my own people." The system replied indifferently, "That is not possible." "Then what use are you?" Fu Wan exclaimed. "What shall we do?" She pressed further. The system replied, "Was it not the case that you turned misfortune into fortune last time? I can assist you in doing so again." Fu Wan pondered for a moment before continuing to express her gloom. "Others complete minor tasks and earn points to exchange for items. How do I redeem anything with you?" The system calmly explained, "Because the items in my possession do not require redemption, whatever I possess, you may obtain." Fu Wan's eyes widened in realization she had been mistaken, and she would no longer disdain her system. Chapter 15. The obedient little wolf dog with a paranoid nature x the ailing beauty of a princess. Fu Wan contemplated and inquired, "Are there any items that can unlock the chain and the door, allowing me to teleport or become invisible, so I can return immediately?" The system responded, "I have checked. There is a teleportation talisman available. However, a master key is beyond my current level of capability." Fu Wan sighed, "Could you not be so frustrating?" Fu Wan contemplated for a moment, reminding herself not to be angry, for anger is detrimental to one's health. She inquired of the system, "How do you upgrade?" The system responded, "This system updates and upgrades automatically as the host completes tasks." Indeed, that seemed to be the case. "Very well. Can we bring this chain and the iron stool back with us?" At this point, Fu Wan had relinquished the notion of healing. "Yes, but the iron stool is affixed to the floor, and the floor is connected to the house," so Fu Wan interjected, "Then let us take the house." The system fell silent. "Are you eager to be burnt as a monster?" it retorted. Fu Wan simply crouched down, lifting the carpet to reveal a wooden floor beneath. "If I were to break this floor and take it with me, that should be feasible." The system found no fault in her reasoning. Fortunately, the house was well equipped, and Fu Wan began to dismantle the mosquito net hooks, using the pointed end to work on the wooden floor. After 3 days of labor, she finally managed to dislodge a section of the flooring. The aloof system congratulated her. I thought at your pace it would take half a month. Fu Wan scoffed at the remark. Once the task was completed, she promptly utilized a spatial transfer talisman to return to the Chanwan courtyard of the Qinhuang mansion. Yubai nearly fainted at the sudden appearance of a living person before her. Who could possibly accept the presence of an unexpected stranger? Clutching her chest, Yubai trembled as she asked Shunwan Su, "Are you a ghost or a demon?" Fu Wan paused for a moment before earnestly replying, "I am human." With that, Yubai leaned back and fainted. Fu Wan. System. Given her sudden appearance at the Qinhuang residence, accompanied by an iron chain, an iron stool, and a piece of flooring, Fu Wan found the situation rather peculiar yet endearing. However, these items could not be removed in the regent's palace, nor could they be extricated here. System. Perhaps you should search for something that might aid in loosening them? Fu Wan diligently rummaged through the surroundings and ultimately commenced her endeavor armed with a pair of scissors and an embroidery needle. As she anticipated, it was utterly futile. System. Or you could fabricate an excuse. Fu Wan contemplated the myriad romantic and captivating novels she had perused over the years and finally ventured to respond internally. I was rescued by a dashing young hero who, driven by a righteous disdain for evil, escorted me back to the Qinhuang residence. System. Did the young hero actively dig up the flooring for you? Fu Wan. One might say I had been digging for 3 days myself, and the young hero fortuitously brought me back after I slipped out of the house. System. That could suffice. Yubai gradually regained consciousness, glanced at the unscathed Cui Yingning, and promptly fainted again. Fortunately, this episode did not last long. Yubai immediately opened her eyes, puzzled as to why she couldn't awaken fully. Fu Wan stifled the impulse to face palm and remarked, "You are awake. If you don't believe me, I shall pinch you to prove it." Yubai leapt 3 feet in surprise at Fu Wan's pinch, instantly becoming fully alert. She reached out to touch Fu Wan's face and scrutinized her from head to toe, joyfully exclaiming as she dashed to the door, "The princess has returned. The princess has returned." The household had been thrown into a state of turmoil due to Cui Yingning's mysterious disappearance. Upon hearing Yubai's exclamation, everyone hurriedly rushed over. However, when they beheld the iron chain clasped around Fu Wan's wrist, their expressions turned to one of astonishment, yet none dared to utter a word of inquiry. Fu Wan paused for a moment, glancing at the assembled crowd, and inquired, "Where is Jing?" Yubai promptly replied, "The young master has been tirelessly seeking the princess day and night. He is still out searching for her." Fu Wan stated, "Then let us go." Yubai immediately responded, "I shall send someone to find the young master right away." Fu Wan nodded. The others felt a slight sense of relief upon seeing Fu Wan and offered their words of concern before departing. Cui Yingning's chamber was a place only Yubai was permitted to enter. Once the door was closed, Yubai's gaze fell upon the iron chain on Fu Wan's wrist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Was the princess taken again by the regent? She asked softly. Fu Wan sighed and reassured her, "There is no need for worry. Although I was captured, I managed to escape through my own efforts and the kindness of a stranger." Yubai blinked at Fu Wan in confusion. Fu Wan chuckled and continued, "Look at this floor. They bound me with chains, yet I broke the floor where the chain was anchored and slipped away." Feeling a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Fu Wan lowered her head, her voice softening. "By chance, I encountered a courageous hero, and thus I successfully returned." Yubai had resided in a grand mansion since childhood, having perused numerous tales and operas, and had naively believed in the extraordinary abilities of the chivalrous heroes depicted in those stories, convinced that they could pluck stars from the heavens. Surely, it was the benevolence and gentleness of the princess that had drawn the favor of the heavens upon her. Yubai exclaimed joyfully. Fu Wan, with a face weathered by time, nodded in agreement. Observing Cui Yingning's pale and haggard visage, Yubai felt a surge of empathy, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The princess had endured much distress these past few days. I shall prepare a soothing bath and a meal for her at once. Fu Wan, feeling quite unwell in her current form, was wary of consuming anything that belonged to the regent, especially as she was constantly laboring. Very well. The servants immediately sprang into action, and before long, Fu Wan found herself immersed in warm water. How delightful, truly delightful. In her mind, she mused, "System, I have escaped twice now, and I keep running into Li Min." The system replied, "You may find someone to take your place." A light bulb went off in Fu Wan's mind, yet she realized that Li Min had already seen her. The only option left was to use someone from her own circle to substitute for her. They could proclaim that I had been captured by Li Min. This struck her as quite clever. After all, to actually send a girl to Li Min would be an act of cruelty. The system inquired, "And how do you plan to meet your demise?" Fu Wan responded, somewhat exasperated. "After being captured, I shall feign that Li Min has sullied my honor, leading me to take my own life in shame." The system confirmed, "Precisely. I will ensure your five senses are shielded. You must be resolute with yourself." This could indeed be considered quite ruthless. After pondering, Fu Wan suggested, "Perhaps a leap from a height would suffice. Using a blade seems too brutal." The system complied. Fu Wan felt increasingly weary, her body succumbing to a deep fatigue after days of anxiety. Eventually, she could no longer resist the urge to drift into a tranquil slumber. In her dreams, she found herself transported back to her childhood spent in an orphanage, clad in a worn cotton white dress, its hem sagging and wrinkled. As she smoothed the fabric, she sat on the staircase, singing to a stubborn little child adorned with scars. Outside the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, fragrant grasses stretched endlessly towards the horizon. The setting sun cast its golden rays, transforming even the wild grass that thrived in the courtyard into something gentle and lovely, bathing everything in a warm, honeyed glow. The autumn breeze seemed less biting than usual. Chapter 16. The obedient little wolf dog and the delicate, ailing princess. The child suddenly lifted his intense, dark gaze to her and asked, "What is this song?" Fu Wanhua wiggled her frail legs and leaned down, a smile gracing her lips. "It's called Farewell. If you have a dear friend you must part from, you can sing it to him." "Then why do you sing this?" The child's voice was hoarse, likely from vocal strain. Fu Wanhua lowered her head, pondering for a moment, her withered hair resting upon her tattered dress, evoking a sense of pity. "Because parting is an inevitable part of life, and it is always appropriate to sing about it, no matter when." "Won't that make you sad?" This time, Fu Wanhua responded without hesitation. "Not at all. Sadness cannot prevent farewells. It is better to cherish the present moments." She reached out to tousle the child's disheveled hair, calling him by a name that eluded her. What was his name again? Sister, sister. Fu Wan was startled awake, her eyes fluttering open to see the door being flung wide. The youth's anxious face was etched with confusion. In her shock, Fu Wan instinctively slid down, submerging herself completely in the bathwater. Cui Jing, initially intending to shut the door immediately, hesitated upon witnessing Cui Ning plunge into the water without a word. After a brief moment of indecision, he stepped inside, closed the door, his heart racing. "Sister," he called out. Fu Wan, startled, sank down further. Cui Jing gazed at the still surface of the water, feeling a wave of panic. "Sister, please come out." Fu Wan thought to herself, "How can I come out without any clothes?" She felt as though she might drown in embarrassment, yet Cui Jing remained. He looked anxiously at the water's surface and said, "Sister, I've closed my eyes." "What?" In that instant, hands reached out to her, first grazing her flat abdomen, causing a startled retreat, then lowering again to securely grasp her waist, lifting her damp form from the water. Fu Wan felt her cheeks blaze, as if she could be served with a sprinkle of cumin. The youth's chest was firm and muscular, beating rapidly like a drum. Fu Wan hurriedly covered her chest and commanded, "Turn around and walk." "All right, now turn right." "Stop, stop, stop, put me down." "Keep your eyes closed." Cui Jing promptly shut his eyes, the image of her slim waist and delicate legs flashing through his mind, while his serious expression belied the fact that his ears were already burning bright red. Fu Wan quickly burrowed into the quilt, her voice muffled as she implored, "All right. You may go now." Cui Jing, overwhelmed with relief, stammered, "Oh, okay," and hurriedly turned to close the door behind him. Once the door was shut, a deep flush spread across his face, and glancing back for a fleeting moment, he hastily exited the courtyard. Hearing the door close, Fu Wan cautiously peeked out from her cocoon, surveying the room to ensure he had indeed departed, before exhaling a long sigh. Her face felt unbearably hot, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to her suppressed breath or sheer embarrassment. After a considerable time, as she touched her face and found it had cooled somewhat, she stealthily rose, donning her clothes with utmost care. She even added a voluminous cloak, thoroughly concealing her figure, and leaned against her forehead with a sigh of resignation. Alas, her dignity as the elder sister lay in ruins. Fu Wan remained in her chamber for what felt like an eternity, contemplating her next course of action, ultimately resolving to act as if the incident had never transpired. However, she needed to ascertain whether Yu Bai and the others had witnessed anything. "Were there any people in the courtyard while I was bathing?" she inquired. Yu Bai replied, "The usual kitchen matron and her 2 maids took a leave of absence." The rest of us went to the small kitchen to prepare dishes for you. Observing Yu Bai's bewildered expression, Fu Wan felt a weight lift from her heart. Since only she and Cui Jing were privy to the incident, he would surely feign ignorance as well, which was indeed for the best. Just as she was lost in thought, a maid entered to announce Cui Jing's arrival. Fu Wan sighed inwardly, wishing he could have been granted a moment longer to compose himself in peace. Come in, Yu Bai. You may leave now. Cui Jing entered. Having changed into a dry outfit, his demeanor remarkably composed. To be candid, had it not been for Fu Wan's overwhelming embarrassment, one might have doubted whether this incident was merely a figment of her imagination. Cui Jing stood 7 paces away from Fu Wan and bowed respectfully. Fu Wan, striving to maintain her composure, replied, "Please, take a seat." Cui Jing sat down but kept his gaze lowered, avoiding Cui Yingning, and said, "Sister, I was worried that you might have been submerged or choked by the water. So," Fu Wan nearly faltered in her carefully maintained faade. So that was it. She had come to understand while nestled under the covers that Cui Jing was merely concerned for her well-being. And hearing him articulate this eased her heart. His actions stemmed from a place of worry. In moments of urgency, his mind faltered, much like her own in the past, which she fully comprehended. Fu Wan reached out and gently ruffled the tuft of hair that stood upright on the young man's head, smiling as she said, "I had a feeling you were simply anxious for your sister, which caused you to lose your composure." The youth lowered his eyes, a hint of shyness and an indescribable emotion flickering within them. Although he was worried for her, his heart was somewhat unsettled, but it was because of this concern. Fu Wan felt a weight lift from her heart. "Well then, I've heard that you have been tirelessly searching for me these past days. I see your eyes are quite bloodshot," she said softly. "Sister appreciates your concern. But now that I have returned, you should go and rest well." Cui Jing shook her head, revealing a pair of small canine teeth, resembling a freshly grown puppy, who only displayed affection and obedience before her. Where had her sister gone? How had she returned? Fu Wan conveyed the carefully crafted narrative she had long prepared for Cui Jing, striving for authenticity in the details, which ultimately rendered the tale quite believable. Cui Jing, pondering, remarked, "So it is, a Jing should endeavor to locate that gallant hero to repay his great kindness." Fu Wan felt a twinge of guilt and merely replied, "Since he is unwilling to speak of it, it suffices to hold his kindness in our hearts." Cui Jing nodded, smiling. "Then I shall abide by what my sister says." Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, Fu Wan inquired, "How can this chain be removed?" The chain was quite long, allowing her to move freely within the room, yet she could not possibly remain indoors forever. Only then did Cui Jing's gaze fall upon the chain, which she had previously noticed, especially as the girl lay upon the soft silken quilt. Her snow-white face misty with emotion, her cheeks flushed, and her slender figure poised delicately, a cold handcuff encircled her wrist, exuding an unsettling allure of torment. Regardless of her appearance, she was breathtakingly beautiful, radiating an ethereal purity. Chapter 17. The Obedient Little Wolf Dog and the Delicate, Ailing Princess. Cui Jing extended her hand to turn the handcuff, examining it closely, and remarked, "This is no ordinary lock. It contains a mechanism and can only be opened with a specially crafted key." Fu Wan gazed at the handcuff, letting out a sigh. "What shall we do then?" Fu Wan innocently raised her wrist and gave it a slight shake. Cui Jing suggested, "First, let us saw off the chains. I will have someone investigate this." Fu Wan nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let us proceed," considering that it was intended for someone as frail as Cui Yingning. The handcuffs were surprisingly light and not overly thick. If the chain were to be severed, it could merely serve as a bracelet. Whether it could be removed or not was of little consequence. That afternoon, a blindfolded craftsman was brought by Cui Jing to saw off the chains for Fu Wan. However, afterward, Cui Jing discreetly reinforced the guards at the Prince of Qin's residence. He also found an excuse to take up residence in the Chanan courtyard. Evidently concerned for her well-being, Fu Wan herself maintained a rather serene demeanor. After all, this was not her body, despite being abducted twice. She often felt an aloof detachment from the events. This time, Fu Wan first consulted the almanac, which indicated that all matters were auspicious. She then instructed Yu Bai to sit in the carriage and left through the side door. Her arrangements this time did not falter. Yu Bai was publicly abducted without incident. The rumors Fu Wan had orchestrated also spread swiftly. The townsfolk were abuzz, discussing how the beautiful Princess Yingning was a source of calamity, leading the regent to abduct her 3 times. Having escaped so many times, it seemed inevitable that the regent would impose severe punishment on Princess Yingning. One could only wonder if the frail princess, as delicate as a dandelion, could survive at the hands of the brutal and bloodthirsty regent. At that moment, Fu Wan discreetly dismissed everyone and slipped out the back door. However, as soon as she exited, she was struck on the neck and fell unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, Fu Wan thought, damn it. When Fu Wan regained her senses, she discovered she was still in her own room. She felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that the previous incident of slipping out and being knocked unconscious was merely a dream? After all, the shadow cast by being intercepted by Li Min was too profound for her to bear. However, after a while, she realized she was bound to the bed with silk. The bindings were loose and made of soft, comfortable material, which prevented her from noticing her predicament. A sudden pang of anxiety surged within her. Not far from her, at a table, sat a tall figure. With a mere glance, Fu Wan recognized it was Cui Jing. Why had he restrained her? It was evident he had taken care not to hurt her, as the bindings were gentle. Fu Wan felt no fear. Instead, she called out, "A Jing." The youth turned around, his gaze fixed intently upon her face. Fu Wan sensed something was amiss with him, yet she could not pinpoint what it was. "Sister." He approached her bedside, kneeling on one knee and casting his eyes downward as he regarded her. It was too close, too intimate. Fu Wan felt a surge of fear and tension, yet she was unable to move. At such proximity, she could finally scrutinize Cui Jing in detail. He had always appeared soft and compliant before her, emanating an aura of innocence, devoid of any ferocity. However, at this moment, his demeanor had grown frigid, his dark eyes gazing intently at her, encircled by a cruel crimson hue, resembling a ferocious hound fixated on its prey. Fu Wan's heart trembled. In recent days, life had been too agreeable, and she had forgotten the depths of cunning and brutality that lay within the young man she had nurtured, the depths of his vengeful spirit. "Sister, why do you wish to leave me?" Fu Wan was taken aback. "Leave? I never considered leaving you." He leaned down, gently rubbing his forehead against Fu Wan's cheek. Their breaths intertwined as he whispered softly in her ear, "Sister, please don't leave a Jing, all right?" How could Fu Wan resist such a tender plea from the little villain she had raised? "All right," she replied without hesitation, though she couldn't shake the feeling that their proximity was rather excessive. Suddenly, he turned his face sharply and fervently captured her lips. The kiss, unexpected and fierce, caught Fu Wan off guard, and before she could comprehend the situation, he pried her lips apart, their tongues tangling. After a moment of bewilderment, Fu Wan's mind finally shifted gears. The way he had looked at her was not that of a brother towards a sister. It was undeniably that of a man's possessive desire for a woman. In dismay, Fu Wan found herself unable to evade him, only managing to tilt her head away with muffled protests. However, Cui Jing firmly pressed her forehead, deepening the kiss as he rolled onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. Fu Wan felt the oxygen in her brain growing scarce, rendering her incapable of thought, and her body began to soften beneath him. In this manner, the young man held her down, their breaths entwined, and Fu Wan suddenly felt a pang of fear. Despite her lack of experience, she was a seasoned reader of romance novels. Fu Wan felt as if she were on the brink of collapse, tears threatening to spill. Cui Jing gazed down at her with tender affection, his eyes tinted with desire, and he gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, murmuring, "Sister, you belong to a Jing. Please don't leave, all right?" Fu Wan felt an overwhelming sense of grievance wash over her, and tears began to flow freely. The little wolf cub, whom she had painstakingly raised, pressed her down. What a cruel twist of fate. Upon seeing Fu Wan weep profusely, he immediately panicked and reached out to wipe her tears. "Sister, do you not like a Jing?" Fu Wan felt that this scenario was truly tormenting. She turned her head, unwilling to speak. She genuinely did not know what to say or how to navigate this situation, especially since even the system had abandoned her. Cui Jing gazed at Fu Wan, her eyes brimming with tears, filled with uncertainty and confusion. He wished to be gentler, yet a primal urge surged within him, igniting a thrilling shiver. How delightful it would be to ravage such a tender and pure girl, dragging her into the murky depths of this mundane world, to rise and fall together. "Sister, a Jing likes you, and you also like a Jing, don't you?" Fu Wan pondered for a long time. As the embodiment of a white moonlight persona, she could not afford to crumble, so she resolved to resist in a gentler manner. "A Jing, I am your sister. No one will acknowledge us." She spoke with careful persuasion. The little wolf cub's expression shifted from one of appeasement and grievance to joy and anticipation. "Is sister afraid that those people won't acknowledge it? Does sister also like a Jing?" "Fu Wan," She felt utterly exasperated. My feelings for you are merely those of a sister towards her brother. Jing, it would be best if you do not cling to such thoughts. Her gaze was calm and serene. Having grown up in an orphanage, she had witnessed some children harboring deep-seated resentment, ultimately becoming part of those whose values were not accepted by society. After a moment of contemplation, she began to accept this situation. Being unaccepted by society does not equate to being wrong. However, it is all too easy to be ensnared by societal misconceptions, leading to unwarranted suffering. If possible, she wishes for her little antagonist to avoid becoming one of those individuals. With righteousness and morality at stake, regardless of whether he is right or wrong. As a family member, her sole desire is for him to lead a smooth and joyful life. Chapter 18. The obedient little wolf dog's obsessive younger brother X, the ailing, beautiful princess. No, Jing only loves his sister. The youth's features are resolute, his dark eyes filled with possessiveness and infatuation as he gazes at her. Fu Wan sighed. She believed she ought not to harbor fondness for this child. Yet witnessing his demeanor, she could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. His affection for her must stem from the fact that she is the sole one who cares for him. This thought deepened her compassion for him. Jing, sister cannot accompany you for long. You should explore the vibrant young ladies of the capital, each uniquely charming in their own right. Fu Wan turned her head. As Li Min appeared, she too was on the verge of departing. After a moment's contemplation, she advised, you ought to endeavor to understand other girls. Love and familial affection are not the same. Cui Jing tightened his grip around Fu Wan's neck, resting his forehead against her shoulder, his voice muffled. Regardless of whether it is familial love or romantic love, Jing shall only cherish his sister. He will not cast a glance at anyone else. Accustomed to indulging in her affection, he now added a tinge of pitiable charm to his tone. Fu Wan gazed at the tent in a daze. It was her fault for not recognizing sooner and guiding the little antagonist appropriately. She had thought that merely caring for him was sufficient, forgetting to address his psychological issues. After all, children typically do not conflate familial love with romantic love. System, whether it is familial affection or romantic love, you merely need to be his cherished moonlight. For some reason, Fu Wan felt that the system was expressing a certain disappointment. Fu Wan paused, asking, so I must helplessly watch the little villain, whom I have always regarded as my younger brother, completely consume me. System, if you do not extricate yourself now, I fear you will soon find yourself utterly devoured. Fu Wan. System, you are neither Cui Ingning nor his biological sister, so what is there to feel embarrassed about? Fu Wan. It is inappropriate to use foul language. System. Ha. I have heard you utter such words quite frequently. Fu Wan. I apologize. She is indeed hypocritical. Deciding to disregard the insufferable system, Fu Wan glanced at Cui Jing and sighed. I am concerned about the potential gossip you may face. After all, I shall soon be leaving this world, and such matters are of little consequence to me. Cui Jing gazed at her with his moist, puppy-like eyes, revealing a playful smile that showcased his small canines. I am not afraid of what others may say. I only wish for my sister's affection. Fu Wan sighed again. She bit her lip, realizing that here, the one she cherished most was indeed Jing, the one she wished to care for above all. Cui Jing stared at her, gradually becoming entranced, before leaning in and kissing her fervently, their lips and tongues intertwining passionately. Fu Wan felt dizzy from the kiss, contemplating the system's implication that accepting a confession would grant her freedom. Perhaps it was best to finish this kiss first. The young wolf cub, evidently lacking in experience, approached her kiss with a fierce, domineering intensity, as if he yearned to consume her whole. Fu Wan waited for an eternity, yet the moment seemed interminable. She wished to escape and resist, but with her hands bound and her mouth silenced, there was no means of opposition. Her frail form succumbed to his relentless advances, leaving her breathless. His eyes, tinged with a haze of crimson, reflected a blend of ferocity and a spoiled softness born from affection. Fu Wan longed to articulate her thoughts, yet under his gaze, filled with adoration and obsession, the words eluded her. Never mind. What could be done about a cub one has raised? Did sister not care for Jing? The youth, still in the bloom of his adolescence, possessed a delicate, almost ethereal beauty. Their dark tresses entwined, and as he propped himself up to gaze into her eyes, Fu Wan instinctively returned his stare, momentarily lost in reverie. He was truly handsome, and indeed, his feelings for her bordered on obsession. Fu Wan, in a daze, murmured, I like you. Instantly, Joy ignited in his eyes, soon veiled by a mist of unshed tears, as if he had borne a great grievance, only now recognized by her. Fu Wan sighed softly, whispering, "Jing, you must be good. If sister is no longer here, you must take care." Cui Yingning, with her delicate beauty, lay languorously upon the embroidered quilt, exuding an alluring charm, yet appearing pitifully fragile. Fu Wan felt a sense of confusion, momentarily disregarding her own plight, and simply uttered, "Jing." The youth turned his head to regard her, seemingly waiting for her to speak, yet she remained silent. "Did you regret saying you liked Jing?" he suddenly inquired. Fu Wan did not look at him, unaware that the youth's expression had turned dark and tempestuous in an instant, his grip around her tightening. "No, I was merely contemplating what would happen if I were to leave this world." Her lips were abruptly met by his. The young man kissing her and lying beside her, seemingly filled with anger. Yet, as the kiss lingered, it appeared more like a blend of grievance and fury. "Sister, you will always remain by my side. We shall never part, for we are destined to be the closest of companions for eternity." Fu Wan fell silent. This was fate, and there was no need to consider human emotions. One could either go with the flow or simply let it be. After a moment's reflection, Fu Wan attempted to respond. The young wolf cub seemed to be jolted, his spine quivering slightly as he embraced her, wishing to meld her into his very being. Their forms entwined in a tender embrace. Fu Wan thought, if it weren't for the silk ribbons binding her, she would have slipped off the bed long ago. Being restrained like this was utterly absurd. She was not in a romantic fiction. Ultimately, Fu Wan inquired why he had been lying in wait at the back door, capturing her so effortlessly. The young wolf cub began to express his grievances again, feeling wronged and angry. "You have already been abducted once, and now you feign being taken by the regent. Why must you propagate rumors of being kidnapped by the regent? Do you truly harbor feelings for him and wish to marry him?" Fu Wan remained calm and speechless within. Did she wish to marry him while simultaneously fleeing? And the cruel, lecherous Li Min? To think she could ever develop feelings for such a man was utterly preposterous. Thus, Fu Wan subtly conveyed this sentiment. "But why does my sister insist on going out?" He nestled his head against Fu Wan's neck, akin to a petulant puppy. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Wan cryptically replied, "You may not know this, but my father's demise is profoundly linked to Li Min. I resolved to tarnish his reputation. If the emperor and empress were to learn of his repeated abductions of me, they would undoubtedly regard him with greater trepidation." At that point, she had woven her tale with great effort. Cui Jing gazed at her solemnly for a while. In truth, he was aware of the matter. Yet he had always believed she bore no resentment. She was too pure, too kind-hearted and gentle. Fu Wan was uncertain whether Cui Jing believed her. But he indeed refrained from further inquiries, allowing her a sigh of relief. "Well, it is time for dinner," Fu Wan stated. Cui Jing smirked mischievously. His dark eyes filled with an obsessive fervor. "Sister, you belong to me now." He fixed his gaze upon Fu Wan, eyes alight with possessive madness. "You may never seek the company of another. You are solely mine." Should she betray him, he would obliterate everything she held dear, including himself. Chapter 19. The obedient little wolf dog. The possessive younger brother the fragile beauty of a princess. That evening, Fu Wan consumed a bowl of congee, her heart heavy with worry. Yu Bai had not returned, and the individual she had arranged to abduct had confirmed that Yu Bai was indeed taken in broad daylight. Thus, rumors of Princess Yingning's second abduction by the regent had spread, and with her own hired forces in place, the winds of turmoil were brewing ominously. She awaited her moment to publicly perform an act of humiliation, poised to leap from a height. The matter was settled, and she could finally depart. However, the little wolf cub had arranged for her confinement. Although she could roam within the estate, any attempt to leave would result in her capture. At that moment, Fu Wan, without hesitation, called upon the system. "Do you still possess that spatial transfer talisman from last time?" The system replied, "Yes, there are 2 remaining. Shall I use one now?" Fu Wan responded, "Wait. Let me apply some makeup to mask my battered appearance." The system interjected, "You've already endured a day of torment. Makeup is unnecessary." Fu Wan was momentarily taken aback, yet it spoke the truth. She pondered another aspect. What if I vanish into thin air? Jing will never believe I was abducted by Li Min. The system contemplated for a moment and replied, "That is a valid point." Thus, the 2 remained in silence, recognizing that their true objective was to deceive the antagonist directly. Suddenly, the system declared with bravado, "How about this? I shall expend some spiritual energy to advance the plot." Fu Wan questioned in astonishment, "Is that even possible?" The system explained, theoretically, it is best to avoid such actions, yet each world permits a single plot advancement. However, it requires a significant amount of spiritual energy, so I will need to slumber for a while to recuperate at the beginning of the next world. Is that acceptable? Fu Wan, after a moment of reflection, acquiesced. Ultimately, she would have to depart, whether sooner or later, so she decided to proceed. Following the system's instructions, Fu Wan lay down to rest, only to be abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by a shadowy figure who leapt through the window, reaching out to knock her unconscious. Suddenly, a hand lunged out to restrain the figure clad in black. The assailant swiftly drew a dagger from his waist and thrust it forward. Cui Jing evaded just in time, yet the black-clad man was remarkably agile, letting out a cold snort as he directed the dagger towards Fu Wan. Instinctively, Cui Jing reached out to shield Fu Wan from the impending strike. But the black-clad man wore a sinister smile as his dagger pierced through Cui Jing's palm. His expression contorted in pain. Cui Jing quickly seized the man's shoulder, only to hear a mocking laugh. He had fallen into the trap. With a sudden cough, Cui Jing expelled a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto Fu Wan's porcelain cheek. Fu Wan instinctively attempted to rise and support Cui Jing, but the black-clad man pressed a blade against her throat, watching as Cui Jing swayed slightly, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple before collapsing to the ground. Despite her understanding that the system would not permit Cui Jing's demise, she couldn't suppress her instinctive worry. The black-clad man, with a chilling grin, reveled in the sight of the beauty that the regent had sought after at great expense. Indeed, a vision of loveliness. Fu Wan remained silent. On the ground, Cui Jing struggled to rise, but blood seeped from the corner of his lips, leaving him with no choice but to glare fiercely at the assailant. The man swiftly incapacitated Fu Wan, stuffing her into a burlap sack before carrying her away. However, when Fu Wan regained consciousness, she found herself face to face with Li Min, and her heart sank. "System, you better show yourself," Fu Wan demanded. The system responded in a calm tone, "Do not panic. This is merely to enhance the authenticity of the drama." Yet Fu Wan remained in a state of distress. The regent's gaze was fixed upon her, a mixture of rage and avarice that was utterly repugnant. Trembling uncontrollably, Fu Wan barely had time to collect herself before the regent forcefully pressed her onto the bed, tearing open a portion of her garment with one hand. The snow-white collarbone bore the mark of a bruise, and the regent's gaze turned frigid as he scornfully exclaimed, "Aren't you the epitome of virtue? Huh, could it be that you are entangled with that foster brother of yours?" Fu Wan glared fiercely at the regent. He had long harbored resentment towards her obstinate defiance, having previously escaped from him twice, and now he sought to toy with Cui Yingning. Indeed, the regent retrieved a whip from behind him, mercilessly striking Fu Wan until she was left barely conscious, then coldly taunted, "Aren't you proud? Come and beg me. If you do not plead, I shall torment you to death." Fu Wan was genuinely on the brink of unconsciousness, yet begging was utterly out of the question. Even in death, she would not submit. Still that disdainful gaze upon her. He let out a chilling smile, reaching out as if to strike her again. However, a sudden commotion erupted outside the door, with frantic knocks echoing. Your Highness, something has happened." The regent cast one last cold glance at Fu Wan and declared, "I shall deal with you later." Before turning to leave, Fu Wan finally exhaled in relief and said, "System, quick, what should I do now?" The system responded, "Do not rush. Wait a moment. When you reach the city tower, I will extract your consciousness as you leap, allowing you to depart this world." Fu Wan sighed in relief, grateful that she would no longer have to endure the presence of that loathsome Li Min in the same residence. Although the city tower was not far from here, using a teleportation talisman recklessly could easily implicate Li Min in this affair. Therefore, I will transfer you to the back gate of the regent's mansion, and you shall run swiftly to the city tower. Fu Wan, could it be any more unreliable? System, this is the real world. It is easy to expose flaws with too much scrutiny. All right then. Can those soldiers allow me to ascend the city tower? The tower is heavily guarded. System, those soldiers are loyal to your father. What do you think? Fu Wan, I am primarily concerned that they might prevent me from leaping off the tower. Fear not, should things turn dire, this system has your back. This statement finally sounded somewhat credible. Fu Wan said, then let us relocate. I am prepared to sprint away at any moment. System, understood. Fu Wan found herself outside the back door, and without a moment's hesitation, she darted away. The estate was swarming with guards, and upon seeing Fu Wan's frantic escape, they immediately pursued her without a second thought. It seemed the system had finally begun to function, as those guards could not catch up to someone as feeble as her. Thus, they all witnessed the spectacle. The guards of the regent's residence chasing after a disheveled and bruised yet beautiful young lady, but despite their efforts, they failed to close the distance. Fu Wan rushed towards the city gate, exclaiming, "I am Cui Yingning. Let me in to hide. Someone is chasing me." The general guarding the gate took a closer look and recognized her as Cui Yingning, the only daughter of the Qin Wang, whom he had once deeply admired. Naturally, he ordered, "Let her through." He then turned to block the advancing guards from the regent's residence. After much interrogation, the guards could offer no valid explanation. Though the general was furious, he still dared not directly detain the guards from the regent's residence. Who could afford to offend the regent? Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Fu Wan ascended the city tower, gazing at the nearby parapet, and inwardly contemplated the system. Should I leap now? Perhaps a grandiloquent speech would lend an air of tragedy befitting this character's sorrowful fate and flawless persona. The system responded, "Please wait and observe below." Chapter 20. The obedient little wolf dog's obsessive foster brother X, the ailing beauty princess. Fu Wan looked down. Not far away, someone rode in, accompanied by a formidable army. The regent, Li Min, with eyes as sharp as blades, cast a cold and authoritative glance at the officer guarding the city gate. The officer, taken aback, promptly removed his hat and saluted, remaining on his feet. Li Min chuckled softly, dismounting his horse, and inquired, "Whom have you been concealing?" Li Min's gaze was ruthless and ferocious, his smile appearing more like a sinister grimace, reminiscent of a cunning and malevolent serpent, instilling fear from his elevated position. The officer at the gate, his shoulders stiffening, could only reply, "It is an ordinary young woman, seemingly a victim of indignity." With a resounding thud, the officer was kicked away by a guard behind Li Min, stirring up a cloud of dust. An ordinary young woman? Li Min's chilling laughter echoed as he proclaimed loudly, "She is no ordinary girl. She is the sole daughter of Duke Qin, Cui Zhao, Cui Yingning." A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. Duke Qin, Cui Zhao, renowned for his military prowess, had sacrificed his life in defense of the great Qi, earning only admiration and respect in discussions of his legacy. As for his only daughter, Princess Yingning, she was met with equal parts curiosity and reverence. However, it is worth noting that Duke Qin and Li Min were once fierce adversaries. Cui Yingning has unexpectedly fallen into Li Min's grasp, prompting all to conjure a singular term, humiliation. Li Min strides purposefully towards the city wall, declaring that Cui Zhao's daughter, the illustrious Yingning, hailed by the world as a goddess, is merely a captive in my domain, a mere plaything for my whims. Ha! The soldiers defending the city, upon hearing this proclamation, clenched their fists in silence, their faces taut with suppressed rage, yet none dared to voice their dissent. In stark contrast, Li Min exuded arrogance, his soldiers echoing his laughter boisterously. Before long, Li Min ascended the city wall. "System, host, the time for performance has arrived." Fu Wan. Why must she confront this loathsome creature again? Li Min seized Fu Wan by the throat, hoisting her aloft, and proclaimed to the gathered populace, "The daughter of the Qin king is nothing more than a sycophant, a wretched being who crawls to my side in pursuit of power. She is indistinguishable from the Qin king himself, ostensibly lofty, yet fundamentally a cringing flatterer." Fu Wan instinctively struggled, gasping for breath. The grip of a clenched fist tightened, producing a chilling sound. "How dare you slander the Qin king and the princess? I shall confront you. I shall fight back." A soldier, forged in iron and blood, is willing to spill his lifeblood on the frontier or to be wrapped in a horse's hide, buried in peace, all for the love of his country and its people. They may be willing to execute the king for the sake of the people, yet cannot abide witnessing the same loyalty and patriotism of their leaders tarnished by the scorn of power-hungry ministers. A true man stands upright in this world, with no shame in his heart. The city guards launched an assault against Li Min, yet the weight of his misdeeds bore heavily upon him, and his surrounding guards were exceptionally formidable. A chaotic melee ensued, but within mere moments, the city guards found themselves at a disadvantage. Fu Wan, not wishing for these valiant soldiers to be embroiled in the conflict, hastily ascended the battlement's railing, employing both hands and feet. After a moment's contemplation, she uttered a few words. "With your presence, the flourishing era of the Qi shall undoubtedly endure. Such a sycophant as Li Min will surely be purged by your hands." In truth, a member of the city guards reached out to grasp her. However, Aided by the system, no one could seize her. The onlookers could only witness the white-clad, long-haired woman take a backward step, akin to a butterfly with broken wings, gracefully descending. Her pristine white attire was torn by the wind, ultimately landing upon the somber ground. Her once immaculate face shattered, and the thick crimson of her blood stained her white garments, spreading relentlessly. Just before Fu Wan touched the ground, her consciousness was drawn away by the system. In that fleeting moment of detachment, she beheld a distant youth, bowstring taut. A sharp arrow aimed squarely at Li Min's head. Yet, upon witnessing her fall, he abruptly released his grip, violently expelling a mouthful of blood, crying out. Sister Fu Wan's awareness vanished from this world, but she found herself ensnared in a dream. In this reverie, she envisioned herself as the young Li Jing. Witnessing the horrific demise of his parents and kin before his very eyes at such a tender age, he beheld the blood-soaked ground, his mind overwhelmed with cries. Lost in a despairing bewilderment, he was at a loss as to what to do. Ah Jing, survive, survive. You are the hope of your father and mother. The woman, with a visage twisted in fury, grasped him tightly, her nails piercing into his flesh, inflicting a pain so profound that he could scarcely comprehend the essence of hope. Yet, a dim awareness flickered within him. He yearned to extinguish the lives of all those who had taken away those dear to him. He desired to annihilate them, to incinerate them. However, he found himself alone in his wish to escape this existence, and fear enveloped him. The scene shifted, revealing a near 10-year-old Cui Jing huddled beneath an eave, begging. The winter that year was bitterly cold, so frigid that he felt as though death was imminent. Yet, he persisted, still clinging to life. Do you want this bun? A nefarious-looking thug weighed a meat bun in front of him. Starvation gnawed at him relentlessly, and he lunged forward, intent on seizing it. The thug, with a cunning glint in his eye, tossed the bun to a vicious dog, pointing and saying, Go on, snatch it. If you get it, it's yours. The dog clamped its jaws around the bun, and Li Jing pounced to retrieve it, but the beast bit him fiercely, sinking its teeth into his palm, blood spilling profusely. Despite the pain, he clamped his jaws around the bun on the ground, kicking away the dog in a desperate bid to escape. Yet, how could a human outrun a dog? The savage beast lunged at his calf, and with a sickening crack, pain surged through him, distorting his entire reality. Suddenly, Fu Wan recalled the doctor's words about his injured leg. He had seized the bun, and while the dog still held on, he hastily devoured it, then turned to attack the creature. His blows were merciless and precise, aimed at the neck, waist, and abdomen, clearly intending to slay the dog. Indeed, the beast that had aimed to shatter his leg was, piece by piece, bludgeoned to death, reduced to a mere pulp. The young boy, dragging his injured leg, was destined to continue begging until fate led him to the ethereal Cui Yingning. She was completely unaware that when she bent down to lift the child from the ground, he trembled gently, caught between resistance and an irresistible desire to draw closer to her. Cui Yingning was a person whose tranquility seemed almost otherworldly. Her kindness exuded a genuine and serene essence. It was then that Fu Wan realized, unbeknownst to her, the child had meticulously analyzed all her actions and confirmed her trustworthiness. Furthermore, she understood that while he was uncertain of her intentions, he had already devised a plan to bring about her demise. Had she been a malevolent individual, he would have quietly orchestrated her death. He had previously silenced many without a trace, and yet, no one suspected this limping little beggar. She also witnessed him tearing a piece from his garment to cushion his shoe, feigning normalcy as he agreed to be her sworn brother, while secretly, each day, he placed a padding within, striving to maintain an air of composure, all out of fear that she might discover his disability. She could see his obsession for her deepening with every act of kindness she displayed, ultimately ensnaring him in a profound emotional entanglement, leading him to desire to possess her entirely, even to the extent of wishing to confine her by his side. Chapter 21. The socially awkward, shy, and lovesick disciple x the aloof and formidable sect leader. When Fu Wan regained consciousness, she found herself gazing at a tent. She stared at it for a while, sensing that she had indeed entered a new world. System? Fu Wan silently attempted to call out. Useless system? Yet, there was still no response. Fu Wan understood then that it had indeed fallen into slumber, leaving her to navigate the unfolding narrative on her own for the time being. However, this unreliable entity had left her without a script and succumbed to its sleep. A sense of frustration welled within her, a desire to confront the oppressive system. Fortunately, it wasn't long before she began to assimilate fragments of this body's memories. Perhaps due to the dissonance between her spirit and the vessel, many details eluded her grasp. In essence, this realm was one of cultivation, and the original inhabitant of this body was the esteemed leader of the foremost sect, Chihua Gate. Revered as the paramount figure in the world of cultivation, known as Songwu, she was characterized by a demeanor that was both aloof and compassionate, perceiving all of creation, from the vast populace to the smallest blade of grass, as deserving of her protection. She was destined to be the radiant moonlight, a role traditionally held by a junior sister who had lost her elder brother prematurely. Was it possible that the object of her affections was, in fact, her own elder brother? "Come in," she instructed. The door swung open to reveal a distinguished middle-aged man. He stroked his beard and inquired, "Is the health of my junior sister improving?" "Junior sister?" She blinked in surprise. Her elder brother was a middle-aged man. How could she possibly become his moonlight? "My health is fine. Have you encountered any troubles of late, brother?" The man paused, taken aback. His junior sister, with her exceptional talents, was usually preoccupied with her cultivation and the myriad responsibilities of the sect. It was unusual for her to inquire about his concerns. Yet, despite his thoughts, he replied, "Though my talents may not rival yours, I have practiced for many years and would not allow mundane matters to trouble me." Frowning slightly, she nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged man then reported a few matters to her before taking his leave. After a moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss regarding whom she was meant to pursue. Never mind, she decided to simply relax for now. Upon reflection, Fu Wan collapsed once more, though her repose was brief, for soon after, the eldest disciple of her senior brother approached to report on various matters. The task at hand was daunting. In 3 days, it would be time to descend the mountain and accept disciples. I had hastily compiled a list of potential disciples, and my master suggested selecting 20. Fu Wan casually chose 19, declaring, at that time, "I shall disguise myself as an ordinary disciple and accompany you down the mountain." The other party was taken aback, yet, constrained by decorum, they refrained from inquiring about her reasoning and instead departed with utmost respect. Having just arrived, it was evident that her targets for conquest were either acquaintances newly formed or yet to be formed. As she had spent her days on the mountain, it was unlikely she had recently made any acquaintances. Thus, those she was destined to meet were likely among the group of fledgling disciples about to embark on their journey. Of course, there was also the possibility of encountering new individuals along the path down the mountain. 3 days later, at the summit of the Chihua sect, the 19 young disciples awaited eagerly from dawn. Wisps of clouds drifted across the horizon as a gentle breeze stirred. The pristine white tips of shoes touched the ground, and a lotus bloomed in ephemeral splendor before vanishing. Clad in flowing white robes, a woman appeared, her figure swaying gracefully in the wind, resembling a delicate flower adorned with jade hairpins. Her long hair cascaded down from her porcelain face, held in place by a simple, unadorned wooden pin. Her features were exquisite and unmarred by dust, particularly her eyes, once seemingly devoid of emotion yet brimming with compassion, evoking a sense of insignificance in those who gazed upon her, as if they were mere ants looking up at a transcendent celestial being. "Greetings, master." The crowd bowed in unison. Fu Wan lifted her wide sleeves and nodded slightly. "Very well, let us set forth." Indeed, a flicker of intention stirred within Fu Wan, and her cherished sword, Qing Shuang, leapt gracefully from its sheath. Lifting her into the air, she suddenly realized that the personas within the books could exert a certain influence on her outward demeanor. Perhaps it was to maintain the integrity of her character, for after all, each book's characters are not singular entities. In any case, this influence did not displease Fu Wan. Moreover, it did not interfere with her inner thoughts. Ahem. To avoid being recognized, Fu Wan formed a hand sign and consumed a pill to suppress her cultivation, allowing her to leisurely descend the mountain accompanied by a group of companions. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they could no longer fly on swords, as this was the realm of mortals, where cultivators generally refrained from such displays and minimized their use of magical arts. Thus, they were left to walk towards the disciple-receiving city of Longwan. The group journeyed for 3 days. Fortunately, this body belonged to a cultivator, otherwise, Fu Wan felt she would have been overwhelmed. However, after a long and arduous trek, everyone was filled with excitement upon entering the bustling city of Longwan. The streets were alive with vendors selling food, toys, and various wares, all calling out in a lively manner. The shoppers, too, were boisterous, haggling with loud voices. Merchants, having rarely encountered cultivators, eagerly shouted, "Esteemed immortal, Would you care to purchase some of my local specialties? The disciples who had spent their days in quiet cultivation on the tranquil mountain were keen to witness the lively scene. Yet they could not resist maintaining a facade of composure, as befitted their status as cultivators. Fu Wan could not help but smile, her eyes brightening, as she gently remarked, "Though the path of the Tao may seem devoid of sentiment, it does not imply a severance of love and attachment. Rather, it signifies an understanding of the myriad experiences of the world, ultimately leading to a serene heart that regards all things as equal. If one cannot engage with the world, how can one truly cultivate and transcend it? Enjoying some leisure in the streets is indeed beneficial." The group listened in solemn respect, ready to express their gratitude for their master's teachings. But Fu Wan employed a silent spell. "Do not find my words tedious, dear disciples." Fu Wan smiled gently and said, "Go ahead, let us gather at Yunshan Inn for dinner. I shall wander about on my own." After bidding farewell to Fu Wan, the others dispersed in small groups to explore. Since becoming Song Wu, Fu Wan felt a profound sense of detachment from desires, yet she retained an eye for beauty. She strolled down a street, observing the wares at every stall, yet found nothing to entice her into a purchase, demonstrating her frugality. However, sensing it was still early, she resolved to explore once more. Upon reaching the 7th stall, she caught hold of a small child who was attempting to flee. Grabbing him by the scruff of his neck, she bent down with a smile and said, "At such a tender age, it is unseemly to steal." The child, clad in tattered clothing, glared at her with a sullen and obstinate expression, his lips pressed together in silence as he squirmed. Fu Wan firmly held his shoulder while retrieving her purse, stating, "I am merely imparting a lesson. You should not harbor resentment towards me. Offer an apology. And if you are facing hardships at home, confide in me, and I shall assist you. What say you?" He remained mute, his face a canvas of defiance. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Wan inquired, "Why is that?" Yet he still refused to respond. With him still in her grasp, he cast a cold stare her way, lips sealed. Realizing that reasoning was futile, Fu Wan lifted him with determination and strode towards the stall owner, asking, "Do you know who this child is?" The proprietor promptly divulged, "He is a small rogue, surviving by thievery, without family. Some say he is an ill-omened child abandoned by his kin." Without hesitation, Fu Wan carried him away. Regardless of the harm that may arise from keeping him, it is perhaps better to nurture him instead. She is willing to traverse all beings, and he happens to be one among them. The abundance of resentment and anger in his eyes suggests that his existence is far from joyful. For those who dwell in unhappiness, life can be the most arduous of journeys. Chapter 22. The introverted, bashful, and delicate disciple x the aloof and formidable sect leader. During dinner, no one was particularly astonished by her spontaneous decision to rescue a small beggar. For it was well known that Qing Shuang Junsong Wu possessed a compassionate and serene nature, making it only natural for her to assist a destitute child. The returning disciples were all students of Song Wu's senior brother, Du Lin, with the youngest disciple being merely 13 years old, who accompanied them on this outing. The 13-year-old junior sister, Lu Lingling, had gracefully arched brows and a pair of almond-shaped eyes that slightly drooped at the corners. Her cherubic cheeks bore a hint of baby fat, and she sported twin buns adorned with pink flower hairpins, dressed in a lovely pink gown. Lu Lingling poked the beggar's dirty face and inquired, "What is your name?" The small beggar turned away with a cold expression, unfazed. Lu Lingling continued to tug at his grimy sleeve, asking, "Do you find us displeasing?" In response, he bit down on her hand, causing the young girl to let out a cry. Fu Wan swiftly bent down to lift Lu Lingling away, allowing her senior brothers to rush in to tend to her wounds. Meanwhile, she squatted before the small beggar, asking, "What is your name?" The beggar maintained his sullen and withdrawn demeanor. Fu Wan snapped her fingers and urged, "What is your name?" Under her spell, the beggar reluctantly opened his mouth. His eyes filled with hatred, yet he replied, "I have no name." After pondering for a moment, Fu Wan decided, "Let us call you a Jing." She found the task of naming him rather tedious. The little beggar was taken aback, stealing an additional glance at her. Fu Wan, unaware, noticed a fleeting glimmer in his dark eyes, but he quickly lowered his head, ensuring no one else perceived it. Fu Wan spoke, "We are from the Chihua sect. Tomorrow we shall begin recruiting disciples. You may assess your aptitude then. If you wish to ascend the mountain, you may follow us. If not, I shall allow you to leave." She could guide him, yet felt no need to impose. The youth pressed his lips together in silence, yet did not outright refuse. Observing his withdrawn demeanor, Fu Wan chose not to press further. Though daylight still lingered, individuals outside the inn had already begun lining up with stools and blankets. After a restful slumber, Fu Wan arose early to assist in assessing the disciples' aptitudes. Many arrived, yet only a few possessed the requisite qualifications. After an entire day's toil, they had accepted 27 individuals, with 26 deemed fit for the outer sect. At last, Fu Wan placed the crystal ball for testing before the little beggar and inquired, "Will you proceed?" Throughout the day, the little beggar exhibited signs of anxiety. Fu Wan surmised he had endured numerous complex tribulations. Indeed, such a person may not be well suited for cultivation, yet perhaps it could allow him to relinquish his obsessions. It was certainly preferable to languishing here in anguish, causing harm to others. The little beggar hesitated for a considerable time before silently extending his hand. The crystal ball erupted with a brilliant icy blue radiance. Fu Wan remarked, "Your talent is commendable. You may enter the inner sect." Lu Lingling rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, I have gained 2 junior brothers." Fu Wan nodded, pleased that her senior had acquired disciples to honor him. The little beggar remained silent, betraying no joy or sorrow. As she heard Lu Lingling's words, she cast a lingering glance at Fu Wan, yet this gaze was laced with discomfort and hostility. Lu Lingling inquired, "Why do you appear so unhappy?" "I was quite joyous back then." The little beggar pursed his lips, averted his gaze, and retreated a few steps away. Fu Wan recalled the 2 newly accepted disciples. It was evident that a 3-day journey would be impractical. Thus, she arranged for several carriages and leisurely made her way to the foot of the mountain. Upon her arrival, she abandoned the 28 individuals and, accompanied by a flock of chicks, soared into the sky on her sword. The remaining 28 gazed upward at the staircase that stretched straight into the clouds, exchanging glances among themselves. Is the immortal instructing us to ascend step by step? Surely. This is a test. We must persevere. They encouraged one another. With a collective resolve, the group of youths commenced their ascent. Given their varying talents and ages, they soon found themselves distanced from one another. No one paid heed to the dirty little beggar, who appeared unapproachable. He, too, pressed his thin lips together and diligently began his climb. Though his pace was not swift, it remained steady. Eventually, each step caused his legs to tremble slightly, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down, yet he continued his ascent with unwavering determination. Fu Wan stood atop the mountain, observing the little radish heads she had brought today. The requirements for outer disciples were less stringent, allowing these children to ascend more rapidly. Among the others, 2 possessed inner sect qualifications. One climbed with remarkable speed, exuding a fierce ambition, while the other maintained a steady pace, demonstrating commendable resilience. Du Lin stood with his hands clasped behind him, observing the 2 children with a nod, remarking that their talents and temperaments were quite commendable. He suddenly turned to Song Wu and said, "Junior sister, have you considered taking on a disciple? You are on the cusp of ascension, surely. You cannot leave without having trained at least one apprentice." Song Wu, from the moment she embarked on her path, had never been one to exhibit a tumultuous temperament. She treated everyone with a consistent, gentle indifference. Thus, the notion of accepting a disciple did not particularly excite her, and since she had yet to encounter a suitable candidate, Du Lin refrained from pressing the matter. Fu Wan glanced at the little beggar. Although he possessed an ice spiritual root, his heart was burdened with obsession, which would likely prove difficult to resolve. Du Lin chuckled and said, "Junior sister, have you ever pondered why you have been stuck in the late stages of tribulation for so many years?" Fu Wan felt that her demise was inevitable. Being stuck or not was of little consequence. Yet, the weight of her character's influence prompted her to calmly inquire, "What are your thoughts, senior brother? You view all things in the world as one, and because of this disposition, your cultivation has been smooth since childhood. However, cultivation is also a journey of the heart. It is only through grappling with certain obsessions and biases that one can truly solidify their resolve." Du Lin replied with a smile. Fu Wan found great wisdom in Du Lin's words. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had unwittingly stepped into a romantic narrative typical of female-centric tales. But with a twist, it was quite exhilarating to contemplate. However, the thought of being overwhelmed by a creature she had nurtured in her previous life silenced her. What if it truly became a tale of tragic love between master and disciple? "Senior brother, I fear that my resolve is not particularly steadfast, and the thought of years of cultivation being in vain is truly daunting." She wore a serene expression, thus it was best to let it be. Du Lin chuckled heartily. No matter, after all, the custom of Chiuhua sect is that disciples choose their masters, not the other way around. Fu Wan, I miscalculated. With a flick of his sleeve, Du Lin soared away on his sword. Fu Wan gazed at the two young boys below, sighed, and surrendered to the moment. The connections between people are often predetermined by fate. Such matters cannot be altered. What she could influence were fortunes and hearts, indeed. With this thought, Fu Wan felt indifferent and returned to her own mountain peak. As the sect leader, she possessed a grand hall of her own, lavishly adorned yet exuding a certain chill in its furnishings. The courtyard was alive with blooming flora, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Fu Wan closed the door, set up the formation, and commenced her daily cultivation. The fluctuations of spiritual energy stirred the mist upon the spiritual mountain, transforming it into delicate snowflakes that fluttered across Wu Chu Mountain, instantly transforming it into a winter wonderland. As for the other peaks, they too were graced with gentle snowfall, lending a refreshing coolness to the air. Chapter 23. The introverted, bashful, and delicate disciple x the aloof and formidable sect leader. The newly arrived young apprentices had resided in the outer sect for a month. During this time, instructors imparted fundamental knowledge to them while also identifying their talents, providing guidance so they could discern what suited their inclinations for future cultivation. In short, time swiftly passed. The new apprentices donned the white robes and azure cloaks of Chiuhua sect, styling their hair uniformly, kneeling respectfully before the grand hall, awaiting their masters. This was the custom of Chiuhua Mountain. Disciples chose their masters. Fu Wan hung upon the main seat like a piece of pork, awaiting the scrutiny of others. For centuries, no one had dared to challenge her, and she remained entirely unperturbed. The first to approach were the outer disciples, who engaged in the process with merriment. As the cultivators responsible for the outer sect were quite down to earth, having interacted with many. As they moved to the inner sect, it was a slightly older beggar who stepped forward. Fu Wan sat in silence, her gaze gentle, yet filled with a profound compassion. The onlookers felt as though her eyes rested upon them, though it seemed she observed nothing at all. They regarded the beggar, who had spoken less than 10 words in a month, wondering if this individual, appearing so troubled, had a master in mind to whom he wished to pledge himself. The beggar continued to lower his head, speaking in a hushed tone. Disciple A Jing wishes to take Master Qing Shuang as his teacher. Fu Wan felt no stirrings within her heart, confirming her suspicion that this boy was indeed the little villain. Given his withdrawn demeanor, it would be astonishing if he blossomed into a radiant and virtuous youth. Moreover, the original owner had not accepted a disciple in centuries, and her arrival coinciding with his request seemed too coincidental. Very well. Song Wu slightly furrowed her brow, her expression gentle. The beggar remained with his eyes cast down, his fingers intertwined in his sleeves, trembling slightly, the sticky warmth of blood coursing through his palm. Excellent, she agreed. Fu Wan extended her hand and lightly touched the beggar's forehead from a distance. He felt a chill at his brow. His mutated spiritual root barely qualified him as a disciple of hers. As her words settled, she continued with an air of indifference. However, your temperament is quite poor. You must change. The beggar pressed his lips together, offering no reply. Fu Wan then instructed, you may withdraw. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the outer disciples, exuding an excessive coolness that bordered on hostility. The freshly initiated disciples, brimming with joy, were taken aback by her demeanor. The esteemed figure possessed an undeniable charisma. Another disciple, unsurprisingly, chose Du Lin, given his amiable nature and vast knowledge. Du Lin held a fondness for his newly received disciple, especially for a bright young lad endowed with talent, a cheerful disposition, and a thirst for progress. Hu Wunti admires such qualities. Lu Lingling nearly leaped forward to embrace him, exclaiming junior brother, yet was restrained by Du Lin, who held her back as she gazed longingly at her little junior, putting on a facade of composure. Fu Wan had resolved that her white moonlight must be unattainable. Getting too close could easily lead to an overwhelming entrapment. Thus, she believed it prudent to maintain a certain aloofness towards her young disciple, while ensuring she did not appear unkind. In essence, she aimed to sustain the original character's cold yet compassionate persona. The little beggar followed her into the desolate Wu Chu Hall, scanning the surroundings before silently trailing behind her. Fu Wan pondered for a moment and inquired, do you remember your surname? The little beggar shook his head in silence. Then let us adopt my surname, Song. From now on, you shall be called Song Jing. All right, he responded, his tone low and husky. Fu Wan found satisfaction in his quiet reserve, nodding approvingly as she randomly selected a room for him, stating, you will reside here. Do not venture out unless necessary. I detest noise. She then handed him a collection of books, saying nonchalantly, learn these on your own. Complete them within a year. Should you encounter difficulties, you may ask me. With that, Fu Wan elegantly turned and departed, her presence remaining regal and aloof. With a sudden thud, the door was slammed shut by her. It was over. Song Jing gazed at the pile of books that towered over him, cradling them in his arms. Initially, his expression was dark and morbid. But then he twisted his lips into an unsettling smile. Holding the scattered volumes, he lifted his face towards Song Wu's room, pursing his lips before lowering his gaze once more. He loathed his own gloom and insecurity, detested the ominous aura that surrounded him. He felt akin to a puddle of muck, destined to rot incessantly. In the depths of the boy's dark eyes, a thick wave of displeasure surged, morphing into a twisted form of hatred, yet gradually giving way to confusion and doubt, even tinged with a hint of longing. His master was not that kind of person. She was so exquisite. Upon encountering her, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had known her forever. He even anticipated that she would call him aging. How could it be? Like this? As he contemplated her serene and compassionate demeanor, an overwhelming desire surged within him to draw near to her, to pluck the moon that hung gracefully in the realm of cultivation and wrap it in his dark robe, shielding it from the gaze of all. Yet, the thought of yearning for the company of someone so ethereal and noble made him feel revolting, unworthy. Fu Wan remained oblivious to the inner turmoil of the young antagonist. After practicing for a while, she felt a tinge of boredom. The original persona had a rather aloof temperament, although it influenced her to some extent. It was merely a fraction of her being. Fu Wan resolved to step outside for some fresh air. Behind the grand hall lay a precipice, shrouded in wispy clouds. Sitting at the edge, she poured herself a cup of spiritual tea and couldn't help but marvel at the pleasantness of the day. After a moment's reflection, she lit a stick of incense on the stone table and took out an ancient zither, playing a melody. After all, the ambience was undeniably refined. As Song Jing approached, Fu Wan sensed his presence. However, since this mountain was also within his domain, she chose to ignore him and completed her task before turning to say, step forward. Song Jing silently offered her a bow and said, disciple has questions to ask the esteemed master. Fu Wan replied, speak. He posed several queries, to which she responded one by one, ultimately praising, your comprehension is remarkable. Indeed, it surpasses that of the original. Of course, Fu Wan refrained from stating this outright. The youth pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Noticing his reticence, Fu Wan turned away and departed, indicating that he could ring the bell should he have further inquiries. A cold light flickered, and a pristine white bell appeared in his palm. He lifted his gaze, only to find that Song Wu had vanished without a trace. The previously silent depths of his eyes began to shimmer with inexplicable emotions, akin to reverence yet tinged with obsession. He quietly fixated on the exquisitely beautiful bell, carefully tucking it into the fabric of his chest. Shortly thereafter, Fu Wan sensed him ringing the bell. With a casual gesture, she appeared before him and asked, what is it? Just as Song Jing was about to speak, his stomach let out a low growl. Song Wu's current form lacked any desire for sustenance, and Fu Wan had also forgotten this detail. After a moment's thought, she seized Song Jing by the collar and soared outwards. At the entrance, the resilient peach and pear blossoms bloomed. With a swift incantation, Fu Wan caused the peach and pear flowers to wither, only to be replaced by lush green leaves, which soon bore succulent peaches and pears. Fu Wan raised her hand to pluck a few fruits, offering them to him. These fruits, imbued with a certain vitality, could sustain one for an entire day upon consumption. Song Jing lifted his gaze, not at the fruits, but at her. The young girl's snow-white face was illuminated by the sunlight, translucent like jade, resembling a celestial being. Fu Wan, perplexed by his expression, furrowed her brow and asked, do you not like this? Song Jing shook his head, quietly accepting the fruit she had given him, responding cautiously, no. Fu Wan genuinely could not comprehend the meaning behind his pained silence. Never mind, she thought. Curiosity could lead one to ruin. Chapter 24, The Introverted, Shy. Sickly Disciple X the Aloof, Powerful Sect Leader. Song Jing's cultivation was progressing at an astonishing rate, yet for someone like Song Wu, such rapid advancement was hardly remarkable. A mere moment of meditation for her could span 5 years. The reason she returned to her senses so early was due to the incessant nagging of the system. System, host, why have you not increased the villain's favorability? Fu Wan, how can you blame me? You fell into slumber without even revealing who the villain is. The system suddenly felt guilty. Did you misidentify your target? Fu Wan was immediately flustered, exclaiming, I don't know. Is it not my disciple, Song Jing? System. If you haven't made a mistake, then why is the favorability still in the negatives? Fu Wan. I thought your system was utterly useless, lacking any data whatsoever. System. Data is inherently fluctuating, so I deemed it unnecessary to report in real time. However, a general range is still available. After engaging in conversation with the system for a while, Fu Wan instructed it to reveal the narrative of this world to her. Naturally, she focused solely on the segments pertaining to the antagonist, Song Jing. Born into the foremost family of cultivators, Song Jing's arrival was marked by celestial phenomena. He was deemed a harbinger of disaster and was responsible for the demise of both his mother and elder sister. Consequently, he was cast out of his home, forced to wander aimlessly, enduring relentless bullying from a young age. Eventually, he was taken under the wing of the esteemed sect, Hua by its leader, Song Wu, where he began to showcase his remarkable talents. Tragically, in a bid to protect the realm of cultivation, his master Song Wu sacrificed himself, leading to the obliteration of his soul. From an early age, Song Jing had been subjected to torment, and he regarded his only benevolent mentor as the most crucial figure in his life, his very faith. Upon witnessing his master's selfless sacrifice for the greater good, he developed a deep-seated animosity towards the world, thus descending into darkness with the intent to annihilate the realm that had led to his master's soul's destruction. Upon concluding the narrative, Fu Wan felt a twinge of pressure. Firstly, the little antagonist harbored a negative perception of her. She needed to elevate his favorability. How could she, with her aloof persona, possibly enhance his affection? She was well aware that many protagonists in countless BL novels managed to win over their mentors. Surely, it should be manageable with a BG narrative? However, reflecting on her previous life, Fu Wan fell into silence. After sighing internally, she quietly opened the door and stepped outside. In an instant, the once diminutive antagonist had transformed into a tall, graceful young man clad in dark attire. His demeanor silent and cold as he practiced swordplay beneath a tree. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core, the aura of his swordsmanship was formidable. Fu Wan observed him in silence for a while. Song Jing retracted the long sword from his grasp and, in a manner befitting propriety, offered a salute to Fu Wan, addressing her as master. Fu Wan remarked, You have made significant progress. Thank you for your guidance, master. He replied. Had she truly imparted any teachings? Fu Wan fell into contemplation. She continued, Now that you have achieved some small accomplishments in your cultivation, I shall accompany you down the mountain for further training. With practical experience, your progress will be more substantial. She coughed lightly, adding, Of course, the main reason is that it is rather desolate up here. I find it difficult to engage in conversation to foster rapport. He pressed his lips together and bowed his head, expressing his gratitude once more. Fu Wan summoned the Qing Shuang sword, prepared to soar through the skies, but caught a glimpse of Song Jing from the corner of her eye. After a moment's reflection, she said, Come here. The woman's expression was gentle and serene, her gaze soft and compassionate, leaving Song Jing feeling somewhat uneasy. He bit his lip and replied, There's no need. I can manage on my own. Fu Wan thought to herself, It seems this rapport is not easily cultivated. Nevertheless, she nodded and reduced her speed on the sword, accompanying Song Jing leisurely down the mountain. Once they descended, they had to walk the rest of the way. The marketplace below was bustling with life, and after a moment's consideration, Fu Wan led Song Jing into a tavern. She ordered several dishes along with a pot of fruit wine. Her beauty was striking, her demeanor ethereal and otherworldly, unmistakably the presence of a rare celestial being. The tavern attendant greeted them with great enthusiasm, inquiring about the sect to which the celestial being belonged. Fu Wan replied gently, I am a disciple of the Hua sect. Given her elevated status, she opted for a more understated disclosure to avoid unnecessary complications. The Hua sect, how formidable! Who does not know that Hua is the foremost sect? The innkeeper immediately began to extol her virtues. Fu Wan maintained her composure, neither servile nor arrogant. Simply smiling as she remarked, I have descended the mountain recently to train my disciple. Might there be any areas of unrest that you could kindly inform me about? Upon finishing her words, she presented the innkeeper with 2 high-quality spirit stones. The innkeeper's eyes widened at the sight of the spirit stones, and he swiftly accepted them, saying, 200 miles to the north lies Baishui town, which has reportedly caught the attention of a ferocious beast. Furthermore, 90 miles to the northeast, a village at the foot of the towering mountains has been ravaged by some monstrous creature, resulting in the disappearance of numerous villagers. Fu Wan nodded appreciatively and replied, "Thank you." She remained oblivious to the fact that Song Jing was observing her as she spoke. The woman's gentle demeanor bore no trace of malice, and her gaze exuded a touch of compassionate sorrow. At times, he couldn't help but maliciously speculate about her sincerity. Yet he found himself drawn to the notion that perhaps she was genuinely as good as she appeared. Fu Wan sampled a few side dishes, finding them rather mediocre. After tasting a morsel, she quietly awaited Song Jing's meal. However, sitting idly became tedious, so she poured herself a cup of sweet fruit wine and sipped it leisurely. After several cups, she felt a slight dizziness wash over her. Can cultivators truly become inebriated? As Fu Wan pondered this question, her head tilted, and with a resounding thud, she collapsed onto the table. Song Jing cast his gaze down at the inebriated woman slumped over the table, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Such a lack of vigilance. Master? Master? He gently shook Fu Wan, confirming her state of drunkenness before assisting her out of the tavern. Navigating the streets with ease, Song Jing veered into the black market, exchanging Fu Wan for 20 high-quality spirit stones before turning to depart. Upon awakening, Fu Wan discovered that she was unable to summon her spiritual energy. Bound tightly, she felt akin to a rice dumpling, unceremoniously discarded in a storeroom. What on earth had transpired? Yet, the insufferable system remained uncommunicative. Fu Wan could only attempt to struggle and channel her energy, but before she could succeed, the door to the storeroom was abruptly kicked open. A flamboyantly dressed woman entered, lifting Fu Wan's chin with a smile, saying, "Be a good girl. Your lovely face is too precious for me to mar." Fu Wan replied coolly, "Where am I?" The woman, with a coy smile, responded, "Indeed. A girl from a respectable family, completely unaware of her circumstances." Fu Wan's understanding deepened. "How did you bring me here?" she inquired. Yet, the woman refused to divulge any information. "Just be obedient. Mother will take you to get ready. Today is the day for selecting the courtesan. If you do not behave." At that moment, a throng of burly men entered, brandishing an array of weapons. Fu Wan, feeling utterly drained, realized that while she could move nimbly, confronting these men was beyond her capabilities. Given her current state, even the most potent of remedies would only provide fleeting effects. She believed it prudent to wait a moment longer before attempting to harness her energy. Remaining composed, she acquiesced, pleased with her docile demeanor. The woman led her away for grooming. Attendants dressed her in a sheer crimson gown that subtly revealed her undergarments. They unbound her long hair and fashioned it into an alluring serpent coif, adorning it with a vivid red peony and several ornate hairpins. Chapter 25. The shy and delicate disciple X. The aloof and powerful sect leader Fu Wan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. The essence of her original self exuded an ethereal grace, characterized by an exquisite and frigid allure. Clad in white garments on most days, she epitomized beauty devoid of earthly presence. Now, adorned in a seductive ensemble, her innocence and purity were accentuated, creating a dissonance that stirred one's heart, as though a celestial being had descended into the mortal realm, inciting an irresistible desire to taint her. She felt on the brink of harnessing spiritual energy and settled into a meditative posture to cultivate her inner strength. However, she was soon escorted by maidservants to a raised platform. Surrounding her were private booths, where she could faintly sense the gazes of the onlookers. The woman from earlier stood behind the platform, whispering, "Perform some talent, or at the very least, utter a few words. If you do nothing at all." A chorus of burly men, armed with various weapons, let out a low grunt. She knew she was not yet a match for them. With a resigned sigh, Fu Wan requested, "Please bring me an ancient guqin." Seated gracefully upon the stage, she began to play a melody reminiscent of lofty mountains and flowing waters. Her skill on the instrument was exceptional, and her state of mind transcended that of ordinary individuals, rendering the audience spellbound. When they glimpsed her face, disbelief washed over them. Surely, only a divine being could possess such beauty, coupled with an aura of pristine elegance. Silently, Fu Wan set the guqin aside and was whisked away by the maidservants for further beautification. Ignoring their ministrations, she continued her quiet attempts to channel spiritual energy. A man sat in a room, sipping tea and lifting her chin with a fan, on the verge of speaking. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from Fu Wan's palm, sending both the man and the doors and windows flying away with a loud crash. Having finally broken free from the suppression of the drug, her spiritual power surged uncontrollably, rendering her ordinary garments inadequate against such a force. Her outer attire was instantly tattered, and her hair fell into a disheveled, languid state. Fu Wan paid no heed to these trivialities. If the drugs could suppress her for so long, then dealing with Song Jing would be a trivial matter. She needed to find Song Jing quickly, otherwise he might lose his life. Anyone could perish, but the antagonist and the protagonist must not. Fu Wan sensed Song Jing's presence, clasped her hands to form a seal, and swiftly appeared in a secluded alley of the black market. The young man was bound tightly, resembling a dumpling, his face and body marred by whip marks. His handsome, cold visage was pallid and appeared quite unwell. Fu Wan waved her hand to untie the ropes, drawing him into her embrace with a flick of her fingers. As she exited the black market, she gazed down at the unconscious little antagonist, sighed, and headed to an inn, placing him in a room before using her spiritual energy to examine his body. He had been subjected to the same drug as she was, but his cultivation was inferior to hers. It seemed he would remain unconscious for a while longer. Fu Wan placed a pill in his mouth and, with the aid of her spiritual energy, healed his wounds before she began to regulate her own breath. Having forcibly broken through the suppression of the drug, her spiritual energy was somewhat chaotic. This was not a significant issue. It merely required some time to stabilize. Just as Fu Wan had settled her energy, she heard Song Jing cough softly, prompting her to exclaim, "Are Jing." Song Jing coughed for a while before slowly opening his eyes. He gazed at Song Wu in bewilderment and asked, "Master, what has happened to me?" Fu Wan, relieved to see him awake, replied, "I do not know who has drugged us. It is unfortunate that Master did not notice, resulting in your suffering as well." As Cui Jing opened his eyes, he beheld her in a tattered red garment, her snow-white shoulders and arms barely concealed. Her face, pristine and ethereal, bore a serious and tranquil expression, rendered oddly striking by her overly flamboyant makeup. Yet, it was precisely this vivid attire that accentuated her exquisite beauty, reminiscent of an innocent flower spirit, both alluring and pure. "It is not Master's fault. It is I who was insufficiently vigilant," he thought, feeling a touch of discomfort as he lowered his gaze, his thin lips pressed tightly together, his demeanor somewhat aloof. Memories of her in that red dress, seated gracefully in a brothel, playing the cheen, flooded his mind. She had always appeared serene and cool, akin to the bright moon at the horizon, untouched by the ripples of others' emotions. Song Jing's hands subtly clenched, his eyelashes fluttering. 5 years ago, she effortlessly seized him as he attempted to steal, her delicately pure chin slightly raised, her gaze imbued with a blend of compassion and detachment, as she looked down upon him like a transcendent being. Later, when she took him under her wing, she maintained that same lofty demeanor, casually casting aside a few books while deliberately instructing him not to disturb her tranquility, as if fearing that his sordid and base nature would tarnish her pure essence. Yet, he could not help but harbor thoughts of her, her immaculate and radiant form igniting a yearning to draw her down from her exalted pedestal. He could not help but yearn to tame her with his own sordidness. She remained oblivious to how utterly harmless and fragile she appeared when she fainted. Yet, he callously cast her into such a filthy place, and despite her disheveled state, she still arrived with an air of grace and clarity to rescue him. He presumed that she did not regard him as her disciple, showing no concern for him, not even deigning to cast a glance in his direction. However, Song Jing lowered his gaze. Fu Wan was entirely unaware of the twisted sentiments the minor antagonist harbored, believing that she had not lost anything substantial. Thus she did not take it to heart. Glancing at her tattered attire, she opened the door and, with a wave of her hand, used her spiritual power to push Song Jing outside, swiftly shutting the door behind her. She changed into her own garments and hastily tied her disheveled hair with a ribbon. Her hairpin had fallen. Once she was ready, she opened the door again. Song Jing stood a short distance away in the corridor, sword in hand, eyes closed in contemplation. The youthful contours of his profile were sharp and refined, strikingly handsome. His expression was cold and silent, further accentuating a depth and maturity that belied his years. Fu Wan pondered for a moment and said, "You have already entered the stage of fasting, so you need not partake in meals." It was a statement of certainty, to which Song Jing nodded in affirmation without further comment. "Let us go." Fu Wan's demeanor was calm and resolute as she led Song Jing out of the inn. They traversed a considerable distance of 90 miles, taking the better part of the day. By the time darkness enveloped the land, they arrived at the foot of the legendary mountain plagued by monsters. There was a village nearby, but they had arrived rather late. Every household was shuttered tight, and no lights illuminated the streets. Clearly, the villagers were wary of attracting the monsters. Fu Wan, disinterested in troubling the villagers, sought solace in a grand tree. She deftly ascended and settled against the trunk to rest. Meanwhile, the minor antagonist silently embraced his sword, leaning against the tree as he closed his eyes to rejuvenate. The day had proven somewhat exhausting, and it wasn't long before Fu Wan succumbed to slumber. Fortunately, as a cultivator, her senses were keen. When a colossal serpent, with its gaping maw poised to devour her, approached, Fu Wan was suddenly awakened. Drawing her Qing Shuang sword, she swiftly cleaved at the beast. The serpent, as thick as a water bucket, bore a mouth capable of swallowing 5 Fu Wan's whole. Yet, with a surge of sword energy, the serpent was instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, scattering in all directions. With a flick of her right hand, Fu Wan directed the remnants away, casting them into a distant ditch. Having vanquished the serpent, she yawned and returned to her slumber. Below, Song Jing observed the entire spectacle. He reached out to catch a drop of the serpent's blood, its thick, crimson hue contrasting with his snow-white fingertips. Raising it to his lips, a peculiar, frenzied expression flickered across his face. He then erected a formation around himself, channeling his spiritual energy, which, astonishingly, radiated a deep sanguine hue rather than the expected icy blue of an ice spirit root. How could a nascent golden core cultivator possibly emit such formidable spiritual fluctuations? Chapter 26. The reclusive, bashful, affectionate disciple x the cold, dignified sect master. Oblivious to all that transpired below, Fu Wan remained undisturbed in her arboreal refuge. As dawn broke, she gradually awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a severed, bloodied serpent body. Its upper half had been obliterated by her sword energy, while the lower half continued to drip blood. The small face nearby seemed reminiscent of her little disciple. Fu Wan restrained her impulse to slap her forehead and leap down, relieved to find that Song Jing was not beneath the tree. Upon seeing Fu Wan descend, Song Jing hurriedly saluted with his sword, addressing her as master. Fu Wan nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over him. Seeing no traces of blood eased her worries. Let us inquire about the monsters lurking nearby, Fu Wan proposed. She led Song Jing to a nearby household and knocked on the door. The inhabitants greeted them warmly, insisting on serving her a bowl of tea before responding. We are uncertain of the nature of the monster, only that it appears at night, possessing eyes as large as lanterns, accompanied by a foul stench. Each time someone goes missing, they vanish without a trace, leaving behind merely a few bloodstains and some personal belongings. Fu Wan considered that the information provided did little to elucidate the creature's characteristics. After all, which monster did not boast prominent eyes and an unpleasant odor? And if it did not consume humans, could it truly be classified as a monster? After all, with such a large mouth, one bite might not even suffice to fill the gaps between its teeth. Fu Wan pondered silently when suddenly the system interjected, "Host, your intellect is quite concerning." Fu Wan, just say it. System, have you forgotten the items you sorted last night? Fu Wan, that makes sense. Fu Wan silently replied to the system, it's entirely its fault for being so weak. I did not even categorize it as a monster. Ahem. System, heh. Song Jing remained quietly observant as Fu Wan contemplated the matter at hand. Noticing her evident agitation, he inquired, what has crossed your mind, master? Fu Wan, somewhat abashed, replied, I nearly forgot. Last night, I took refuge in a tree at the village's edge. In the dead of night, a serpent as thick as a water bucket attempted to strike me. I managed to deal with it, and I suspect it was that very serpent causing the disturbances. Her companion was taken aback. No wonder several men who sought solace beneath that tree last month vanished without a trace. It seems they were swallowed whole by the serpent. Otherwise, there would have been some sign of their fate. Fu Wan exhaled with relief, saying, from now on, there is no need for such trepidation. The other continued, is there a way for you to subdue that black serpent? Fu Wan replied gently, last night, when it disturbed my rest, I instinctively. Suddenly, a raucous commotion erupted outside as a loud-voiced man shouted, here goes mother. Come quickly, there's a dead snake in the tree at the village edge. Fu Wan remained silent. A woman glanced apologetically at her, saying, shall I go take a look? Fu Wan nodded and kindly encouraged, do so. At the base of the tree, blood from the black serpent stained the ground, while the long, coiled body of the creature remained entwined around the trunk. It severed end a gruesome sight that still dripped with blood, quite terrifying indeed. Upon learning that the one who had slain the serpent was still at Ergo's home, a sense of reverence mixed with fear washed over the onlookers. Fu Wan led Song Jing outside, where the crowd stood at a distance from the tree. Although the serpent no longer had its head, the sight of blood everywhere was unsettling and fearsome. In a bid to enhance the aesthetic appeal of her surroundings, Fu Wan raised her hand and performed a gesture, incinerating the black snake that had been perched upon the tree. Instantly, the area was rendered pristine. Should any malevolent creatures emerge again, they could burn this talisman, and our Chiu Hua sect would swiftly receive your distress signal, descending the mountain at once to resolve your troubles. Each of her movements exuded a grace and ease that surpassed the rudimentary skills of the low-level cultivators the villagers had witnessed, leaving the onlookers yearning to bow in reverence. Upon receiving the talisman from Fu Wan, they hastily accepted it with profuse gratitude. Fu Wan, somewhat unaccustomed to such fervent admiration, simply replied, "I have come to subdue the beasts on your behalf. Now that all is well, I shall take my leave." The villagers, not daring to delay her, promptly escorted her out. As she stepped beyond the village's threshold, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. The veneration she had received felt somewhat overwhelming. The ancient path outside the quaint village lay desolate, with verdant grass stretching endlessly. A stray blade of wild grass clung to the hem of Fu Wan's skirt. Someone bent down to remove it, softly inquiring, "Why did you give them a talisman, master?" Fu Wan explained, "This talisman carries my spiritual essence once it is burned." "I shall be alerted." Song Jing, after a moment of silence, pressed further, "Then why did you give me a bell?" Realizing the reason behind his seemingly random question, Fu Wan replied, "Though this bell is not an exceptionally powerful spiritual artifact, its inherent energy is sufficient to protect you should you find yourself in peril. The talisman, naturally, does not possess such a capability." He acknowledged quietly, lowering his gaze to the bell for a moment before carefully placing it against his heart. As the path to Baishui town bypassed the city, riding the sword would not disturb the mortals. Fu Wan took a few steps forward, summoning the Qing Shuang sword, and effortlessly lifted Song Jing onto it, heading directly towards Baishui town. However, the speed of the Qing Shuang sword was astonishingly swift. With a sudden turn, the young antagonist, who had only recently learned to ride the sword, stumbled and was unceremoniously flung off. Fu Wan quickly dismounted from the icy sword, reaching out to catch Song Jing in her embrace, guiding him back onto the Qing Shuang, ensuring both of them were securely positioned on the blade. She silently chastised herself for her lack of attentiveness, entirely oblivious to the expression on the young antagonist's face, concerned that he might fall again. Fu Wan did not withdraw her hand, which was firmly around his waist, drawing them exceedingly close. Song Jing lowered his gaze slightly, catching sight of the woman's snow-white neck and the subtle curves of her form as she leaned against him. His fingertips, hidden behind him, stirred slightly, a crimson glow flickering as the Qing Shuang sword trembled violently. Suddenly, Fu Wan lost her grip on the sword, instinctively redirecting all her focus to regain control, only to find herself unsteadily leaning into Song Jing's embrace, her hands instinctively clutching him to steady herself. The young man stiffened, murmuring, "Master." Fu Wan managed to stabilize the Qing Shuang sword, momentarily jolted back to reality by his address. It dawned on her that her hands were still wrapped around him, pressed closely against his chest. This was inappropriate, very inappropriate. She hastily withdrew her hands, clearing her throat as she explained, "I was just experiencing a moment of energy stagnation." With that, she subtly distanced herself from Song Jing. In her mind, she pondered, "System, someone is targeting me. What do you suppose their intentions might be?" The system remarked, "You've become quite astute, even aware that someone is plotting against you." This was evident. First, they had drugged me, and then they had disrupted my control over Qing Shuang. What, then, could be their objective? The system stated, "The goal is you." How absurd, I thought, to believe such a thing. Chapter 27, a socially awkward, shy, infatuated disciple X, a cool, aloof, powerful sect leader. To be able to strike at me undetected, their cultivation level must be considerable, Fu Wan pondered. The system silently added, "Only those of significant cultivation could approach you without being noticed." Fu Wan found the system's words quite reasonable. Yet, as the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, she had previously been unable to wield spiritual power. Anyone who recognized her could potentially kill her and seize her treasures, severely wounding the strongest sect in the cultivation world. However, her assailant had not done so, which clearly indicated a lack of malice. Upon reaching this conclusion, Fu Wan replied to the system, "I believe they harbor no ill intent. I simply do not understand why they sent me to the brothel." The system suggested, "A hero rescuing a damsel?" Fu Wan scoffed. The system continued, Or perhaps a beauty saving a hero. Please, spare me your nonsense, Fu Wan retorted. Arriving in Baishui town took but a moment. The streets were largely deserted, and those present appeared anxious, evidently shaken by fear. Fu Wan approached and inquired, I am a disciple of the Qiuhua sect, and I have heard of strange occurrences in Baishui town. I have come to offer my assistance. The other party's expression darkened as he said, You are but a woman. It would be wise for you to leave quickly, lest. His wife nudged him gently, replying, Thank you, esteemed one. Indeed, we are beset by strange occurrences. Since the night of the 15th last month, one person has vanished each night, and this continues to this day. Fu Wan inquired, Is it always like this? Have no other sects of immortals come to investigate? Typically, the realms adjacent to those of the immortal sects are protected by the local sects or families. Common folk cannot withstand the torment of demons and spirits. Any disturbance would prompt the immortal practitioners to assist immediately. The woman remarked, Naturally, they have come, but their efforts have proven futile. Fu Wan nodded, saying, Very well, you should return home as well. Where is the magistrate's office? I shall seek to understand the situation. The man's demeanor appeared somewhat unusual, yet the woman still directed Fu Wan on her way. Eventually, the couple departed. Song Jing remarked, Master, that man raises my suspicions. Fu Wan acknowledged with a nod, stating, Given that there are practitioners present, yet the town remains suffused with demonic energy and not a single immortal is in sight. The man's insistence that I leave suggests those practitioners have not been able to return. The system interjected, Why have you suddenly become so astute? I suspect there is a bug in your intelligence. Fu Wan, disliking judgment, retorted silently, Silence. The system complied. Song Jing continued, If it is master, surely a resolution will be found. Fu Wan gazed at the thick, malevolent aura that enveloped the small town and remarked, If I do not call upon you to act, then refrain from doing so. She led Song Jing to the mayor, an elderly man well past 70, who leaned on a cane yet maintained a dignified posture. Upon seeing Song Wu and Song Jing, his expression remained inscrutable. Fu Wan took the initiative to speak, as master and disciple. We have heard of the disturbances caused by malevolent beings in Baishui town and have come to offer our assistance. However, we require you to elucidate the situation further. The mayor settled down at a tea house, leaning on his cane, and began, This matter, while not overly complex, is indeed troubling. Baishui town is isolated, surrounded by no neighboring villages, rendering it a rather secluded locale. Due to its proximity to the mountains and wilderness, the inhabitants sustain themselves through agriculture and hunting, leading a life of relative sufficiency, albeit far less prosperous than the outside world. However, within the village resides a widow, Mrs. Hu, who, shortly after marrying, lost her husband. She is left to care for her sickly only son, eking out a meager existence through weaving and gardening. The more impoverished they become, the more they find themselves drawn to mock and belittle those who are even less fortunate. The hardships they endure, rather than instilling compassion, breed envy towards others' meager possessions. The depths of their poverty compel them to forsake their moral integrity for trivial gains. Mrs. Hu, possessing both beauty and skill in weaving, often sells her vegetables in the town beyond, achieving considerable success, while her fabrics fetch a decent price. Though life is indeed challenging for this mother and son, it is still bearable. Yet, there are those who believe they do not deserve such a life. The son of the Hu family falls ill daily, and throughout the year, they manage to afford medicine. As a widow and her son, where do they acquire such funds? The widow, who is quite attractive, one wonders where her money originates. Her frail son aspires to become a scholar. I doubt he will survive until next year. With a perpetual scowl, she insists we should not discuss her. Bah, what a shameless, wretched woman. Rumors spread like wildfire. Day by day, the widow who toils at weaving and gardening, but soon her body can no longer endure. Her son, determined to procure medicine for her, hobbles with a stick only to be robbed of his money by a ruffian from the town, who cruelly pushes him down the mountain path. The road in the mountains is perilous, with steep slopes on either side. A fall like that leaves no breath behind. When the body of the scholar who was brought back to Baishui town, the widow wept bitterly as she departed, leaning on her stick. Many believe this to be the end of the tale. However, on the 15th of last month, the widow who returned, a familiar face attempted to engage her in conversation, but her chilling smile nearly took the breath away from the poor soul. From that day forth, people in Baishui town began to vanish. Initially, it was those who had grievances with the widow, but soon, even unrelated individuals began to disappear, one each day. Yet, once the widow was seen entering Baishui town, she was never seen again. Upon hearing this, Fu Wan devised a plan. The returnee was certainly not the widow who herself, but with so many disappearances, it was undoubtedly linked to her. It appeared that the widow had offered her own body as a sacrifice to some malevolent spirit, which in turn aided her in seeking vengeance. However, since her body had been surrendered to the demon, it was only natural that the creature would not limit its appetite to those who bore a grudge against her. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Wan said, "Might I trouble you, esteemed sir, to inscribe the names of those celestial friends who have ventured forth and never returned? When I depart, I shall convey this information to their sects, lest their souls wander aimlessly." The town chief seemed to harbor little hope for Fu Wan, merely responding, "Very well. Since you, esteemed immortal, are aware that many have gone missing yet are willing to remain, I trust you will undoubtedly resolve this matter." Fu Wan nodded, turning to seek out another middle-aged man. "Might I trouble you to guide me to widow whose residence?" Upon hearing the name, the middle-aged man shuddered and quickly raised a hand as if to refuse. Fu Wan, raising her hand, revealed a gold ingot, saying, "This shall be your reward." The man, unable to tear his gaze away from the gold, swallowed hard, seized the ingot, bit into it, and said, "Very well." Widow whose abode was somewhat secluded, and as Fu Wan followed, she beheld a small, drafty cottage. Outside, 2 plots of land were cultivated, the vegetables thriving, albeit with numerous pest holes. "Thank you. You may return now," Fu Wan said. The man cast a furtive glance around, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Esteemed immortal, may I accompany you?" Fu Wan replied, "Very well." Chapter 28. The reclusive, bashful, and delicate student. The cold and distant master Fu Wan pushed the door open, and a strong scent of medicine wafted out. It reminded her of the time she visited a nursing home in modern times, where one of the elderly ladies carried a similar fragrance. The furnishings within were quite austere. Fu Wan pushed open 2 doors, surveyed their contents, and opted for the room devoid of books, stepping inside. Approaching the bed, she picked up a strand of hair and handed it to Song Jing. "You must have studied tracking techniques, haven't you? Let's give it a try," Fu Wan remarked with a hint of indifference. Song Jing received the hair, traced an incantation in the air, and as he did, the strand ignited spontaneously. A fine thread oscillated in the air, seemingly leading to something not far away. "Well done," Fu Wan praised before following the thread outside. Song Jing lingered a step behind, his gaze lingering on Fu Wan, his eyes shadowy and obsessive, glimmering with what appeared to be a spark of joy. Considering the burden of an extra companion, Fu Wan resolved to escort him home first. After a circuitous route, she finally managed to abandon the middle-aged man. By the time only the 2 of them remained, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, perhaps due to the early twilight of Baishui town. Following the thread, Fu Wan arrived at the bamboo fence, where she could see silhouettes through the window. A man was being detained by a woman of graceful stature who grasped his collar. He instinctively stepped back, only to lean against the cabinet. The woman leaned closer, seemingly intent on bringing her lips near to his. With a swift motion, Fu Wan unsheathed her Qin Shuang sword, slicing through the window paper in an instant. A lock of hair, severed by the sword's qi, drifted down towards the woman inside. She turned to Fu Wan with a chilling smile, her alluring mouth revealing a forked tongue that darted toward her. Fu Wan showed no sign of retreat, instead pivoting slightly forward, reaching out to seize the man's collar, pulling him decisively toward her. The woman transformed into a supple serpent, coiling around the man's waist, her fangs bared menacingly at Fu Wan. Unfazed, Fu Wan reached out, intending to swat the snake away. However, someone preempted her, thrusting a long sword into the serpent's maw while firmly grasping its fangs. Fu Wan hesitated momentarily. Yet, the strength of Song Jing proved insufficient against a serpent demon of considerable prowess. The demon, in a frenzy, lunged forward, and though Song Jing attempted to evade, its venomous fangs pierced his shoulder, blood gushing forth profusely. These events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Fu Wan no time to intervene. With a swift motion, she hurled the massive serpent onto the clearing of the back mountain, creating a substantial crater. The serpent, struggling to escape, was met with Fu Wan's cleansing frost, which materialized into 49 blades, striking down upon it, rendering it immobile within the pit. Bending down, Fu Wan cradled the youth, who was leaning against the cabinet, in her arms. His shoulder bore a large wound from the serpent's fangs, blood flowing incessantly from the gaping hole. "I told you not to intervene," Why did you not heed my words? Where did you lose your sense? Fu Wan's frustration was palpable. Had he obeyed, he would not have suffered such a fate at the hands of the demon. The blood, the gaping wound, how excruciating it must be. Song Jing gazed up at her. Having assumed her countenance would remain perpetually serene, her beautiful eyes filled solely with warmth and compassion. Yet, it was evident that this was not the case. She was angry. Was she not? A hint of trepidation laced his voice as he closed his eyes. Master, do you find me a nuisance? Fu Wan felt an overwhelming urge to strike his head, yet upon observing his pale complexion, she softened her tone and said, I cannot bear to see you in pain. If only you had listened carefully, how could it have come to this? Song Jing opened his eyes, and indeed, his master did not appear angry. Instead, her gaze revealed a hint of concern. He looked at Fu Wan, whose eyes brimmed with compassion and whose expression was gentle and warm. Suddenly, Song Jing felt a wave of despair wash over him, prompting him to close his eyes once more. She was like the bright moon, and he thought that, despite his own filth and decay, he had finally drawn near to her. Yet, her demeanor remained so distant. Over the span of 5 years, she had not even spared him a second glance. His feelings had transformed from hopeful anticipation to bewilderment, and then to a desperate desire to approach her at any cost. She remained blissfully unaware of the profound allure she held over him. She ought to be aloof and indifferent towards him, but she truly cared. Yet he dared not indulge in such hopes. Noticing his silence, Fu Wan grew anxious. After all, she had never encountered such life-threatening situations in her frail body. How are you feeling? Hold on, don't fall asleep. I will dispel the demonic energy, and with the elixir, you will recover swiftly. Fu Wan, feeling a sense of urgency, found herself speaking more than usual. Song Jing curved his lips into a faint smile, a mixture of despair and deliberate provocation in his voice as he asked, Does my master dislike me as a disciple? Fu Wan was taken aback, exclaiming, How could that be? To be precise, throughout her growth, she had witnessed many unfortunate souls, and her empathy towards someone as unfortunate as Song Jing was profoundly strong. Even without comprehending his actions, one can grasp his anguish and helplessness. Thus, she aspires to treat her target with kindness. There is an abundance of misfortune in this world, and she yearns to offer others a touch of warmth rather than inflict pain. Song Jing appeared to want to say something, yet he remained silent. Fu Wan busied herself with dispelling the demonic energy from his wounds, saying, I certainly do not harbor any dislike for you. It is merely. After reflecting on her own years of feigned aloofness, she surmised that this might have caused him some hurt, and thus she elaborated. The path of cultivation is one of impartiality. If one is excessively benevolent towards an individual, it inevitably leads to bias, rendering one unable to treat all matters with equal regard. Although you are my disciple, my role is solely to guide you towards enlightenment and address your queries. Nothing beyond that is required. While her philosophical reasoning was commendable, her underlying fear was that the brilliance of the white moonlight persona would overshadow her, leaving her feeling diminished by her own creation. However, she would never dare to voice such thoughts aloud. With all the demonic energy extracted from him, Fu Wan presented him with a superior elixir, and soon his wounds began to mend. Yet, the serpent's venom still necessitated the capture of the original serpent. Standing before the pit, Fu Wan observed the great serpent, which was already on the brink of death. 49 frost-cleansing swords were embedded in its body, causing blood to flow uncontrollably, turning the pit into a river of crimson. Fu Wan raised her hand, loosening the grip of the frost-cleansing swords. Seizing the moment, the serpent attempted to flee, but with a swift flick of her wrist, Fu Wan redirected the swords, and the sword energy tore through flesh, resulting in 49 gory wounds. The serpent let out a long, anguished hiss, paralyzed by pain, and could only weakly lash its tail. The antidote awaited. Fu Wan spoke softly, and the giant serpent shook its head. Fu Wan cast a true spell and inquired, Is there an antidote? The serpent, with a weak voice, replied, There is none. This poison was crafted using my fortune and magical tools, making it impossible to find a remedy. Fu Wan was taken aback, and Qing Shuang released her grip. The serpent, flicking its tail, attempted to flee, but Qing Shuang's sword swiftly flew forward, hovering merely an inch from the serpent's head. Fu Wan, from behind, remarked, The sins have been committed, mere injuries cannot atone for them. As her words echoed, a beam of icy blue light sprang forth from her fingertips, piercing the serpent's head, causing it to convulse violently. Above the serpent's head, a pale green orb materialized, Fu Wan summoned it with a gesture, stating, "I will take your cultivation, which shall serve to balance the debt of human lives." In chapter 29, the narrative unfolds between a reclusive and bashful disciple and a stoic and formidable master. Fu Wan conjured a green orb at her fingertip, then brought her fingers together, causing the orb to explode. She channeled her spiritual energy, dispelling the malevolent aura that enveloped by Shui town. Instantly, the moonlight over the town streets became radiant. The serpent, having lost its powers, became exceedingly feeble, its massive body barely able to writhe. Fu Wan produced a spiritual ring and bound it around the serpent's form, transforming the colossal creature into a mere small snake. She declared, "Though I have stripped you of your powers, this ring will protect you from those who might wish to do you harm. Now, be gone." As Fu Wan's words faded, the serpent swiftly scurried away. She gazed at the gaping pit left in the back mountain and felt a moment of bewilderment. Why did she always encounter serpent demons? Meanwhile, Song Jing stood quietly behind her, still weak in stature. Fu turned her head and glanced at the minor antagonist, saying, "The mountain below is still rather perilous. Let us return." Initially, they had been drugged and then encountered 2 serpent demons. It would indeed be quite challenging for the fledgling minor antagonist, who was merely at the early stage of Golden Core, to handle such a situation. Summoning the Qing Shuang's sword, Fu mounted it, only to notice that Song Jing remained still. She called out at Jing. He seemed to be enduring some inner turmoil, responding with a strained acknowledgement as he slowly approached her. However, the moment Song Jing stepped onto the blade of Qing Shuang, he stifled a groan and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fu hurriedly reached out to steady the unsteady Song Jing, who was actually a head taller than her, making her appear as if she were leaning against him. Fu could hear his heartbeat racing unnaturally fast, and his entire body felt abnormally hot. A sense of dread washed over her serpent venom. He had remained silent while she dealt with the serpent demon, enduring the pain in silence. Fu, feeling a mix of agitation and guilt, grasped his wrist, discovering the venom to be exceedingly potent, already threatening to seep through his meridians. Returning to Chiuhua sect was out of the question. They needed to suppress the venom first. With one hand holding Song Jing, she summoned her sword and headed towards Widow Hu's abode. Song Jing's body was burning with fever, his pale cheeks were tinged with crimson, and his dark hair clung to the sides of his face. He seemed to grit his teeth to maintain composure, yet his breathing was labored and heavy. After examining him for a while, Fu discerned the nature of the poison he had contracted. If the heat toxin was not expelled, it could severely damage his foundation. Fortunately, the remedy was not overly complex. They merely needed to find a woman. However, after contemplating Song Jing's villainous identity, Fu Wan resolved to endure her own hardships and venture to Baiming to procure the cold jade necessary to suppress this searing poison. The stature of the antagonist must not be diminished by her actions. As Fu Wan pondered, Song Jing suddenly emitted a muffled groan, leaning closer to her, unconsciously nuzzling against the crook of her neck. His breath was fervent, causing Fu Wan to stiffen slightly at his proximity. Lowering her gaze, she observed the boy's furrowed brow and the damp strands of hair at his temples. Song Jing pressed against Fu Wan as if overwhelmed by heat, his expression a blend of distress and resignation. Abruptly, he leaned in and captured her lips in a kiss. Fu Wan, caught off guard, felt his lips brush against the corner of hers, a jolt of electricity coursing through her, her heart racing uncontrollably. The youth murmured her title, Master. His tone was both restrained and deep, his breath warm against Fu Wan's nose, prompting a wave of concern within her as she rose onto her toes. Gently placing her hand on his forehead, Song Jing instinctively tightened his grip around her waist, bringing them even closer together. The striking features of the boy were etched in her mind, momentarily rendering Fu Wan entranced. Once she regained her composure, she set about suppressing the snake venom within him. She took him back to Wuchu Mountain, casting him into the cold pond at the rear of the mountain, then established a barrier around Wuchu before turning her gaze toward Baiming. This place, according to legend, was rumored to harbor countless treasures. However, those who sought these treasures often entered without return, resulting in few willing to venture inside. Fu Wan trekked through the snow for several days and nights, ultimately succumbing to snow blindness, a phenomenon she had only heard of in tales. She felt a sense of enlightenment from the experience. The frigid cold here is a challenge even for those who practice immortality. Fu Wan shivered uncontrollably, her surroundings enveloped in a vast expanse of white. Relying solely on her spiritual power to search for the cold jade, in such a large area, and with the scarcity of cold jade, it took her over half a month to finally locate a piece. Without hesitation, she took the cold jade and soared back to Wuchu Mountain on her sword. She felt that if she lingered any longer, she might meet her end there. Song Jing had long since awakened. Upon discovering that the snake venom within him had been suppressed and that he had returned to Wuchu Mountain, he realized that his master had brought him back. Initially, he felt a surge of joy. His master had not only restrained the venom, but had also personally carried him home and placed him in the cold pool to mitigate any lingering toxins. It was only right to express his gratitude to his master at this moment. This way, he could steal a glance at her from afar. However, after scouring the entirety of Wuchu Mountain, he could not find Song Wu. He inquired at other peaks, but no one had seen her. Indeed, she had never held him in her thoughts. To her, he was no different from the winds of the mountain, the clouds on the horizon, or the ants beneath his feet, even as he gazed up at her, regarding her as the brightest sliver of moonlight in his heart. Song Jing's sword sliced through the branches of a spiritual peach tree, causing a peach to fall to the ground, only for another to sprout in its place. Looking at the peach below, he recalled how she had once plucked a peach and placed it in his hand, telling him that consuming one would stave off hunger. Gazing at the fallen peach, he suddenly felt a wave of despair wash over him. It was at this moment that Fu Wan, draped in a mantle of snow, extended her hand to dispel the barrier. Song Jing abruptly turned around, the young girl's long raven hair was covered in a blanket of snow as she lifted her hand to dissolve the barrier and stepped down from the clear frost sword. She furrowed her brows in contemplation for a moment, then broke into a smile. "Are you here to pick peaches again?" With that, she stepped towards him, extending her long, snow-white hand. In her palm lay a gleaming piece of jade. "Look, I have found the cold jade. Wear it, and the serpent's venom shall not strike again." Song Jing gazed at her with an almost searing intensity. His throat bobbed slightly as he lowered his head. Kneeling on one knee, he reverently and cautiously accepted the jade. "Master, have you been to the northern abyss in search of the cold jade?" His voice was low and heavy, as if afraid to startle her. Fu Wan nodded yes. The northern abyss is vast, and it took some time. Song Jing reached out, grasping the sleeve of her garment, slowly rising to his feet. He brushed the snow off her shoulders and said, "Thank you, master." Fu Wan, unable to see the profound emotions hidden beneath his lowered lashes, merely nodded, saying, "I will go change my clothes. I primarily wish to soak in the hot springs. It is truly too cold." Standing there, she could not help but shiver uncontrollably. "Are you cold, master?" he asked, glancing down to see her lips pale with frost, her shoulders trembling slightly. Fu Wan replied, "The chill of the northern abyss is overwhelming. Even I cannot withstand it for long." No sooner had she spoken than she felt herself enveloped by the small antagonist, who held her tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. Fu Wan found it difficult to breathe. "When I was young, the winters were harsh, and I saw beggars huddling together for warmth," he murmured softly. But the beggars would scorn him. No matter how cold it was, he bore it alone. Only she, upon hearing the ominous news about him, displayed kindness and compassion in her eyes. Even though her benevolence extended to all beings, he could not resist the urge to draw near her. Fu Wan paused at this moment, initially intending to express that he was holding her too tightly. However, upon hearing his words, her heart softened, and she lifted her arms to embrace him, assuring him that with her as his master, he would never again suffer from hunger, cold, or homelessness. She deeply understood that sense of helplessness and the feeling of being undeserving of life in this world. From a young age, he had been despised by others, enduring a solitude that perhaps surpassed even that of beggars. Chapter 30. The reclusive, shy, and affectionate disciple the aloof and powerful sect leader Fu Wan, immersed in the warm spring, felt she had finally found some respite. After her soak, she changed into a fresh outfit before stepping out with her guqin. In moments of joy, it was fitting to engage in delicate and refined pursuits. Fu Wan played a couple of melodies, sensing that Song Jing was approaching, and she ceased her music, asking, "Are you feeling better?" Song Jing gazed at her silently, his eyes ultimately resting on hers. Not hearing his response, Fu Wan continued, "If Han Yu remains unmanageable, I have heard of a treasure called the Icebone Pill belonging to the Dragon Clan in a secret realm. I shall seek it for you tomorrow." Song Jing interjected, "Master, the flowers of the Chaoyu tree have bloomed blue today. What do you think of that?" Although Fu Wan could not see, to ease his worries, she turned her head to feign admiration, saying, "It is indeed a rarity to witness the Chaoyu tree bloom in blue. It usually bears purple and white flowers. It is quite beautiful." Song Jing remained momentarily silent. He bent down, leaning closer to Fu Wan, raising his hand to cover her eyes. "Master, you cannot see, can you?" Although her cultivation was profound, allowing her to sense her surroundings, she was unable to discern the true colors of things. Fu Wan believed she was maintaining her facade quite well. However, if the antagonist lacked sufficient intelligence, he might end up being despised by the readers. Hence, she quickly accepted the reality. Jing was quite astute. There was a hint of restrained emotion in his brows. Why, despite clearly being injured, did Master refuse to disclose her condition? Fu Wan felt that if she claimed it was to spare him worry, it would render her akin to a noble, suffering mother. Her imagination advised against such a statement. It was inconsequential. For those engaged in cultivation, being unable to see would not impede their essence. It was far more advantageous to portray the demeanor of an open-minded sage. A hand grasped her chin, forcing her face to turn. Master is afraid I will worry, isn't she? Fu Wan thought to herself, why the need to ask? What was the meaning of this face turning? He had barely matured and was already attempting to adopt the domineering villain's path? Absolutely not. Fu Wan pushed Song Jing away with a frown, her voice cold as she declared, unbridled. Having just bathed, her hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, and she had not donned her outer robe. The young girl's cheeks were pale as snow, her inky hair somewhat disheveled against her face, a delicate expanse of her pristine collarbone slightly exposed. In that moment, her flustered and indignant appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to one who had been slighted. He could not quite fathom why the peculiar feelings within him intensified. Like the onset of snake venom, a disturbing and restless sensation enveloped Song Jing for a moment, leaving him somewhat dazed. However, Fu Wan, clutching her guqin, unhesitatingly retreated to her chamber. From the very first encounter, Fu Wan discerned that the cold jade was insufficient to subdue the serpent's venom coursing through him. His body temperature was abnormal, prompting her decision to seek out that elusive ice bone pill. Or was it the ice skin jade bone? Upon departing from Biming, Fu Wan's vision would gradually return to normal. As she awaited her recovery, she prepared to venture into the secret realm. But an incident of moderate significance arose at Xiuhua sect, which ensnared her plans. Other sects had initiated a challenge on the mountain. Reputable sects would never engage in such conduct. Most cultivators possess benevolent inclinations. Nevertheless, numerous methods of cultivation exist, and a fair share of practitioners tread upon dubious paths. Thus, the dichotomy of good and evil hinges on the willingness to restrain one's actions. The sect challenging Xiuhua was known as Qisha sect, predominantly comprised of demon and ghost cultivators, along with a faction of human practitioners who eschewed conventional methods. Their tenets revolve around slaughter and plunder, where strength dictates righteousness. To vanquish and seize or to resort to underhanded tactics to achieve one's goals is deemed justifiable. The principles upheld by righteous and nefarious practitioners diverge, inevitably leading to conflict. Xiuhua sect, as the foremost righteous cultivation sect, annually faces reprisals from several heretical sects seeking vengeance and looting resources. This time, it was rumored that the sect leader, Song Wu, was absent, inciting the challengers to seize the opportunity for gain. Fu Wan soared to the forefront of the mountain on her sword, discovering several injured disciples of Xiuhua sect sprawled upon the ground. Just moments ago, they had boisterously proclaimed that with Song Wu away, they intended to eradicate the disciples of Xiuhua sect. Fu Wan stood gracefully in the air, her flowing sleeves swirling like the ethereal figure of a celestial being. Upon catching sight of her, the faces of the members from the Red Sand sect changed dramatically, and several formidable leaders prepared to flee. With a mere gesture, Fu Wan reinforced the barriers of the Xiuhua sect and coldly declared, "You think you can come and go as you please? Do you regard the Xiuhua sect as your backyard?" As one of the fleeing leaders collided with the barrier, he fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Realizing escape was futile, the remaining few exchanged glances and charged towards Fu Wan. She swiftly severed the red ribbon of a woman clad in crimson with a single stroke of her sword, while Qing Shuang cleaved the hefty hammer of a portly man with equal ease. Two youthful maidens jingled their wrist bells, and Fu Wan, feeling slightly dizzy, flicked her fingertip. The maidens' expressions turned to terror as they could not evade the centipedes that erupted from the bells, crawling rapidly up their arms. The red ribbon darted towards Fu Wan's back, but in an instant, Qing Shuang's sword shattered it into a cascade of fragments. "If you come here, do not think of leaving," Fu Wan remarked indifferently. Drawing her long sword, Qing Shuang emerged, and the necks of the four assailants were compelled to align against her blade, forming a peculiar string of candied hawthorns. The remaining lackeys dared not utter a sound and promptly surrendered. For the first time, Fu Wan recognized the vast disparity of power within the realm of cultivation. Alas, she was nearing her limits. After dispatching the members of the Red Sand sect, the gazes of her fellow disciples turned towards her with even greater reverence. They longed to approach and express their admiration, yet hesitated in fear. It seemed that such a disparity in strength evoked trepidation, but fortunately, she was on the brink of exhaustion. With this thought, Fu Wan returned to Wuchu Mountain. The disparity of power within the realm of cultivation is exceedingly vast. As the foremost figure in this domain, she ought to impart her wisdom to the small antagonist, who will guide him once she departs. The path of a villain is fraught with challenges that necessitate rigorous training. Ajang, I shall take you to the secret realm in the mountains to seek the Icebone Pill. With that, Fu Wan decisively pushed open the door. In the next moment, her expression remained unchanged as she abruptly shut the door. Alas, she had inadvertently stumbled upon the small antagonist in the midst of his bath. Yet, his physique was undeniably commendable. Typically, sects would periodically send their disciples to venture into secret realms for training, allowing them to acquire some spiritual herbs or treasures along the way. However, during the last expedition of disciples from the Qiuhua sect into the secret realm, Fu Wan had entered a meditative state, and thus did not exit alongside them. Consequently, although Song Jing diligently practiced his cultivation daily, his actual experience was woefully insufficient. The secret realm imposes certain requirements on one's cultivation level, and once Fu Wan entered, she found she could not even assist him in shouldering the burden. It was indeed a fitting challenge. At the entrance of the Jing Mountain secret realm, Fu Wan consumed a pill to suppress her cultivation level, instantly reducing it to the late foundation establishment stage. After taking a few steps, she felt utterly exhausted. Given that Jing Mountain is an unclaimed secret realm, it harbors considerable danger, prompting Fu Wan to bestow her hairpin upon Song Jing. This was a treasured defensive artifact left by the original owner's master, particularly effective as it appeared inconspicuous and would not attract covetous eyes. However, feeling that the sudden gift of a defensive artifact was somewhat excessive, she simply affixed it to the small antagonist's head. He was momentarily stunned, devoid of the usual barrage of questions. Fu Wan felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 31. The Introverted, Bashful, Sickly Disciple x the Aloof, Formidable Sect Leader. The Jing Mountain secret realm is characterized by its towering trees, abundant greenery, and an overwhelming sense of nature's magnificence. She sought the Icebone Pill, rumored to be located within the abyss behind the mountains, a place once inhabited by the Dragonkin. After traversing for nearly half a day, Fu Wan and Song Jing encountered two injured cultivators, a man and a woman. The man had succumbed to unconsciousness, while the woman bore severe wounds. Their attire suggested they were practitioners of the righteous path. Fu Wan produced some healing medicine and administered it to them. The woman's condition improved significantly, and the man regained consciousness, his gaze towards Fu Wan filled with astonishment. However, Fu Wan recalled that her original self, Song Wu, was renowned not only as the foremost expert in the realm of cultivation, but also as the most exquisite beauty. So she dismissed the thought. Who could behold such beauty without being taken aback? There dwelled a formidable red-bellied poison spider upon the mountain. Of our party of 7, only the 2 of us managed to escape. Should you venture further, my fellow cultivator, I advise you to remain vigilant, the man cautioned. Fu Wan felt confident that she would not encounter such a creature, replying with gratitude for the warning. As Fu Wan and Song Jing departed, they deliberately avoided the path indicated by the man, yet fate was unkind, and they soon confronted the red-bellied poison spider. The misfortune was palpable. As Fu Wan stepped upon the fallen leaves, the spider silk, as taut as steel wire, lunged towards her waist. Sensing the imminent danger, the Qing Shuang sword swiftly unsheathed and severed the advancing silk. However, simultaneously, strands of spider silk assaulted from all directions. Though the Qing Shuang sword's aura could slice through the silk, her spiritual power proved insufficient, and soon it struggled to keep pace. She could only laboriously hack at the encroaching threads, finding no means of escape. This predicament was unsustainable. With a surge of determination, Fu Wan cleaved through the silk above her head and leaped to the treetops. Indeed, nestled within the layers of interwoven canopies, there lurked a formidable redback spider. This creature was quite large, towering 3 times the height of Fu Wan, its abdomen of vivid red adorned with bristles as long as half an arm. Her powers were suppressed, rendering the Qing Shuang sword ineffective, and the spider's exoskeleton was so resilient that a direct confrontation was futile. Fu Wan sheathed her Qing Shuang sword and formed a hand seal, casting forth an ice spell that encased the redback spider in a block of ice. However, before she could catch her breath, the ice shattered with a resounding crack, inciting the spider's wrath as it unleashed a torrent of silk strands towards her. In a desperate attempt, she drew her sword to block, yet was still ensnared by the sticky threads. Seeing her in peril, Song Jing swiftly severed the strands that ensnared her, rushing to her aid, but in doing so, he became entangled himself. Fu Wan contemplated her next move. Water attacks were ineffective, so she decided to try fire. She summoned a talisman, and flames surged toward the redback spider, which instinctively recoiled. This intensity of fire would not vanquish it, unless aimed at a fatal point. The spider's most vulnerable spot lay where its head met its body. Summoning all her strength, Fu Wan sliced through the spider's webbing and leaped onto the tree trunk beneath the redback spider, swiftly conjuring a fireball. At that moment, the spider lunged, sinking its fangs into her shoulder. Ignoring the wound, Fu Wan drew her Qing Shuang sword and struck at the spider's maw. Though her powers were suppressed, her innate skills as a sword cultivator remained formidable, executing her moves with agility and precision. Shatter your fangs, and let us see how you can spin your silk, she thought resolutely. The venomous spider's abdomen was seared by the flames, its mouth ensnared by Fu Wan, inciting a furious wrath within it. With claws as sharp as steel nails, it lashed out towards Fu Wan's temple. She raised her hand to deflect the attack, but another claw was already hurtling towards her. Having multiple legs proved advantageous. Fu Wan maneuvered deftly, the rush of wind created by the spider's claws whistling past her ears. Yet she found herself unable to evade. Surely, this body would not succumb so easily, would it? As Fu Wan pondered whether she should conclude her mission at this moment, a figure suddenly lunged at her, pinning her down. A flash of blue light illuminated the scene as the spider's claw collided with a barrier. Seizing this opportunity, Fu Wan thrust her sword into the spider's head, swiftly following it up with a fireball. The spider's head, now severely injured, let out a piercing shriek and charged at Fu Wan. The frost blade remained embedded in the spider's skull, leaving Fu Wan with no choice but to unleash a few feeble fireballs. However, the venomous spider, driven mad, showed no fear of the flames, wildly swinging its claws as it rushed at her. With no escape in sight, the spider lunged to bite her. At that critical moment, a blood-soaked figure stood before her. The young man, clad in tattered garments, wielded a bloodied longsword. While she attacked the spider from the front, he struck from behind, severing several of the spider's legs, which were harder than steel, and slashing open its belly. He thrust his sword through the spider's mouth, forcefully severing half of it. With its mouth and legs maimed, the venomous spider finally hesitated to attack the two, hastily attempting to flee. Fu Wan's foundational cultivation could hardly withstand such turmoil. Struggling to keep her sword steady, she swayed for a moment before her legs gave way, and she collapsed. A hand steadied her waist. Fu Wan exhaled deeply, pulling Song Jing down to sit beside her on the ground, uncertain if more of such creatures lurked nearby. Song Jing turned his face, removing the hairpin from his head, and said, "This is a defensive artifact." His tone was matter-of-fact, and Fu Wan realized he had deduced the truth. Indeed, despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, it was something her master had painstakingly acquired. Song Jing fell silent. She found it somewhat difficult to fathom the thoughts of this taciturn individual. Observing his quiet demeanor, she reached out and pinned the hairpin into his hair, saying, "You mustn't come to harm. The antagonist and the protagonist alike must survive to the end." Song Jing gazed at the gentle and pure-eyed woman, his gaze drifting downward in silence. Her master valued his safety even above her own. Perhaps he held a unique place in her heart? Otherwise, why would she choose to take him on as her sole disciple? Why would she have ventured into the North Sea for so long in search of the cold jade, even injuring her own eyes in the process? Why would she bestow upon him such a vital treasure? Her master was so exceptional, and he pondered what he must do to stand by her side. How to preserve this sliver of silvery moonlight. Song Jing watched as Fu Wan's enchanting demeanor gradually morphed into something strange and obsessive, akin to coveting an unattainable treasure. He longed to shatter it, to merge it with his very being, to embed it within his flesh. He yearned for her. If he could not possess her, then they would perish together. Fu Wan retracted the hand that had just inserted the hairpin, and from the corner of her eye, she caught a glimmer of sword light. Instinctively, she summoned Qing Shuang to parry the incoming strike. The clash of weapons resonated in the air with a low hum. Turning her gaze towards Song Jing, they were taken aback to find a couple they had encountered on the road. Fu Wan spoke coldly, "What is the meaning of this?" The man replied with a sinister smile, the foremost figure in the cultivation world, Song Wu. Tell me, if I were to kill you, what benefits might I reap? Oh, Fu Wan replied lazily, do not forget, should I perish, the Chihuahua sect will undoubtedly seek vengeance. This is hardly a challenge. Your disciple harbors demonic energy. I merely need to abduct him and frame him for this incident. Who do you think the masses will believe? A disciple of a prestigious sect, or one who carries demonic energy and can approach you? Perhaps adhering to the villain's tendency to speak at length, the man continued unabated. Fu Wan felt a twinge of confusion. His words seemed genuine. Yet she had not sensed any demonic energy from Song Jing. However, this indeed laid the groundwork for Song Jing's future descent into darkness. Who exactly are you? Fu Wan resolved to ask a few more questions. The man scattered a cloud of white powder, his voice dripping with malice. You should save that question for the afterlife. Fu Wan. Song Jing unsheathed his long sword, the blade's aura dispersing the powder, and like a wraith, he approached the man from behind, swiftly snapping his neck. Fu Wan was momentarily taken aback. It all happened too quickly. In the later stages of his cultivation, the man effortlessly snapped the neck of his opponent before they could even brace themselves. Song Jing searched for a while and eventually located the woman, casting her before Fu Wan. Fu Wan inquired, who are you? Trembling, the woman replied, I am a disciple of Du Yu Wu, my senior brother. He just momentarily succumbed to malicious intent. Fu Wan felt that even those who condone wrongdoing are guilty themselves. Yet, such is the nature of humanity. After some contemplation, she said, you may go, but do not let malice take root again. The primary reason for her leniency was her current inability to rectify the situation due to her lack of strength. Seeing that she was willing to overlook the incident, Song Jing regarded the woman on the ground with a detached gaze. The woman, having witnessed Song Jing's earlier display of strength, looked at him with eyes filled with terror. Song Jing commanded, scram. Immediately, the woman, trembling, scurried away. Song Jing then fell silent, his eyes calm yet complex, as if all his fervent emotions were submerged beneath the surface of a tranquil lake, where the anguish and discomfort were stifled deep within his heart. Fu Wan understood that there are individuals who always appear indifferent and composed. They mistakenly believe themselves to be serene, but in moments of sorrow, they realize they have grown accustomed to suppressing their feelings, to the point where they cannot even express them. Over time, the bitterness festers within, yet the ability to vent is lost. Eventually, it culminates in a quiet despair, one that is inherently voiceless. After a moment of reflection, she approached and gently ruffled the hair of her small antagonist, saying, you are my disciple. Regardless of whether you are human, celestial, or demonic, you are still mine. Song Jing lowered his long eyelashes, gazing at the disheveled woman before him, her body marred with wounds. She appears to embody a gentle compassion, regardless of whether she is basking in the light of a clear sky or enduring the depths of despair. He once believed she resided solely in a pristine realm, yet has now come to realize that perhaps she remains indifferent to both cleanliness and filth. Song Jing spoke in a hushed tone, Master, I am not well. Yet, he still harbored fear. Fu Wan replied, Master is not well either. Would you disdain me? After a prolonged silence, Song Jing softly responded, No, Master has always been wonderful. Even in her current state of ruin and distress, she remained the purest, most luminous moonlight. She was still the most formidable, exquisite, and noble Song Wu. Fu Wan smiled gently and said, You two have always been remarkable. In this world, everything is categorized by wisdom and folly, by strength and weakness. However, each individual is unique. Each person is the best version of themselves. Reflecting on her words, she felt they sounded overly formal, so she continued, Ah Jing, you are my disciple, and in my eyes, you are extraordinarily exceptional, profoundly unique. Song Jing gazed at her with a hint of confusion, yet gradually, a spark ignited in his eyes. I say you are wonderful, wonderful in my eyes. Song Jing silently regarded her, but the light in his eyes dimmed once more. Master, He did not finish his thought, instead turning away to sit with his sword. How could he be well? He bore the taint of vile demonic energy, his thoughts twisted and malevolent, despicable and selfish. She was so good that he wished to pull her down from her pedestal, to share the darkest depths in slumber. Fu Wan sighed, remarking how numerous are the discontented souls in this world. She was enveloped in pain and fatigue, seeking refuge against a tree trunk, whereupon she arranged a protective formation and succumbed to slumber. A chilling sensation engulfed her. She was aware of her descent into sleep, yet could not awaken, her body steeped in an unbearable cold. Song Jing was stirred from his reverie by the girl's murmurs. Hesitant to gaze upon his serene and immaculate master, he quietly retreated to a corner, clutching his sword, his mind a tumult of chaotic thoughts. Upon hearing Fu Wan's voice, he rushed to her side, only to discover she had been poisoned. A spider had bitten her, yet she had uttered not a single sound. Feeling a pang of sympathy, he prepared to assist her in countering the venom, but Fu Wan, in her delirium, murmured about the cold, instinctively inching closer to him. The girl's countenance, typically serene and aloof, now appeared ghostly pale against her dark hair, fragile as a porcelain doll. Song Jing cautiously extended his hand, resting it upon her eyelashes, studying her alabaster visage as he leaned in closer. Their foreheads touched, his breath mingling with the faint, chilly fragrance that lingered around her. Fu Wan shivered involuntarily, curling up slightly. Sensing the warmth between their foreheads, she instinctively pressed forward, their noses nearly brushing. Startled, Song Jing recoiled, taken aback by her proximity. Maintaining a distance of 2 steps, he cast his eyes down upon the trembling girl, softly uttering, "Master?" Yet, in her unconscious state, Fu Wan remained oblivious to his concern. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly approached her again, shedding his outer garment and wrapping it tightly around Song Wu. Nevertheless, Fu Wan continued to feel an overwhelming chill. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, and soon her lips transformed to a delicate shade of blue. Frosty blossoms crystallized upon her eyelashes, while her fingers turned a deep indigo, encased in a thin layer of ice. Fu Wan trembled more violently with each passing moment. After a brief hesitation, Song Jing bent down and gathered Fu Wan into his arms, holding her closely against his chest. The chill emanating from the young girl permeated through him, and he lowered his gaze, fixated on her fragile, porcelain-like sleeping visage. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the cold poison within Fu Wan finally subsided. Upon awakening, she immediately sensed the warmth beside her. Perhaps it was due to the heat radiating from him, a temperature significantly higher than that of an ordinary person, which enveloped Fu Wan in a most comforting embrace. As Song Jing detected that Fu Wan had regained consciousness, his body stiffened, though it was already somewhat rigid. The realization of her awakening accentuated this stiffness. Gradually, he loosened his grip and murmured, "The master said it's cold." His deep, obsidian eyes fell upon a strand of Fu Wan's hair resting in his palm. Even in her unconscious state, she was aware of her intense chill, and she replied, "Thank you." She could sense that she had been unconscious for quite some time, and thus he must have maintained this position for an extended duration. A warmth blossomed in Fu Wan's heart, prompting her to smile gently and reach out to ruffle his hair, saying, "A Jing is truly wonderful." Song Jing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, as though he was suppressing a surge of emotions. With the cold poison of this episode now endured, the next wave awaited in the coming month. Once she stepped outside, a chill struck her, yet it should not pose much difficulty. With this thought, Fu Wan resolved to continue her pursuit of the Icebone Pill. The pair traversed without encountering formidable beasts, eventually arriving at the valley of the rear mountain, where they were poised to seek the Icebone Pill. However, it was evident that the valley bore an ancient seal, one that even Fu Wan could not decipher. To enter, the seal must be unraveled, and what lay beneath remained uncertain. Unable to break the seal, Fu Wan summoned the Qing Shuang sword, breaking through her own cultivation restraints, and struck at the seal with a decisive blow. With a resounding thud, the remnants of the ancient seal, though powerful, had become fragmented. Fu Wan's strike created a breach, and a pale, white light emanated from the valley's depths, causing the ground to tremble as stones tumbled into the void, disappearing in an instant. Fu Wan swallowed a pill to suppress her cultivation, mingling it with the blood in her mouth. "Let us proceed," she declared. Yet she leapt down before Song Jing could react. Without hesitation, Fu Wan grasped Song Jing's arm, pulling him onto the Qing Shuang's sword, and together they descended. The darkness below was profound. Although cultivators typically relied on their senses, this darkness seemed to obscure part of their perception. Fu Wan could only faintly sense the presence of numerous skeletal remains surrounding them, some exuding celestial energy, others radiating demonic aura, yet most suffused with malevolent energy. Steadying her mind, she remained cautious of her surroundings. Should any unforeseen events arise, call out immediately. Despite her words, Fu Wan clutched Song Jing's sleeve tightly, unwilling to let go. Although he appeared silent, awkward, and obedient, It was said that once possessed, he would transform into a mad dog. From experience, those who harbor perverse tendencies often manifest them gradually in silence. Thus, Fu Wan suspected that Song Jing had already succumbed to his darker inclinations. As his mentor, she felt it was imperative to keep him in check, ensuring he neither fell victim to others nor became a tormentor himself. After all, he was her little mad dog. Fu Wan sensed she had traversed a desolate expanse of bones for quite some time before finally drawing near to a place imbued with a purer essence. As she advanced, she began to perceive a glimmer amidst the darkness. The luminous area was notably devoid of malevolent energy, replaced instead by ethereal and primordial chaos. Fu Wan was convinced she would soon uncover the icebone pill. Pressing onward, she indeed beheld a magnificent palace. Though it was termed a palace, that description scarcely did it justice. The structure was adorned with an array of jewels, including crystals and pearls, yet the columns were ensnared with iron chains, and numerous ancient spells of suppression were inscribed upon them. Legends spoke of the dragon clan's formidable power, capable of traversing heaven and earth with ease, even forming numerous unions that led to their extensive proliferation, much to the chagrin of the scarce yet self-proclaimed noble divine clan. The divine clan had lured many dragons to settle in this valley with the promise of a crystal palace, but ensnared a significant number of them with forbidden spells. Subsequently, the demon clan, coveting the immense spiritual energy of the captured dragons, seized the opportunity to strike. Thus began the decline of the dragon clan, culminating in their eventual extinction. Naturally, such secrets were known only to formidable beings like the original owner of this tale. Fu Wan contemplated that the icebone pill must surely reside within the crystal palace. However, she raised her hand, and with a flick of her fingertip, sent a droplet of water soaring towards the entrance of the crystal palace. Indeed, as the droplet reached the threshold, an invisible force repelled it. Subsequently, the ground of the crystal palace trembled, and from the overgrown earth, a monstrous figure slowly emerged. This creature, adorned with a shell akin to that of a tortoise, bore a head resembling that of a serpent. It was the black tortoise. Fu Wan found herself in a dire predicament. As a mere novice in foundational cultivation, how could she possibly confront the divine beast, the black tortoise? Even if she were to ascend, she felt the challenge would be formidable. What should she do now? Grasping the Qingxuang's sword, she felt torn between retreat and advance. Yet, to flee now would be a significant loss. Fu Wan resolved to take a risk. She broke through her cultivation constraints, and the Qingxuang transformed into 49 beams of sword light that surged toward the black tortoise. With a swift flick of its elongated neck, the ground shook violently, and just as the 49 beams of light were about to collide, she deftly drew a dagger from her waist and leaped onto the creature's shell. With determination, she plunged the dagger into the black tortoise's neck. The beast recoiled in pain, its head lunging toward Fu Wan, jaws agape. In a moment of instinct, Fu Wan summoned the Qingxuang, sword to her hand, and aimed for the creature's eyes. However, the serpent-like neck was remarkably agile, and her strike missed its mark. The black tortoise shuddered violently, its serpentine neck sweeping menacingly toward her. Fu Wan leapt into the air, yet found herself within the jaws of the beast. The stench emanating from its mouth was overwhelming. Without hesitation, she retreated, soaring into the sky as she conjured hundreds of ice shards. With a precise gesture, the shards flew like blades toward the black tortoise. Although they were not lethal, each shard inflicted wounds upon the creature's serpent neck. Seizing the opportunity, she sidestepped and thrust the Qingxuang sword toward the black tortoise's neck. In an instant, another head emerged from the turtle shell, snapping towards Fu Wan with a fierce bite. Fu Wan hastily withdrew her spiritual energy, narrowly evading the attack. The wind from her skirts scattered into dust. With urgency, she leaped onto a crystal pillar. Her heart aching as if it were being torn apart, she could not contain herself and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fu Wan sensed that her strength was waning. "Master," a voice called from behind, and as Fu Wan turned, she was met by a pair of deep, complex eyes. They seemed to harbor concern, anger, and heartache. Yet something obscured the true emotions within. An inexplicable sense of restlessness tinged her heart. The Xuanwu bore numerous wounds, though none were life-threatening, and Fu Wan contemplated re-engaging. However, someone grasped her shoulder firmly. "Do not go. I do not wish for Master to be injured on my behalf." He spoke with his gaze lowered. Fu Wan suddenly felt an urge to lift his chin and gaze into his eyes to discern the emotions lurking within. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. "No worries. Who is Master?" Fu Wan raised an eyebrow and smiled. the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation. Nothing can thwart master. He looked at Fu Wan's expression, momentarily taken aback, and in that brief lapse, her sleeve slipped from his grasp. Fu Wan closed her eyes. The Xuanwu was of the water element, as was she. Hence she refrained from employing direct water-based techniques. Nonetheless, this was her most formidable and advantageous form of magic. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and from the ground erupted a torrential water dragon, surging straight towards the Xuanwu. The Xuanwu twisted its neck to brace against the water dragon. Yet water is not so easily repelled. With a deft flick of her fingertip, Fu Wan transformed the water into solid ice, which suddenly erupted into countless sharp icicles, piercing only the interior of the Xuanwu turtle shell. The creature let out a pained cry. Seizing the moment, Fu Wan thrust her sword directly at the serpent's head. The turtle's head, ever the meddler, prompted her to furrow her brow. It was then she noticed a shadow approaching from behind. A figure wielding a long sword aimed straight at the turtle's head. Their eyes met, and a hint of mirth danced within her gaze. With unwavering determination, Qing Shuang relentlessly pursued the serpent's head with a flurry of stabs. Just as Fu Wan prepared to deliver a fatal blow, an instinctive shiver coursed through her, prompting her to glance backward, nearly too late. Fu Wan inhaled sharply, propelling herself into the air to evade the impending trap behind her. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the serpent seized the opportunity, lunging to bite down on Fu Wan. She felt herself falter, lamenting the inadequacy of her esteemed cultivation status. Could she not possess a more formidable identity? Lost in her daze, she was suddenly pushed aside, something piercing her head. She was thrown a considerable distance, barely managing to cough up a mouthful of blood as she turned her gaze to the source of the chaos. Song Jing's shoulder had been pierced by the Xuanwu's bite, blood soaking his attire. Despite the grave injury, he steadied himself with his battered iron sword, his handsome face marred with blood, yet he managed a feeble smile. Mouthing the words, "Hurry and go," he had once contemplated that if he were to perish, he wished to accompany his master. She was so precious to him that even in death, he hoped they would remain together. Yet, in that moment, he realized he could not bear to part with her. He raised his long sword and charged towards the Xuanwu. Fu Wan found herself weeping uncontrollably, and instinctively, she unsheathed her Qing Shuang and rushed forward. Grabbing Song Jing by the waist, she forcefully pushed the weakened figure behind her, propelling him upward. With Qing Shuang firmly in hand, she summoned all her strength to confront the Xuanwu. Her mad, mischievous antagonist could not perish. Yet, at that moment, the Xuanwu's crimson eyes transformed into an abyssal black, merely evading her strike without retaliating. What was happening? Fu Wan felt a sense of unreality envelop her. Before she could grasp the situation, the colossal Xuanwu suddenly diminished in size, becoming as small as a fist. It then leisurely clawed its way over to Song Jing, retracting its head and rolling into the sleeve of his robe. Fu Wan. Song Jing swiftly extracted the little turtle, his gaze icy, raising his long sword poised to strike. Having harmed his master, it must perish. His master would forsake even her life for him. Such a benevolent mentor could not be harmed. He would not allow it. Unless he himself were to die? Fu Wan interjected, "Wait. Surely, the protagonist is not the only one with fortuitous encounters. The great villain must possess them as well. Otherwise, how could he resist such formidable cultivation?" Realizing this, Fu Wan surmised that the Xuanwu might be inclined to ally with Song Jing. His master? He gazed at her in confusion, hesitant. Fu Wan pondered briefly and suggested, "It appears to harbor no malice. Please refrain from harming it for now. Perhaps it can assist us in entering unscathed. Even if we neutralize the Xuanwu, the forbidden spells within present a significant challenge." As she spoke, Song Jing set down his long sword and quietly handed the Xuanwu to her. Fu Wan felt a sense of unease, realizing that she was unable to contend with this creature. It was as if he could see through her thoughts. As the corners of his lips curled into a subtle smile, he swiftly disappeared, murmuring, "How shall the master attempt this?" Fu Wan plopped down onto the ground, resting her chin on her hand, and suggested, "Try to communicate with it using your spiritual consciousness." Observing the small antagonist drenched in blood, she retrieved her medicinal supplies for treating wounds, selecting the most effective ones, and approached him with her sword in hand, extending her palm. "Consume this." He obediently ingested the elixir and prepared to reach out with his spiritual awareness to engage with the little turtle. Fu Wan restrained him, saying, "Allow me to assist you in your recovery." Once he had regained his composure, the bleeding from his wounds ceased, and it seemed that healing had commenced. Noticing his improved condition, Fu Wan yawned and encouraged. Now, go ahead and converse with the little turtle. No sooner had she uttered these words than she rested her head upon the Qing Shuang's sword and fell asleep. The deeper the cultivation, the more profound the backlash when one fails to restrain their power. Fu Wan had experienced significant internal injuries after breaking through her cultivation twice, compounded by the battle with the formidable Xuanwu, leaving her in considerable pain and utterly exhausted. Although her eyes were closed, her body throbbed with discomfort. After a while of lying down, she took several elixirs in a single gulp. Yet, she still felt quite unwell. With the assistance of Xuanwu, Song Jing successfully unraveled the restrictions. Xuanwu, being considerate, led the two of them inside. The Crystal Palace exudes opulence, adorned with precious jewels and gemstones. However, it is the ancient treasures that hold the most formidable power. Fu Wan glanced around and remarked, "You may select a personal magical artifact here." In the tales, the antagonist artifact is far from being a mere dilapidated iron sword. Given the connection to this place, the likelihood of discovering his fated treasure, the moonlit blade, is quite significant. Song Jing utilized his spiritual sense to scan the Crystal Palace, and before long, in a corner, a long sword, entirely black save for its gleaming white blade, emitted a resonant chime. It trembled momentarily and then surged towards Song Jing. Yet, the sword did not settle into his grasp. Instead, it flitted about chaotically, eluding his hold. Fu Wan stated, "I believe only you can firmly grasp it, then it shall accompany you." Song Jing acknowledged with a sound, leaping into pursuit of the elusive sword. The sword's temperament was quite capricious. Just as he was about to seize it, it soared upwards. However, Song Jing proved to be more cunning. After being toyed with twice, he feigned an attempt to grasp the sword, only to suddenly propel himself upward and firmly claim the sword in his hand. The long sword buzzed in displeasure as he held it. Fu Wan observed that the sword's spirit was rather lively, and she added, "If you let your blood touch the blade, it shall recognize its master." Song Jing pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the sword, and indeed, the long sword gradually quieted. As sword cultivators, we emphasize the unity of human and sword. Your sword will become your closest companion on the path of cultivation. Since it has acknowledged you, you ought to bestow upon it a name. The woman appeared disheveled, yet her expression radiated tranquility and warmth, akin to the serene and luminous moon hanging in the distant sky. Song Jing lowered his eyelashes, gazing at the snow-white halo upon the black long sword, and softly murmured, "The moon rises. The moon rises so bright, and the beauty of the person is so alluring." Fu Wan nodded, noting that the resplendent white light on the dark sword indeed resembled the crescent moon in the heavens. However, the two had yet to locate the icebone pill. According to what Xuanwu had conveyed to Song Jing, the icebone pill had been taken long ago, suggesting its absence in this world. This implied that there was no remedy for his snake venom. Nevertheless, the discovery of the moonrise was still a commendable achievement. Fu Wan suggested, "Let us proceed." Song Jing hesitated, casting a glance at Xuanwu, which had transformed into a small turtle. Although Fu Wan found this creature rather intimidating when it acted up, in the hands of the minor antagonist, it was merely a small turtle. "Since you are fond of it, you may keep it," Fu Wan remarked nonchalantly. Song Jing observed Fu Wan, who consistently maintained a calm and indifferent demeanor. However, her preferences were quite discernible. It seemed she never harbored strong dislikes, only subtle nuances of mild affection or aversion. Fu Wan was not particularly fond of Xuanwu. Song Jing set Xuanwu down and said lightly, "I do not like it, so I shall not take it." Xuanwu protested, "You did not think so just a moment ago." Fu Wan contemplated this, recalling that the original narrative did not mention Xuanwu being associated with the antagonist, and thus nodded, "If you do not like it, then leave it behind." Xuanwu could only lament its lack of hands. As Kong exited the valley, Fu Wan gathered some essential herbs from the secret realm before departing. She and Song Jing returned to Wuchu Mountain, which appeared unchanged, basking in perpetual spring. However, both were somewhat disheveled, making their return feel like a weary journey home. Venture into the bamboo grove on the back mountain and attempt to break the formation using the sword energy of the moon, Fu Wan instructed. Observing the pallor on the face of the woman before him, Song Jing hesitated. "Master, your internal injuries. You lack sufficient cultivation. I shall seek my senior brother to assist in my recovery," Fu Wan elucidated. Song Jing pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze as he murmured, "Disciple understands." Fu Wan urged, "Strive to break the formation as soon as possible." Having conveyed her instructions, Fu Wan turned and soared towards the neighboring peak. Her chest felt as if it were torn open. Even speaking was excruciating, and a faint metallic sweetness lingered in her throat. Were it not for the desire to present herself as formidable before the minor antagonist, she would have preferred to lie down and groan in discomfort. The persona is paramount. System, it is quite evident that you are rather dedicated. Fu Wan, the actions of the youth in this new era must naturally align with the core values of society. System, this is the realm of cultivation. Fu Wan, yet my heart remains with my flower-planting family. I and my motherland shall not be parted for a moment. System, as long as you are happy. With a melody of me and my motherland echoing in her heart, Fu Wan arrived at Du Lin's cave residence. Du Lin was instructing several disciples when he noticed Fu Wan's arrival and approached her directly, inquiring about her presence. Although the original owner possessed a rather aloof demeanor, she treated others with great warmth, thus maintaining a cordial relationship with her senior brother, Du Lin. Consequently, Fu Wan candidly explained, I have exhausted my cultivation in a secret realm, and due to an unexpected incident, I forcibly broke through the cultivation restraint, resulting in a backlash from the secret realm. I seek your assistance in recuperating. Having Du Lin's help would significantly expedite her recovery while conserving her energy. Du Lin nodded in agreement. Very well. But with your level of cultivation, you must refrain from such actions in the future. Fu Wan spent 5 or 6 days under Du Lin's care, eventually restoring her nearly shattered body. After expressing her gratitude to Du Lin, she returned to Wuchu Mountain. Coincidentally, a disciple approached her with inquiries regarding the upcoming Pomegranate Blossom Festival next month, a matter involving numerous sects, each requiring careful navigation of relationships. Fu Wan patiently elaborated on the details to her disciples. By the time she concluded this task, it was already well past midnight. Fu Wan decided to indulge in a hot spring bath on the back mountain before retiring for the night to rejuvenate herself. However, as soon as she immersed herself in the warm, soft waters, she fell into a deep slumber. The comforting warmth enveloped her, allowing her to sink into the depths of the water, floating serenely as she slept. Meanwhile, Song Jing had been ensconced within the bamboo formation for 6 consecutive days. During this time, he had to evade the fierce winds within the formation, attempt to harness the power of the moon's emergence for his own use, and meticulously ponder the formation's focal point, seeking the opportune moment to break the array. This bamboo formation had been laid out by Song Wu's master, who happened to be Fu Wan herself. Thus, even she would face challenges in unraveling it. Such a formidable artifact as the moon's emergence certainly warranted an equally intricate array. However, she had forgotten that the young boy was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, and even if he were compared with his peers, he would still be regarded as an extraordinary talent among exceptional talents. Confronting this formation was far beyond his capabilities. Song Jing was well aware of the difficulty of this array. He exerted all his strength, employing every means at his disposal to break through it. He yearned to inform his master, but with the moon high in the sky, she was undoubtedly asleep. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jing resolved to speak to Fu Wan about the matter at dawn. He then made his way effortlessly to the hot springs on the back mountain. The moonlight was exquisite, and the firefly flowers by the springs were in full bloom, with delicate wisps of steam rising from the water, shimmering under the moonlight. Here, only Fu Wan and Song Jing were present. With Fu Wan absent, it was certain that no one else was around. Song Jing shed his clothes, revealing a slender chest adorned with scars. He cast a displeased glance at the marks upon his body before stepping into the hot spring. It had been several days since he last saw his master, and he was eager to reunite with her. Despite having not seen her for 5 years while she was in meditation, he had never felt such longing. Yet, thinking of his master's kindness, he found himself yearning to be by her side at all times. How he wished that he could be the sole companion by her side, without anyone else around. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Song Jing furrowed his brows and submerged himself deeper into the water. How could such a wish be possible? It was merely a fleeting thought. Suddenly, something vine-like entwined around his ankle, prompting an instinctive reaction as he formed a hand seal. The water's tendrils surged upwards, revealing a cascade of wet hair that danced in the air, unveiling the delicate, snow-white visage of a young girl. His master? Song Jing was momentarily taken aback. Fu Wan stirred awake, frowning slightly, and with a hint of confusion in her eyes, murmured, "Don't disturb me. Let me continue to sleep." In the realm of cultivation, one's senses are remarkably acute. Fu Wan was aware of the unfolding events, Yet fatigue enveloped her, and she yearned to drift back into slumber. However, Song Jing had already drawn her body above the water's surface, only to be suddenly struck by astonishment, inadvertently forgetting to maintain the spell. Consequently, Fu Wan plunged downward with a jolt, prompting Song Jing to swiftly extend his arm and embrace her. Nevertheless, the two still created a moderate splash in the water. Her inky black hair unfurled in the water like luxurious satin, and Fu Wan lay in his arms as tranquil as a doll, her brows and eyes serene. Her limbs languidly suspended in the water like a marionette with severed strings. The faint, icy fragrance that clung to her being was stirred by the warm spring water, revealing a hint of enchanting allure. Song Jing's gaze was deep and dark, fixed unwaveringly upon the woman before him. She was utterly defenseless, her features relaxed, her slender form undulating with delicate curves, as if she were a plaything at his disposal. "Master, are we not returning to sleep?" His voice was low, hoarse, and restrained. Fu Wan furrowed her brow. "I do not wish to move. It is comfortable here." "But the disciple must bathe," Song Jing replied. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Wan turned willingly, her fingers stirring slightly as she drifted to a corner of the hot spring. There, a luminous tree stood, its leaves nearly brushing the water's surface. She floated beneath the leaves of the luminous tree and said, "Go ahead and wash." The blossoms of the luminous tree emitted a gentle glow, casting a soft light upon her profile, accentuating her clear and gentle features, as if she were a deity sculpted from exquisite white jade. In a serene hot spring, Song Jing silently observed her for a moment, immersing himself in the water until the metallic scent of blood dissipated. Only then did he rise and perform a drying technique. Fu Wan remained with her eyes closed, reclined in the warm waters, a delicate firefly blossom resting upon her eyelashes. "Master, shall we not return to rest?" he inquired. Fu Wan replied, "I will return later. It is quite pleasant here, and I wish to enjoy the fresh air." Initially, she anticipated his swift departure. Yet the youth took a seat by the stones beside the hot spring, quietly stating, "Then I shall accompany you for a while, master." Fu Wan felt indifferent to his presence. Very well. However, since he was there, it would be impolite to ignore him completely, so she asked, "What have you been doing lately?" "I just broke the formation in the bamboo grove," Song Jing responded. Unbeknownst to her, he had narrowly escaped death within that formation. Perhaps she assumed he had emerged from it long ago. His gaze dimmed. "I see," Fu Wan remarked. "No wonder you carry the scent of blood." Song Jing pressed his lips together, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Does Master dislike the scent of blood? Who, apart from demons, would relish such a scent? She replied, "Not entirely. Come here." Suddenly, she opened her eyes and turned to face him. Startled, Song Jing's heart raced, and his body stiffened momentarily before he slowly approached her. Fu Wan lifted her hand to pull open his collar, and indeed, his body was marred with scars, both new and old, with wounds from blades and swords, frostbite and bruises. Layers upon layers. Song Jing hastily sought to grasp the neckline, but was pulled back by Fu Wan, stumbling backward. Instinctively, Fu Wan caught his waist, drawing him fully into her embrace, their skin brushing against each other through the delicate fabric. Song Jing averted his gaze in panic. "What is it?" Fu Wan inquired, her fingers gliding over the wound on his chest, causing it to begin healing immediately. Song Jing trembled slightly, his long lashes casting shadows over his dark eyes. And he murmured, "The disciple bears many scars." "What of it?" Fu Wan replied, her tone both gentle and calm. "These are merely superficial. Whether they are pleasing to the eye or not, they hold no significance." It dawned on him that this was his master's perspective. He could not articulate the tumult of emotions stirring within him, hoping she would not disdain him, yet yearning for her compassion. Yet her demeanor was so composed, as if nothing could stir her emotions, nothing could ripple the still waters of her heart. "If you dislike them, I can help you remove them," Fu Wan offered sincerely, acknowledging that not everyone possesses the courage to confront their scars and flaws. A certain joy began to surface in Song Jing's dark eyes as he gazed at her. Suddenly, he reached out to embrace her waist, resting his head in the crook of her neck. "Master, I do not like these unsightly scars." The two of them formed an intimate silhouette against the water. Upon hearing his somewhat injured tone, Fu Wan instinctively softened her voice. "I shall help you remove them. However, these scars are not unsightly. If Master believes they are not, then you are also quite fine." Unbeknownst to her, the corners of the little villain's mouth twisted into a peculiar smile, a blend of joy and sorrow. Fu Wan gently ruffled his hair and reached to unfasten his garment. revealing an array of scars adorning his body. With a wave of her hand, she set about erasing the scars from his upper body. Once she completed this task, she realized that her hands had lingered on his skin for far too long. Song Jing's ears were flushed crimson, inwardly reciting a few calming verses. Fu Wan composed herself and took a few steps back. "Come, let us return and rest." "All right," he replied, his eyelashes fluttering, and the hand she held trembled imperceptibly. Fu Wan remained oblivious to this subtle detail as she led Song Jing towards Wuchu Hall. "Well then, let us return and sleep," she stated. Song Jing stood quietly before her, as the moon shone brightly in the sky, and the blossoms of the Chaoyu tree unfurled their petals, releasing a delicate fragrance into the air. "Master." Upon hearing his voice, Fu Wan turned to him, only to unexpectedly fall into his embrace. Song Jing wrapped his arms around her waist and murmured, "Master, I will strive diligently in my cultivation and will never again allow you to be hurt on my account." She had endured great hardships for him in the frigid lands for half a month, and had sustained numerous injuries within the secret realm of Jing Mountain. How could he ever hope to be worthy of such devotion from his master? What is this? Cultivating immortality is inherently an act against the heavens. One can only ascend to divinity by persevering through countless adversities, Fu Wan explained. A swordsman embodies the spirit of relentless advancement. Although there are nearly none who can harm Song Wu, it is quite ordinary for her to suffer injuries throughout her arduous journey of cultivation. Must Master ascend to immortality? Fu Wan pondered and deemed it inconsequential, merely following the heart's desire. In Song Jing's obsidian eyes flickered a peculiar brilliance. "I wish to remain by Master's side forever. As my disciple, you shall naturally stay close to me. After all, the original owner of this body perished while striving to save the world before achieving ascension. Thus, she must have always been near Song Jing." Song Jing opened his mouth, hesitating to voice certain thoughts. Fu Wan remarked, "However, should there come a day when I am no longer here, you must live well." After a moment, she added emphatically, "You must live." She was but a vibrant stroke in the canvas of his life, yet certainly not the entirety of it. Why would Master speak in such a manner? Song Jing queried. The mere thought of Master's absence felt unfathomable to him. Yet, gazing at the tranquil and seemingly accommodating Qing Shuangjun, he felt a surge of intense emotion that he dared not articulate. Fu Wan affectionately ruffled his hair, her eyes curving into a smile. "I took a fortune for myself, and it seems I may not last until ascension. Your demeanor is quiet and reclusive. Since arriving at Wuchu Mountain, you have hardly interacted with your fellow disciples. Master may well be the only person capable of approaching you. If the Master were no longer present, one ought to endeavor to forge connections with others during moments of solitude." She sensed that the small antagonist was drawing warmth and a semblance of light from her essence. Should she vanish, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of loss and isolation. "No, I shall never allow the Master to." He suddenly embraced Fu Wan tightly, his entire being trembling. "Certain events are inescapable and must be accepted," Fu Wan stated slowly. "No." He lowered his gaze upon Fu Wan, his expression shifting, emotion swirling within his eyes, and ultimately, he murmured, I cherish the Master. I do not wish for the Master to leave me." "Fu Wan." "I apologize," she replied, still somewhat taken aback. Perhaps unsure of how to confront Fu Wan, he closed his eyes, his cheeks and the corners of his eyes flushing crimson. "The affection you speak of is that of a junior for a senior, is it not?" Fu Wan felt a mix of astonishment and an odd sense of understanding. Song Jing remained silent. Fu Wan extended a hand, intending to release his grasp. But he gently interjected, "Disciple. Disciple harbors feelings for the Master. I shall strive to cultivate my skills, aspiring to become the Master's companion." Fu Wan. "Wait, am I dreaming?" 037 A reclusive, bashful, and infatuated disciple x a cool and aloof Master. The Master was not in a dream. He whispered softly, closed his eyes, and leaned in to kiss her. Fu Wan hurriedly raised her hand to block him, causing Song Jing to open his eyes, his expression tinged with hurt. As he quietly asked, "Does the Master not harbor feelings for me? Shouldn't she, in fact, cherish him?" As cultivators of the ethereal path, we must prioritize the tranquility of our minds in our pursuit of immortality. Yet, her thoughts were somewhat disordered. "My sole motivation for cultivation is my revered Master." He shyly revealed a smile, then lowered his gaze, too bashful to meet Fu Wan's eyes. He had come for her, to cultivate for her. Why then? Must the antagonist be so infatuated? With such sentiments, how could he possibly fulfill the role of the protagonist? Fu Wan pondered briefly before inquiring, "Do you truly care for me?" "Indeed," he replied, his eyes cast downwards. Fu Wan remained in contemplation for a moment, gradually sensing a flicker of joy within her. Taking a resolute breath, she tilted her face upwards and pressed her lips against his for a brief moment before withdrawing, declaring, "Then let us diligently cultivate together and ascend alongside our master." Song Jing felt his entire being freeze. He gazed at Fu Wan in disbelief, then suddenly grasped the back of her head, leaning down to fervently kiss her. Fu Wan thought to herself, while she felt a stir of emotions. She couldn't help but wish for gentleness. It was only when Fu Wan felt breathless that Song Jing finally released her. His eyes tinged with a faint blush as he murmured, "Master likes me too, does she not?" Fu Wan replied, "She does." As Song Jing's rosy blush deepened, confusion and trepidation seeped into his dark eyes. Fu Wan quickly softened her tone, asking, "What troubles you?" "Master is so wonderful, I assumed." He believed that his impure thoughts would draw the ire of his master, that she would cast him out from the sect. Even if he had mustered the courage to confess, he had already anticipated her stern rejection, warning him that his infatuation was folly and that he should leave the Qiuhua sect. With a gentle sigh, Fu Wan reached out to caress his cheek, rising on her toes to place a soft kiss at the corner of his mouth. "Do not think so. You are truly wonderful." Song Jing lowered his gaze to Fu Wan, finally revealing a shy smile. Fu Wan stifled a yawn and said, "Let us go back and rest." Releasing her hand, Song Jing allowed Fu Wan to take a step towards her room, only to feel him tugging at her sleeve. She turned back, inquiring, "What is it?" "I can't shake the feeling that everything just now was merely an illusion." His gaze bored deeply into hers. "Was it like a dream? Are you afraid that my affection for you is insincere?" Fu Wan's eyes curved into a soft smile. He mumbled, "Yes." Fu Wan then turned, grasping his hand. "Then tonight, you shall rest with me." Song Jing's expression momentarily froze, staring at her in a daze before he quietly acquiesced, following her into her room. Fu Wan's chamber was spacious and stark, yet infused with the cool fragrance she carried. She removed the sandalwood hairpin, allowing her long hair to cascade as she lay on the bed, leaving half the space for him. Song Jing silently slipped off his shoes and nestled beside her. Fully clothed, Fu Wan retrieved a cloud-like quilt and tenderly draped it over him before burrowing under the covers herself, closing her eyes to sleep. Song Jing watched her for a long while, unable to bring himself to close his eyes. After much hesitation, he reached out and rested his arm around her waist. The girl's eyelashes fluttered momentarily. She did not resist, but instead snuggled closer, grasping the fabric of his clothing. On the icy visage of Song Jing, a restrained smile finally emerged. "System, do you truly have affection for him?" Fu Wan, "Naturally. There is something I wish you could clarify." "System, pose your question." Fu Wan, "Song Jing is indeed a Jing, correct?" "System, how did you come to that conclusion?" Fu Wan, "For instance, even if my persona in this world diverges, certain elements remain immutable. Thus, the same applies to a Jing." She not only found him familiar, but also recognized numerous shared traits. If in the previous world she was oblivious to her feelings for a Jing, in this world, her heart's flutter was decidedly evident. Yes, the individual you must care for in every realm is one and the same. The system suddenly became exceedingly forthright. Indeed, Fu Wan refrained from pressing further. The person beside her was tense, his breath uneven. After a moment's contemplation, Fu Wan turned, rolling into his embrace. Grasping his garment, her lips met his. "A Jing. How can you be so bashful? How will you ever become my partner?" Song Jing replied in a hushed tone. "Does the master truly wish for me to be your partner?" Fu Wan opened her eyes, "Look into my eyes." Her gaze remained compassionate and gentle, reflecting only him, with tender affection almost unabashedly emanating. He suddenly tightened his embrace as if attempting to meld Fu Wan into his very being. Fu Wan found it slightly difficult to breathe. Her breaths growing heavy, Song Jing's body stiffened abruptly, a flush creeping onto his cheeks as he rolled over, pinning her beneath him. Fu Wan discerned his unease. He was overwhelmed by self-doubt and trepidation. Raising her face, she whispered softly near his ear, "If you doubt me, I invite you to test it." Song Jing let out a muffled sound, lowering his head to kiss her lips. His kiss was both cherished and gentle, akin to handling a priceless treasure. Fu Wan chuckled softly, "Ah Jing, I like you, I truly like you. No matter what you are like, I adore you." Despite his evident flaws, she was willing to redeem him with her own being. She was willing, and she found joy in it. "I once believed that my master never held me in his heart. The pain from her indifferent yet compassionate gaze intensified his yearning to possess her, to draw her closer. Fu Wan wrapped her arms around his neck. How could that be? His indulgence was lost in her tender and devoted gaze. My master is the best to me. Song Jing's body grew increasingly warm, as if he were suppressing something. Fu Wan, aware of the situation, parted his garments and kissed his eyelids. Ah Jing, you are the best. With her soft, fragrant presence enveloping him, he nearly lost his composure, hastily pressing down her clothing with reddened eyes. No. What is it? Fu Wan asked, somewhat perplexed. In the previous world, had he not longed to possess her? I cannot bear it. He averted his gaze. His ears flushed crimson. My master is so wonderful. He cannot easily claim her body, for he does not yet deserve her. Ah Jing is truly remarkable. Fu Wan embraced him, her smile illuminating her face as she watched him. He was somewhat unaccustomed to Fu Wan's fervent gaze, and awkwardly remarked, Once I reach the great ascension stage, I shall become a companion to my master. Fu Wan affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, Whatever you wish is acceptable. Embracing the person in his arms, he finally felt a semblance of stability. That unsettling sensation of floating in the clouds had transformed into contentment and joy. The introverted, shy, and somewhat delicate disciple paired with the aloof and powerful sect leader. Fu Wan playfully tapped him on the head. What are you worrying about unnecessarily? These matters your master will undoubtedly handle. With a smile gracing her lips, she added, Though my fate is already sealed. Becoming the companion of a minor antagonist does not significantly alter the original narrative. Contemplating this, Fu Wan resolved to retire for the night. We shall see, she mused. For he will always be present in the worlds to come. The following morning, Du Lin came to find her. Fu Wan, not quite accustomed to early rising, groggily tied up her hair and tugged at her skirt before stepping outside. Junior sister, I have come to discuss the matters of the Pomegranate Blossom Festival with you. Du Lin said with a gentle expression. Fu Wan yawned and, half awake, replied, Ah Jing, please brew a pot of tea for senior brother. Yes, the young man responded as he emerged from her room, maintaining a meticulous demeanor. Du Lin interjected, There is no need to be so formal. But then he paused, his expression shifting. Wait, did he just come out of your room? He glanced at Fu Wan, momentarily hesitant to voice his thoughts directly. Once Song Jing exited the room, Du Lin quickly whispered, How did Ah Jing come out of your room? Song Wu appeared to have just awakened, and it seemed quite unusual for Song Jing to be in her chamber. Fu Wan's mind momentarily faltered before she uttered, I wish for a Jing to become my Dao companion. What? A Dao companion? Du Lin was taken aback, nearly losing his balance. The young man stood outside the room, just able to glimpse what they were engaged in and clearly hear their conversation. His previously pallid complexion gradually regained some color, and a glimmer of light flickered in his dark eyes, accompanied by a suppressed smile that danced at the corners of his mouth. Song Jing entered, carrying a teapot, and respectfully poured a cup for Du Lin. Du Lin hesitated, gazing at Song Jing, uncertain whether to speak candidly in his presence. Stepping forward, Song Jing clasped his hands and proclaimed, As a disciple, I shall diligently cultivate until I am worthy of my master, at which point I will bind myself as a Dao companion. Du Lin was not overly rigid. Yet he understood that if their master-disciple relationship were to be widely known, it would inevitably tarnish the reputations of both individuals and Xiaohua sect. More critically, should affection intertwine with their bond, it could lead to an imbalance, one in a position of strength, the other in vulnerability, potentially sowing discord and jeopardizing longevity. Moreover, his junior sister possessed a disposition untouched by romantic entanglements. What if she were to be deceived by a scoundrel? He could not allow his sister to fall prey to a rogue. Du Lin fretted over his sister's well-being, but struggled to articulate his concerns. Fu Wan, noticing Du Lin's jaw nearly unhinged, quickly interjected, However, there is no need for haste. Let us allow a Jing to cultivate a bit longer. As of now, his abilities are still modest, and he should not be thrust into the spotlight. The cultivation world harbored countless admirers of Song Wu. Should word of a Jing aspiring to be her Dao companion spread, it would undoubtedly invite a plethora of complications. She also believed that a relationship could only be established if both parties held equal standing. Otherwise, it would inevitably be unfair to one of them. Du Lin gazed at his gentle and compassionate junior sister before him, feeling as though his mind was on the verge of exploding. His own junior sister, so ethereal and transcendent, possessing an unparalleled grace, had been so easily taken by a mere young rascal, yet to fully mature. Did he truly deserve her? Even in his astonishment, Du Lin could only feel a surge of fury. He slammed his hand on the table and commanded, Song Jing, kneel. Song Jing glanced at Fu Wan, and upon receiving her silent consent, he knelt down with a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. Master Uncle, do you genuinely harbor feelings for Ao? As he posed the question, Du Lin employed the heart-exposing spell, a technique reserved solely for the elders of the Qiuhua sect to use on their junior disciples. However, its application was taxing, and thus it was seldom invoked unless the matter was of great significance. I have admired my master for a long time. From the moment I laid eyes on you, my heart has belonged solely to you. I dream of diligently honing my skills to earn your favor. He closed his eyes, attempting to restrain the flood of emotions surging within him, yet suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The heart-exposing spell compelled him to continue voicing his innermost thoughts. I know I should not entertain such feelings towards my master, but I simply cannot help but want to draw closer to you, to earn your affection. Fu Wan did not intervene to halt Du Lin, harboring a trace of selfish desire herself. I wish for my master to belong only to me. With a subtle movement of her fingers, the heart-exposing spell binding Song Jing was lifted. Song Jing lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, while the tips of his ears flushed a deep crimson. Upon meeting Fu Wan's eyes, he hastily averted his gaze. Du Lin remarked, So this little rascal has been coveting my junior sister for quite some time. Now that the truth is out, can he still rectify the situation? He struggled to contain his sword, brimming with indignation. Fu Wan, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, Brother, in your haste, it would be wise to return promptly. Du Lin, unable to harbor anger towards his own junior sister, shot a disgruntled glare at Song Jing. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, added, Don't forget this matter. Perhaps wishing to avoid the emotional turmoil, Du Lin departed in a hurry. Only then did Fu Wan furrow her brows, settling quietly at the tea table. She poured herself a cup of red tea, lowering her eyes as she savored the drink. Song Jing, maintaining an impassive facade, stood there silently. Yet, the turmoil within his gaze betrayed his emotions. He gazed at Fu Wan, lost in thought for a long while before finally uttering, Master. Fu Wan lifted her eyes, offering him a cup of tea. What is it? Master, truly. He stared at the woman before him. Adorned in snow-white garments and with raven-black hair, still grappling with the surreal nature of the events that had transpired the previous day. How could someone as remarkable as Master ever regard him? Fu Wan, recalling a scene from a novel, raised her hand to present him with a mirror. Take a look at your own face and find some confidence. Song Jing responded with silence. Fu Wan chuckled softly. The Luhua Conference will host a grand competition among various sections. Prepare diligently. Do not bring shame upon your master. Startled, Song Jing declared, I shall not tarnish Master S' reputation and will strive to seize the top position. There is no need for that. She took a sip of tea, lifted her gaze, and smiled radiantly. To protect oneself is the wish of a teacher. Song Jing was momentarily entranced by her smile, and after a brief pause, clasped his hands and replied, I will take good care of myself. Very well. Fu Wan rose and directly took hold of his hand, saying, Let us go. Behind the Wuchu Hall lies a beautiful, deep pool, where Fu Wan would sometimes fish when boredom struck. However, the purpose of this pool extends far beyond mere angling. Jump, Fu Wan instructed. Without hesitation, Song Jing leaped into the water. Though he could not swim and was momentarily startled by a mouthful of water, he did not struggle. Instead, he sank quietly into the depths. Fu Wan followed suit, diving in after him. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pried open his lips, and shared a breath with him before casting a spell to shield them from the water. Initially, his eyes were tightly shut, instinctively drawing in the air from her mouth. Fu Wan's lips were inadvertently grazed, leaving a small cut. Upon sensing her presence, he instinctively opened his eyes. The girl's face was as pale as snow. Her brows and eyes sharp and pristine, with the only blemish being the crimson blood on her lips, lending her an air of haunting beauty. I forgot you were unaware of the water barrier spell, Fu Wan expressed apologetically. I know my master would never harm me, Song Jing reassured her. As Fu Wan gazed into the depths of his dark eyes, where a few stars of light flickered, her heart raced. Yes. She led him deeper into the water until they were enveloped in utter darkness, unable to see even a hint of light. Yet, with their fingers intertwined, Fu Wan acutely sensed his presence beside her. However, something seemed amiss with Song Jing's breathing. She raised her hand and felt his cheek. Detecting the cold sweat that had surfaced on his skin, he trembled slightly, his breath irregular, as if he were suppressing the urge to inhale heavily. Fu Wan opened her arms and embraced Song Jing's quivering form, calling out to him, "A Jing, a Jing." She held him tightly, her warmth radiating steadily into him. Song Jing found himself enveloped in the faint, cool fragrance of his master, her soft body pressed closely against him, warmth seeping into his limbs and bones. The sense of fear began to dissipate, and he clung to Fu Wan, nuzzling his head into the crook of her neck. Fu Wan perceived him as a helpless little creature. From her space, she retrieved a luminous pearl, yet in the thick darkness. Its light illuminated only a small area around them. Fu Wan tightened her grip and whispered, "Do not fear. If there were a third person in this realm, they would witness a maiden cradling a halo of light, illuminating her delicate features, her long hair flowing like water, and her snow-white garment resembling a blooming night blooming Sirius. Tightly entwined with a pale, handsome youth, as if they existed in symbiosis, plummeting endlessly into the abyss." After speaking, she quickened their descent. They sank until they reached the very bottom, where their feet seemed to tread upon a soft membrane. Suddenly, they plummeted downwards. Below them, sharp stalactites grew, and Fu Wan swiftly pulled Song Jing into her embrace as her own body fell downwards. In this place, spells cannot be utilized. However, this body, devoid of magical abilities, possesses strength far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Fu Wan delicately balanced on the tip of the highest stalactite, and, leveraging her momentum, descended at an angle. She deftly removed a hairpin from her hair and scraped it against another stalactite, using friction to reduce her speed. Nevertheless, from such a height, she was still struck several times while in midair, with Song Jing cradled protectively in her arms. Ultimately, she crashed down with considerable force, unable to suppress a muffled groan. The pain compelled Fu Wan to release her grip, prompting Song Jing to immediately assist her in standing and examine her back. Fu Wan felt a searing pain radiating from her back, yet as the foremost figure in the realm of cultivation, enduring such discomfort was not insurmountable. "Master." Song Jing's voice was laden with restraint and concern. Her back was marred with bloodstains, a sight that was quite alarming. However, to Song Wu, it was merely a severe yet superficial injury, so Fu Wan did not dwell on it. After consuming a healing pill, she rose to her feet. "It is of no consequence. Let us proceed." Song Jing pursed his lips as he observed the girl, whose demeanor remained stoic despite her pale complexion and the blood that covered her. She bore the pain in silence. Fu Wan pressed onward, knowing that if she could not locate the icebone pill, the heat poison within Song Jing would continue to torment him. This frigid pond had been bequeathed to her by her master, concealing an ancient dragon beneath its depths. This dragon had been sealed away for millennia, and if she could procure one of its reverse scales for refinement, it would undoubtedly alleviate the heat poison. Yet, the reverse scale was forbidden to touch. The black tortoise left by the dragon clan was beyond her capabilities, let alone a dragon with its lineage. Although Fu Wan's heart was in turmoil, she pressed on regardless. If the heat toxins within him are not resolved, they will worsen with the passage of time, severely damaging his foundational essence, and ultimately, they will lead to a chronic deterioration of his body. Although the title of the foremost practitioner in the realm of cultivation may seem somewhat diminished in the presence of these ancient divine beasts, she remains the only one worthy of a trial. Currently, this location serves as a buffer zone where spiritual power cannot be utilized, to prevent the internal dragon from escaping and disrupting the grand formation laid upon the cold pool. Thus, it is a place of safety. This is a maze. Attempt to break through and find your way out. Fu Wan gently urged Song Jing, her head bowed. Should she perish, the methods by which the minor antagonist learns his craft would not remain as simple as having her by his side. In most novels, although the antagonists experience fortuitous encounters, they are often pushed to the brink, compelled to resort to nefarious means for their cultivation. Song Jing nodded, his demeanor calm and composed, as he calculated the evolution of the 5 elemental directions. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and declared, "This way." Fu Wan smiled softly, "Excellent." Song Jing's usually steady and indifferent expression was momentarily clouded with confusion as he lowered his tumultuous gaze and responded with a subdued hum. Fu Wan then stepped toward the direction he indicated, approaching a stone wall. She bit her fingertip, allowing blood to flow, and pressed it against the wall, which suddenly revealed a chaotic vortex that enveloped both of them. Instinctively, Song Jing grasped Song Wu, holding him tightly within his embrace. As Fu Wan's hand found his, their fingers intertwined. Song Jing instinctively shivered, his body tensing. Fu Wan found it amusing that this world's Jing was so bashful, and thus, she teased him deliberately. You have already kissed me, yet now you seem reluctant to hold my hand. Are you planning to abandon me after having stirred my affections? Song Jing suddenly stiffened, his grip around her waist tightening further. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter in a low, hesitant voice, I am not. I truly enjoy holding hands with my master. Fu Wan was taken aback, observing the brooding, silent youth with a tense expression, his ears reddening by the moment. A flicker of guilt stirred within her. The two remained silent for a while, when suddenly their feet touched the ground, and a fierce gust of wind sliced past them. Fu Wan swiftly drew her sword, Qing Shuang, which resonated with a clear, ringing sound, dispersing the menacing wind. Though Song Wu's robe billowed in the breeze, he stood steadfastly upon the blade, ready to counter any impending attacks. Understanding the signal, Song Jing swiftly retreated. As Fu Wan beheld the menacing, pitch-black dragon, she felt dwarfed by its towering presence, realizing it would be a formidable opponent. Yet, for the sake of the small antagonist, she resolved to charge forth. Qing Shuang too sensed the dragon's ferocity, emitting a low, warning hum. Fu Wan formed a series of intricate hand seals, directing thousands of icicles toward the dragon's eyes. The agile creature let out a shriek and evaded the attack, retaliating violently against the provoked Fu Wan. However, she had anticipated this move. Instead of retreating, she vaulted upward, her sword aimed directly at the dragon's jaw. It was only then that the dragon realized it had been ensnared in a trap, but it was too late to evade. Fu Wan's strike landed squarely on its jaw, eliciting a pained roar as its neck recoiled. Not daring to hesitate, Fu Wan seized the dragon's vulnerable reverse scale and unleashed an ice blade with her other hand. A crack echoed as the ice blade shattered. Indeed, the reverse scale proved to be exceptionally resilient. Furrowing her brow slightly, Fu Wan forcefully drew her hand down the edge of Qing Shuang. The blade, now stained with her blood, shimmered with intensified brilliance. As the dragon's tail swung menacingly toward her, Fu Wan resolutely wrenched Qing Shuang free. Suddenly, a scale fell with a crisp sound. The dragon let out a piercing roar in pain. Stalactites cascaded to the ground, and the cave began to collapse. Fu Wan reached out to grasp the reverse scale, but was struck hard on the back by the dragon's tail, causing her to spit a mouthful of blood. Staggering slightly, she then seized her sword, Qing Shuang, and thrust it into the dragon's tail, unleashing a brilliant azure light. The tail was instantly frozen, momentarily immobilized. Before she could catch her breath, the furious dragon lunged at Fu Wan, spewing ice orbs one after another. Song Jing was diligently contending with the dragon's tail and its two claws. However, the dragon's rage was unrelenting, its sole desire to rend Fu Wan to shreds. Exasperated, Fu Wan's forehead blossomed with a silvery radiance. She was lifted by her spiritual power, her long black hair and flowing white robe gently swaying in the ethereal energy. She resembled a glimmering sliver of moonlight, elevated high in the void. She seemed to whisper a word, a sound that Song Jing heard distinctly. In that instant, Qing Shuang transformed into a streak of silvery light, piercing the dragon's forehead. The once ferocious dragon suddenly froze, crashing down with a resounding thud, sending dust swirling into the air. Song Jing gazed upward with a fervent reverence at the serene figure of the woman bathed in pure white light, feeling an inexplicable and profound attraction to her. Perhaps the monsters lurking in the abyss of darkness are destined to be captivated by the shimmering brilliance of light. Fu Wan gradually opened her eyes upon sensing the arrival of the dragon. In an instant, her body succumbed to weakness, and she plummeted from the void, akin to a butterfly that had unexpectedly lost its wings, falling into the embrace of the young man who had appeared out of thin air. Song Jing gazed down at her. Her complexion was ghastly pale, exuding an almost ethereal frailty. "Master?" he inquired, his voice tinged with urgency and restraint. Fu Wan, lacking the strength to fully open her eyes, her long lashes resembling raven feathers, murmured softly, "My spiritual energy has been completely depleted. It will take time to recover." After uttering these words, her head tilted and she fainted. Given her current state, she was uncertain if she could contend with the dragon. Despite her cultivation, she was still a mortal, far inferior to the robust and resilient divine beast. Song Jing surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in silence. He attempted to utilize his celestial powers to breach the stone wall they had previously encountered, but to no avail. The timing of the dragon's awakening remained a mystery. Lowering his gaze, he gathered a dense cloud of dark magic energy in his palm, feeling the swirling malevolence around him. Such potent magic caused the seals nearby to hum and vibrate ominously. However, since his master had not provided explicit instructions regarding these matters, it suggested that they were not in immediate danger, or perhaps exiting was a straightforward endeavor. He let the magic dissipate from his hand, resolving not to let his master discover his condition. Having witnessed the dragon's ferocity firsthand, he had also gleaned from recent experiences that, despite his master being the foremost among cultivators, she remained somewhat vulnerable against such formidable creatures. Since finding an exit should not pose a significant challenge, he resolved to search for a way out. Song Jing aligned the 5 elemental directions, yet this place offered no clues as to where an exit might be located. One can only wait for Song Wu to awaken. The master will not leave him in peril. Fu Wan dreamed she had returned to her modern home. A cup of warm water before her as she basked in the sunlight on the balcony. Dr. Zhao was on the phone, his tone somewhat irritable. Your lack of proactive engagement and treatment is tantamount to relinquishing your own life. Fu Wan, with her fingers deftly flipping through the pages of a novel on her screen, replied cheerfully, whether I give up or not, it matters little. What do you mean it matters little? That's simply incorrect. This marked the first time Dr. Zhao encountered someone as devoid of will to survive as Fu Wan, leaving him so exasperated that he felt compelled to deliver a lecture on philosophy. All right, I must hang up now. I'm reading a novel. Fu Wan swiped the status bar, ended the call, and resumed her reading. However, before she could delve deeper, she awoke. The young man gazed at her with his eyes lowered, motionless, akin to a wooden statue. Upon seeing her awaken, a spark ignited in his eyes, infusing his previously gloomy demeanor with vitality, transforming him from a mere puppet. Fu Wan let out a long sigh, suppressing the unease in her chest, and gently reassured him. I am well, there is no need for concern. Song Jing could discern that something was amiss with Song Wu just as his eyes opened. But her emotions were concealed too swiftly. It was evident she did not wish for him to notice. He remained silent for a moment, recognizing his own inadequacy in finding a way out. Fu Wan then surveyed her surroundings and remarked, this indeed holds a secret. I simply did not have the opportunity to share it with you. Behold, as she deftly wielded her hands, the radiant energy coursed swiftly through her fingers, while she intoned an incantation. In an instant, a brilliant azure light surged towards a wall, and with a resounding crash, a passageway suddenly materialized. Fu Wan promptly grasped Song Jing's hand and leaped through. Just as they crossed the threshold, the passage sealed behind them. Fu Wan then remarked, this is a task entrusted to me by my master. Upon my ascension, it will become your responsibility. My mentor is destined to transcend to the celestial realm. As she spoke, a flicker of anxiety danced in her dark eyes, as if fearing for her well-being, and she clutched her hand tightly. However, Fu Wan maintained a serene demeanor, acknowledging that her master's fate was already sealed. Life and death were of little consequence to her. Suddenly, Song Jing leaned in closer, leaving Fu Wan with no means of retreat. She found herself pressed against the stone wall, their noses almost touching, breaths entwined. Instinctively, she felt the urge to swallow, yet she hesitated. A sense of disquiet washed over her, her heart racing. In such proximity, she could clearly discern that in the depths of his striking eyes, she was his sole focus. The slight quiver of his eyelashes revealed a tension that surpassed her own, and inexplicably, she felt a lightness envelop her, dissipating the heaviness that lingered in her heart. Fu Wan chuckled softly, tilting her face upward to meet his gaze. Ah Jing, life and death are fated. It is an inevitability. But until that moment arrives, my master will remain by your side, will he not? He will surely be well. He bowed his head, burying it in the crook of her neck. Fu Wan's gaze wandered into the void, and she sighed inwardly. The scales of the dragon, known as the reverse scale, were refined into a medicinal pill by Fu Wan and administered to Song Jing, alleviating his scorching poison considerably. However, the process of refining the reverse scale consumed Fu Wan a full 6 months. Upon her emergence, the system prompted her to proceed with the narrative. Reflecting on the disarray she encountered in the previous world, Fu Wan sighed multiple times, contemplating what manner of demise would be most suitable for her. The system interjected, reminding her to pay heed to the details. Hastily, Fu Wan reviewed the particulars and discovered that prior to Song Wu's self-sacrifice, troubles began to unfold within the realm of cultivation. A pivotal issue arose when the cultivators of the neighboring Xuanji mountain calculated the resurgence of a demonic deity, prompting a widespread hunt for demon cultivators throughout the realm. Song Jing bore traces of demonic energy, a consequence of having been possessed by a demon cultivator while still in his mother's womb. Although the demon was later vanquished by righteous cultivators, Song Jing remained tainted by this energy. During his childhood, while wandering, he encountered fortuitous opportunities and became a disciple of a demon cultivator. The demonic energy surrounding him ultimately led to his capture. In a bid to protect his disciple, Song Wu faced a coalition of several sects who spread malicious rumors regarding her cultivation, claiming she had fallen into madness and instigated a manhunt against her. In truth, these individuals coveted Song Wu's profound cultivation, seeking to usurp her celestial bones to ascend to immortality. The implicit suggestion within the original text indicates that Song Wu's cultivation far surpassed that of these individuals, who had engaged in numerous underhanded schemes in the early stages. Firstly, in their pursuit of capturing Song Wu, they deliberately unleashed the blood demon, who had been sealed for many years. Due to the seal, the blood demon's power had been significantly diminished, and in its quest to regain its former might, it rampaged through cities in the mortal realm, resulting in the tragic death of countless innocents and cultivators alike. The blood demon, a creature of ancient demonic lineage, starkly contrasts with the cultivators nurtured by the current depleted spiritual energy of the cultivation world. Only the foremost cultivator, Song Wu, stands a chance against it. As Fu Wan pondered this, a sigh escaped her lips. The selfishness of these individuals was truly astounding. Indeed, within a few days, the 5 major sects of the cultivation world convened at Xihua Gate. Just yesterday, 15,000 lives were claimed at Wutong City by the blood demon, with none surviving. 8,000 souls perished in Qingke Town, and 100,000 in Fuhua City, alongside nearly 1 million in the entire southern province. The countenances of the attendees turned grave, and Du Lin slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming how utterly depraved this fiend was. We have come today to beseech Lord Qing to intervene, lest the blood demon continue its rampage and inflict further harm upon the innocent. We implore Lord Qing to take action. We implore Lord Qing to take action. Upon hearing these figures, a chill ran down Fu Wan's spine. Indeed, as long as one is not directly harmed, they seem indifferent to the sharpest and most venomous of blades. Even as fellow humans, they remain oblivious to the depth of such suffering. This matter shall not pass by without my intervention, Fu Wan stated calmly. Then we shall entrust the safety of the realm's populace to Lord Qing. The others replied, bowing deeply in reverence. Fu Wan cast a subtle glance at the few individuals before her, acknowledging that the safety of the world cannot rest solely upon her shoulders. Our Qiuhua sect has the fewest members. Meanwhile, you various sects have dispatched 50 inner disciples each to stand guard against the blood demon. The expressions of the individuals immediately darkened. They exchanged glances before their gazes settled upon the leader of a sect slightly lower in rank than the others. This leader could only respond. The blood demon is originally a member of the ancient demonic clan, and having now consumed the flesh and blood of 1 million souls, even the combined strength of us few leaders is insufficient to confront it, let alone that of our disciples. After a pause, he continued, though the blood demon is indeed rampant, it primarily preys upon commoners and those ill-prepared. The 50 inner disciples from each sect represent the depletion of the new talents within the realm of cultivation. We must weigh the gravity of the situation wisely. I leave it to you, Lord Qing, to deliberate. For a moment, Fu Wan remained silent. Du Lin slowly interjected, are you suggesting that the lives of your disciples hold greater value than those of common mortals? In our pursuit of immortality, we prioritize the cultivation of the heart. Your stance is quite disheartening. Fu Wan felt a chill within. In every world, worth is judged by resources. Even a 7-year-old child understands the notion of equality among all beings, yet a 100-year-old elder will still categorize individuals based on their resources. My intention is for your inner disciples to conceal the presence of the common folk, or to form formations that delay the threat, thereby minimizing casualties. As cultivators, the spiritual energy within you consumes the world's essence, thereby seizing the resources of time from other living beings. And thus you bear the responsibility of safeguarding the welfare of all. Fu Wan's gaze cooled slightly as she addressed the assembly, questioning their seemingly detached demeanor. Had they forgotten the teachings of their master from the moment they embarked on their path at the tender age of 7? The 4 sect leaders, their faces tinged with embarrassment, forced smiles as they responded, expressing their concern for their disciples and lamenting their misinterpretation of Qing Shuangjun's words. They asserted that it was indeed their duty to safeguard the lives of the people, an obligation they could not forsake. Fu Wan nodded thoughtfully and turned to Du Lin, entrusting him with the responsibility of overseeing the matter. The very use of the term overseeing rendered the expressions of the four leaders even more disconcerted. Rest assured, junior sister, Du Lin replied. Song Wu, with his cool demeanor, had long been responsible for diplomatic affairs, becoming accustomed to the duplicitous nature of these individuals. In truth, the majority of the world exhibited such facades, not inherently malicious, nor lacking in virtue, but rather self-serving, a reflection of their true nature. Even in the realm of cultivation, the essence of human morality, good and evil, remained intact. Once Fu Wan had given her instructions, she turned and departed. With a thought, Qing Shuang bore her swiftly back to Wuchu Mountain. She settled beneath the Chaoyu tree, sipping sweet osmanthus wine, which brought her a gentle intoxication and a fleeting joy. Fu Wan felt a measure of happiness, yet she knew she could not embody the same benevolence as Song Wu. Perhaps he had also experienced sorrow, yet remained unrepentant? Not far away, Song Jing practiced his swordplay, each thrust and parry sending ripples of spiritual energy that scattered the Chaoyu petals like a rain of blossoms. Through the shimmering petals, he quietly observed the woman in white atop the tree, a hint of a stubborn smile gracing his lips. From the very first moment, he laid eyes upon Song Wu. He found it difficult to articulate the sense of familiarity that enveloped him, akin to a hatred born of a past life, so dense it rendered him breathless. Yet, it also drove him to a maddening desire to draw near to her, to pull her down from that clean, distant realm, to struggle alongside him in the depths of endless negative emotions, yearning for her presence by his side. Fu Wan exhaled a sigh, her habitual inclination to divert her attention taking hold. A jing. She turned and leaped down from the tree trunk, walking slowly to Song Jing's side. The young man unsheathed his long sword, striking the trunk of the yew tree, petals cascading down to rest upon Song Wu's jet-black hair, accentuating the soft allure of her pristine, radiant face. The blood demon wreaks havoc in the mortal realm. I must descend the mountain to subdue him. Fu Wan spoke with an air of nonchalance, arching her brows with a smile. Song Jing was momentarily taken aback. I shall accompany the master. Fu Wan's expression turned serious. Your cultivation is currently at the mid-stage of the golden core. You are no match for the blood demon. She raised her hand, revealing a book in her palm. Go into seclusion for 3 months. By the time I return, you must have at least advanced a tier. Song Jing's dark eyes fixed intently on Song Wu. She rarely displayed such sternness. Though he seldom left Wuchu Mountain, he was acutely aware of the terror surrounding the blood demon during this time. 1,000,000 lives had been lost, devoured by a single blood demon. Even though the master was so powerful that he could not compare to even a finger of hers, such a formidable master still struggled against ancient divine beasts. How could they possibly contend with a blood demon that had feasted on the blood of millions? I shall accompany the master, Song Jing insisted stubbornly. The master had repeatedly placed him in perilous situations. Even if he were to perish, he could not allow the master to face danger alone. Fu Wan anticipated his actions. With a flick of her fingertip, a rope swiftly bound Song Jing. The cave door would open 3 months hence. After speaking, Fu Wan instructed Qing Shuang to escort Song Jing into the mountain cave, and with a resounding thud, the cave door was sealed shut. Fu Wan gazed at the desolate Wuchu Mountain and slowly exhaled a sigh. In truth, she too was selfish. She feared that Song Jing, for her sake, would confront adversaries he could not yet match, leading to a fate drenched in blood, just as in their past life. Sensing her troubled spirit, the Qing Shuang sword emitted a few low hums. Looking at the Qing Shuang sword, a sense of serene fulfillment gradually blossomed within Fu Wan. Compassion and gentleness embodied Song Wu, while steadfast resolve also belonged to him. With their eyes set upon the vastness of the world and the pursuit of eternal peace, both Song Wu and Fu Wan remained unafraid. A pale blue light flashed, and both a person and a sword vanished from Wuchu Mountain. Moments later, Song Wu stood aloft at the summit of Songxin Mountain. This place, once a hidden paradise, had been transformed by the blood demon into a desolate realm reeking of blood and demonic energy, where the anguished cries of countless beings could be heard even through the barrier. Thunderous clouds churned ominously in the horizon, casting a dark shroud over the land. Fu Wan formed seals with her 10 fingers, and the Qing Shuang sword, gleaming with a frigid light, struck the barrier. With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered under immense force, amplifying the anguished screams within to a volume that could deafen an ordinary person. In that instant, a torrent of vengeful energy surged forth from Zhangxian Mountain, faintly revealing a river of crimson blood winding through the valley. Qing Shuang let out an anguished wail. Directing her fury towards the blood river below, an oppressive aura of dark magic surged through the void. The blood demon hovered above, perched upon a crimson umbrella, its scarlet eyes reflecting the ethereal form of Fu Wan. "Who are you?" the blood demon inquired, its voice oscillating between masculine and feminine tones, as its crimson tongue licked the droplets of blood from its fingertips. I had presumed that the realm of cultivation was now filled with nothing but incompetence. Following this, a grotesque laughter erupted from its throat. "You may barely stand a chance against me, once I consume the celestial bones within you. Infusing them with the grievances of countless souls to forge demonic bones, I shall no longer need to frequently change my vessel." Fu Wan found the entity before her rather repulsive, yet, contemplating the inevitability of death whether by standing or falling, she remained resolute. "Defeat me first, then you may speak." The blood demon raised an eyebrow, its appearance rather appealing, its tone shifting to a softer lilt. "I shall be gentle with you." My dear Fu Wan felt her patience fraying. Those who prattle on like you often meet their demise in the end, you know? System, character integrity warning. "Fu Wan, I knew you would only offer warnings and not take action against me." Moi system gag. The blood demon, provoked by Fu Wan's retorts, had its crimson umbrella pulsating as though it were about to bleed, surrounded by a tempest of resentment filled with mocking taunts. "Kill him. Hurry and die. Ha, perish." Fu Wan bit her fingertip, inscribing a symbol in the air, directing the resentment beneath her feet. An icy blue radiance illuminated the entire Zhangxian Mountain, causing the dense dark resentment to wail in agony under the purifying, indifferent glow. Song Wu's exquisite brows remained remarkably calm, as she transformed the clear frost in her hand into 49 beams of sword light aimed at the crimson umbrella. The umbrella was violently cleaved apart by the sword light, scattering a rain of blood-red droplets. One droplet nearly grazed Fu Wan's brow, but she deftly dodged, her long sword thrusting towards the chest of the blood demon. With the sword in hand and her feet resting upon a sacred lotus, the sword light sliced through the palm winds that the blood demon had conjured. As she evaded, the tip of her sword pointed directly at the blood demon's temple. The crimson umbrella silently unfurled, as if poised to envelop the young girl in the next heartbeat. A faint smile graced Fu Wan's lips, and to her astonishment, the clear frost transformed into a flute. The blood demon's expression shifted dramatically as he sidestepped to grasp the umbrella's handle, intent on retracting it. Suddenly, a silver-white lotus seemingly bloomed from Fu Wan's brow, emanating a radiant light so intense that it made the blood umbrella tremble violently, its crimson essence writhing as if infested by countless insects. Enraged, the blood demon bellowed, unleashing successive gusts of wind towards Fu Wan. Fu Wan skillfully evaded, disregarding the impending strike, while the clear frost morphed into a beam of ice-blue brilliance aimed at the heart of the umbrella. The already faltering crimson umbrella was cleaved by the clear frost's sword energy, instantly dissolving into a cloud of deep red mist. With a melodic hum, the clear frost returned to Fu Wan's grasp, and she adeptly twirled the sword before launching a decisive strike toward the blood demon. The blood demon grinned menacingly, severing his left hand with a swift stroke, which transformed into a curved blade radiating with a sanguine glow, slicing through the air towards Fu Wan. Clash! The mingling of crimson and cerulean light erupted, sending tremors through the peaks of Zhangxian Mountain, causing rocks to tumble, while the tormented souls below emitted piercing, anguished wails, forcing Fu Wan to stagger backward. The blood demon suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his hands weaving intricate seals directed at Fu Wan. In response, Fu Wan drew forth a snow-white lotus with her left hand, striking at the red thread. The thread writhed like a living serpent, menacingly attempting to burrow into Fu Wan. Yet was met with the searing heat of the lotus, sizzling in protest. Fu Wan inscribed a talisman, which she thrust directly onto the blood demon. A radiant barrier materialized before the fleeing entity, and, in a swift motion, Qing Shuang was unsheathed, plunging into the demon's heart. The blood demon, with an eerie smile, grasped Qing Shuang with his right hand. Before Fu Wan could withdraw, the thick black-red thread had already infiltrated her fingertips. Song-woo, even as I fall before you today, you shall not be able to slay me, he declared with a sinister grin, his form dissipating into a crimson mist, vanishing abruptly. Fu Wan felt a searing pain in her chest, as if it were being crushed, her limbs and bones feeling as though they were being ground to dust, exacerbated by the sensation of scalding oil being poured upon her. The system spoke. This is the heart demon goo. It seeks to uncover your deepest fears, nurturing your inner demons, aiming to shatter your resolve and lead you to utter ruin. Fu Wan inquired, "Are there any tools available?" The system replied, "Insufficient level." Fu Wan was in such agonizing pain that she could not even summon her spiritual energy. Despite her soul being extraordinarily powerful, it was still unable to endure such torment. She pondered that if she were in another realm's body, this pain might very well be lethal. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she fell to the ground like a stone, succumbing to unconsciousness. In her dreams, she found herself ensnared in a swamp. Struggling only hastened her descent, while stillness made her acutely aware of her gradual plummet. Gazing upwards, she caught a glimpse of the faint light of day. In her despair, she wished fervently to be a tree, yet despite exerting every ounce of her strength, she remained ensnared in the darkness. Somehow, she dreamt of being alone amidst a throng of people, weeping. All around her, they towered above, pointing fingers of accusation and mockery. Some trampled her underfoot. Others pushed her from great heights, and still others berated her with veiled insults. In that moment, she felt she was destined to perish in solitude and despair. She felt utterly useless. A worthless being deserved demise. In this world, only the strong were meant to survive. Weakness was an original sin. Fu Wan sobbed, overwhelmed by her grief, her body convulsing with each cry, her voice lost in the depths of her sorrow. "Master! Master! Master!" In her dream, Fu Wan wept until she found herself perched on the edge of a cliff, the wind tousling her disheveled hair. All her emotions were suppressed, leaving her devoid of joy or sorrow, contemplating whether she should leap into the abyss. Suddenly she awoke. The air around Songshuan Mountain was thick with resentment, fierce winds howling, leaving deep fissures in the ancient trees. Song Jing was there, offering her water. She coughed softly, and at that moment, Song Jing paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Fu Wan observed the weariness etched across the girl's face reflected in his eyes, a profound despair overshadowing her inherently compassionate gaze. A sudden wave of fear washed over her. Her steadfast kindness and serene resolve seemed to have been significantly eroded by the malevolent forces within her heart. "Ah Jing, if I were not benevolent, if I were not gentle, akin to a frenzied lunatic, would such a version of Fu Wan still be cherished?" Song Jing was momentarily taken aback. "Master would never be like that." Fu Wan smiled faintly, rising to her feet. A trace of vermilion appeared on her forehead, a mark left by the malevolent force. She summoned Qin Shuang, establishing a barrier around Songshin Mountain, and began to dispel the lingering resentment. Given the multitude of beings inhabiting Songshin Mountain, the process of guiding them to liberation consumed considerable time, with Song Jing assisting her in the task. Eventually, after an indeterminate span, the previously eternal night enveloping Songshin Mountain yielded to the light of day. Fu Wan, riding her sword, returned with Song Jing and inquired, "Did you hasten your breakthrough solely to seek me out?" Song Jing remained silent for a moment before responding. Disciple did not wish for master to face danger alone. "But have you ever considered the consequences? Should you sustain injuries here? How would master be tormented with worry?" Fu Wan gazed at him, her tone uncharacteristically fierce, revealing her own unawareness that this marked her first display of anger. The youth's eyes, dark as midnight, gazed at her with a focus both intense and obsessive. Within the depths of his inky pupils, it seemed as though a tempest was imprisoned, struggling, and in torment. The disciple, even in the face of death, could not allow his master to face danger alone. Fu Wan was momentarily taken aback. The young man extended a trembling hand, cautiously wrapping it around her waist, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Fu Wan could even perceive the subtle quiver of his eyelashes. "Master, you are of utmost importance, more significant than my own life." Fu Wan slightly bowed her head. The tears that were on the verge of spilling slowly retreated, and the corners of her lips formed a gentle arc. "Ah Jing, let us return." Fu Wan's voice was a mere whisper. The mountain breeze caressed their temples, while distant white clouds danced in the sky. Although the blood demon had been severely wounded by Fu Wan, it had not perished. The ancient deities and demons possessed souls far more powerful than the current beings of the human realm. Thus, aside from the heavenly tribulation, it was exceedingly difficult for such entities to be utterly vanquished. However, at present, the blood demon was incapable of re-emerging. Yet, the demon god was on the verge of manifesting, and the tides of fate began to shift. The righteous path had flourished for many years, with human cultivators abundant. The time for chaos was nigh. The human realm faced frequent assaults from various demons and monsters, prompting the cultivation clans to heighten their vigilance and intensify their training. However, unlike Fu Wan, who possessed a script in hand, they merely believed that the seals on the fringes of the human realm had weakened, allowing demons and monsters to invade. They thought that the demons posed little threat to the prosperous cultivation world. Fu Wan, however, understood that after Song Jing succumbed to darkness and became the demon god, the entire realm of cultivation was plunged into despair, and the families of cultivators were nearly obliterated. The male protagonist of this tale was destined to be the beacon of salvation for the entire cultivation world. However, it seems that this group of individuals might not wait any longer. The system remarked, "The second matter is to allow Song Jing to be discovered with demonic energy, which he can utilize at will." Fu Wan sighed, expressing her distress. "Oh, how sinful." The system replied, "There will be even more transgressions in the future." Fu Wan retorted, "You." Silence. Consequently, a control panel materialized before Fu Wan, displaying the words, "Silenced." Fu Wan remained speechless. Due to the influence of the heart demon Gu, Fu Wan's spiritual power experienced certain complications. Nevertheless, these were trivial. The foremost priority was to advance the storyline. Numerous demons had congregated, wreaking havoc at the foot of the mountain. Naturally, the cultivation sects dispatched disciples to exorcise the demons, and the Qiuhua sect was no exception. In the face of peril, self-preservation was paramount. Fu Wan observed the 10 inner disciples of the Qiuhua sect below, all clad in white shirts and blue robes, their expressions reflecting a yearning for slaying demons. Indeed, Du Lin regarded them with a rare expression of seriousness. The journey of cultivation was fraught with innumerable dangers. Despite the abundance of talented individuals, those who ultimately ascend to greatness are exceedingly few. In moments of vulnerability, one must safeguard oneself diligently. The young disciples nodded earnestly in agreement. Du Lin and Fu Wan each lit a soul lamp for the 10 of them before releasing them, with Song Jing among them. Their mission to Fan City was prompted by the emergence of rat demons, which had led to an outbreak of disease in the city. At this juncture, Fan City was under lockdown, accessible only to cultivators. Du Lin and Fu Wan exchanged a glance, and Fu Wan declared, "I shall go." Du Lin furrowed his brow. "Junior sister, your heart demon Gu." Fu Wan smiled faintly. "It is merely a heart demon Gu, of no consequence to me. The demonic energy in Fan City is alarmingly potent. It likely harbors treachery." Yesterday, news emanated from Fan City, calling for elite disciples from various sects to render assistance. However, the current state of Fan City remains shrouded in mystery. Du Lin feared it might be a false message, concerned that malevolent entities coveted the spiritual energy of these disciples. Fu Wan pondered further, contemplating the possibility that the righteous factions might be plotting against Song Jing and subsequently targeting Song Wu. Naturally, she would cooperate wholeheartedly. Fu Wan returned to her own Wuchu mountain, meticulously selecting a new attire. She donned a set of black garments, featuring a high collar and wide sleeves, complemented by striking red-soled shoes. A delicate vermilion lotus was drawn upon her forehead, while her flowing tresses were intricately styled into an elegant high bun, secured with an onyx hairpin. Cascading down each side of her forehead were long pendants adorned with crimson gold and red agate, and at the back of her head, 2 crimson ribbons fell gracefully, accentuating her porcelain complexion, exuding a cold yet alluring charm. Fu Wan also adorned herself with a black veil. No one would suspect that this ethereal beauty was, in fact, the gentle and compassionate Song Wu. Fu Wan proceeded to Fan City. Upon her arrival, she immediately sensed something amiss. The entire city was devoid of vitality, and the only sounds were the unsettling squeaks of mice echoing through the air, sending chills down her spine. "System, do you comprehend this situation?" Fu Wan inquired, harboring a fear of rodents. During her childhood in the orphanage, the decrepit building had been overrun with mice. One morning, she witnessed a small boy with a piece of his ear bitten off by a mouse, blood and flesh spilling forth. Uncertain, yet it was clear that the previous letter was undoubtedly a forgery. Fu Wan strolled down the desolate street, when suddenly, a rat scurried out from a nearby house, squeaking as it raced towards her. Startled, Fu Wan instinctively lifted her foot, inadvertently stepping on the rat's tail. The rat screeched in protest. Enraged, it turned and bit at her shoe. Fu Wan, incensed, crushed the rat's tail beneath her foot, causing it to nearly snap at her ankle in retaliation. Fortunately, she quickly withdrew her foot, retreating several paces away. Drawing a talisman for locating missing items, Fu Wan wandered about, ultimately discovering a dilapidated house. Concealing her identity, she refrained from using her cleansing spell. Instead, she flicked her folding fan, shattering the 2 wooden doors into splinters. Inside, a group of youths was bound to 2 pillars, most of them unconscious, with only Du Lin's senior disciple, Situ Lang, and Song Jing remaining awake. As they gazed at the sudden beam of sunlight that pierced the doorway, a pair of scarlet shoes appeared, leading up to a delicate ankle adorned with layers of black garments, embellished with a fine golden chain and crimson agate. The figure was slender, almost delicate to the touch. Fu Wan stepped inside, locking eyes with the 2 alert youths. She wished to remain unrecognized by Song Jing, so she subtly cast a minor spell to obscure half her face, confident in her status as the foremost authority in the realm of cultivation. Thus, she regarded the 2 young men with a composed demeanor, voicing her perplexity. Are you disciples here to exterminate demons? How is it that you are on the verge of being eradicated by one? Situ Lang, Song Jing. Although the system yearned to caution Fu Wan about the potential collapse of her persona, it could only stifle its warnings. Yet another fairy has arrived. A sinister voice echoed behind Fu Wan, as though carried by the wind throughout the chamber. With a flick of her folding fan, a radiant beam of light illuminated the space, and from the ceiling descended a woman with a pallid complexion. Situ Lang expressed his gratitude. Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance. I shall certainly inform my master, the esteemed Qing Shuangjun, and our revered master Ming Shijun. Fu Wan cast a sidelong glance at Situ Lang, who she had always considered to be exceptionally gifted as the eldest disciple of the Qiuhua sect. Yet he bore a somewhat naive demeanor reminiscent of a youthful spirit during his adventures in the martial world. Very well. Upon completing her thought, Fu Wan raised her hand slightly, and the woman seized the opportunity to escape from beneath the fan. However, Fu Wan was swifter, deftly tearing off a ribbon that, as if animated, swiftly ensnared the woman's wrist. Once bound, Fu Wan recalled a crucial point. Her intention was solely to protect these innocent souls from being slain by monsters, not to assist them in completing their tasks. Thus, she approached and untied several of them before turning her attention to the little mouse spirit. Fu Wan prodded the mouse spirit's plump belly with her fan and lifted the restrictions, leaving only a ribbon binding the mouse spirit. Situ Lang cupped his hands in respect and inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed elder is?" Fu Wan weighed her fan thoughtfully and smiled gently. "I am Fu Wan, the leader of the Bai Yueguang sect." As she spoke, she could not help but offer a subtle smile to Song Jing. Song Jing furrowed his brow, averting his gaze, as a hint of disdain crept into his previously cold and somber expression. Situ Lang frowned and remarked, "The White Moonlight sect? I have not heard of it." Fu Wan smiled, replying, "I was originally a solitary cultivator, disinclined to remain within a sect. However, now that I find myself with leisure time, I established a sect, albeit with only a single disciple under my tutelage. Thus, it is quite normal that you have not heard of it." The system commented, "Your ability to fabricate stories has indeed improved significantly." Fu Wan responded with a courteous acknowledgement. Situ Minglang also felt that such an impressive individual, should they establish a sect, would surely garner some rumors. Yet, his unfamiliarity with her suggested the truth in her words. "We, the inner disciples of Qiuhua sect, were dispatched by our elders to exterminate demons. Yet, we found ourselves outmatched by this fiend, almost losing our lives here, which fills us with remorse." As he spoke, the proud Situ Lang displayed a hint of shame. Fu Wan found the perspective of viewing things through another's eyes rather intriguing and remarked, "You ought to exercise more caution. Death is but the end, erasing all existence. To perish in such a manner would indeed be a great pity." At that moment, the little mouse demon scurried away, and Fu Wan deliberately delayed her response, allowing the creature to escape. Song Jing's icy, jet-black eyes regarded her quietly, as if she were an inanimate object. Fu Wan felt somewhat uncomfortable under such scrutiny. Impulsively, she turned her face and cast a flirtatious glance at Song Jing, asking, "What is it, young lord? Why do you gaze at me so intently?" Song Jing, growing increasingly repulsed, turned his eyes away. Fu Wan, hands on hips, feeling quite pleased. System, I advise you not to lose your dignity. It would not reflect well if others were to witness it. Fu Wan, it's all right. Only you are aware, and besides, you are not human. System, do you recall the stories you have read about traversing novels and quick transmigration? Fu Wan, damn it. The novels I read are all fabricated by the authors, right? Fu Wan felt rather weak. The system coldly snorted. You are currently residing within the realm of a novel. Fu Wan, it's over. It seems her dignity has diminished considerably. Situ Lang looked at Fu Wan, who had just been casting flirtatious glances but now appeared quite embarrassed. Upon noticing Situ Lang's gaze, Fu Wan forced a smile, wondering why he was staring at her so intently. At that moment, the others began to awaken. Although Lu Lingling was already 18, she had been nurtured in innocence and purity under the care of her seniors and juniors. With her delicate and soft doll-like features, she timidly remarked, because, senior, you are quite strange. Fu Wan suppressed the urge to pinch Lu Lingling's cheeks and inquired, in what way am I strange? Lu Lingling moved closer to Fu Wan's side and said, you don't resemble the seniors in the cultivation realm. They are all quite serious. Am I not serious? Fu Wan was somewhat taken aback. Lu Lingling even tiptoed quietly, trying to get a better look at Fu Wan's face, which appeared serious but had an oddly peculiar quality. The system coldly stated, in layman's terms, it means crazy. Fu Wan, be quiet. Lu Lingling, unable to discern Fu Wan's expression, said somewhat dejectedly, but I truly believe that my senior must be a great beauty. She was genuinely curious whether there existed any girl in the world more beautiful than her own master's uncle. Although, for cultivators, appearances can indeed be altered. Her master had mentioned that her uncle had been beautiful since childhood. Furthermore, due to the pursuit of male disciples, her ancestor had confined her uncle on Wuchu Mountain for many years of cultivation, only allowing her to meet others once her Dao heart was stable. Thus, her uncle's disposition was particularly aloof. Upon hearing Lu Lingling's words, Fu Wan chuckled, you are not wrong in your assessment. Hearing this, Lu Lingling eagerly asked, then, could you remove your veil, senior? Fu Wan, with a smile in her eyes, responded, my master said that if anyone were to behold my true visage, they would be compelled to marry me. Lu Lingling. She shouldn't have believed such nonsense from this senior. The system coolly remarked, didn't you wish to pinch the girl's face? Wouldn't it be delightful to marry and pinch her every day? I, on the other hand, am destined to wed the formidable villain, Lord Qingxuan. Fu Wan couldn't help but smile, addressing the group. It just so happens that I encountered you all. If I were to witness your demise at the hands of the rat demon, it would indeed be a pity. I shall remain and assist you in dealing with the rat demon. The little water spirits immediately bowed respectfully, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, senior. Fu Wan continued to smile gently and said, however, this is a task left for you by your master, so unless absolutely necessary, I shall not intervene. Situ Lang expressed his gratitude with a smile, thinking that if he obtained the demon core, he would share half with the elder. There is no need for that. What you younger ones toil to acquire should be kept as a memento for yourselves, Fu Wan replied. As she spoke, she lightly lifted her toes and gracefully seated herself on the elevated platform where the Buddha statue was enshrined. Seeing that her words were not mere modesty, Situ Lang chose not to press further. Outside, the sunlight had dimmed to a nearly non-existent glow, casting an increasing shadow over the surroundings and evoking a sense of unease. Fu Wan sensed that Song Jing was quietly observing her. Had she inadvertently revealed a flaw? The night in Fan City was profoundly dark, much darker than a typical night elsewhere. Ordinarily, one could at least discern a vague silhouette or the outlines of the surroundings. But here, it felt as if everything had been drenched in a thick coat of black ink, rendering the area completely invisible, as though one were blinded by the darkness. Fu Wan could perceive that demonic energy was obstructing their senses. Yet, for her, this level of demonic energy was inconsequential, while for her disciples, it was already overwhelming. She gracefully approached the group of them. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged forth, and instinctively, Fu Wan raised her guard, seizing the wrist of an individual. Turning her gaze, she realized it was Song Jing, to whom she whispered, "It is I." The youth's gaze was sharp and frigid, even though he could not see her. Fu Wan felt a chill run down her spine under his scrutiny. He abruptly released her hand, creating distance between them. Fu Wan thought to herself, unable to restrain her frustration. According to the usual narrative, shouldn't soulmates recognize each other at first glance? How vexing that he failed to recognize her. The system replied, had you not intentionally provoked him just now, he surely would have recognized you. Fu Wan retorted, can the actions of a pure-hearted moonlight be deemed as seduction? The system continued, moreover, do you genuinely wish for him to uncover your ridiculous persona? Fu Wan conceded, I was wrong. As Fu Wan and the system exchanged banter, they soon realized that the surroundings had transformed. Fu Wan found herself kneeling on the ground, drenched in blood, with Qin Shuang severed into several pieces. A multitude of people stood nearby, pointing and whispering about her. A worthless being like her deserved to perish long ago. Why are you so useless? Help you? Handle your own affairs. If you're incapable, then you might as well die. This world demands strength. The weak have no right to exist. No one needs you, because you cannot measure up to them. You acquire nothing. Isn't that your own fault? Without possessions, what can you use to survive? She could not afford even a single garment. Just look at the attire she wears. Some among the crowd donned modern clothing, while others were adorned in garments from the realm of cultivation. Each face bore either a mocking grin, an air of superiority, a sharpness, or a malevolence. Fu Wan cast her eyes down upon her bloodied attire, her countenance betraying no emotion, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. A profound sorrow and excruciating pain enveloped her, as if she had suddenly plunged into a quagmire. Do you enjoy living? Do you cherish this world? A whisper, gentle yet insistent, reached her ears. Fu Wan recalled numerous fragments of memories, lowering her gaze, instinctively responding, no. Then perish, and you shall no longer endure this torment. Yet at that moment, Fu Wan abruptly lifted her gaze, within her eyes. A warm despair ignited with a resolute brilliance. With a swift motion, she cleaved through all illusions with her sword, Qin Shuang, and, through her tears, she declared, my existence is of no concern to you. The bustling throng was suddenly parted by the chilling sword energy of Qin Shuang, dissolving into phantoms. Accompanied by a cacophony of anxious, pain squeals, snowflakes descended from the sky as Qin Shuang's sword energy dispelled the malevolent aura, shattering the surrounding barrier. Fu Wan promptly sheathed Qin Shuang, unfurling her folding fan with a flourish. Kneeling upon the fan, she traced a talisman with her fingertips' blood, following the symbol in search of Song Jing. This was a common illusion in the realm of cultivation. However, the disciples of the Qiuhua sect were whimsical by nature, and since cultivation involves the refinement of one's heart, Fu Wan felt little trepidation in this regard. Indeed, Song Jing was consumed by a morose obsession, and she feared that he might perish within the illusion. Soon enough, Fu Wan beheld Song Jing standing beneath the Chaoyu tree, drenched in blood. Beneath the tree lay the lifeless form of a young girl. Clad in a white gown, her long hair was simply secured with a sandalwood hairpin, exuding a beauty that rivaled the purest light of the moon, devoid of any vitality. Song Jing was enveloped in a dense, dark aura, for this realm was his domain, rendering him blind to Fu Wan, the outsider. Fu Wan, in a state of urgency, approached him in an attempt to reveal the truth, that this was merely an illusion, but he remained oblivious to her presence. Overwhelmed with a headache, she pondered, system, what should I do? Yet, the system had once again gone silent. As she drew closer, she noticed that his eyes had turned crimson, and his pallid face bore a look of profound anguish. Master, he retreated in torment, kneeling to grasp her sleeve, blood tears streaming from his eyes. Master, I do not wish to harm you. It was an accident. Master. Blood began to seep from the lips of the girl on the ground, her once alabaster skin rapidly deteriorating into festering wounds. He froze for a moment, instinctively lunging forward to embrace the decaying corpse, hands infused with dark energy, yet the body swiftly crumbled to bones, surrounded by a mass of maggots and putrid flesh. He clung desperately to the disintegrating remains, refusing to let go. The thick, malevolent energy threatened to engulf him, as the world around him trembled violently. Fu Wan watched in horror. Master, I have come to accompany you. Song Jing murmured softly, a trace of despair curling at the corners of his lips. His right hand coalesced into a sanguine radiance, and with a sudden ferocity, he struck his own chest. Fu Wan, left with no choice, swiftly positioned herself before him, bracing her body to absorb the impact of the blow. This was not her realm, and her powers were rendered ineffective. Yet the only undeniable truths here were their very beings. Even if he unleashed a lethal strike upon himself, it would not suffice to extinguish her life. Nevertheless, Fu Wan still coughed up a mouthful of blood. The surrounding scene crumbled instantly, and Song Jing, gazing at the figure before him, felt his pupils widen in shock as he hurriedly reached out to embrace her. Master. Almost immediately, he pulled away her veil. Upon recognizing her, his eyes brimmed with tears, and he held her tightly, tenderly wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, his gaze filled with a tumult of regret and pain. Master, why have you come? Fu Wan felt a searing pain in her chest, as if it were being torn apart. Due to the influence of the heart demon's curse, she was already internally injured. Coupled with the fact that she had shielded him from his own deadly assault, the previous frostbite had also inflicted considerable harm upon her body. No matter how formidable one might be, they could not endure such relentless assaults. Fu Wan dared not speak, fearing that she might involuntarily expel another stream of blood. Noticing her silence, Song Jing pondered, "Is Master worried for me?" Fu Wan remained mute, discreetly gathering her strength. "Master." His lips met hers, his hand encircling the delicate waist of Song Wu, yet his gaze was deeply entrenched in the depths of Fu Wan's eyes. She was momentarily taken aback by the intensity of his gaze, a blend of fervor and anguish, and before she could brace herself, he pried open her tightly clenched teeth, their lips and tongues intertwining. Song Jing could taste the metallic tang of blood in Fu Wan's mouth. Unable to resist, Fu Wan felt a sweetness at the back of her throat and instinctively pushed him away, though it was in vain. Her heart was on the verge of collapse. It was blood, pure blood. Song Jing held her close, kissing her for what seemed an eternity before releasing her. The youth's skin was as pale as snow, towering over her by a significant height. His ink-black hair fell messily to the side of his face, accentuating his melancholic fragility, especially with his blood-stained lips. His complexion appeared sickly pale, reminiscent of a beautiful porcelain doll on the brink of shattering. Fu Wan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, gazing at him with a sigh. "I had not intended for you to find out." Song Jing cautiously took her hand, a faint, sickly smile curving his lips. "Master, I shall not reveal this to anyone." His master belonged solely to him. He wished to keep her to himself. Fu Wan replied, but could not suppress another cough. The demon within her had yet to be vanquished, and her mind had been tumultuous in the illusion just moments ago. The combination of internal and external injuries left her feeling quite unwell, prompting her to pull Song Jing towards a spot where they could sit. With no chair available, she settled down on the ground. Song Jing removed his outer garment and bent down, helping Fu Wan to sit upon it. He sat beside her, hesitating for a moment. "Master, you once looked at me." "Fu Wan, Master also favors me the most, does she not?" He gazed at her with an almost reverent, fervent intensity, as if she were the most exalted deity in existence and he, her most ardent devotee. The willingness to sacrifice oneself is unwavering, willing to offer her soul as an incense for him. Fu Wan, moved by his gaze, felt her eyes redden, and she reached out to embrace him, lowering her gaze as she spoke. "Jing, as long as the Master lives, I will remain by your side." After a moment of calming her breath, the others gradually emerged. Indeed, they were not confined. However, a minor issue arose. A few individuals exhibited unusual auras, aside from Fu Wan and the secretly cultivating Song Jing. No one else seemed to notice. Fu Wan and Song Jing exchanged glances, and Song Jing remarked, "I shall investigate if anything is amiss." Tu Lang interjected, "You are unaccompanied. I will join you." Fu Wan responded, "I will go. You stay behind to protect them." Since they were covertly mingling among the crowd, it was unlikely they would reveal themselves anytime soon, and thus there was no immediate concern regarding those few individuals causing harm. However, it was prudent to assess the situation here first. As inner disciples of Chihuahua sect, even ordinary demons were no match for Tu Lang. Yet, it appeared that Fan City was even more perilous than previously anticipated. The streets lay deserted, with no sign of escapees from Fan City. Where could they have gone? The two wandered along the streets, now in the early hours of the morning, surrounded by impenetrable darkness that obscured even their senses. Fu Wan grasped Song Jing's hand, and Qing Shuang carried them to the top of Fan City, allowing them to survey the entirety of the area. The city was devoid of life, overwhelmed by a chilling demonic presence. After pondering for a moment, Fu Wan entered several homes, only to find everyone seemingly asleep within their abodes, as if they were lifeless. Indeed, it was a ruse to lure the cultivators, aimed at the innocent little ones of the Chihuahua sect. Perhaps there was an even more sinister plot at play. Contemplating this, Fu Wan resolved to hasten the return of Tu Lang and the others to inform Du Lin, seeking to unite the cultivation sects for assistance. However, Her immediate priority was to locate the 3 children and devise a means to safely escort the inhabitants of Fan City and the 10 disciples away. With this thought in mind, Fu Wan swiftly inscribed several locating talismans. As anticipated, all the talismans directed her towards a singular path. She retrieved 2 pills, sharing one with Song Jing. In a short while, 2 mouse ears sprouted atop Fu Wan's head, and Song Jing experienced the same transformation. Amused by the novelty, Fu Wan tiptoed to pinch Song Jing's ears, erupting into laughter. Unbeknownst to her, her ears twitched adorably as she laughed. Song Jing turned his face away, his jaw tightening slightly. Fu Wan led Song Jing to the front of a house, and upon entering, they were met with a scene teeming with mice, large, small, and grotesque half-human, half-mouse creatures scuttled about, filling the space with their incessant squeaks. Fu Wan nearly screamed in terror, her scalp prickling as she felt on the verge of losing her sanity. Song Jing grasped her hand, stepping ahead to shield her from the nauseating sight with his tall, upright figure. A cloying scent wafted through the air, a peculiar blend reminiscent of both blood and floral sweetness. Lu Lingling and the 2 disciples had succumbed to unconsciousness, surrounded by a swarm of mice that scurried over them, occasionally pausing to sniff, clearly enticed by the prospect of a feast. Fortunately, they had fainted. Who could endure such a sight? As Fu Wan contemplated this, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed numerous scattered bones on the ground. However, the bones had been gnawed to the point of being unrecognizable, making it impossible to discern whether they belonged to humans or beasts. Nevertheless, Fu Wan suspected that both types were present. To avoid drawing attention, Song Jing tugged at Fu Wan, leading her to a secluded corner where they crouched down. "What have you gathered today?" A figure resembling a person with a mouse tail bumped into Fu Wan. She smiled and retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from her sleeve, followed by a handful of pine nuts and several chestnuts. Before long, the ground was strewn with an assortment of fruits, 2 braised duck necks, a gourd of osmanthus wine, and a packet of boiled edamame. Song Jing. System. A circle of mice gathered around Fu Wan, clamoring, "I want that. This one is mine." Fu Wan firmly pressed her hand down, declaring, "No, I painstakingly stole these." The little mice gazed at Fu Wan's snacks, their mouths watering in anticipation. The mouse that had just bumped into Fu Wan wiped its mouth and offered, "I'll trade you." It then presented a corn cob, but Fu Wan returned it, whispering, "I want that one." The little mouse, eyeing Fu Wan, glanced at Lu Lingling with a hint of displeasure and remarked, "That one is meant for the king. We can only nibble on the leftover bones. I scarcely have enough for myself." Fu Wan looked at the tender and delicate Lu Lingling and couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't it a shame not to take her back as a little bride?" "I agree," she mused. "The young girls cultivating immortality are indeed enchanting." "Heh?" The little mouse cast a sly glance at Fu Wan, its cunning eyes sparkling with mischief. "However, I must admit, it pales in comparison to your beauty. Allow me to offer you another ear of corn." Such creatures as mice are notoriously greedy, and to have one willingly bestow food is indeed a rare occurrence. Before Fu Wan could contemplate the reason behind this, Song Jing abruptly pulled her back, casting a cold, disdainful glance at the little rodent before enveloping Fu Wan in his embrace as they sat together. The mouse was left speechless, seated upon his lap. Fu Wan found her ear nestled against his chin. Song Jing lowered his head, whispering softly into Fu Wan's ear, "Does the master have a fondness for Lu Lingling?" "Huh." Fu Wan looked bewilderedly at Lu Lingling, who had a mouse perched on her face. A smirk played on Song Jing's lips as he lifted Fu Wan's veil, his voice laced with a hint of bitterness. "The master has declared that whoever gazes upon your true visage is destined to marry you." Fu Wan felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks and lowered her head, clearing her throat. "Then you must take responsibility." "Very well." The shy, introverted, yet infatuated disciple contrasted sharply with the aloof and formidable sect leader. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze softened considerably. Song Jing lowered his head, embracing the young girl tightly, his voice trembling slightly as he murmured, "Master, do not leave me." Fu Wan entwined her pinky with his, declaring resolutely, "Unless I perish." In a place hidden from Fu Wan's view, Song Jing revealed a cruel yet satisfied smile. He would not allow her to depart this world before him. Should that day ever arrive, he would ensure that the path to the underworld was paved with his own blood, so that he could accompany his master. Fu Wan pondered over the script and suggested, "If I were to die, then, you shall avenge me." In the novel, it is written, the sole light in Song Jing's life was the once revered figure of the immortal path, Song Wu. Yet, as he witnessed the brilliance of his light fade away, he found himself consumed by an incessant hatred for this world, yearning to annihilate the realm that Song Wu had protected, which had consequently distanced him from his beloved. To him, existence had become a relentless torment. With Song Wu alive, he sustained himself through the radiance of that pure moonlight. Upon Song Wu's demise, he clung to his animosity towards the world, ignited by Song Wu's absence. Fu Wan sighed deeply. Not long after, a chilling wind howled outside, thick with a menacing aura. Fu Wan remained vigilant, observing as a man clad in azure entered the room. He was tall and striking, brandishing a fan made of gold-dusted rice paper. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon Song Wu. Song Jing subtly positioned himself before Fu Wan. The man approached with tender affection in his eyes, intent on lifting Fu Wan from the ground. Song Jing grasped the man's hand firmly. With an indifferent demeanor, his cold and somber gaze met the man's, evoking an instinctive wariness that momentarily startled him. The man then scoffed, commanding, "Drag him away." The rat's spirits squeaked, attempting to seize Song Jing. But before they could draw near, he effortlessly swatted several aside. The man regarded Fu Wan with a sardonic smile, casually inquiring, "Wu, who is this?" Fu Wan responded with confusion, and the system interjected, upon awakening. "I assumed you had adhered to the principle of extracting information as a traveler and had grasped the character's background." Fu Wan retorted, "Do I appear to be well-versed in the art of traversing realms? Having perused an extensive collection of 3,000 novels encompassing various genres, it is evident that you possess a profound familiarity," the system remarked. Fu Wan sighed silently. The system continued, character overview. Qing Shuang Jun Song Wu, a disciple of Qi Song Jun from the Qiuhua sect, currently serves as the sect leader. He has two senior brothers. The elder brother Du Lin is the current peak master of Qiuhua, while the second brother Xieyu, who defected from the sect in his early years, now reigns as the demon emperor, having been betrothed to Song Wu since childhood. Fu Wan sighed heavily. Xieyu cast a malevolent glance at Song Jing, conjuring a set of tables and chairs with a wave of his hand. "Wu, please take a seat." The air thickened with a scent both sweet and metallic, stirring an inexplicable unease within Fu Wan. She looked at the furniture and quietly shook her head, declining the offer. "Is there really a need for such formality between us?" Xieyu teased. Fu Wan, bewildered, responded, "What connection do you and I share? Did you not already sever ties with the Qiuhua sect?" It could be considered a rivalry, given he had ascended to the status of demon emperor. Xieyu smiled faintly, his voice laced with ambiguity. "Sister, are you attempting to conceal our childhood bond and betrothal from others? Over the years, I have kept you in my thoughts. I trust your feelings towards me remain unchanged, as they once were." Fu Wan was taken aback. She could hardly bear the thought of her original self having any emotional ties to this insufferable character. She promptly inquired of the system, "Is there any special relationship between Song Wu and him?" The system replied, "None." Fu Wan cast a detached glance at Xieyu, relieved that there was no connection, as she was determined to confront this insufferable man. She remained oblivious as Song Jing's gaze bore heavily upon her, rendered mute by Xieyu's ambiguous words. She caught a glimpse of Xieyu, her lips curling into a faint smile. Beneath the wide sleeves, Song Jing's hand slowly clenched into a fist, dark waves of emotion surging within his eyes. "Your Majesty, please exercise restraint. The Qiuhua sect and the demon clan have always been irreconcilable." Song Jing stepped forward, his voice icy. Xieyu turned to face him. The youth appeared silent and aloof. Yet his gaze was sharp and frigid, as if daring Xieyu to approach Song Wu even a step further, risking life itself in contention. Such a gaze was inappropriate. This must be the disciple recently taken in by a Wu, yet the look he bore was far from that of a disciple towards a master. Xieyu felt a surge of displeasure and swept his sleeve towards Song Jing. The force of his strike sent Song Jing reeling, blood spilling from his lips. Yet he remained steadfast, defiantly shielding Fu Wan. Fu Wan watched in alarm. Xieyu's cultivation was comparable to hers, and Song Jing was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. She quickly steadied Song Jing and whispered, "It's nothing. You should step aside." Unbeknownst to Fu Wan, when Song Jing heard her words, the resolute gleam in his eyes dimmed momentarily, yet he complied quietly. "This is one of my disciples," Fu Wan stated. Xieyu followed her gaze to find 3 disciples of the cultivation sect lying on the ground, swarmed by rats. A knowing smile spread across his face as he instructed the rat spirits, "Release them." The rat spirits, unable to disobey, scampered to the trio, chirping in their peculiar manner. and the three gradually stirred awake. Ah, 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 rats, get away. Fu Wan stifled the urge to facepalm and said calmly, hurry back now. The three individuals soon realized they were ensconced in a rat's nest and were eager to depart, hurriedly agreeing to leave. As they approached the exit, Lu Lingling glanced at Fu Wan. Aren't you leaving, senior? Fu Wan replied, I shall remain for the time being. However, Lu Lingling cast a wary glance at Xie, who appeared rather formidable, and she doubted that her senior could manage the situation alone. Xie, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, directed his gaze toward Lu Lingling, assuring her, my true self would not resort to harming my fiancé. Lu Lingling, taken aback, instinctively opened her mouth, her wide eyes darting between Fu Wan and Xie. Realizing her lapse in composure, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand and hastily waved goodbye to both before rushing away. Fu Wan remarked. Turning to the system, she expressed, I utterly despise love triangles. The system responded, as is widely acknowledged, contemporary novels are inextricably linked to love triangles, or even more complex romantic entanglements. Fu Wan chose to ignore the system and discreetly transmitted a message to Sidu Lang, urging him to lead the others to escape from Fan City swiftly. Xie sensed her silent communication but refrained from intervening. Ah Wu, the one I have missed most over the years is you. His gaze, heavy and earnest, fell upon Fu Wan, revealing a depth of affection beneath his seemingly gentle demeanor. Fu Wan averted her gaze, retorting, you have betrayed the Chihua sect. You are no longer my senior brother. What of it? He countered, whether as the second brother of Chihua or as the demon emperor, He reached out, attempting to grasp Fu Wan's hand, but she deftly evaded him. To his surprise, her body suddenly stiffened and collapsed softly to the ground. Amidst the flickering flames and the electric light, Song Jing reached out to catch Fu Wan, only to be thwarted by Xieyu's swift hand. Fu Wan's waist was steadied by Xieyu. In a soft whisper beside Fu Wan's ear, Xieyu confided, Ah Wu, during my years in the demon realm, I scarcely had anyone to converse with. You cannot fathom how deeply I yearned for those moments when you sat beside me, sharing the moonlight and the whispers of the wind. Fu Wan felt utterly drained, her eyelids heavy and nearly impossible to lift. In a desperate attempt to rouse herself, she bit her tongue, the pain momentarily jolting her awake. Hell, let me go. Do not struggle, Xieyu replied, his voice soothing yet firm. This is a potion I have meticulously crafted over centuries, designed specifically for you. Even with your ascension, you cannot withstand its effects. With a gentle smile, he added, Junior sister, my purpose in the mortal realm is solely for you. Release my master. Song Jing commanded, drawing his sword, the moonlight, from its sheath. In the pitch-black night, it glimmered with a luminous white radiance, aimed directly at Xieyu. Yet Xieyu remained composed, still cradling Fu Wan, as tendrils emerged from his wide sleeves, swiftly and deftly seeking to ensnare Song Jing. The moment the tendrils made contact with Song Jing's skin, blood began to flow freely, and as they entwined around him, the moonlight in his grasp gradually faltered, overtaken by the creeping vines that began to envelop him completely. Fu Wan could see those tendrils feeding ravenously upon his flesh. Let him go, she managed to utter, her voice strained. I will go with you. Upon hearing Fu Wan's words, Xieyu's smile deepened. Very well. The vines retracted instantaneously, and Song Jing's eyes were bloodshot, his body drenched in crimson. With the moon's emergence held firmly in hand, he lunged directly at Xieyu, piercing through the wide sleeves of the latter with a swift thrust. In an instant, the vines tightened once more, driven by fury, embedding themselves into Song Jing's flesh, producing a sound reminiscent of insects gnawing, sending chills down Fu Wan's spine. Ah Jing, she finally succumbed, losing consciousness. Master. Yet Fu Wan had already fainted completely, resembling a silent doll cradled in Xieyu's grasp. Gazing at the unconscious Fu Wan, Song Jing's dark pupils gradually transformed into a fiery crimson, a dense aura of demonic energy swirling around him. Xieyu, maintaining an impassive demeanor, curled his lips. Even if you unleash your demonic energy, you cannot surpass me. The vines, enveloped by the thick black energy, appeared as if scorched, rapidly withering away. With a subtle movement of his sleeve, Xieyu retracted all the vines, handing Fu Wan over to the rat spirit, before approaching. If you can take Ah Wu from me, I shall spare your life. The moon's emergence in Song Jing's grasp was shrouded in demonic energy, and his excitement grew. With eyes ablaze in crimson, he launched an attack on Xieyu. no longer concealing his demonic energy. His speed multiplied several times over. Xiaoyu's limbs transformed into a multitude of vines, overwhelming the space as they surged towards Song Jing. As the demonic energy coursed through him, the vines crackled against his form, propelling him like a bolt of lightning towards Xiaoyu's heart. With a sickening sound, the rat spirit, coerced into becoming a scapegoat, erupted with a spurt of blood and collapsed. The remaining rat spirit, terrified, squeaked frantically, only to find itself released by Song Jing, falling to the ground in a heap. Unable to rise again, Xiaoyu scoffed, nothing more than this. In the next instant, his mirth faded as a youthful figure, like a specter, seized him by the throat from behind. Song Jing's complexion turned ashen, further accentuating the eerie hollowness of his crimson eyes. No one could take away his master. Xiaoyu's expression shifted abruptly as tendrils of vines surged from his sleeves towards Song Jing. The demonic energy intertwined with the vines, creating a stalemate in their struggle. Crimson tears of blood streamed from Song Jing's eyes. In a moment, the demonic energy erupted, causing the vines to instinctively retreat towards Xiaoyu with a sharp sound. Song Jing's fingers curled into claws, aiming directly at Xiaoyu's throat, prompting an urgent defense from Xiaoyu. Yet, Song Jing swiftly pivoted, slaying the rat spirit guarding Fu Wan with a single strike. He raised his hand, intent on pulling Fu Wan into his embrace. Xiaoyu's smile grew sinister. The old fools were indeed right. He was the impending demon god. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind arose. The morning in Fan City swiftly darkened. Had one looked up at that moment, they would have seen ominous clouds enveloping the sky, while a blood moon loomed over Dongshan, radiating an aura of foreboding. The dilapidated temple could not withstand the tempest, shattering into a multitude of wooden shards with a resounding crash. The wind tore at Xiaoyu's azure robes, pulling forth countless dark threads from within. Song Jing, cradling the unconscious Fu Wan, paid no heed to Xiaoyu's words. He remained motionless, gazing down at the slumbering maiden, his tear-streaked eyes slowly closing as he gently leaned down to kiss her lips. His entire being trembled slightly, blood seeping from his skin. The body of a cultivator could scarcely endure the ravages of demonic energy. If he does not suppress the demonic energy, he can only watch helplessly as he transforms into a creature consumed by slaughter. He does not wish to harm her. He yearns to diligently cultivate, aspiring to become a celestial being on par with her. Naturally, he dreams of openly becoming her partner, sharing the beauty of the dawn flowers on Wuchu Mountain as they witness the transition from white to blue, and experiencing the journey from sunrise to moonrise together. Xiaoyu scoffed, "Do not struggle. A Wu belongs to me." The young man gently placed the black-clad maiden behind him in a safe spot before advancing step by step towards Xiaoyu, sneering. "What you desire may be more than just masteress affection." "How astute you are," Xiaoyu replied with an air of arrogance. "Knowing does not matter. This Fan City is the blood cocoon I have spun for you." Song Jing chuckled lightly. "Are you not afraid that when I become a demon god, the first to perish shall be you?" "Demon god," he said with feigned grandeur, "merely a powerful brute that knows nothing but slaughter." As he spoke, the dark threads of his garments enveloped Fan City, cascading into every dwelling. Soon, countless families found themselves ensnared, hanging silently from the sky, like a collection of lifeless dolls illuminated by the crimson glow of the blood moon, appearing as vengeful spirits. "Since you are so fond of Ah Wu, let me show you how the most beautiful and exceptional Song Wu in the entire cultivation realm shall be stripped of his celestial bones, rendered powerless as my prisoner." Xiaoyu laughed heartily, elegantly approaching Fu Wan with a folding fan in hand. Song Jing, drenched in blood, stood unsteadily, yet he gripped his sword tightly, directing it straight at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu moved swiftly, the vines guiding him in evasive maneuvers. In the blink of an eye, they entwined around Fu Wan, the tendrils piercing directly toward her forehead. Song Jing, unable to stand by, swiftly positioned himself in front of Fu Wan, only to feel the vine penetrate his back with a soft thud. It was a futile act of defiance. The vines in Xiaoyu's grasp forcefully withdrew from Song Jing's body, causing blood to spill from his lips. He cast a downward glance at the peaceful visage of the girl, a pale face now tinged with blood, slowly curling into a bitter and obsessive smile. "Master." He extended his hand slowly, droplets of blood falling onto Fu Wan's face. As he watched the crimson drops, he hurried to wipe them away, only to find the stains multiplying. Fu Wan could hear the commotion around her, yet her body lay unresponsive, her eyes stubbornly sealed shut. She sensed the chilling touch of Song Jing's hand as he attempted to cleanse her face, marred by the thick, viscous blood. Never before had she felt such urgency. Awaken. Why can't you wake up? Awaken. Suddenly, Fu Wan perceived a warm liquid splatter upon her face. Initially, she assumed it was blood, but soon felt two. Then 3 droplets, realizing. It was the tears of Cui Jing. Master, stay alive. He had never regarded life as a source of joy. Yet after falling for her, it was as if a man shrouded in darkness glimpsed the light of day, yearning for a modicum of fortune from the heavens. If only he could walk hand in hand with her into old age, he would willingly endure the trials of blood and bone, the mountains of blades and seas of blood, simply to attain a fleeting moment of tranquil existence. Yet, it appeared, such a wish was unattainable. Fu Wan felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Yet no matter how she struggled, her body remained utterly unresponsive. Song Jing, clad in white, was stained crimson with blood, his disheveled hair cascading wildly as he wielded the dripping moonrise. Suddenly, a surge of dense, dark demonic energy erupted, violently shaking the barrier above, while ominous clouds swirled ominously. With one hand cradling Song Wu, Song Jing cleaved through the barrier with the blade Qing Shuang. Xieyu's vines, resembling countless tendrils, pierced through Song Jing's chest. The moonrise in his grasp let out a mournful cry as it steadfastly caught Song Wu. Song Jing emitted a muffled groan, blood spilling from his mouth. His entire being was on the verge of succumbing to the engulfing dark, demonic energy, yet he remained expressionless, raising his hand to tear apart the barrier. Witnessing moonrise carrying Fu Wan beyond its confines, Xiaoyu, however, did not hasten to regard Fu Wan. He traversed the void to approach Song Jing, a faint green orb slowly materializing in his mouth. Although the legendary demon god was known solely for its bloodlust, there was always a possibility of unforeseen variables. If your hatred lies with Song Wu, not with me, you need not fear becoming the object of the demon god's vengeance. Xiaoyu smiled faintly as the pale green orb gradually entered the nearly unconscious body of Song Jing. It was only after they had exited the barrier that Fu Wan managed to connect with the system. System, Jing is still inside. Fu Wan felt as though she were on the brink of madness. This body, claimed to be the foremost individual in the realm of cultivation, could neither contend with this nor that. Xiaoyu had easily incapacitated her with a mere tranquilizer, leading Fu Wan to seriously question the validity of the title of the foremost cultivator. Frustration consumed her. Even if Song Jing was a prodigy, he had only been cultivating for 5 years. Even as the spirit of the demon god, he had yet to awaken. An immortal form could hardly unleash the power of a demon god. This will only lead to the complete destruction of this body by the overwhelming demonic energy. It is akin to witnessing one's own form decay bit by bit, experiencing the excruciating agony of flesh peeling away and organs rotting. Yet due to the strength of the soul, one can merely perceive this torment, unable to succumb to death. The system quietly remarked, as soon as the heavenly Tao detects that this system may influence the course of events, it will promptly sever your connection with this system. Fu Wan fell into silence for a moment, realizing that this meant she could not return to prevent a Jing from succumbing to darkness. The system affirmed, indeed. Fu Wan suddenly felt an overwhelming apathy towards action. However, you must not be captured by Xiaoyu. The system interjected abruptly. Fu Wan gathered her thoughts. Pondering, I can surmise that the righteous faction desires Song Wu's celestial bone but cannot act on their own, thus colluding with Xiaoyu for mutual benefit. This explains why cultivators from Fan City sent word, summoning disciples from Qiuhua sect. Fu Wan and Du Lin believed their target to be the inner disciples of Qiuhua sect, when in reality, their objective was Song Wu. Something was amiss in Fan City. Even if Qiuhua sect, as a sect of cultivation, sensed the anomaly, they would still intervene. Yet, with Du Lin on the brink of a breakthrough, it would undoubtedly be Song Wu who would protect the disciples, illustrating their meticulous scheming. Utilizing Xiaoyu's machinations to extract Song Wu's celestial bone, it would ultimately be presented to those within the cultivation sect who coveted such a treasure. Meanwhile, the entirety of Fan City, along with the disciples of Qiuhua sect and the hundreds from Fan City, would serve as the sacrificial offering to Xiaoyu, used to catalyze the birth of the demonic god. Xiaoyu seeks the power of the demonic god, wishing to transform a Jing, the harbinger of that god, into the blade with which to unify the 6 realms. Fu Wan sighed inwardly, pondering the nature of the world, where moral principles are often cast aside in the pursuit of personal gain. According to the unfolding narrative, I shall not be stripped of my celestial essence. Therefore, you must devise a means to counter the effects of the tranquilizer. Otherwise, I shall be captured by the approaching Xiaoyu, who would extract my celestial core. Fu Wan addressed the system. The system fell silent for a moment, then replied that it lacked sufficient levels but possessed a singular item that might prove useful. What is it? A street dance talisman. Fu Wan responded with incredulity. What on earth is that? The system elaborated. Name, street dance talisman. Effect, enables the user to perform a top-tier street dance instantly. Duration, 1 hour. Fu Wan retorted. Are you certain there isn't anything else? The system added. There is also an itch potion, which, when used, induces extreme itchiness for 3 hours. Fu Wan sighed again. Around her, the shadows of the trees danced, while the cold moon hung high above. Clad in a flowing gown with sleeves that billowed gracefully, her long hair styled into an elegant bun, her serene yet aloof expression conveyed an air of dignified composure, even as she lay weakly upon the grass. Suddenly, the seemingly fragile girl sprang up with a swift, fluid motion, executing an impressive street dance that startled the drowsy birds from their perches. Once movement was necessitated, her blood surged with vitality. Fu Wan gradually regained control over her body, the sluggish spiritual energy coursing through her limbs, eventually overcoming the effects of the drug. Upon completing her final move, she summoned the frost and gazed towards the direction of Fan City for a considerable time before turning and soaring away on her sword. The system quietly reassured her. Do not despair, the Archvillain cannot perish. Moreover, according to the original narrative, even if Song Jing were to become a demon god, he would still possess his own consciousness. Fu Wan promptly responded to the system, yes, he cannot die. The system silently remarked, could you perhaps refrain from crying? Fu Wan wiped her face. Am I not allowed to shed a tear when I cannot even return to save him? The system replied, well, if you're going to cry, then do so. Fu Wan lowered her gaze, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. She watched as the verdant mountains and white clouds beneath her feet swiftly receded, a pang of anxiety gripping her heart. Suddenly, she turned her sword towards Fan City, exclaiming, to hell with following the plot. The system interjected, stop. Ignoring the system, Fu Wan moved as swiftly as lightning, reaching the outskirts of Fan City in the blink of an eye. She first inscribed a seeking talisman with her fingertip blood, and, upon sensing the absence of Xiaoyu's aura within the city, she formed a seal with her hands and struck the barrier with all her might. There was a thunderous crash, yet the barrier did not yield. Fu Wan gazed at the countless suspended figures within the barrier, blood slowly dripping from them. With a sudden resolve, she thrust Qing Shuang into her heart and, using the bloodied sword, cleaved into the barrier, plunging herself inside. The system cautioned, even if Song Wu possesses great cultivation, injuring his heart meridian would cause significant harm to his body. The streets of Fan City were drenched in blood. Fu Wan paid no heed to the system's words, inscribing another seeking talisman before taking off with Qing Shuang. After a considerable time, Fu Wan finally caught sight of Song Jing. In the heart of Fan City, he knelt alone, his slender shoulder blades slightly hunched. His head bowed so that Fu Wan could not see his expression. His white robe was stained crimson, transforming into a dark shroud, and his long, inky hair cascaded down, immersed in a river of blood. Only his pallid complexion was visible, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse. Fu Wan, overcome with sorrow, stumbled forward and embraced Song Jing. The youth was drenched in blood, his gaze unfocused, filled with tears of crimson, his lips barely moving, whispering a single name. Fu Wan trembled as she leaned closer to hear. She discerned Song Jing murmuring, Master. Aging. Words eluded Fu Wan as she grappled with her emotions. Yet, the boy seemed oblivious, softly repeating, Master, Master. Aging. Fu Wan held his icy body tightly, affirming, I am here. The Master is here. Suddenly, the system interjected, revealing, his soul has been trapped in the Shumi illusion by Xiaoyu. Startled, Fu Wan channeled a thread of spiritual energy into Song Jing's body, confirming the truth of the system's words. After a moment's contemplation, she tilted her face slightly and kissed the corner of Song Jing's lips, gently resting her forehead against his. The system promptly cautioned her, declaring this act perilous. To enter another's soul was fraught with danger, should there be even a hint of resistance from the other. The intruder's soul would be harmed, destabilizing their very essence. A soft blue light emanated from Fu Wan's forehead, gradually merging with Song Jing's. As the energy flowed, Song Wu's body began to slide down gently, finding solace against Song Jing. The surroundings fell into a serene silence, where the blood moon and the crimson tide intertwined, casting the silhouettes of two figures entwined in an embrace. Fu Wan sensed a fleeting moment of weightlessness and soon found herself standing upon a shroud of darkness. As she ventured forward into the abyss, a vision emerged before her. Fan City, untouched by the stains of blood. In that instant, she beheld Song Wu, clad in white. A gentle smile gracing his features as he held Xie Yu's hand, addressing Song Jing in a soft tone. "Ah Jing, my affections have always been for my senior brother, not for you." Song Jing's complexion turned pale, his dark eyes revealing a repressed anguish as he cautiously regarded Song Wu. "Did not my master say that we were to become partners in the Tao?" Song Wu's expression shifted dramatically. "Ah Jing, how could I ever consent to such an outrageous notion?" In that moment, Song Jing pressed his fingers to his temples, a headache threatening to shatter his composure. Thick crimson droplets cascaded from his outstretched hand, which hung limply at his side. Suddenly, he raised his eyes, filled with an obsessive fervor, fixating on Song Wu. His bloodied lips curled into a faint, sinister smile. "Master, you must have said it, you must have." He articulated each word with painstaking deliberation, as though wrestling with an immense suffering. Fu Wan hurried forward, attempting to grasp Song Jing. "She is an illusion. I am your true master." Her hand passed through Song Jing's form, yet he remained absorbed in his gaze upon Song Wu, entirely oblivious to her presence. The system quietly remarked, "The fact that you can enter without being rejected signifies that Song Jing holds you in a regard surpassing even his own. However, this realm diverges from ordinary illusions. It is influenced by Xie Yu, revealing only what Song Jing is permitted to see. Neither you nor Song Jing can alter this reality." Fu Wan lowered her eyes and whispered, "I understand." The system continued, "The terrifying aspect of the Sumeru environment lies not in its ability to create illusions, but in its power to render the events within those illusions as reality in the minds of the entrants, while everything that does not conform to the illusion becomes false. Even if her soul enters, it will not change anything." Fu Wan sat quietly on the ground, tilting her face to look at Song Wu, coldly stating, "Song Jing, if you do not dispel the heart demon of your infatuation with me, today shall mark the severing of our master-disciple bond." "False, this must be false." He lowered his eyes, plunging the sword named Moonrise into his shoulder blade, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Fu Wan watched as he clutched his bloodied shoulder, suddenly clutching her head, unable to bear the sight any longer. Events continued to unfold around her. Song Wu took Xie Yu's hand and slowly approached Song Jing. Speaking with a serene compassion, "I have already informed you that the so-called affection from this entity towards you, the desire to become your Tao partner, is merely an illusion cast by your heart demon." Upon hearing these words, Fu Wan sprang to her feet, but her consciousness was abruptly obscured. The system, fearing she could not withstand the shock of such a scene, intervened. Unbeknownst to her, Song Jing stood in the dimly lit Fan City, listening to Song Wu tell him, "You should leave. The one I have always loved is my senior brother." Song Wu glanced at him, her youthful features imbued with a hint of happiness as she asked, "Why have you not yet departed?" Song Jing staggered back a step, remaining silent for a long while as a flicker of incandescent hatred ignited within his gloomy, obsessive eyes, rendering him a ghastly specter of wrath. With gritted teeth, he thrust the Moonrise sword directly towards Xie Yu's chest. To kill him meant no one could usurp his master. With a muffled grunt, Song Wu clutched the wound where the Moonrise had pierced his chest, gripping the blade with his right hand. "Ah Jing, if you wish to harm your senior brother, you must first slay me." Xie Yu reached out, enveloping Song Wu in an embrace, lowering his head to kiss Song Wu's lips. The girl tilted her face slightly upward, her brows furrowed, yet a smile graced her lips. This scene was blindingly painful for Song Jing to behold. "Master, you are mine," he murmured, as a surge of dark demonic energy erupted from him, shattering his corporeal form into fragments. In the realm of illusions, Song Jing's eyes brimmed with blood and tears as his right hand clawed fiercely towards Xie Yu's chest. Song Wu forcefully pushed Xie Yu aside, drawing Qing Shuang from its sheath and aiming it directly at Song Jing's heart. In response, Song Jing hastily retracted his palm strike, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet Qing Shuang plunged deep into his heart. "I have stated before, my affections lie with my senior brother." With a face marked by pity and detachment, Song Wu regarded Song Jing with an emotionless gaze from her lofty position. Song Jing knelt on one knee, leaning against moonrise to prevent himself from collapsing. He lifted his face to meet Song Wu's, his expression a tumult of pain and obsession, trembling from the agony. "What of me, master? You?" Song Wu assessed his disheveled state with indifference. "You are merely my disciple." As laughter echoed, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion as pale as parchment and ultimately collapsed. In the illusionary realm, snowflakes began to fall upon the city of Fan, their frigid touch landing upon Song Jing's bloodied wounds, soon staining them a deeper crimson. With eyes wide open, he beheld Xie unfurling a scarlet umbrella, gently brushing a snowflake from Song Wu's temple. They exchanged a tender smile before she turned and walked further away, fading into the distance. As Song Jing succumbed to unconsciousness, he later awoke to find himself kneeling amidst a pool of blood. Lowering his gaze, he caught a whiff of a faint, cold fragrance intertwined with the iron scent of blood. He looked down to see the young girl resting against his shoulder. Her features were radiant, and the usual chill of her closed eyes had softened, rendering her akin to an innocent young maiden. He was bewildered by her abrupt shift, having just witnessed her parting with Xie so resolutely, only to find her now nestled against him. The crimson light of the blood moon intensified in the sky. Song Jing raised his hand, intending to lift Song Wu aside, only to discover that his hand passed directly through her form. Glancing downward, he was confronted by the fragmented remains of his own body strewn across the ground. The reason Song Wu leaned against him was not due to her own strength, but rather because a nearby tree stump supported her figure. In a state of confusion, Song Jing stared at the shattered remnants of his own corpse. The blood-red moonlight enveloped him, piercing through his flesh and bones like a myriad of fine needles, inflicting pain that made him tremble. He yearned to rouse Song Wu and confront her, yet fear held him back. He recalled the moment they first met, her lofty gaze fixed upon him, the look of astonishment that graced her features when he became her apprentice, and the cold indifference with which she discarded numerous books. Leaving him alone on the mountain as she turned away, he remembered the sight of her hand entwined with Xieyu's, walking closely together, their silhouettes fading into the distance. Song Jing's pupils constricted in anguish, a tumult of despair and helplessness swirling in his eyes, accompanied by a fierce and solitary emotion. She resembled the most radiant yet frigid moonlight in the night sky, and those fond memories he cherished, perhaps they were merely the manifestations of his own inner demons. The moon above glowed a crimson hue, as if it could bleed. Blood seeped into Song Jing's being, silently enveloping him, and his form began to lose its transparency. Trembling in pain, he curled up amidst the viscous blood, his face turning as pale as parchment. Even in such agony, he stubbornly tilted his head back, his obsessive and frenzied gaze fixated on Song Wu. Despite the torment that made even breathing a struggle, he remained resolute in his desire to look upon her. He refused to believe. Even if it were merely his own demons at play, he still could not accept the truth that the one he revered as a deity, his beloved master, had never truly cared for him. The girl lay in serene slumber. When Fu Wan awakened, she found herself still in Fan City. Logically, her physical form should have been beside a Jing after her consciousness was shielded, but her body had been cleansed of blood by some sorcery. Now, she lay nestled in a soft quilt, the air fragrant with a hint of morning dew. Rubbing her temples, Fu Wan hastily emerged from the warmth of her bed. As she opened the door, brilliant sunlight streamed in, yet the ground was marred by dried bloodstains. She was indeed still in Fan City. Fu Wan's heart abruptly stilled, and without taking the time to don her shoes, she rushed out in search of Song Jing. The ground was littered with desiccated, putrid flesh, and the air buzzed with flies. Fu Wan hastily cast a locating spell, yet the incantation dissipated in a circle around her. Song Jing was not present, or perhaps she simply could not find him. The Qiuhua sect was protected by a formidable mountain array, and now that his soul had been tempered by the blood cocoon, he had become a demon god, surely unable to return to Wuchu Mountain. As for other places, where else could Song Jing possibly go? She was in Fanqing. Could he still be here? Contemplating this, Fu Wan summoned Qing Shuang and searched every corner of Fanqing, yet she failed to catch sight of Song Jing. Standing in Fanqing in a daze, she silently questioned the system. Was it not said that I would become a demon only upon my death? The system replied, a demon god cannot be forged from Fanqing alone. Xie merely used the lives of the entire city to shape a demonic body for Song Jing. His soul requires continual refinement to become a true demon god. Fu Wan remained silent for a long while, pondering the pain he must be enduring. The system offered no response. After a moment of reflection, she declared, I shall seek out Xiaoyu. He must possess the answers. The system cautioned. The heart demon curse upon you could erupt at any moment. Encountering Xiaoyu may lead to your immediate capture for the extraction of your celestial bones. Fu Wan paused in contemplation before taking to the skies on her sword, heading towards the entrance of the demon realm. She consumed a pill, sprouting a pair of rabbit ears atop her head, while a small tail emerged from the back of her skirt. After a moment's thought, she changed into a white garment and styled her hair into twin buns adorned with bangs. Relying on this, she navigated her way into the demon realm, making a beeline for Xiaoyu's Qingmu Palace. Just as the Qiuhua faction possessed a protective mountain array, the Qingmu Palace was also enveloped by a barrier. Fu Wan inquired with the system whether the space transfer talisman could be utilized. The system cautioned Fu Wan that should she fall into Xiaoyu's clutches, all her prior efforts would be in vain. Any significant alteration in the narrative's trajectory could lead to her obliteration by the heavenly path. The system's reference to obliteration pertained, of course, to Fu Wan's very soul. With an impassive expression, Fu Wan retorted, "Silence." The system complied quietly, handing her the final teleportation talisman. Holding the talisman tightly, Fu Wan was instantly transported into the interior of the Qingmu Palace. After a brief wait, a pair of dual bond maidens approached. Fu Wan swiftly incapacitated one and assumed her guise. The other was ensnared by Fu Wan's soul-controlling technique, guiding her towards Xiaoyu's chambers. Fu Wan successfully infiltrated Xiaoyu's private quarters. The system quietly remarked, "Xiaoyu harbors ulterior motives towards you. What if?" Fu Wan scoffed. "Then let Song Jing regret it even more." The system muttered, "When you get ruthless, you even curse yourself." Behind the verdant gauze curtain, Xiaoyu, upon hearing Fu Wan's footsteps, called out, "Come up." Fu Wan responded with a questioning tone. The system interjected, "Would you like a translation service for his words?" Fu Wan replied, "Yes, please." The system clarified, "He is asking you to join him on the bed." Fu Wan was taken aback. The system continued, "He currently isn't wearing his outer garments." Fu Wan's surprise deepened. The system added, "He is beginning to grow suspicious." Fu Wan gracefully stepped forward, parting the curtain, and cast a flirtatious glance at Xiaoyu, softly laughing, "My lord?" System, the malicious female antagonist next door has entrusted me to inquire if you have any intentions of reemployment. Fu Wan, an emphatic refusal, "Thank you." Xiaoyu, clad in disheveled attire, with his long hair unbound, sat elegantly on the bed, revealing a hint of collarbone from his loosened neckline. He regarded Fu Wan with a half-smile, his fingertip playfully flicking at her shoulder, causing her outer garment to slip down. Pretending to be understanding, Fu Wan leaned against Xiaoyu, just as she was about to rest her head on his shoulder, when her sword, Qing Shuang, was suddenly unsheathed, poised at Xiaoyu's throat. In a cold voice, she demanded, "Where is Song Jing?" Naturally, he had transformed into a monster consumed by bloodshed. He reached out, intending to caress Fu Wan's face, but was met with the blade pressing firmly into his skin, causing his expression to darken. A creature solely driven by slaughter, was he not akin to a beast? It seemed he had gone off to commit murder. Fu Wan's gaze was heavy as she fixed her eyes on Xiaoyu, commanding, "Jiao go." Along. Pure white ribbons swiftly bound Xiaoyu. His expression grew increasingly grim. "The Jiao gu I granted you, and you dare to use it against me? If you wish to obliterate the last remnants of our brotherly bond, feel free to destroy this Jiao gu." A hint of scorn graced Fu Wan's lips. She had long grown accustomed to the betrayal of kin and friends, witnessing the ebb and flow of relationships as mere fleeting scenery. As the eldest disciple, Du Lin was perpetually occupied with mountain affairs, and, being significantly older than Song Wu, they shared little common ground for conversation. Only Xiaoyu had grown up alongside the original owner, serving as both an elder brother and a friend. For the sake of family vendetta, Xiaoyu betrayed the Qiuhua sect, leaving behind the precious Jiugong for Song Wu before his departure. Fu Wan was uncertain whether Xiaoyu truly harbored feelings for Song Wu, yet the bond between them remained profoundly significant. Xiaoyu gazed at her, a hint of sardonic amusement flickering across his face. "In your eyes? That casually picked disciple of yours seems to hold a depth of connection that surpasses our decades of camaraderie." Fu Wan turned to look at him, her gaze unwavering. "At this moment, I would choose a Jing, for she is Fu Wan." Xiaoyu smiled faintly. "He is in Xian City. Yet it is too late for you to go to him now." Fu Wan scrutinized him for a moment before abruptly inquiring, "Do you truly wish to sever my celestial bone? What do you think?" Xiaoyu replied with a chilling smile. Fu Wan chose to ignore him, turning to soar out of Qingmu Palace on her sword. She soon realized that the menacing presence of the demon race, which had stormed in to capture her, could not even match her speed. She hastily made her way to Xin City, where the bustling crowd thrived amidst the clamor. Fu Wan inscribed a searching talisman, but still could not detect Song Jing's essence. The air was thick with demonic energy, yet the celestial aura was even more potent. Fu Wan frowned as a gust of wind swept past her. She turned to see the slowly activating locking immortal array surging toward her with a violent wave of spiritual power. Fu Wan summoned Qing Shuang, cleaving through the locking immortal array capable of restraining dozens of tribulation cultivators. Suddenly, Fu Wan sensed that something was amiss. The unifying clock of Sioux, New Jersey mountain resembles a vast cauldron, suddenly descending upon FWN. In the present realm of cultivation, celestial artifacts are a rare and precious resource. Thus, resorting to such a measure against her signifies a substantial investment. Nevertheless, as the foremost cultivator in the celestial path, S.W. possesses abilities that far exceed those of his peers. It is inconceivable that he could contend with her without the aid of a celestial artifact. Consequently, all the sects of the cultivation world have united their strengths to ensnare her with the unifying clock, combining the powers of the entire human race against one of its own. How absurd! The earlier celestial lock formation was merely a ruse to divert her attention and deplete her spiritual energy. FWN struck out at the unifying clock with a palm, which merely emitted a hum, slowing its descent. "What are you doing?" FWN's voice was cold, yet resonated clearly among the lurking cultivators, causing their faces to flush with embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, a female cultivator from the SH whose sect spoke seductively, naturally. "We are using Qing Shuing JN to lure that demon out." Such was the nature of their discourse. Every individual present coveted the celestial bones that adorned S.W. FWN felt a surge of indignation bubbling within her, nearly causing her to spit out blood. Was it too much to simply confer with her? Instead, they conspired directly with the demon emperor to ensnare her, showing no regard for the Qi Hu sect. "I certainly did not consent to this," FWN remarked with a faint, icy smile. In the annals of literature, S.W. single-handedly saved the entire realm of cultivation, rendering the combined efforts of all cultivators, excluding her, insufficient to match his prowess. The clash of dual spiritual energies conjured a tempest, billowing FWN's pristine white robes, her youthful visage framed by dark tresses, exuding an aura of unyielding righteousness. She formed a seal with both hands, and a pristine white lotus blossomed upon her forehead, radiating brilliance. Fu Wan unleashed the snow-white incantation, wielding the frost blade with tremendous force, striking toward the Gi bell. A deafening roar ensued. Both the Gi bell and the frost blade emanated celestial energy. However, the frost blade's aura was pure and resilient, wielded by the steadfast and gentle Fu Wan, far surpassing the solemn and unadorned Gi bell in the hands of those consumed by insatiable greed. The Gi bell emitted a violent, thunderous sound, its golden glow gradually dissipating. Fu Wan twirled her sword, slashing diagonally. The frost blade erupted in a brilliant ice-blue radiance, shattering the Gi bell into countless fragments upon contact. The spiritual power contained within the celestial artifact surged forth, causing the others to suffer backlash, collapsing in disarray. Standing tall and graceful, Fu Wan's gaze was cold and distant. "What you covet? Is it the celestial bone upon me? Where is my senior brother?" No one dared to respond. Fu Wan pondered that Du Lin would never acquiesce to them, yet she suddenly perceived the dark energy in the skies of Xuanqing thickening slowly. Abruptly, she turned her gaze towards the direction of the Qisha sect, where a pair of twin girls bore an eerie smile. "Song Wu, this is the retribution for your destruction of my twin curse." Suddenly, blazing flames ignited fiercely around Fu Wan, forming a grand array that ensnared her within. This was the God-slaying array. Even ascended immortals would find themselves trapped and drained of their spiritual essence to death within its confines. However, the ancient God-slaying array had long since been incomplete. To employ it now would necessitate the sacrifice of a cultivator of divine transformation or above. The ethereal twins clasped hands and approached the flames, leaping into the inferno. In an instant, the tongues of fire coiled around Fu Wan like a colossal dragon. Emitting a resonant roar, Fu Wan suddenly felt an overwhelming drain of her spiritual energy, her cultivation plummeting. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the Qing Shuang pierced the stone bricks, and blood trickled from the corner of her lips. They sought the celestial bone within her. clearly intent on not letting her escape. Fu Wan conjured a barrier around herself, striving to break the formation's core. However, the array was meticulously sealed and of the fire element. No matter her attempts, she could not break free. Instead, her own spiritual energy was swiftly siphoned away, leaving her depleted. She endured for 7 or 8 days. Yet the spiritual energy upon which cultivators relied was drawn from the very essence of the world. The extermination formation not only isolated her, but also drained her of the energy she possessed. For an ordinary person to withstand such conditions for even an hour would be commendable. Initially, Fu Wan believed that with her original cultivation level, she might find a way out. However, as time wore on, her endurance morphed into torment. A cultivator's every peculiarity hinged on spiritual power. Once it began to wane, it felt as though her very life was being siphoned away, drop by drop. Eventually, Fu Wan could no longer conjure even a single snowflake. The searing flames surged with an intense murderous intent. Fu Wan coughed lightly, instinctively wiping the corner of her lips, only to discover that blood was not only spilling from her mouth, but also trickling from the corners of her eyes and nose. Her skin blistered from the heat. She could hold on no longer. The flames lunged towards her. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and a powerful wind swept in, dispersing the searing flames in an instant. A figure cloaked in black, stained with blood, approached her, their pale, bloodied face adorned with a fragmented smile, gazing at her with a mix of cherishment and focus. Fu Wan could not discern whether the liquid trailing down her face was blood or tears. Master. Song Jing bent down and lifted her up horizontally. He was no longer a mere mortal, and, thus, felt no fear of the true fire. The overwhelming demonic energy pressed down, extinguishing much of the flames. Fu Wan then noticed that the ground outside the great formation was soaked in blood. How could this be? Why was the destruction of the god's formation ineffective against the demon god? Xiaoyu deceived us. What to do? What to do? The surviving cultivators were filled with terror, trembling as they retreated, their previous arrogance in attempting to see Song Wu's immortal bone extinguished. Song Jing's body was cold, devoid of a heartbeat or breath. Fu Wan was weary, struggling to keep her eyelids open. Suddenly, a flicker of solace washed over her. As though she finally had someone to rely on, no longer needing to maintain her facade. It was good to be unburdened. At last, there was one person who, when she was forsaken and betrayed by all, would risk everything to protect her. Her voice was barely a whisper, and Song Jing hesitated to look at her, only to find the girl had fallen asleep. Asleep? How could she speak? It was yet again his inner demons. And a trace of bitter irony curled at the corners of Song Jing's lips. He gazed down at the blood-stained girl, and even in her disheveled state, there was a pure, compassionate expression etched between her slightly furrowed brows. He remained motionless, fixated upon her, unwilling to divert his gaze even by a fraction. The entire Fan City, with the obsessions and hatred of hundreds of thousands, tormented him day and night without respite, especially within the blood cocoon of Fan City. His body was gradually crushed and reshaped, while countless malevolent thoughts incessantly proliferated, akin to countless wicked spirits gnawing at his consciousness in a quagmire. They devoured the last remnants of his humanity, transforming him into a mindless machine of slaughter. She, such a person, could scarcely fathom the relentless torment of harboring grievances, the distortion of malevolent thoughts that consumed him. This uncontrollable evil was akin to a decay festering deep within, devoid of any glimmer of light. Yet, he still yearned for her, even if she regarded him as nothing more than a maggot, sludge, or decaying flesh. She was unaware of how desperately her purity and kindness made him wish to pull her down, while simultaneously longing for her to rescue him from the mire. However, they belonged to disparate worlds. She would never deign to glance down upon him. Her affections were reserved for Xiaoyu. The memories that once brought him such joy, nearly rendering him faint, were but manifestations of his own demons from the very beginning. All the tales of seeking the cold jade for him, traversing Jing Mountain, battling the dragon, and the promises of companionship were naught but illusions, falsehoods. How pitiable he was to deceive himself into believing that she had once cared for him, that she had ever cherished a person like him. Blood dripped from his palm, thick and crimson, staining his originally dark garments, yet it went unnoticed. Fu Wan was awakened by the haunting wails of tormented spirits. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the swirling, dark resentment enveloping her surroundings. A twinge of anxiety gripped her, and she quickly turned to see Song Jing, his eyes bloodshot, his pale visage etched with a profound pain. A Jing? Fu Wan hastily shook him. Song Jing opened his eyes, master. Fu Wan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Does it still hurt? Song Jing's expression was somewhat dazed, devoid of pain. How could it be possible not to feel pain? Those malevolent thoughts and grievances incessantly devoured his consciousness, gnawing at his very soul. Yet, over time, it felt as if this were simply the way of things. Fu Wan turned to observe the dense aura of resentment surrounding them, her ears filled with many inciting words. She lifted her face to gaze at Song Jing, undoubtedly in pain. The youth's crimson eyes stared blankly at her. He witnessed Fu Wan curve her lips into a smile that hinted at tears. "Ah Jing, when I previously claimed to like Xie, that was a falsehood." Song Jing patiently awaited her to finish, gently nodding in agreement. "All right." He bent down and enveloped Fu Wan in his embrace. Noticing his lack of inquiry, she felt a desire to probe further, yet found herself at a loss for words. All beings, whether demons, spirits, or immortals, experience reincarnation. Demons do not. Demon gods, born from ancient divine beings' descent into demonic realms, exist eternally in the mortal world under their demonic identities, lacking reincarnation. Demons disperse into demonic essence when devoid of a corporeal form, waiting for an opportunity to manifest a body. Prior to his birth, Song Jing was possessed by a demon cultivator. Although the demonic energy was later purged, he became a stillborn. It was the essence of the demon god that entered his being, resulting in the later emergence of Cui Jing. Thus, he was born rife with malevolent thoughts and grievances, beyond his control. However, as a demon god, having descended from divinity into demonhood, he retained a sliver of consciousness, observing his actions and recognition of her. Fu Wan understood that Song Jing had not entirely lost his self-awareness. Yet within the illusory realm of Shumi, he seemed to have discerned the facade. Else how could he draw so near to her? Fu Wan exhaled in relief. "Ah Jing, where is this place?" Fu Wan inquired softly. Song Jing remained fixated on her, contemplating before responding. "It is a cave located in Xuanqing." Fu Wan felt a surge of pain throughout her body, observing Song Jing's calm demeanor. She grasped his hand and asked, "Do you recall the events within the Shumi illusion?" Song Jing remained silent, his crimson gaze intensely fixed upon her, earnest and unwavering. Fu Wan mustered the strength to raise her hand and placed it against his forehead, murmuring, "The Shumi illusion is merely an illusion. The Shumi illusion is merely an illusion." He echoed, as a fierce wind began to howl around them, thick clouds of demonic energy and resentment clamoring incessantly. Song Jing's gaze remained locked on Fu Wan, and suddenly he leaned down. Fu Wan was taken aback, unsure of his intentions. His left hand pressed against the back of her head in the stone wall, while his right hand intertwined with hers, effectively confining her within a small space. He remained motionless, his forehead resting against hers, the crimson of his eyes gradually fading to black. The cacophony of resentment surrounding them began to subside, and his expression finally appeared somewhat normal. Fu Wan felt a sense of relief. Before she could finish her sentence, the coolness of his lips descended upon hers, silencing her words. Fu Wan slowly closed her eyes, attempting to reciprocate his kiss, but he stiffened abruptly, then deepened the kiss until she struggled for breath. They were intimately close, their long hair and garments intertwining, the atmosphere becoming charged with ambiguity. After the kiss, Song Jing released Fu Wan, propping his chin upon his hand as he gazed at her. It was then that Fu Wan realized, since her awakening, his eyes had not strayed from her for a single moment. Something was amiss with Song Jing. To be precise, he had been behaving strangely since the moment he came to rescue her. Yet he feigned calmness. Thus she remained oblivious to the underlying discord. "Aging." Fu Wan reached out, intending to wave her hand before him. Song Jing grasped Fu Wan's hand, whispering, "Is this merely an illusion as well, Master?" Fu Wan was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by an illusion?" Song Jing furrowed his brow as he regarded her. "Illusions are birthed from the heart. A master born of such illusions would not pose such inquiries. However, in my memories, the masters who treated me kindly were mere manifestations of my inner demons. The true master would scarcely deign to cast a glance my way. He had just carelessly dismissed her, while his heart was entwined with another. Master, I..." As Song Jing beheld the gradual reddening of Fu Wan's eyes, the surrounding resentment clamored fervently. Fu Wan could faintly discern the cacophony of grievances echoing around her. "Kill her. She favors Xie. You revere her as a deity, yet she holds you in disdain. Eliminate her and Xie. End her life. She does not love you. Do you still have the audacity to face her? Kill her. After all, she finds you repulsive." These resentments constituted but a minuscule fraction of the demonic aura surrounding him, and even in his presence, Fu Wan could perceive such a tumult of provocative words. He himself was susceptible to the influence of this malevolence, which incessantly gnawed at his consciousness, both audibly and silently. Thus, it is said that demonic beings are mere monsters of carnage, for no sane individual could withstand such overwhelming animosity. The guidance that resonates audibly can be discerned, while the silent guidance often eludes even one's own awareness. It can lead one to subconsciously embrace the grievances it conveys, causing one's judgment to betray oneself. As Fu Wan contemplated this, her expression gradually firmed. She slowly approached Song Jing, wrapping her arms around his slightly trembling form, placing his hand upon her heart, and whispering in his ear, "Ah Jing, trust me." Song Jing lowered his gaze to her and drew her into his embrace. He held her so tightly that Fu Wan felt as though she might suffocate. "Ah Jing, let go." The moment he heard her, he stiffened and tightened his grip even further. Cloaked in a flowing, dark mantle, he enveloped her within its folds, leaving only the slender curve of her neck and her head pressed against him exposed. "I can't breathe." Fu Wan had no strength left. Every inch of her body ached, and without Song Jing's support, she wouldn't have had the energy to even prop herself up. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jing noticed the slight furrow of her brow, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she struggled for air. Just as she began to feel the overwhelming sensation of suffocation ease, she managed to take a few breaths, allowing herself to languidly lean against Song Jing. She was as obedient as a kitten, emanating a faint, cool fragrance, akin to a vine entwining itself around him. Song Jing buried his face in her raven locks, his blood seemingly boiling with fervor. He let out a soft hum, cautiously laying Fu Wan down upon the ground, leaning over her. The ethereal energy that once enveloped Fu Wan had long been depleted by the unification bell, leaving her surrounded by a dense aura of malevolence and resentment. Thus her body remained in a state of complete recovery. She lay on the ground like a mere rag doll, devoid of even the strength to move her fingertips. Song Jing leaned closer, his long, ebony hair cascading beside her face, accentuating the purity of her pallid complexion, reminiscent of a figure sculpted from ice and snow. He reached out, his eyelashes fluttering slightly, and pressed a gentle kiss upon Fu Wan's forehead. "Master, do not leave me." Fu Wan was momentarily taken aback as he opened his palm, dark threads emerging from his fingertips, entwining around her wrist. By the time she regained her senses, one end of the black thread was already tied to her wrist, the other to his. Hesitantly, she moved her wrist, feeling the bindings tighten. Song Jing grasped her hand and lay down beside her, enveloping her in his embrace. In her heart, Fu Wan silently called out to the system, feeling an unsettling disquiet. The system responded, "Indeed, it awaits the moment you extinguish the last vestige of Song Jing's conscience." A chill ran down Fu Wan's spine, causing her to tremble instinctively. Noticing her shiver, Song Jing's obsidian gaze fixed upon her. "Master, are you afraid of me?" "Not afraid," she replied, though her troubled emotions did not escape his notice. A swirling darkness danced in his eyes as he raised his hand to loosen the ties of her garment, leaning in to kiss her chin. "Master, do not harbor feelings for Xieyu," he murmured softly in her ear. Fu Wan said, "I do not like." He raised his hand to gently press against Fu Wan's lips, his eyes reflecting a painful struggle. "Master, please do not say any more." Fu Wan recalled the romantic novels of her youth, where one protagonist would declare their unwillingness to listen, and the other would resolutely fall silent, resulting in a cascade of misunderstandings that tormented them both, a cruel cycle of anguish reminiscent of the tortures of ancient times. Unable to suppress a shiver, she grasped Song Jing's wrist, turned to kiss the furrowed brow of the youth, and leaned close to his ear, articulating each word with deliberate care. "Song Jing, the person I, Song Wu, cherishes you." A flicker of light ignited in the depths of the boy's dark eyes as he gazed at the focused expression of the girl before him. Yet, that glimmer was soon extinguished, once again succumbing to the torment of inner demons. Fu Wan felt a surge of frustration. She summoned her spiritual power to invoke Qing Shuang. With a resonant hum, Qing Shuang materialized, and Fu Wan abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her shoulder trembled, and Song Jing instinctively reached out to support her, only to be forcefully pushed away. Fu Wan leaned against the wall, struggling to stand. Her pristine white garments were stained with blood, yet her face remained pale as the moon, with only her lips bearing a tinge of crimson. A slight, bloodied smile curved her lips as her gaze turned steely. Before Song Jing could comprehend her intentions, Qing Shuang's cold brilliance flared, the sword's aura slicing through the strands of ink-black hair that fell before him, the icy blade pressing against his neck. As Song Jing looked down at the familiar Qing Shuang, memories flooded back. Song Wu had once guided him on the sword with Qing Shuang, taught him the intricacies of swordsmanship, and countless times had risked her life to protect him with this very blade. He believed that the cold frost of his master would never rest upon his neck. Ultimately, it was he who had overstepped his bounds. He was a filthy and malevolent demon. How could she possibly? Fu Wan's gaze was resolute as she slightly lifted her delicate chin to look at him. Song Jing, can you discern that I am now your inner demon? His master held disdain for him, and he had treated her with frivolity. At that moment, the true master, with a sword poised at his neck, was indeed present. He lowered his crimson eyes. Undoubtedly, it was the true master. Fu Wan nodded slightly, raising her voice. The cold frost cannot be feigned. I truly am your master. As she spoke, the hand that wielded the sword trembled slightly, for she was utterly bereft of strength. Fu Wan intended to end this swiftly. Listen well. I, Song Wu, am fond of none other than you, Song Jing. The sword clattered to the ground. Song Jing stared at the fallen frost for a moment before turning to Fu Wan, who leaned against the wall, barely managing to avoid collapsing. Slowly, he extended his hand and lifted Fu Wan into his arms. As he held her, the surrounding whispers of resentment gradually diminished. Fu Wan felt exhausted, at last. She was able to set her heart at ease and soon fell into slumber. Observing the girl as she truly slept, he then raised his hand, allowing countless strands of pitch-black threads to emerge from his fingertips. These threads delicately and cautiously bound her wrists, fingertips, ankles, waist, and neck, weaving gently and meticulously around her entire being, as if to encase her in a cocoon that only he could unveil, to conceal her. When Fu Wan awoke, she seemed to sense that something had suddenly vanished from her body. Yet, upon looking around, she found nothing amiss. She lay upon Song Jing's robe, while he sat motionless, his gaze fixed upon her. He noticed Fu Wan looking in his direction and, with a slight movement of his wrist, she observed that both their wrists were still bound by a black silk thread. Uncertainty loomed over Du Lin, and the events transpiring within the Qiuhua sect remained a mystery, leading these cultivators to display such audacity. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Do you know what has become of your master uncle?" Song Jing remained silent for a brief spell before responding. He was ambushed by the people of the Qisha sect and is now trapped on Xuanji Mountain. A sense of foreboding gripped Fu Wan's heart. What about the disciples? I do not know. The demonic deity has descended upon the world, altering the tides of fate. Currently, the fortunes of the demonic path are flourishing, and the demons expelled from the mortal realm have returned. If the protective grand formation of Qiuhua sect shows any signs of weakness, with Song Wu and Du Lin absent, the situation is bound to spiral out of control. This body belongs to Song Wu, and she must assume responsibility for him. Ah Jing, I must return to Qiuhua sect. A shadow darkened the youth's face, half hidden in the gloom. Master, you once said you liked me. Fu Wan paused. I have said so, but... Suddenly, countless strands of pitch-black silk emerged from beneath the boy's wide sleeves, surging violently towards her and binding half her body tightly. Master, if you like me, do not leave me. His voice was laden with suppressed anguish and struggle. Fu Wan could hear the cacophony of resentful voices echoing around her. You are a calamity to the entire realm of cultivation. Her affection for you is but a facade. You are a filthy demon god. Would Song Wu truly forsake the multitude in the cultivation world to choose you? Du Lin is her senior brother, having shared companionship for centuries. How long have you known her? She cannot possibly harbor feelings for you. Take a good look at yourself. Engulfed in the taint of demonic energy, Fu Wan beheld the crimson blood flowing from his scarlet eyes, resentment morphing into the image of her and Xie Yu entwined together. With delicate chins held high, arrogantly and reservedly addressing Song Jing, do you fancy me? Do you deem yourself worthy? Song Jing gazed at Song Wu, the surrounding malevolence swirling and contorting, ruffling his dark attire, revealing his pallid skin. Master, I. Fu Wan felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness. Ah Jing, that is not me. Yet, Song Jing remained oblivious to her voice. He staggered back a step, as Song Wu rose on her toes to kiss Xie Yu, her smiling profile radiating warmth. After a long pause, she turned to him with a sardonic glance, declaring, Song Wu of the Qiuhua sect could never find affection for a being of the demon race. The girl's compassionate and gentle eyes now bore a look of disgust. As if gazing upon something utterly repulsive, the demon god, reeking of resentment and blood. Do you even comprehend the depths of your filth? Fu Wan reached out to grasp his hand, but was scorched by the malevolence coiling around him, causing her hand to bleed profusely. Her gaze unwavering. Song Jing fixedly regarded Song Wu, tentatively advancing towards her. Master, I shall relinquish my aspiration to become a demon god. I beseech you. Do not hold me in disdain. Song Wu scoffed. You are not even human, merely a grotesque amalgamation of blood and resentment. Do not touch me. You are defiled. He extended a trembling hand, only for her to turn away, embracing Xiaoyu as they departed. Xiaoyu glanced back at him, his eyes filled with derision and malice, his tone acrimonious. Filthy monster, cease your longing for a Wu. Fu Wan beheld Song Jing as he watched Song Wu's receding figure, his form rapidly dissolving, transforming into a viscous, mire-like humanoid monster of black ichor. In the firmament, malevolent spirits wailed, and upon the earth, a thick tide of blood began to surge. She heard the demons cry out, "Do not leave, do not." Fu Wan gritted her teeth, reaching out to embrace the mass of dark, amorphous humanity. In that instant, a sharp, excruciating pain coursed through her entire being. She could even perceive the flesh upon her body being eroded by the black mist, emitting a sizzling sound. It truly aches, she thought. I wonder if aging endured such intense and concentrated torment of resentment. Was his heart filled with such agony? Whenever you are conscious, your mind incessantly reminds you how filthy and repulsive you are, how universally despised and rejected you are. You are the one deemed worthy of annihilation in everyone's eyes, regarded as an anomaly and refuse. The person you cherish most, whom you revere as the very essence of life, the last straw of salvation. How much does she loathe you? Is it not despairing? Such thoughts uncontrollably flooded Fu Wan's mind, her resolute will barely suppressing the searing pain of her flesh being consumed. Her hands bloodied as she embraced Song Jing into her arms. She was in excruciating pain. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Jing, I'm here, she whispered. The system, which had just been shielded by the heavenly Tao, finally realized the gravity of the situation. It exclaimed in shock and immediately shielded Fu Wan from the sensory input. Good heavens, it thought, there aren't many hosts these days who are this ruthless to themselves. Did you defect from the angst genre next door? Fu Wan whimpered inwardly. I've fallen for your villain. Can I take him with me? The system responded, let me check. After about 3 seconds, the system replied, affirmative. Fu Wan exclaimed. The system continued, however, you must awaken all of his memories from each world. Fu Wan inquired, not a fragment? She had read many novels where the male lead was a fragmented main god. However, she and Jing had reached this point. So there was no relation to the protagonist, let alone the main god, right? Slamming the table, the system stated, of course not. He simply lacks the memories of each world. Just as Fu Wan was about to ask why the same person was used in each world, a wave of pain suddenly washed over her. She shuddered violently, only to be hastily embraced. Song Jing had reverted to his former self, and he now gazed down at her, saying, Master, I didn't mean to. I know, Fu Wan managed a smile. The young man was taken aback as silken threads crept from his sleeves, covering the walls and instantly weaving a dark, velvety canopy. He gently laid Fu Wan down upon it. She was covered in blood, her face deathly pale. Upon making contact with the bedding, she inhaled sharply, a shiver coursing through her body. A veil of mist clouded her beautiful eyes, the corners tinged with a delicate shade of crimson. He extended his hand, and the resentment, under his command, obediently enveloped Fu Wan. Before long, Fu Wan felt the pain in her body considerably diminish. When she raised her hand again, the wounds had vanished. Fu Wan dared not directly express her intent to depart. However, what of Du Lin and those disciples? She was indeed Fu Wan, having come for him. Yet she inhabited Song Wu's form, thus bound to fulfill the responsibilities that came with it. She could only inquire of the system, were Du Lin and Xiao Hua sect in peril? The system responded that it did not know, adding, do you recall the events in the original narrative? Fu Wan replied, if memory serves. The blood demon shattered the barrier between the demon realm and the human realm with its life. Song Wu sacrificed her celestial essence to forge the barrier, saving the entire human realm. Fu Wan continued her analysis. The blood demon, unvanquished, would seek vengeance against Song Wu. Who does not wish to survive? Yet, the demonic race is born of malevolence, and cultivators must eradicate it entirely. Therefore, the blood demon would only breach the barrier between the realms after its defeat. The system emitted a sigh akin to that of an exasperated father, expressing the strain on her intellect. Fu Wan retorted, "If you have nothing to say, then remain silent." After a moment of contemplation, she realized the blood demon would undoubtedly seek her at the Chiu sect, and there were others who, to prevent them from acting on her behalf, must have been subdued. At this moment, should the blood demon approach, her eyelids twitched violently. Du Lin cared for her original self as one would for a beloved daughter, and this nurturing had persisted for centuries. The little chicks, who adored her as if she were their most cherished idol, were also a concern. She could not abandon them to the slaughter by the blood demon. What to do? The teleportation talisman. System depleted. You have exhausted your supply. Fu Wan glanced at the youth seated beside her, contemplating her next move. From her storage ring, she retrieved a bottle of osmanthus wine and added a handful of mind-altering herbs. After a gentle stir, she poured a glass and handed it to Song Jing, saying, "Ah Jing, your favorite osmanthus wine." Song Jing accepted the offering, gazed at her, and consumed it in one gulp. Fu Wan sighed in relief. She was uncertain whether the mind-altering herbs would affect him, and she had anticipated that he would drink the osmanthus wine without a hint of suspicion. Had he doubted her intentions? Yet, observing the youth resting his chin on his hand, his long eyelashes gradually closing, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She formed a seal and turned to soar into the skies on her sword. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she departed, the previously slumbering youth slowly opened his eyes, casting a brooding glance toward the cave's entrance. The self-isolating, shy, and possessive disciple faced a formidable and aloof master. The inner demon and the curse had suppressed part of her cultivation, and she had sustained significant internal injuries within the Gui Bell. Fu Wan hastily consumed a handful of medicinal pills and directed her sword towards Chiu Mountain. The protective formation of the Chiu sect had been breached. Many celestial birds fled the mountain, and demonic energy surged at the summit. Where was Song Wu? The blood demon transformed into a mass of dark energy, cackling ominously. Underfoot, the frost transformed into a silvery gleam, instantaneously tearing through the demonic aura as a blade lunged towards the blood demon. Beneath her feet bloomed a sacred lotus, and with deft precision, she wove an intricate formation, unleashing 81 exorcism talismans from all directions against the malevolent energy. The young maiden's long hair danced wildly in the wind, and when she cast a sidelong glance, her gaze was sharp and piercing. She held the sword, Qing Shuang, firmly in her grasp. Its blade emanated a chilling sword intent that turned the autumnal Huashan mountain, perpetually in spring, into a flurry of white snowflakes. With a deft slice and a lift of her weapon, the agitated demonic energy ensnared within the exorcism talismans emitted a cacophony of anguished cries. "I knew you would not hide." The blood demon let out a triumphant, derisive laugh. A chill ran through Fu Wan's heart, a sense of foreboding creeping in. With her current cultivation, could she truly vanquish the blood demon? As this thought flickered through her mind, the 81 exorcism talismans suddenly ignited, dissolving into swirling ashes. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted, thickening into a crimson mist, coalescing into a malevolent red umbrella radiating dense dark energy. Dangling from its ribs were golden bells. Gritting her teeth, Fu Wan brandished Qing Shuang, advancing towards the golden bells. Suddenly, the bells chimed without a breeze, causing her form to falter, and the carmine mark on her forehead shimmered with alarming brilliance. Her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. She gritted her teeth, determined to pierce through the golden bells, yet found herself confronted by an unseen resistance. As Qing Shuang was thwarted by the spiritual force emanating from the bells, unable to advance even an inch, the red umbrella erupted in maniacal laughter. "Song Wu, you have shattered my chance to reconstruct my form, and now I shall destroy your path to immortality." With the sound of the bells, the cacophony around her grew increasingly chaotic, and her thoughts spiraled uncontrollably towards despair. No. Fu Wan held the clear frost, which fell to the ground, and she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. She witnessed Du Lin's demise, along with the deaths of the disciples from the Chiu sect. She saw Song Jing succumb to madness, transforming into a solitary monstrosity. She observed the young Song Wu, gazing longingly at the flying swordsman Du Lin, and recognized the extent of Song Wu's efforts, alone in the mountains for centuries, practicing diligently from dawn till dusk. She beheld Song Wu, drenched in blood and demonic energy, with a bloodied sword in hand, as others stripped her of her celestial bones. She also glimpsed another version of herself in a different world, struggling to pour water, unable even to steady the blanket, spilling medicine all over the floor. She crouched down, picking up the scattered fragments one by one, and when she stood up, darkness enveloped her eyes. Her face struck the edge of the cabinet. The room was shrouded in darkness, silent in the night. Only the sound of shattering glass and falling pills broke the stillness, eventually returning to tranquility. These scenes, though seemingly less terrifying, were overshadowed by the haunting voice within her, telling her, "Your fate is always so disheartening. Is struggle of any use? It is futile, you know, do you not?" Fu Wan's fingers pierced her palms, thick crimson blood dripping from her sleeves. Suddenly, she bent down to retrieve the clear frost, tears still glistening in her eyes. Yet she resolutely thrust the clear frost towards the crimson umbrella. The demonic energy was cleaved by the pure celestial essence, and with a single stroke, the clear frost shattered a golden bell. "Even if I cannot ascend to immortality, I shall." A determined smile curved her lips. "For if I do not move forward, how shall I know if I can ascend the celestial ladder? Regardless of the outcome, I shall forge ahead. It is only by remaining stagnant that hope eludes me." The crimson umbrella, fused with the essence of blood magic, emitted an enraged hum, instantly retracting towards Fu Wan with lethal intent. After a prolonged struggle between the two, the red umbrella began to falter. However, Fu Wan found no solace in her triumph, for her body was already on the brink of collapse. Continuing the battle would undoubtedly lead to her demise. She could not afford to lose, for it would be in vain if she sacrificed her life without rescuing the people of Chihuahua's sect. With a determined resolve, she bit her tongue. Drawing forth a drop of blood, she wielded her sword, Qing Shuang, and struck towards the tip of the umbrella. As her fingertip brushed against her lips, she deftly inscribed an exorcism talisman that adhered to the umbrella. Momentarily halted, the crimson umbrella was ensnared by silk that cascaded from her sleeves, resembling delicate flower stamens. Yet, as the silk was torn asunder by the umbrella's might, Fu Wan plunged Qing Shuang into her own chest, the blade stained with her blood, and thrust it deep into the heart of the crimson umbrella. A piercing shriek erupted from the blood demon, Song Wu. Possessing celestial bones, she was akin to a demigod. Her heart's blood served as a potent weapon against the demonic forces. Yet, it was still insufficient. She hastily removed the Qing and wood hairpin from her tresses. The hairpin expanded, pinning the red umbrella beneath it. Fu Wan channeled her entire cultivation into the Qing Tanwood pin, which transformed into a towering tree, its crown flourishing while its roots gradually ensnared the umbrella. Finally, Fu Wan exhaled a sigh of relief. However, as her spiritual energy waned, her once lustrous hair began to turn white. Just as the final remnants of the umbrella were being enveloped, the towering tree erupted with a resounding crash. The explosive force of the spiritual energy sent Fu Wan hurtling against the white marble archway of Chihuahua sect, where she fell. The crimson umbrella ignited into a blazing inferno as the blood demon bellowed, "Song Wu, I curse you. Your celestial bones shall crumble, and you shall meet a wretched end." Fu Wan gazed at the crimson umbrella, finally comprehending that it was a semi-divine artifact, not an ordinary celestial tool. No wonder the Qing Tanwood hairpin could not contain it. The blood demon's audacity was understandable. It turned out that the hidden trump card was formidable indeed. As she pondered this, her body ached in every limb. Her cultivation nearly dissipated. She was, in essence, a frail being on the brink of demise. However, the blood demon was in a similar predicament. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she remained still, observing as the blood demon tore through the fabric of space, sacrificing its very life force to breach the barrier between the demon realm and the mortal world. The horizon was stained with crimson clouds, and a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth. Countless demonic essences erupted from the rift, devouring all living beings in their path. Fu Wan steadied herself with her sword, casting a glance at her flowing white hair before resolutely proceeding forward. Dulin lay unconscious on the ground, yet he was relatively unharmed. Her current lack of cultivation rendered her incapable of unraveling the seals upon Dulin and the disciples. Nevertheless, once Dulin regained consciousness, he would surely be able to gradually break free. With this thought in mind, Fu Wan approached the gaping rift in the fabric of space. A fierce wave of demonic energy surged towards her, slicing open several wounds upon her face. She raised her hand, icy blue spiritual energy flickering in her grasp. After a moment's hesitation, she recalled Jing, who had fainted in the cave, and a sense of unease washed over her. Just as she furrowed her brow in uncertainty, an excruciating pain erupted from behind her. Lowering her gaze, she saw a bloody blade protruding from her chest. Fu Wan coughed up a mouthful of blood and, with great effort, turned her head to behold a familiar visage. Not long ago, she had shattered the red silk of Elder Enruah of the Chi-Sha sect with a single strike. Now, it was Enruah who had pierced her heart with a blade. The retribution of the cultivation world arrived with astonishing swiftness. In this narrative, the delicate disciple, characterized by her aloofness and shyness, encounters a formidable and frigid master. She has suffered 2 severe blows to her chest, leaving her heart feeling as though it has been mercilessly shattered. Fu Wan can no longer bear her own weight and slowly kneels upon the ground, tilting her face to gaze at the self-satisfied expression of Enruah. The latter swiftly draws her sword, causing Fu Wan to convulse in pain, yet she resolutely stifles her cries. Previously, during her struggle with the blood demon, she had sustained numerous injuries. And now the realization dawns upon her that every inch of her body is aflame with agony, as if her very being is gradually fracturing and tearing apart. While her consciousness remains intact, the scene unfolds like a predatory dance, with the mantis capturing the cicada while the yellow bird waits in ambush. Enruah giggles, revealing that the so-called foremost figure in the cultivation world, Songwu, is merely an illusion of grandeur. In the distance, a throng of cultivators emerges, some from Xuanji Mountain, others from Chi-Sha sect, alongside many familiar faces from her past associations. Fu Wan even spots the female disciple from Duyu Valley whom she had previously spared at Jing Mountain. They brandish their sharp swords, exchanging glances filled with unspoken urgency. They hasten to extract her celestial bone, eager to allocate it amongst themselves, fearing that once her demonic apprentice arrives, their endeavor will become perilous. Amidst the clamorous discourse, one voice echoes with fervor, causing the hesitant gazes of the crowd to transform into a fervent determination. Fu Wan suddenly finds herself engulfed in doubt. Did the original owner of her celestial bone sacrifice her essence merely to safeguard such a self-serving assembly? They colluded with Xiaoyu, allowing the demon god to descend upon the world, thereby suppressing the fortunes of the mortal realm under the tyranny of the demon realm. This betrayal foretells a future where demonic entities will reign for thousands of years, bringing untold suffering to countless souls. Aside from the few dozen who covet her celestial bone, the rest of the billions of beings will be subjected to the torment of these malevolent forces. In addition to the countless souls in Fanqing and Xuanqing, who have indirectly caused the demise of many, humanity can indeed be terrifying. Enruah formed a seal with her hands, a crimson halo piercing towards Fu Wan. Fu Wan raised her hand to shield herself, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. "I shall never relinquish my celestial essence to you," she vowed. Lowering her gaze, she beheld the vibrant spring grass beneath, lush and fragrant. These individuals were unworthy, yet myriad creatures of this world deserved better. What sin have the beings of the mundane realm, birds, beasts, flora, and moss, gentle breezes, and bright moons, committed? Must she witness so many striving beings forced to bear such malevolent consequences? The way is devoid of sentiment, yet it possesses compassion. Songwu's path is one of unwavering resolve and serene empathy. This is not a severance of emotions or desires, but a manifestation of equal compassion for all phenomena of the world, impartial and preservative, maintaining the cycles they rightfully deserve. Those before her are intent on disrupting the natural order for their own selfish gains. Fu Wan raised her hand, a gentle and pure azure radiance emanating from her. She was elevated by a powerful yet gentle celestial aura, hovering above Qiuhua Mountain, exuding a serene and pure energy, gradually mending the rift torn into the demon realm. The deep, dark chasm began to close, and with each moment, Fu Wan's essence waned. Pain coursed through her entire being, as if her flesh were being meticulously stripped away. Each inch of bone sawed off. Yet she could not relent. She had to divide her focus to contend with those attacking her. They would not simply stand by and watch as her celestial essence was used to mend the breach, leaving them with nothing. Fu Wan maneuvered the clear frost to engage in combat, but as her essence was extracted, her cultivation diminished progressively, lower and lower. The icy mist was abruptly shattered, causing Fu Wan to suffer a backlash, and she plummeted from the sky. The height was considerable. Her celestial essence had been nearly depleted, and with insufficient cultivation, she could not even lift the icy mist, leading her to crash downwards. "System, please mute my senses." She feared that her fall might create a crater. And without her cultivation and celestial essence, she was akin to an ordinary person, likely to be reduced to a jumbled mess upon impact. The system remained unresponsive. Panic surged within Fu Wan, prompting her to close her eyes, resigning herself to fate. She landed upon a cool chest. Someone embraced her, holding her tightly against him. Master. Fu Wan's heart fluttered, and hesitantly, she opened her eyes. The young man's complexion was pale and somber, his eyes a faint azure, accentuating the conspicuous red veins within. He curled his pale lips into a slight smile and murmured, Master, why did you leave me? Fu Wan replied, I cannot neglect your uncle and fellow disciples. He fell silent for a moment, resting his forehead against hers, appearing tender, yet his voice was laced with a chilling tremor. So, in the heart of my master, they are more important than I, correct? Fu Wan struggled to articulate a response, but instead coughed up blood. Coughing. You are all very important, she confessed sincerely. Song Jing lifted his gaze, his dark eyes stubbornly fixated on her, a black robe draped over his slender shoulders. And a strange, almost malicious smile curled at the corner of his lips. Then if I were to eliminate them, would my master only cherish me? No. Fu Wan exclaimed hastily. He regarded her, his eyes sparkling with intense intrigue. He raised his hand, and unexpectedly, Yin Ruo, who had retreated far away, was suddenly lifted into the air, struggling violently. In a sudden jolt, Yin Ruo's head fell down, followed swiftly by her body. The barrier continued to siphon off the celestial bones from Fu Wan, and Song Jing gazed at the barrier. Dark demonic energy swirling in his hand as he attempted to seal it. Yet, it was futile. The moment his demonic energy approached, the fissure expanded. The widening crack voraciously consumed Song Wu's celestial bones, causing Fu Wan to convulse in pain, tears streaming down her face. Alarmed, Song Jing hurriedly cradled Fu Wan in his arms, trying desperately to halt the extraction of her celestial bones that were meant to fill the breach. However, nothing worked. Fu Wan, on the brink of death from the agony, realized that the barrier was laid by ancient immortals, and aside from celestial bones imbued with pure celestial energy, there was nothing else to mend it. Fu Wan lifted her gaze to him and whispered, Jing, trust me, the one I love is you. In a state of panic, Song Jing sought to prevent the celestial bones from being drawn away, yet his efforts bore no fruit. He watched helplessly as the young woman in white attire gradually faded away, ultimately transforming into a flurry of snowflakes, scattered by the wind into the vastness. Master. No one responded to him. Only the chilling snowflakes, caressed by the wind, gently brushed against his brow before melting away. Suddenly, the system spoke. Would you like to see what follows? Fu Wan, now a mere fragment of consciousness, observed from afar as Song Jing knelt upon the ground, enveloped by thick, swirling resentment. She felt a pang of melancholy. Time seemed to stretch at her whim, revealing countless years in a single glance. She gazed upon Jing. After her demise, he ruthlessly extracted the golden elixirs and primordial souls from each individual, severing their meridians, transforming them into living corpses. He extracted a portion of their souls and subjected them to the searing flames, reveling in their incessant wails of agony, both corporeal and spiritual. Initially, he was manipulated by Xie, but later, he endured the treacherous journey through the river of three paths, where vengeful spirits gnawed at his soul. Year after year, for countless millennia, his spirit was ceaselessly torn apart and reconstituted. The pain was excruciating. In the end, the mark of control that Xie had inscribed upon his soul was finally eradicated. She beheld the young man, gaunt and hollow, who expressionlessly severed Xieyu's soul into myriad strands. For hundreds of years, her cries of anguish twisted in pain before she was ultimately shredded into fragments and cast into the realm of beasts. She watched her little antagonist, who in the depths of midnight dreams still called out, Master. Then she observed as he meticulously sculpted a wooden puppet, transforming it into a human form. Every detail of that wooden figure mirrored that of the original Song Wu. Fu Wan watched as he adorned the puppet with a phoenix crown and ceremonial robes, placing it before the tablet of Song Wu, as they together offered their vows to the heavens and earth, becoming wed. On their wedding night, the mournful strains of the Suona echoed as he cradled the tablet, lying on his side in bed. He gazed at the figure of Song Wu until dawn broke. And thereafter, his gaze never wavered from the wooden puppet and the tablet. Fu Wan had never realized that one's profound affection could reach such depths. She once believed that all worldly loves were as ephemeral as smoke, resplendent yet fleeting, easily dissipated by the winds and the sun. Yet, she became a wisp of consciousness, transcending space and time, witnessing his life over countless millions of years. In his heart, no other woman had ever entered. Even when he was annihilated by the male protagonist of the original tale, he cradled Song Wu's memorial plaque and held the hand of the wooden puppet. Smiling for the first time after her death, After she departed, his existence was merely an endless torment. Yet, even in death, he found himself unable to escape. Now, at last, he could accompany her. Fu Wan observed her little antagonist evolve into a brooding, bloodthirsty young man, as though he had become an empty shell, retaining only an unwavering devotion to her and a disdain for life itself. Upon witnessing his eventual demise, a sense of liberation enveloped him, akin to the joy of reuniting with his beloved. Fu Wan yearned countless times to draw near him, but she was merely a wisp of consciousness, unable to bridge the distance. System, I recall you mentioned that by awakening his memories from each world, I could be with a Jing? Fu Wan inquired solemnly. The system responded, indeed, however, unlike you, he does not possess a system as powerful, clever, and benevolent as mine, making it nearly impossible for him to retain the memories of the previous world. Thus, you must find a way to imprint upon his soul, gradually awakening his former memories. Fu Wan asked, how do I imprint? The system explained, in a realm of cultivation. You may directly apply spells to his spirit. In a mundane world, providing him with strong enough suggestions or igniting a fervent obsession can also awaken his memories. Understanding the task at hand, Fu Wan inquired, in the next world, can we continue in the realm of cultivation? The system fell silent for a moment. No. Fu Wan felt as if she had been deceived. Did you not previously assert that you could assist me in making a selection? The completion of the task had required me to maintain my consciousness for such an extended period, consuming a significant portion of my energy. The system is not an AI. It is managed by an individual responsible for a vast realm. As humans are not mere plants, who among us can be devoid of emotions? With a sigh, Fu Wan expressed her gratitude. The system fell silent for a moment before stating that, at most, within 2 or 3 worlds, it could usher her into a higher tier of the cultivation realm. Fu Wan nodded in agreement. As she reopened her eyes, she beheld the camphor tree outside the gauzy window, swaying softly in the breeze. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed out of bed, only to realize the discrepancy. Her body felt diminutive in comparison to the bed. She extended her hand and noticed a plump, rosy paw, with delicate pink nails adorned by charming little crescent shapes. A gust of wind wafted in, causing the glass bead curtain at the door to jingle, while a woman's voice echoed from outside, "Xia Xia, rise and shine. No more sleeping." Fragments of chaotic childhood memories began to surface in Fu Wan's mind. Her name was Xia, and she was 5 years old. Her father had divorced her mother and eloped with another woman of questionable character, leaving the two of them to reside in a small town. Her mother was a seamstress, skilled in crafting garments, and in her leisure time, she cultivated vegetables in the backyard while tending to 3 plump hens that laid eggs daily, which her mother turned into boiled eggs, tea eggs, sweetened eggs, and egg custard for Xia. As for the fried egg, the little girl had no fondness for it. Her aging made his appearance in the book at the age of 16 or 17, and she was unaware of his current whereabouts. While Fu Wan pondered these thoughts, she pushed aside the quilt and climbed out of bed. She slid down to the floor, adorned her feet with delicate lace-trimmed white socks, and hastily adjusted the heel of her Mary Jane shoes before dashing out. The courtyard was modest in size, surrounded by a plethora of green vegetables, along with trellises of eggplants, peppers, and cucumbers. "Mom, do you know who Gu Xiaoyun is?" Fu Wan inquired, tilting her soft, pale face towards the youthful woman with a fair complexion. The woman, with a hint of amusement, pinched Fu Wan's nose and replied, "Didn't you say yesterday that he bullied you? What? Have you forgiven him already?" Fu Wan blinked, struggling to think, and soon realized the situation. The Xie family was impoverished. While other children indulged in calcium and wei-long snacks, Xie Bingxia could only gaze longingly at them. Yesterday, she had finally acquired a single yuan, brimming with excitement to purchase calcium, only for it to be snatched away by Gu Xiaoyun. The little girl had clung to his leg, weeping, but to no avail. Reflecting on this, Fu Wan scratched her head in embarrassment and confessed, I want to play with him." Xie Wan noticed the peculiar expression on the little girl's face and couldn't help but chuckle. "Be careful when crossing the street." Fu Wan nodded, her little shoes clicking as she cautiously traversed the road. Under Xie Wan's watchful gaze, she nimbly slipped into the small mansion across the street. Fu Wan felt a flutter of nervousness, glancing left and right, yet she could not spot anyone. In the recollections of the young girl, Gu Xiaoyun was perpetually engaged in play within the confines of his room on the 2nd floor. It was a frequent occurrence for her to stealthily make her way over to join him. Thus, Fu Wan decisively ascended the stairs and pushed open the door, only to be met with a cascade of water pouring down upon her. She exclaimed in surprise. The boy across from her remained expressionless, gazing at her like a drenched chick. He swiftly pulled her inside and handed her a towel to dry her dripping hair, frowning as he admonished. Have I not told you before? You must knock before entering. Fu Wan, bewildered, could not recall this stipulation at all. He continued, how many times have I told you? You always end up drenched like this. Fu Wan thought to herself, though she may be naive. Who in their right mind would consistently leave a bucket of water at the door? Gu Xiaoyun retrieved a set of pajamas from the wardrobe and gestured towards the bathroom for her to change. Obediently, Fu Wan went to change out of her wet clothes. Emerging in slightly oversized pajamas, the boy switched on the hairdryer, his face taut with concentration as he meticulously dried her damp hair. Finally, he fashioned her hair into 2 small braids and adorned them with 2 little strawberry clips. Fu Wan inwardly mused. It is a pity you do not pursue a role in a nurturing theme drama. The system, ever timely, chimed in, you could be his childhood sweetheart. Upon hearing the system's voice, Fu Wan was reminded that her storyline would undoubtedly not be one of innocent sweetness. In indignation, she retorted, if you would silence yourself, I would have already decided on the name for my child with a Jing. System. Gu Xiaoyun was assembling a set of Lego. Having already completed a significant portion, yet numerous scattered pieces remained on the floor. Fu Wan felt utterly perplexed by such a complicated toy. Instead, she sat beside Gu Xiaoyun, clutching the teddy bear he had given her, while picking up the little prince from the windowsill and remarking, why did you take my AD calcium? Although AD calcium was not expensive, it seemed exorbitant to her at that moment. Goodness. She hadn't consumed any AD calcium for half a month. A full 2 weeks. Upon hearing her words, Gu Xiaoyun shifted his gaze from the Lego and looked at her with a cryptic smile. Xia, do you know how much a bottle of AD calcium costs? Fu Wan, momentarily taken aback by his stare, paused before responding, isn't it 1 yuan? In this world, the original owner's mother sported a popular permed hairstyle from the 1990s, dressed in a somewhat Hong Kong-style floral shirt and wide-legged trousers. In her previous life, she only began to enjoy snacks in high school, as her days in the orphanage were rather frugal. It was only during high school that she could take on part-time jobs to earn a meager salary to buy some meat dishes and snacks for everyone. Back then, a bottle of AD calcium cost 2 yuan. Therefore, if this were the 90s or early 2000s, AD calcium should be priced at 1 yuan per bottle, right? Observing the young girl lost in contemplation, Gu Xiaoyun reached out and took the unannotated copy of The Little Prince from her hands, gently tapping her on the head. A bottle of AD calcium for merely 150, he remarked, noting her somewhat limited understanding. The girl, Fu Wan, gazed at him with a look of utter bewilderment. He chuckled, recalling how who managed the store, perpetually found ways to tease her. What he provided was not genuine AD calcium, but rather a bottle filled with chili-infused liquid. The youthful smile on the boy's face faded as he turned serious, fixing her with a stern gaze. From now on, do not trust anyone else, do you understand? In her memory, he had never been so stern before, prompting her to instinctively retract her neck and timidly inquire, then who can I trust? As he focused on assembling Lego blocks, Fu Wan assumed he would remain silent. Yet, unexpectedly, he lifted his gaze to her, declaring, apart from your mother and me, you cannot trust anyone else. Fu Wan was puzzled by his reasoning. Xia, besides your mother and me, is there anyone else who treats you well? The boy's eyes held a hint of persuasion, coupled with a touch of possessiveness. Fu Wan pondered this slowly. Recalling that Xia and her mother had recently moved to the area, their conservative town inevitably ostracized the pair. Moreover, Xia's mother, who was alone, rarely spoke of her husband when questioned. Despite her beauty and the fashionable way she dressed her daughter, their dire financial situation made them targets of disdain among many. Although the little Xia did not fully comprehend these dynamics, she was nonetheless aware that many harbored unkind feelings towards her. Indeed, only mother and Gu Xiaoyun have treated her with kindness. Fu Wan nodded slightly, saying, I believe you. Recalling the little girl she had seen in the mirror, Fu Wan smiled, her eyes curving gracefully. Gu Xiaoyun gazed at the tender visage of the girl, her charmingly playful eyes and the soft, rosy cheeks adorned with dimples. When she smiled, a hint of a canine tooth emerged, and her silky black hair was playfully decorated with a cute little strawberry. At that moment, she looked at him, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars in midsummer. He smiled gently, thinking to himself how well-behaved she was. Fu Wan, hesitant to reveal her literacy, refrained from continuing with the little prince and instead contented herself with a teddy bear, watching him assemble Lego bricks. Before long, she found herself utterly captivated. When she regained her senses, the soft yellow hues of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow across one side of the young boy's face, while the other remained shrouded in shadow. Leaning against the wall, Fu Wan observed him, noting the absence of the lingering gloom that had once clouded his brow. He now appeared wise and tranquil. A pang of regret struck her. 5 years had been at her disposal to care for him properly. What is the matter? Gu Shiyun, already aware of her gaze, finally looked up at her. Fu Wan instinctively replied, I wish to stay by your side. Gu Shiyun paused, affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair, saying, Aren't you already with me? Fu Wan recalled a scene from her previous life, where he embraced a lifeless puppet with the visage of Song Wu during the long, lonely nights, whispering the most tender words of longing. In the future, she vowed to accompany her brother always. Fu Wan arched her almond-shaped eyes in a smile, leaning into his embrace. Gu Xiaoyun's body stiffened momentarily, but after a brief pause, he wrapped his arms around the young girl. Do you know how long the future will be? The gentle scent of milk and strawberries enveloped her. Nestled against his chest, she resembled a clingy little kitten. Gu Xiaoyun lowered his gaze, his dark eyes revealing a hint of possessiveness. You promised, from now on, you'll stay with me. Fu Wan embraced the young boy before her, savoring his warmth, feeling a sense of comfort. I will always be with you, big brother. Before Gu Xiaoyun could respond, Fu Wan stealthily slipped her fingers beneath his armpit and playfully tickled him. He jolted slightly, grabbing her arm and reciprocating the tickle. Fu Wan, deathly ticklish, immediately attempted to escape his grasp, but he held her tightly. Amidst the playful tickling, she laughed uncontrollably, feeling as if her ribs might ache from mirth. Their laughter echoed, startling the birds perched in the trees outside. As the sun began to set, Gu Xiaoyun led Xie Bingxiao across the street towards home. Fu Wan, devoid of any adult restraint, joyfully bounced along, tugging at Gu Xiaoyun's hand. She dashed into the courtyard, turned, and smiled at him, exclaiming, Big brother, see you tomorrow. Oh, is this the joy of youth? System, consider your actual age. Are you sure this is youth? Fu Wan, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. System, even if you treat me as mute, I shall still speak. Fu Wan, Archimedes, you're more argumentative than him. Gu Xiaoyun gazed upon the radiant smile of the young girl, unable to restrain himself from curving his brows into a smile. Very well, see you tomorrow. Fu Wan, observing the elongated shadow of the young boy cast by the setting sun, felt a sense of tranquility wash over her heart. This time, she vowed to accompany him steadfastly by his side. At the break of dawn the following day, Fu Wan awoke and hurriedly freshened up. In her family's courtyard, she quickly consumed the still steaming porridge, her small face wrinkling from the heat. Nevertheless, she wiped her mouth and dashed outside. Fu Wan expertly pushed open the door of the Gu residence and, with equal familiarity, made her way to Gu Xiaoyun's room. This time, she had learned her lesson and knocked gently on the door. Come in, came Gu Xiaoyun's calm voice from within. Fu Wan hesitated for a moment before cautiously opening the door. When no water cascaded down upon her, she peeked her head inside to find Gu Xiaoyun engrossed in a complicated airplane model. He slowly turned his gaze toward the door and, upon seeing Fu Wan, momentarily appeared taken aback. However, he soon regained his composure and said indifferently, Come over. Fu Wan obediently approached, settling beside him with a small teddy bear in her arms. I said we'd meet in the morning, she exclaimed. He lowered his gaze, observing the girl pouting her cheeks in a feigned display of innocence. You're a bit late. Did you oversleep again? Oversleeping, one must sleep more to grow tall, Fu Wan replied sheepishly. Having always been fond of staying up late to indulge in stories in her previous life, she found herself even more inclined to indulge in slumber within the body of a young girl lacking in self-discipline. Gu Xiaoyun pinched her chubby cheek, teasing. I see you've turned into a little piglet from all that sleep. Do you think I'm fat? Fu Wan exclaimed incredulously, staring at Gu Xiaoyun in disbelief. Disdain for her, how excessive. The young boy lowered his gaze and embraced the little girl, for the piglet was undeniably adorable. Fu Wan felt her heart skip a beat, a tinge of trepidation coursing through her, causing her spine to stiffen ever so slightly. However, upon noticing the 7-year-old Jing beside her, she found it amusing and tilted her face up, playfully tugging at his cheek. Brother is also quite endearing. Gu Xiaoyun's expression remained impassive, yet Fu Wan discerned the subtle flush that crept to the tips of his ears. Indeed, Jing was still as bashful as ever. At that time, the small town had yet to embrace the concept of kindergarten. Only affluent families could afford such luxuries. Naturally, the Xie family lacked the means, and it fell upon Xie Bingxia's mother to teach her the numbers and simple characters. As for Gu Xiaoyun's family, they were engaged in commerce, with his parents often absent. For reasons unknown, he had not stayed by their side, but was instead sent back to his hometown, living under the care of a nanny and the occasional visits from his grandparents. Now at the tender age of 7, he attended the first grade of elementary school. The town lacked tutoring centers, and every day after school, Gu Xiaoyun would retreat to his room to read and watch documentaries. His sole companion was the 5-year-old Xie Bingxia. In those days, smartphones were a rarity, and a 5-year-old girl dabbling with a computer seemed quite absurd. Thus, she clung to Gu Xiaoyun, pleading for him to teach her to recognize characters. Although he was only in the first grade, Gu Xiaoyun was remarkably intelligent. While other children were just beginning to learn their letters, he had already mastered them, able to read books devoid of phonetic annotations. Children of that age typically showed little inclination to teach their younger siblings how to read and write, yet upon hearing Xie Bingxia's request, Gu Xiaoyun earnestly began her instruction. These 3 characters were none other than Gu Xiaoyun. Gu Xiaoyun. His fingertips glided over the pages, yet his gaze lingered upon the whirl of hair atop the little girl's head. Fu Wan had long been acquainted with these characters and thought to herself that she could feign proficiency. Thus she declared, "Brother, I can write." "Show me what you can do," Gu Xiaoyun replied, opening a blank page for her. Fu Wan took the pen and carefully inscribed the characters for him. Though her grip was unsteady, her writing was endearingly clumsy, evoking both amusement and affection. Gu Xiaoyun was taken aback that she could learn merely from a glance. Had Xia truly learned to write? The original mother had a modest education and was preoccupied with sewing garments, leaving little time for instruction. Fu Wan shook her head, revealing that she had learned by observing her brother write. Gu Xiaoyun recalled the times he completed his homework while the little girl sat beside him, engrossed in his books. He turned to her and inquired, "Can you write your name?" Confused, Fu Wan complied and inscribed the characters Xie Bingxia upon the blank page. The young boy collected the paper she had written on and said, "Xia, from now on, you must always be by my side. I will always accompany you." In the winter of that year, Gu Suin and Lu Qiao, who were seldom home, unexpectedly returned together to celebrate the new year. The Gu family was affluent, uniquely prosperous in the town. Upon Gu Suin's return, the family villa was frequented by numerous vehicles and elegantly attired visitors. As for the suitors, they eagerly sought the Gu family's favor and were quick to ingratiate themselves, offering tokens of goodwill. Xia Wan was not one to ingratiate herself. Rather, she possessed a certain shyness. Surrounded by numerous affluent individuals, she advised her daughter to refrain from meddling in family affairs, lest she inadvertently offend someone or clash with them. Fu Wan, a severe social anxiety sufferer, hesitated for a moment before choosing to remain at home, engrossed in martial arts novels. As an orphan girl who had grown up in an orphanage, subjected to scorn and ridicule, she was acutely aware that while the world may appear equal, the chasms and hills within human hearts are the most challenging to traverse. If one is born amidst the clouds, they naturally look down upon the masses. If born in the depths of a ravine, they inevitably gaze up at all things. A soaring eagle may rise from a lofty cliff, and even if it occasionally lands in marshy waters, it is destined for the heights of the sky. A snail may scale a 3-foot wall, yet it will never behold a 100-foot tower. This is not cruelty, it is merely the rules and logic of the human experience. On New Year's Eve, while Fu Wan was reading in her room, she heard the sound of a door opening. She looked up to see a young boy with a rather displeased expression entering without the usual affection of ruffling her hair. Instead, he simply stood beside her in silence. Fu Wan, unsure of what she had done wrong, felt a twinge of guilt and softly inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" Gu Xiaoyun, noticing the timid demeanor of the little girl, suddenly wondered if he had frightened her. He gazed at Fu Wan and slowly said, "Why haven't you come to my house to find me these past few days?" Fu Wan hesitated for a moment before replying, "I was waiting for you to come find me to play." He had initially prepared a series of questions, but upon hearing her response, it was as if he suddenly understood. From the very beginning, Xie Bingxia had been a child too young to comprehend, insistent on clinging to him for companionship. Later, he accepted Xie Bingxia, yet he always awaited her to seek him out daily. If it were not for the recent days when Xie Bingxia had not come to find him, he might have remained oblivious to this fact. He gazed at the little girl sitting obediently at the table, engrossed in her book, and suddenly felt the pent-up breath within him dissipate. Fu Wan pulled out a chair for him, and, with her petite legs, trotted off to pour him a generous cup of steaming hot water, presenting it to him with a sweet, "Brother, it's warm." Gu Xiaoyun glanced at the camphor tree outside, dusted with snow, then removed the scarf he had worn with his own hands, placing it around the little girl's shoulders, and tucked her hands into his palms to keep them warm. He lowered his gaze and murmured, "It is my fault. Brother will come to play with Xiaoxiao in the future." After a moment's hesitation, he softly inquired, "Will Xiaoxiao dislike me for this?" In the past, even when he placed a basin of water at his door, she would emerge drenched each time. Yet she remained steadfast in her determination to seek him out. Every day after school, she would be waiting at his doorstep or in his room. No matter the hour, she would always come to find him. Yet, during this period, she had not appeared. He feared that the little girl, perhaps not understanding, might suddenly cease to regard him as a friend, and would no longer wish to be by his side. Impossible. Xiaoxiao loves her brother the most, always has, she declared with unwavering conviction, her tone resolute. She lifted her chin to gaze at the young boy before her, suddenly breaking into a smile, wrapping her short arms around his waist, and exclaimed loudly, "No matter the time, Xiaoxiao will always be her brother's best friend." Unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the exuberance of her voice, the snow on the camphor tree outside tumbled to the ground in a flurry. The young boy's lips curved into a gentle arc as he affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. No matter the time, he remained Xiaoxiao's dearest companion. Fu Wan couldn't help but chuckle, sealing their promise with a pinky swear. For 100 years, they must not change. 100 years, they must not change. The winter nights descended early, and the small town had a tradition of enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner earlier. After only a brief time spent watching television, Fu Wan called for Xie Bingxia to join the New Year's feast, while she remarked to Gu Xiaoyun, "Young Gu, your parents must be at home waiting for you to celebrate as well. Tomorrow morning, I'll send Xiaoxia to pay them a New Year visit." Fu Wan turned her gaze towards Gu Xiaoyun, noticing his expression grow slightly colder. With a subdued voice, she murmured, "My parents are divorced. After the second day of the new year, they will return to the city." Fu Wan fell silent for a moment, her expression one of surprise. What could this mean? Soon, she realized that such matters were not hers to pry into. She quickly responded, I was just a bit taken aback." Well, her gaze shifted to Xie Bingxia, who had just overheard their conversation. Gu Xiaoyun, with his reserved and aloof demeanor, was unlike the mischievous boys of the town. Over the past 2 years, only Xie Bingxia had persistently clung to him, and their genuine friendship had only blossomed since the summer. She was his sole companion. Fu Wan tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Is it possible for you not to return?" Gu Xiaoyun remained silent for a long while. His once upright posture seemed to sag slightly as he adopted a demeanor as tranquil as still water. They were all absent from home. "Is it all right for my brother and me to celebrate New Year's Eve together?" Fu Wan gazed up at him, her eyes shining with fervor. The purity and determination in the little girl's gaze seemed to radiate warmth, easing his discomfort in an instant. He smiled gently and replied, "Sure." Fu Wan, sensing her words may have been inappropriate, quickly added with a smile, "Let us set off firecrackers and fireworks together. Once the fireworks are lit, we shall pay homage to our ancestors, wishing you all greater wisdom and charm in the coming year." Fu Wan grasped Gu Xiaoyun's hand and assisted Xie Wan in laying out the long firecrackers. She then dashed to peek around the door as Xie Wan ignited the firecrackers and fireworks. Bang! Crackle pop! Billows of smoke erupted, mingling with the jubilant sounds of the firecrackers, and the essence of the new year surged forth. Gu Xiaoyun covered Fu Wan's ears while she stood on tiptoe, cupping her hands around her mouth, and shouted to him, "Next year, Xiaoxia wants to celebrate New Year's Eve with brother too." Thereafter, Gu Xiaoyun scooped her up under his arm and carried her inside. Xie Wan closed the door, quickly lit incense and burned paper for their ancestors, and led Xie Bingxia in bowing several times while uttering auspicious phrases before they each took their seats. The essence of the new year lies in its vibrancy and good fortune. Although there were only 2 of them, Xie Wan prepared a grand feast. Such abundance would ensure prosperity in the coming year. For the first time, Fu Wan felt like a child with a mother. Gazing at Xie Wan's warm smile and the table laden with dishes imbued with affection, she suddenly felt a sense of unreality. She poured orange juice for all 3 of them and toasted to Xie Wan, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Mama. I will be more obedient in the future. So you won't have to worry." Xia Wan gazed at her innocent 5-year-old daughter, who spoke like an adult, and suddenly wiped her eyes. Xia had always been obedient. As long as she ate well and grew up healthily, her mother would be immensely happy. Fu Wan looked at Xia Wan's kind face, her own eyes moistening as she realized the warmth of a mother's love. Brother, we must always be together, always be the best of friends. Fu Wan smiled at the young boy beside her, whose gentle demeanor and serene expression brought her comfort. All right, after the New Year's Eve dinner, it was time to keep watch through the night. Xia Wan went to wash the dishes, while Fu Wan looked at the small Western-style building across the street where fireworks were being set off. She softly asked, "Will you keep me company tonight, brother?" Gu Xiaoyun stared out at the snow, now bathed in warm hues from the fireworks, momentarily lost in thought. Fu Wan's heart tightened, and she quickly added, "Please stay with me tonight. Let's be together." The little girl's chubby, white hands clutched his sleeve, her gaze steady and serene. He exhaled slowly, pushing aside thoughts of what his parents might be doing, and focused entirely on Xia Bingxia. "Thank you for keeping me company, Xia." Though Xia Bingxia had her own room upstairs, Xia Wan was uneasy about her sleeping alone, so she kept her close by. Fu Wan, not wanting to cause Xia Wan any worry, reluctantly stayed beside her, despite not particularly enjoying sharing a bed. Xia Bingxia was essentially the entire world for Xia Wan. Fu Wan grasped Gu Xiaoyun's sleeve, guiding him to the room upstairs and switching on the light. "I'll accompany my brother. There's no need for thanks," she spoke, carefully locking the door behind them. From the cupboard, she retrieved 3 packets of spicy strips and a can of soda. Gu Xiaoyun observed her furtive actions, a smile threatening to break free. Although Fu Wan felt that indulging in spicy strips was beneath the dignity of a formidable antagonist, she reasoned that the plot had yet to unfold. Surely, it would be fine. The system remarked, "In any case, your dignity is lost." As the narrative did not necessitate any progression, the system rarely made its presence known, and Fu Wan felt a rare sense of warmth. She replied, "What dignity do I possess? I have been an orphan, always deprived of food and warmth. Merely filling my stomach was a luxury. Let me tell you, in my childhood, I once caught a snake, skinned it, and had a hearty meal, yet enduring a lifetime of hunger. Suddenly gorging myself left me with a stomachache that lasted the entire night." The system fell silent for a moment. Typically, characters either succumbed to darkness, ascending to the pinnacle of their lives, or diligently pursued knowledge, similarly achieving greatness. As Fu Wan unwrapped the spicy strips, she continued her dialogue with the system. "Do you understand that hunger brings a chill, a stomachache, and thoughts solely consumed by food? Do you know what kind of schools the children from the orphanage can attend?" The system hesitated, questioning the relevance of her spicy strips to her plight. Fu Wan replied dismissively, "They're simply delicious." Observing her carefree demeanor, the system chose to remain silent. These 3 packets of spicy strips were secretly acquired by the original owner, who had been forbidden by her mother from indulging in them, thus stashing them away. Recently, while tidying her room, Fu Wan stumbled upon a stash of spicy strips. Joyfully, she shared a packet with Gu Xiaoyun. However, Gu Xiaoyun, with an impassive expression, took away the 2 packets of spicy strips she was holding, forbidding her from eating them. "I want to eat," Fu Wan murmured softly. The young girl was consumed by thoughts of the delicious spicy strips, the delightful calcium-rich drinks, popping candy, lollipops, and the bubble-blowing gum, along with the creamy, delectable milk tablets. Yet, the Xia family was financially constrained, and Xia Wan was unwilling to let her indulge in such unhealthy treats. Observing the little girl's pitiful demeanor, Gu Xiaoyun felt it was his duty as an older brother to comfort her. After a moment's hesitation, he handed a packet of spicy strips to Xia Bingxia, deciding that the remainder could be enjoyed the following day. All right. Seeing that her act of feigning pity had indeed borne fruit, she immediately broke into a smile, tearing open the packet and offering a strip to him, insisting, "You eat first, brother." Outside, the night was thick with darkness, illuminated by the myriad of lights from distant homes. The inky sky was adorned with vibrant fireworks, the sounds of firecrackers creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Holding her plush bunny close, Fu Wan turned to Gu Xiaoyun. "Mom said that on New Year's Eve, you can make a wish, and it will come true in the coming year. What does Xia wish for?" Gu Xiaoyun inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of hopeful amusement. He watched as the young girl's south eyes curved into crescent moons, her bright smile seemingly capable of dispelling the chill of the night. "I wish to always be with my brother, at all times, never to be apart. I wish to." Suddenly, A resounding burst of fireworks erupted nearby, their splendid brilliance illuminating the scene before the two. Gu Xiuyun's words were drowned out by the explosive sounds, and Fu Wan instinctively glanced at him, curious to inquire about the commotion. He seized a book from the bedside table, flipping through its pages as he spoke. Xia Xia, can you hold off on sleeping until midnight? If it were Fu Wan herself, she could easily endure not just until midnight, but even until noon the following day without a hint of difficulty. However, this body belonged to a young girl who cherished food and slumber. We can have dumplings a bit earlier. Gu Xiuyun chuckled, reaching out to gently pinch her chubby cheeks. This is the first time someone has accompanied me to celebrate the New Year's Eve. Fu Wan was taken aback. I can do that. The two nestled together under the covers, initially engaging in playful antics, until they eventually succumbed to slumber, not quite aware of when they drifted off. Though they exchanged numerous amusing remarks, perhaps it was their youth and the obscured path ahead that fostered a multitude of hopes for the future, leading them to believe in its promise. The next day, they were awakened by the cacophony of firecrackers outside. The heavy snow had fallen throughout the night, and on the first day of the new year, there was no need to venture outside. The streets lay pristine beneath a blanket of white, dotted with remnants of crimson firecracker wrappers. The frigid winter air was astonishingly brisk, yet the warmth of the bed they had shared throughout the night was soft and inviting. Fu Wan rubbed her eyes and turned to the young boy beside her. He lay curled up in slumber, his brow slightly furrowed in unconscious worry. Not wishing to disturb him, Fu Wan simply closed her eyes once more, intending to steal a few more moments of rest. However, she soon noticed that someone beside her gently adjusted her blanket and then quietly rose to dress. Fu Wan could not help but smile slightly. The Xie family could not afford air conditioning, so during winter, they used a device resembling a fan that emitted warmth, known as a small sun. Gu Xiuyun turned on the small sun, and the warm yellow light spilled forth, instantly warming the chilly air. Fu Wan yawned, opened her eyes, and looked towards Gu Xiuyun, who was already dressed. Upon seeing her awake, he picked up the clothes he had warmed in front of the small sun and bent down to lift the young girl from her bed, dressing her before the radiant warmth. The garments were pleasantly heated, enveloping her in comfort. Gu Xiuyun helped her into several layers of clothing and then wrapped her in his scarf before finally turning off the small sun and leading Xie Bingxia downstairs. Xia Wan was still in the kitchen warming the dishes. The two stood at the door, gazing at the snow, which blanketed everything in a shimmering white, a breathtaking sight. Fu Wan let out a playful yelp and leaped into the snow, scooping up a handful to throw at Gu Xiuyun, exclaiming, "Let us have a snowball fight, Xia." Gu Xiuyun's tone was somewhat annoyed, yet he deftly dodged the snowball she threw and stepped into the snowy expanse with determination. He approached Fu Wan and firmly grasped the rabbit ears on her hood. "It's too cold. Come inside," he said, his expression serious, reminiscent of a small adult. Fu Wan, discarding the snowball in her hand, unexpectedly thrust her icy fingers into Gu Xiuyun's collar. Gu Xiuyun was taken aback by her sudden chill, his expression shifting as he swiftly lifted her beneath her arms, cradling her as he retreated. Xie Bingxia, with her petite legs, kicked vigorously in protest, but before long, she slipped free from his grasp. Fu Wan gazed at Xie Bingxia with wide, round eyes, declaring her desire to engage in a snowball fight. Gu Xiuyun met her gaze with a solemn expression, and for 2 silent minutes, they exchanged looks, until gradually, his demeanor softened, with a blend of exasperation and affection. He lowered his head to ruffle Fu Wan's hair, promising, "After we have our meal, I will accompany you for a snowball fight." Fu Wan immediately showered him with praise, exclaiming, "You're the best, brother. Now let us hurry inside." Though he said this, he instinctively reached out, placing her chubby little hand into his pocket to keep it warm. Xia Wan entered the room with a tray of dishes, catching sight of the siblings displaying their deep bond as they stepped through the doorway, causing her to smile softly. "Go wash up. Dinner is ready." After the two had freshened up, they emerged to find Xia Wan had set the table. Fu Wan diligently polished off a bowl of 8 treasure porridge, glancing at the others still seated, contemplating whether to sneak outside to craft a few snowballs for when she would later ambush Gu Xiuyun. Just then, she felt a gentle hand on her shoulder, wiping away crumbs from her mouth. After finishing, he remarked, "Are you planning to save a bean for lunch, Xia Xia?" Fu Wan felt a momentary flush of embarrassment, but then, an idea struck her. She theatrically mimicked his gesture, wiping near Gu Xiuyun's mouth, saying, "Brother is saving one too." Gu Xiuyun. Xia Wan burst into laughter. After finishing their meal, Fu Wan dashed into the snow without uttering a word. However, in her haste, She lost control and tumbled headfirst into the snow, her body pivoting around her head as she curled up, her feet flipping backward. The sight was akin to her being inverted in the snow, with a pair of plush bunny boots flailing in the air. Gu Xiuyun, both amused and exasperated, hurriedly helped her up. Once she was dusted off, Fu Wan felt as though her dignity had been thoroughly compromised. Embracing her predicament, she bent down to form a snowball and hurled it at Gu Xiuyun. Gu Xiuyun deftly sidestepped and retaliated with a snowball that sent her sprawling once more. A moment of awkward silence enveloped the air. Fu Wan extricated herself from the snowdrift, creating a handful of snowballs that she relentlessly threw at Gu Xiuyun, determined to prove her prowess. As their playful battle intensified, laughter and cheer filled the air, oblivious to the distant sound of an approaching vehicle. Just as Fu Wan became aware of it, she launched her 3 snowballs with all her might. One collided squarely with the back of Gu Xiuyun's head, while the other 2 landed at the feet of an elegantly dressed lady who had just emerged from a luxury car, scattering into a flurry of snowflakes that adorned her impeccably polished high heels. Fu Wan's first instinct was to recognize that this was Gu Xiuyun's mother. Their striking resemblance was unmistakable, both possessing delicate features and an air of aloof elegance. After a brief hesitation, she raised her voice slightly and called out, "Brother." Gu Xiuyun turned to glance at her, but did not approach, instructing, "Xia, come inside and dry your clothes." Fu Wan remained rooted in place. In the distance, a distinguished lady squinted her eyes and approached Gu Xiuyun, yet her gaze fell upon Fu Wan. A young girl clad in a pink duffel coat adorned with white rabbit ears, its edges trimmed with a delicate blush of fur, bestowing upon her an aura of innocent purity. "Is this the younger sister you spoke of, Xia?" With a tone that was both aloof and detached, she addressed Fu Wan, slowly articulating, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to the city. I have arranged both foreign tutors and study classes for you." Fu Wan felt as though her breath momentarily halted. Once again, she was subjected to such scrutiny. She believed she had acclimated to it. Yet when faced with the reality of the situation, her mood inevitably soured. Pressing her lips together, she stubbornly directed her gaze towards Gu Xiuyun. "Brother, I wish to stay with you." In her mind flashed memories of the previous realm, where in a prolonged and silent solitude, he stood in wordless communion with a wooden puppet, enduring the ceaseless torment of resentment and malice, sustained only by the faintest remnants of recollection. She did not wish to part from him. The woman curved her lips into a gentle smile, bending down to ruffle the young girl's hair. "Xia, consider your home. Your mother has worked tirelessly, and she cannot afford a house in the provincial capital." Her tone was tender and refined, her words fair and composed. Fu Wan instinctively turned her gaze back, noticing Xia Wan's somewhat helpless expression as she looked at the 3 of them. Then, "Brother, might you not leave?" Fu Wan's eyes settled upon Gu Xiuyun's face. Fu Wan understood that Gu Xiuyun would not refuse her. Just as she was about to speak, the woman intervened, stating, "No, Auntie has already arranged everything for your brother. He is to attend the best school in the province, where he will have much to learn. You are different from your brother, you know?" Fu Wan opened her mouth but found herself at a loss for words, her gaze turning towards Gu Xiuyun. "I will not go," he stated emphatically. The woman seemed unfazed by his response and turned to address those behind her. "Take Xiuyun back." From the van emerged several sturdy men, and Fu Wan thought to herself that this must be the privilege of the wealthy bodyguards. It was almost effortless for these robust adults to seize a 7-year-old boy. As she watched Gu Xiuyun being taken away, she hurriedly called out, "Brother, I will come find you." She rushed towards him, hoping to exchange a few more words, but Xia Wan quickly caught up and scooped her into her arms. Gu Xiuyun turned to look at the struggling little girl in Xia Wan's embrace. "All right, I will wait for you to come find me." "Brother." Fu Wan felt a twinge of frustration at the unchangeable nature of the world. Xia Wan awkwardly apologized to Gu Xiuyun's mother, explaining, "The child does not understand." "I am so sorry." Gu Xiuyun's mother merely smiled gently. "They are young and do not comprehend. It is quite all right. Let us do this. Since Xia is upset, I will send a small toy to comfort her later." No, truly unnecessary. How could I take your things?" Xia Wan bent down to lift the crying Xia and carried her inside. Fu Wan gazed longingly at the fence gate of the small villa across the street as it was shut. She hurriedly ascended to the 2nd floor, standing by the window, peering into the room opposite, yet the curtains in the living room on the 2nd floor remained perpetually drawn. That afternoon, Gu Xiuyun had departed the town with her mother. Later that evening, the villa was engulfed in flames. 064. the defiant yet devoted school tyrant x the kind-hearted and sensitive academic prodigy. Xie Bingxia attended the local primary and secondary schools in the town. In her previous life, Fu Wan could hardly be deemed an academic genius. This was partly due to the fact that ordinary individuals vastly outnumbered the gifted, and she was simply one among them. With limited innate talent and subpar educational resources, her academic performance was merely average among the nation's students. However, Gu Xiuyun undoubtedly attended the best school in the province. During her primary and junior high years, she had no option to choose her path. Yet, in high school, if her grades were sufficiently high, she could gain admission to the finest high school in the province. In the original narrative, the antagonist Gu Xiuyun enrolled in the prestigious Qinghe High School. The coursework in primary and junior high was not particularly challenging for Fu Wan, but many years had passed since her graduation, and much had faded from her memory. Fortunately, the original character was portrayed as an academic achiever, though not a prodigy. Diligence remained essential. In any case, Fu Wan exerted considerable effort in her studies, ultimately securing a commendable score to gain entry into Qinghe High School. Xie Wan was immensely pleased. Gaining admission to Qinghe High School was at least a mark of distinction. In September of this year, when the sweltering heat had yet to dissipate, Xie Bingxia entered the classroom clad in a white short-sleeve shirt and a light blue plaid pleated skirt. Her chin-length hair framed her delicate features, with soft, tranquil eyes peeking out from beneath her bangs. Carrying a canvas backpack, she stepped into the classroom, instantly silencing the previously boisterous atmosphere. The raucous boys turned their attention to the fair-skinned, raven-haired girl as she passed the podium. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her profile and rendering her as exquisite and translucent as a flawless jade. Though one might hesitate to declare her stunning, there was an undeniable purity and innocence about her, reminiscent of a naive and pristine maiden. At that moment, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Year 1, entered from outside, rapping his knuckles on the podium. "Greetings, everyone. I am your homeroom teacher, Songshi." With that, the lean and authoritative middle-aged man turned to the blackboard and inscribed 2 characters with a firm hand. Songshi. Songshi gradually scanned the classroom, and a hint of a smile graced his face. To be admitted to Qinghe High School is already a mark of distinction. You are the elite among the elite. He continued, as students of the rocket class at Qinghe High, you are the prodigies among this elite. A momentary murmur of excitement rippled through the students. But it was then that Songshi interjected with a cautionary note. We have accepted 50 students into the rocket class, but by the time you reach your final year, it is common for only about 30 to remain. Therefore, from the very first examination of this school year, you must be vigilant, for you may find yourselves descending from this lofty perch of distinction. His words, delivered with calm assurance, resonated with a profound weight, echoing in the hearts of all who listened. Fu Wan's gaze fell upon the sycamore leaves outside the window, while the autumn cicadas desperately seized the last opportunity to sing. In this narrative, Gu Xiuyun is portrayed as both a school bully and a heartthrob. As for his academic pursuits, had it not been for his family's wealth and their generous donation of a teaching building to the school, he would have long been expelled. Within the tale, Xie Bingxia harbors affections for the male protagonist, who, in turn, is enamored with the female lead. Notably, Xie Bingxia is the elder sister of the female lead, Meng Yuan, who suffers from liver failure. Consequently, the Meng family exhausts every means to retrieve the once-forgotten Meng Ji, also known as Xie Bingxia, persuading her to undergo a liver transplant for Meng Yuan. The original thoughts of the character are not elaborated upon in the text. Nevertheless, Xie Bingxia ultimately donates her liver to Meng Yuan, resulting in her own demise due to liver failure. The book glosses over the intricate nature of the relationship between Gu Xiuyun and Xie Bingxia, merely stating that they were childhood friends with a deep bond. Ironically, this kind-hearted and gentle girl becomes a mere backdrop to the male and female leads, while Gu Xiuyun harbors a profound resentment towards them. Were Fu Wan in her shoes, she would undoubtedly detest this couple, even though they themselves have committed no wrongdoing. However, it is precisely because they are the protagonists that the author assigns the supporting characters to bear the burden of misdeeds, allowing the favorable outcomes to fall upon them. While this may suffice in fiction, the reality of such occurrences in a living person's life is heart-wrenching. After all, it is a matter of her life, her entire existence, and everything she holds dear. Contemplating these thoughts, Fu Wan began to summon the system, pondering the connection between what Jing should remember and the potential alteration of the plot's trajectory. The system acknowledged, stating that the narrative cannot be altered. Any transformation experienced by the character, as dictated by the original work, is beyond the realm of fate's intervention. Should he be influenced by memories of a previous life, leading to choices divergent from those in the original text that would encapsulate the very possibility you seek? Fu Wan fell silent for a moment, expressing gratitude. The system, taken aback, remarked that this was the first instance of such courtesy. Indeed, you are beginning to lean towards my perspective, it reflected. Fu Wan withdrew her gaze from the ginkgo leaves outside the window. Since she had no hope of redeeming herself by gaining admission to Q University or B University, she pondered the futility of studying. Isn't dancing more delightful? She mused. Yet, the hands and mind, weary from the rigors of early and late self-study sessions, instinctively opened the supplementary book and commenced her studies. With merely a minute remaining in the last morning class, the teacher released the students early to rush to the cafeteria for lunch. Everyone dashed out, except for Fu Wan, who retrieved a piece of bread from her desk, popped it into her mouth, pulled out a small mirror to tidy her bangs, and cleverly applied a light coat of matte lipstick in a soft bean paste hue. Only then did she hasten to the senior classroom situated in the back. The seniors were permitted to leave class 5 minutes early, and those who did not venture to the cafeteria were keen to utilize the time for solving problems, resulting in an atmosphere of quietude. The book mentioned that Gu Xiuyun remained in the third-to-last class of the senior year, spending his days gaming, fighting, and skipping school to sneak into internet cafes, essentially neglecting his studies. Fu Wan was uncertain if he was currently at school. Upon entering the classroom, she made a beeline for the last row by the door, finding it unoccupied. The table lay barren, devoid of any items. Fu Wan hesitated for a moment before deciding to peruse a book, curious if it might reveal Gu Xiuyun's whereabouts. Just as she settled down and placed her hand into the recess of the table, someone abruptly tapped her shoulder. "Move aside," came the ungracious tone from the stranger. Startled, Fu Wan instinctively withdrew her hand and glanced over. The youth before her possessed striking features, his sharp brows and eyes emanating an air of aloofness and cold indifference, casting her a disdainful glance that was far from friendly. After a brief moment of uncertainty, she timidly uttered, "Brother?" The young man furrowed his brows and retorted, "Who is your brother?" Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, yet Fu Wan's confidence surged. She could not mistake him. Rising, she fixed her gaze upon him and declared, "Brother, it's me, Xiebingxia." Before Gu Xiuyun could respond, a companion behind him exclaimed, "Wow, Gugu, is this the little green plum you've been thinking about all this time?" 065. The proud and devoted school tyrant X, the kind and sensitive female academic. Without the need for Chun Zhao's superfluous words, Gu Xiuyun recognized the girl before him as the grown-up Xiebingxia. The young lady's hair was jet black, accentuating her remarkably fair complexion. Her hair was cut to chin length, with one side tucked behind her ear, revealing her exquisite profile. Her brows and eyes were calm and serene, exuding a gentle warmth, and at that moment, she wore a playful, youthful smile, her bright eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. She was no longer the plump little girl of yore, yet an invisible essence lingered about her, allowing him to recognize her at once as Xia. He was unaware that his gaze was remarkably intense. Chen Zhao noticed that he remained silent for a long time, observing the young girl across from him with a peculiar look that he could not comprehend. He quickly interjected, "Hello, I am Chen Zhao from class 33. You still?" His throat constricted momentarily, swallowing his words, and he smiled gently, "Xia." Gu Xiuyun perceived the girl's eyes light up with a smile, her gaze pure and radiant, though her voice was somewhat soft. "I said I would always be by your side." Fu Wan felt her heart race as if it might leap from her chest. She quickly glanced at Gu Xiuyun and lowered her head. "So, I got accepted." Despite the proximity, even with her soft voice, Gu Xiuyun still heard her. Chen Zhao was yet to devise a way to entertain the young girl when Gu Xiuyun tossed him 3 test papers, instructing him to seek out their teacher and complete them. Chen Zhao held the papers, feeling utterly disheveled. Damn, with my abysmal grades. Asking the teacher for help in physics might just send him into the ICU. Gu Xiuyun glanced out the window. "I'll take you out for a meal." Fu Wan initially thought that going out to eat would surely make them late. However, considering that only a meal would provide them the opportunity to reminisce, she immediately brightened and replied, "Sure." Then, she discreetly tucked the half-eaten bread she had hidden behind her back into the trash bag of the front seat. All set. Gu Xiuyun caught sight of her little maneuver, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. As they walked, conversing, Gu Xiuyun glanced at the demure and slender girl and inquired, "Which class are you in?" Fu Wan lifted her snow-white face to look at him, proudly stating, "Class 1 of the first year. Xia is quite intelligent." He chuckled, instinctively ruffling the little girl's hair as he used to in his childhood, asking, "Is junior high school very tough?" On his way back to the classroom, Songshi observed a boy and a girl behaving intimately. His initial reaction was to catch the two mischievous youngsters and inform their homeroom teacher. However, just as he was about to call out to them, his pupils widened in shock, rendering him momentarily speechless. If he was not mistaken, the boy was none other than Gu Xiaoyan, the most notorious stain in the history of Qinghe High School and the son of the school's most influential board member. This privileged scion was known for his gloomy and aloof demeanor, showing no regard for anyone at school and living by his own rules. Rumor had it he exhibited traits of borderline personality disorder, with significant psychological and moral issues, and was notorious for engaging in violent confrontations without regard for his own safety. Such a character was undoubtedly eccentric and solitary. In fact, the only person in the entire school who maintained a friendship with him was Chen Zhao, the son of the Chen family, who had long-standing ties with his family. According to the homeroom teacher of class 13, this child was peculiar, as if the entire world were his adversary. For instance, while one might harbor neither malice nor goodwill towards a stranger, this boy approached the world with a sense of hostility, believing it reciprocated his animosity. This implied that any interaction could potentially lead to confrontation. Songshi felt fortunate to have avoided the challenges of managing such a difficult case. Yet, in whispers, a boy, shrouded in malice and embodying a chilling indifference to the world around him, now gently tousles the hair of a young girl, resembling a doting brother in a typical household. This juxtaposition feels profoundly unsettling, particularly because this cherished sister happens to be his most prized prodigy, the first-ranked student of her freshman year at Qinghe High School. A girl destined for guaranteed admission to elite institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University now finds herself entangled with the notoriously infamous Gu Xiaoyan. A vivid tableau unfolds in his mind, a narrative of a humble girl, buoyed by the unwavering support of her family, striving to secure a place in a prestigious high school, only to become lost amidst the whims of a wealthy heir, ultimately facing the harsh realities of failure in her college entrance examinations. Such tales are not uncommon at Qinghe High School. Reflecting on this, Songshi resolutely declares that he must not allow the bright future of Xie Bingxia, the top student, to be jeopardized. "Stop right there. This is utterly improper," he asserts, positioning himself before the two with a stern visage, exuding an aura of authority. Fu Wan is taken aback, her gaze meeting that of her new homeroom teacher, her heart skipping a beat, reminiscent of the moment she was caught reading novels in class before her rebirth. Teacher, what is the matter?" Fu Wan queries, uncertain of her transgression. Songshi's scrutinizing gaze flits between the two, and Fu Wan quickly grasps the situation, promptly clarifying, "Teacher, this is my brother." However, she notices the unmistakable message etched on Songshi's face, urging her to fabricate further. Fu Wan remains speechless. While the system interjects with a timely remark, "The homeroom teacher must think you're out of your mind for attempting to associate with the Gu family." Yu Xiaoyan stood impassively in front of Fu Wan, slowly speaking, "Step aside." The young man exuded a somber and aloof aura, appearing detached from the crowd even as he remained composed and indifferent. He regarded Songshi with a hint of displeasure, causing Songshi to feel a chill run down his spine under the weight of that piercing, melancholic gaze. Yet, as a teacher, he was bound to uphold his dignity. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Songshi furrowed his brow and inquired, "You must be Gu Xiaoyun? I am Xie Bingxia's homeroom teacher. What is your intention during this self-study period?" Class 1's self-study time commenced 5 minutes earlier than that of other classes, thus it was nearing its start. Upon hearing that the person before him was Xie Bingxia's homeroom teacher, Gu Xiaoyan's expression softened considerably. He lowered his gaze towards Xie Bingxia. Fu Wan silently praised Gu Xiaoyan 3 times, forcing a professional smile as he addressed Songshi. "Teacher, I haven't eaten yet. I'm taking Xia out for a meal." Understanding Fu Wan's intent, Gu Xiaoyan felt warmth spread within him. The gloomy expression that had lingered on his face finally dissipated as he slightly inclined his head towards Songshi, saying, "Teacher Song." At that moment, Songshi also grasped the situation. If it were indeed a romantic affair, Gu Xiaoyan's unconventional nature would likely not permit him to deny it. Moreover, it was merely the first day of school, and denying students a meal would be quite inappropriate. "Go ahead," Songshi nodded, accepting the opportunity extended by Gu Xiaoyan. Fu Wan obediently replied, "Thank you, teacher." Instinctively, Songshi maintained a serious demeanor as he admonished, "Return early and be safe." The young girl beamed with a radiant smile. As the proud and devoted school leader clashed with the kind-hearted and sensitive academic achiever, Fu Wan finally exhaled in relief as Songshi walked away. As a student with a modest academic performance and a quiet demeanor, her interactions with teachers had always been limited, often leaving her feeling intimidated in their presence. Once the tension eased, Fu Wan noticed Gu Xiaoyun quietly observing her. She slightly turned her head and caught a glimpse of the boy's expression, a blend of amusement and intrigue. When their gazes met, he cleared his throat softly, discreetly averting his eyes. Fu Wan, with a playful glint in her eye, poked the boy's arm and remarked, "Brother, it seems he regards us as a couple." The boy, with his sharp, exquisite features, appeared both arrogant and aloof. Yet when he turned to her, his eyes sparkled with warmth, reminiscent of glacial waters finally melting, cold yet gentle. "Focus on your studies, otherwise. He may truly believe you are distracted by romance." He lightly tapped her head, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Fu Wan glanced at him, standing on her tiptoes to whisper in his ear, "Do you have a girl you like?" The sweet fragrance of her presence wafted towards him, prompting Gu Xiaoyun to gently press her head down. "No." Fu Wan's lips curled into a smirk. "What if I were to date someone?" That won't happen. He lowered his gaze upon the young girl, whose eyes sparkled with a hint of laughter. Her almond-shaped eyes, strikingly clear in contrast, were fixed upon him, as if she were beholding an enchanting vista. Gu Xiaoyun, momentarily entranced, declared, "I will watch over you, ensuring you diligently secure a place in a prestigious university." His Xiaxia had always been that pure and kind-hearted girl, and he wished for her to flourish gently beneath the sun, blossoming into the brightest version of herself, leading a life that was both clean and intriguing. He would stand by her side. Fu Wan merely smiled, remaining silent. A gentle breeze tousled her skirt and short hair, while her fair visage radiated a serene tranquility. Her delicate legs, kissed by the wind, stepped steadily behind the young man. In the distance, the fragrant camphor trees whispered softly, as if singing a melody. Fu Wan had enjoyed pasta for lunch, its delightful flavor reflecting its expense. Thus, she decisively consulted the system, pondering whether in her next life she might be born into a more fortunate circumstance. After a brief silence, the system responded, "An heiress from a wealthy family? A second-tier star in the entertainment industry? Why not aim for the first tier?" Fu Wan sensed a hint of bias in the system's response. The system earnestly remarked, "If you forget that you are merely an 18-line supporting character, I wouldn't mind letting you be an 18-line star." Fu Wan conceded that whatever the system father stated was to be accepted as truth. Living on campus? Gu Xiaoyun took a sip of plain water, his gaze descending upon the girl's faded canvas shoes. Fu Wan shook her head. "My mother has rented an apartment outside the school." Xia Wan, having previously experienced the drawbacks of insufficient education, was wary of any complacency regarding Xia Bingxia's impressive academic performance, fearing that her daughter might not gain admission to a good university. In the hearts of the younger generation, gaining admission to a prestigious university equates to a lifetime of pride and distinction. Thus, even in the absence of financial resources, they opt to rent a modest room outside the school. Gu Xiaoyun nodded and said, "After evening self-study, I will escort you back." Fu Wan hesitated for a moment and then whispered to Gu Xiaoyun, "Brother, you have a driver to take you, right?" If Xia Wan were to see this, she would undoubtedly feel uneasy, fearing for her moral integrity and, more importantly, her vulnerability to exploitation. For a girl emerging from a family lacking economic stability and social standing, possessing beauty can often be perilous. "I have a bicycle," Gu Xiaoyun replied, pouring her a glass of warm water. "All right," Fu Wan smiled. The girl across from her seemed to possess an infectious joy. Little did she know that when she smiled, her eyes sparkled with a light that made it difficult for others to gaze upon her directly. It was indeed easy to become entranced by her charm. After their meal, the two returned to school together. The afternoon nap had yet to conclude, and upon her return, Fu Wan found that a significant portion of the classroom was engaged in self-study. Even as she treaded softly into the room, many eyes turned toward her. Fu Wan's deskmate, a slender girl with long hair, was diligently completing her homework. When Fu Wan sat down, the girl glanced over a couple of times, hesitating before leaning closer to inquire, "I heard that you and Gu Xiaoyun were caught by the old class teacher together?" Such vague insinuations caused Fu Wan to furrow her brow. What did together imply? It was simply walking side by side, seen by the old teacher, the long-haired girl, named Caillou. was ablaze with curiosity but refrained from asking directly due to their still nascent acquaintance. Fu Wan nodded slightly, indicating that they would go out for a meal together. Caillou covered her mouth in excitement and eagerly asked, "Are you acquainted with Gu Xiaoyun?" Noticing her excessive enthusiasm, Fu Wan replied slowly, "When I was a child, I lived next door to him, but he moved away later on. I was only 5 years old then." "Why do you ask?" Caillou murmured. "That means you probably aren't very close. But I must tell you, Gu Xiaoyun is quite famous at school. He is regarded as the bully of Qinghe. And before Cui Qingjin arrived, he was also the school heartthrob. Bing Xia, you were neighbors with this prominent figure. You must have had a good relationship. Or else why would he take you out to dinner?" Seeing the gleam of curiosity igniting within Caillou's otherwise ordinary demeanor, Fu Wan felt a sense of authenticity wash over her, prompting her to join the gossip with enthusiasm. "We were on good terms. But I'm not very aware of his current affairs. I've heard some things. Let me share them with you while I work on this final question." As Caillou swiftly calculated with her pen in hand, she glanced at Fu Wan, continuing the gossip. "The rumors I've heard aren't particularly favorable. But I've always had an insatiable thirst for knowledge, and I mainly want to uncover the truth from you. Allow me to share the rumors first." Fu Wan found Caillou's demeanor to be quite different from her previous classmates in modern times, a testament to her intellect. "Please, go ahead," she encouraged. Fu Wan then retrieved a packet of plum-flavored sunflower seeds from under the table and handed it to Caillou. "The rumor has circulated within our school and beyond, suggesting that Gu Xiaoyun's father was murdered by his mother, allegedly perishing alongside her lover in the old residence." Caillou leaned closer to Fu Wan, whispering, "Are you the neighbor of that old house? Or perhaps something else? Is there truth to this tale?" Fu Wan popped a Wangzai milk candy into her mouth and replied, "There was indeed a fire once, but I cannot ascertain if there were any casualties. Such matters are typically sealed off by the police. I have heard that Gu Xiaoyun, for some reason, has been described as having a borderline personality, and you knew him as a child. He was like that then too." Caillou hesitated for a moment before dejectedly saying, "Please don't take offense. Everyone speaks of him that way, claiming he has a warped psyche." Fu Wan paused, then smiled. "He is truly a wonderful person." Caillou immediately inquired, "What makes you say that?" Fu Wan pondered for a moment. "During our childhood, we played together, celebrated the new year together, and even shared the same quilt." Caillou covered her cheeks, exclaiming, "You two were quintessential childhood sweethearts." After indulging in their gossip, the two resumed organizing their notes and solving problems. As they entered high school, everyone exerted greater effort, filling the classroom with an atmosphere of tension, with only occasional playful banter during breaks. During evening self-study, the teacher distributed papers, and all were engrossed in their work. The air filled solely with the sound of pens gliding over test sheets and the crisp rustle of papers being turned. Once Fu Wan completed her test, she took out a workbook and began to work on it. She possesses a habit of immersing herself in thought, exhibiting an extraordinary concentration that renders her impervious to the distractions of her surroundings. Approximately 10 minutes before the conclusion of self-study, a hushed commotion erupted within the classroom, with numerous individuals craning their necks to glimpse outside. Fu Wan remained engrossed in her work, diligently solving problems, while Caillou, unable to withstand the prying gazes directed at her, gently tapped Fu Wan on the shoulder. Everyone witnessed the short-haired girl, her head momentarily emerging from her books, her fair face adorned with a pair of metallic-framed round glasses, gazing at Caillou with a look of bewilderment. "What is it?" Caillou pointed towards the window. Fu Wan followed her gaze but perceived nothing. She was deeply engrossed in a physics problem, nearing its penultimate step, her mind solely focused on completing it. Caillou urged her, "Outside, Gu Xiaoyun." In an instant, the girl's previously vacant expression transformed into one of radiant clarity. She cast aside her pen, tilted her head towards the window, and offered a serene and joyful smile, waving her hand at the figure outside. A multitude of eyes fixated on the renowned Gu Xiaoyun, observing as the once aloof and brooding youth allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, his previously icy demeanor softening as he nodded attentively in acknowledgement of the girl. The classroom buzzed with excitement. A spontaneous scream echoed. "Oh my goodness!" Fu Wan, startled, buried her head into the stack of books before her, while Caillou, observing her flustered state, erupted into laughter. Fu Wan felt a flush creeping from her ears to her cheeks, an overwhelming heat engulfing her. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly emerged from her hiding place. The young boy stood outside the window, his gaze serene and tranquil, simply observing her in silence. Fu Wan covered her face, blinking her eyes a couple of times. The boy cleared his throat lightly, suppressing a smile that threatened to escape his lips, then turned to change his angle, evading the attention of the onlookers. Noticing that Gu Xiaoyun had turned his back, the atmosphere in the classroom grew quiet again, filled only with the sound of papers being shuffled. Fu Wan picked up her pen, staring at the neatly written formulas on the paper, her mind feeling as muddled as a bowl of porridge. Steady now. This world of growing up is only just beginning to unfold. Fu Wan tightened her grip on the pen, struggling for several minutes to comprehend how to write the final step. Feeling a wave of frustration as she set the paper aside and began to organize the books and exercises she needed to take home. Before long, the bell signaling the end of school rang. Fu Wan grabbed her prepared backpack and slung it over her shoulder, signaling to Caillou with a gesture as she hurried towards the door. The boy watched as the young girl jogged towards him, her heavy backpack weighing her down. He lowered his head and handed her a bottle of calcium drink with a straw, then reached out to take her backpack, tossing it onto his own shoulder. Let us go. In the corridor, several girls were playfully shoving each other, their eyes fixed intently on Gu Xiaoyun, with some even capturing the moment on their phones. Wow, he is so handsome. I can't believe I saw Gu Xiaoyun right at the start of the school year. Ah, how sweet. Someone snapped a picture without turning off the flash, causing Fu Wan to instinctively close her eyes against the blinding light. Gu Xiaoyun reached out and grasped her hand, whispering, "Be careful, don't bump into the wall." Fu Wan. Perhaps it was Gu Xiaoyun's inherent aura of a villain that, even amidst the bustling crowd, caused Fu Wan to instinctively maintain a certain distance from others while following closely behind him. Fu Wan obediently sipped on her ad calcium while trailing the young man. The warm, golden glow of the street lights elongated their shadows, and as Fu Wan stepped upon them, an inexplicable lightness filled her heart. Seated on the rear of Gu Xiaoyun's bicycle, the cool early autumn breeze brushed past them, offering a refreshing chill. The streets at night sparkled with myriad lights, and food stalls lined the sidewalks, emanating a delightful array of aromas. The young man leaned slightly forward as he pedaled, his spine arching, and the wind tousled his hair, carrying with it a pleasant scent of lemon and mint. Fu Wan reached out and grasped the fabric of his clothing. They traversed the lively market until they arrived at the foot of her apartment building. Handing her his backpack, the young man inquired softly, "What time do we have class tomorrow?" Fu Wan replied, 5 o'clock. Gu Xiaoyun nodded, affirming, "All right." With her backpack secured, Fu Wan expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, brother. Good night." She glanced back at him with a smile before turning towards the entrance. However, just as she was about to ascend the stairs, she suddenly halted, pivoted, and sprinted back to him. Extending her hand, she offered him the Wanzai milk candy she had been holding. Gu Xiaoyun lowered his gaze to the candy in her palm, took it, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "You should head up now." Fu Wan felt her heart racing intensely. In an attempt to maintain composure, she bit her tongue and gestured calmly before turning to slip into the entrance of her apartment building. This was an aging community, thus the rent was relatively affordable, albeit lacking an elevator. Fu Wan hurriedly ascended the 6 flights of stairs, panting heavily. Upon reaching the balcony, she leaned over the railing and shouted down, "Brother, I've arrived. You can go back now." The young man clad in black waved at her from below before turning and walking towards the community entrance. Fu Wan inhaled the chilly night air deeply, watching as he gradually receded from view, her breath slowly returning to normal. Xia Wan opened the door, pulling her inside abruptly. "You're making such a racket. The neighbors are going to come scold you." Fu Wan merely smiled foolishly, exclaiming, "Mom, I found brother Gu Xiaoyun." Xia Wan paused momentarily. "He is studying at Qinghe?" "Yes," Fu Wan replied affirmatively, placing her backpack down and changing her shoes. Observing Fu Wan's evident joy, Xia Wan hesitated before saying, "You were only 5 years old then. How do you still remember him? Do you recall things from when you were 5? Fu Wan handed Xia Wan a milk candy. "Of course I remember. He was my best friend." Xia Wan lingered on her words, "But he comes from a well-known wealthy family in the city, you and he. He rode his bicycle to bring me home," Fu Wan said, her eyes sparkling brightly as she spoke to Xia Wan. Xia Wan fell silent thereafter. 068 A defiant yet devoted school tyrant X a kind and sensitive academic achiever. After finishing her morning routine, Fu Wan switched on her desk lamp and began diligently working on her assignments. In her current state, acquiring knowledge was somewhat easier. Yet the volume of information she needed to master was substantial, and each concept required thorough comprehension. Xie Bingxia, an academic prodigy, was not a genius to maintain her grades. She had to exert more effort than her peers. For a scholar, every additional point was a formidable challenge. Around 11:30, Fu Wan turned off the light and succumbed to slumber. This routine had been her norm for years. As soon as she closed her eyes, sleep enveloped her. At 4:30 in the morning, the alarm rang punctually, and Fu Wan rose to prepare for the day. Xia Wan, having advanced in age, could not rise so early. So Fu Wan quietly completed her morning rituals and stepped outside. The sky was a deep, impenetrable black, and Fu Wan activated the motion sensor lights on the staircase, zipping her school jacket all the way to the top before hurrying downstairs. Just before exiting the building, she spotted a young man standing beneath a tree. He had his school jacket draped over one arm, one hand resting on his bicycle, while the other held a phone, engrossed in something on the screen. Fu Wan approached him briskly and softly called out, "Brother?" The young man silenced his phone, stowed it in his pocket, ruffled her hair affectionately, and draped his jacket over her shoulders with a gentle smile, saying, "Let's go." "You." Fu Wan bit her lower lip, raising her gaze to meet his. "How long have you been waiting?" Gu Xiaoyun's expression remained calm. "Just arrived." Fu Wan reached out to squeeze his fingertips. Her soft, warm palms accentuated the coolness of his fingers. Gu Xiaoyun's body tensed slightly, yet his expression remained composed as he withdrew his fingers from the girl's palm. He swung his leg over the bicycle and gestured for her to join him. Fu Wan obediently took her place on the rear seat. The young man pedaled, and the crisp morning air brushed against their faces, cool and damp. Clad only in a short-sleeved shirt, Gu Xiaoyun felt every pore on his body contract from the chill, only to be enveloped by a warm sensation against his back. The girl tightly encircled his waist, her delicate chin resting upon his shoulder. Gu Xiaoyun stiffened momentarily, and the bicycle surged forward unexpectedly. He quickly regained his composure, adjusting the bike's direction with an unruffled demeanor, pedaling steadily onward as the wind whistled past his ears. Fu Wan noticed the brief loss of control but sensed that the boy did not mind her closeness, prompting a subtle smile to curve her lips. Indeed, her aging would never dislike her. The market at 5 o'clock was tranquil. Throughout the ride, Fu Wan remained silent, content to embrace Gu Xiaoyun's waist, inhaling the refreshing scent of lemon and mint that lingered about him. Upon arriving at the foot of the first-year teaching building, Gu Xiaoyun retrieved a warm bag of milk and a perfectly tempered sandwich from his backpack, handing them to her. "Should you encounter any troubles, seek me out," he said, his dark eyes gazing steadily at her as he gently tousled her hair. Fu Wan fished her phone from her pocket, swiftly opening a certain app to reveal her QR code. "Brother, let's exchange contact information." Gu Xiaoyun scanned her QR code. The girl's avatar depicted a chibi version of a popular drink. Her nickname read, "I can endure 10 more nights," while her signature bore the words, "Brother, please end me." Unbeknownst to him, he frowned slightly and cast a glance at Fu Wan. The girl deftly accessed her phone contacts, revealing her brother's phone number. Gu Xiaoyun recited a string of digits, prompting Fu Wan to inquire, "Is it the same for messaging?" Gu Xiaoyun affirmed, and a notification chimed on his phone, a blossoming lotus as the avatar, with the nickname "One Who Is As Gentle as Water" had added him. Gu Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Fu Wan clarified, "I added you on messaging." He opened the verification message, which read Xia Bing Xia. Gu Xiaoyun, maintaining a stoic expression, accepted the request. "Your number," he remarked, looking at her. Fu Wan provided her phone number, and once he had saved it, he instructed her, "You may go now." He watched as the girl removed her school uniform from her shoulders, gracefully draping it over him before turning and sprinting toward the entrance of the academic building. Upon reaching the door, she glanced back at him, her eyes glimmering with the light of dawn, waving her hand in farewell. "Good morning, brother." Gu Xiaoyun couldn't help but smile softly. As Fu Wan ascended the building, she felt her heartbeat quicken. Gu Xiaoyun, standing before the first-year building with his gaze lowered, allowed his expression to cool as she disappeared from sight. Reverting to his usual brooding demeanor, he pressed a hand against his chest, furrowing his brow, as a trace of a restrained smile lingered at the corners of his lips. He donned his coat slowly, its fabric imbued with the sweet scent of strawberry milk from the girl. Upon returning to the classroom, he tucked the coat away in his desk and locked it. Fu Wan first indulged in her breakfast before she began to jot down her notes. Yet, for reasons unknown, she was irresistibly drawn to the thought of wrapping her arms around Gu Xiaoyun's waist, recalling the moment of losing control on the bicycle, as well as the calcium and breakfast he had thoughtfully brought along. Ah, how sweet it was. Caillou cast a sidelong glance at Fu Wan and hesitantly remarked, You've been smiling foolishly for more than a dozen times this morning. Fu Wan quickly covered her flushed cheeks, revealing only her glistening eyes as she gazed at Caillou. After a moment of mutual contemplation, Caillou suddenly clicked her tongue, with that love-struck expression of yours. Do you believe? Suddenly struck by a thought. Caillou covered her mouth, patting Fu Wan's shoulder. Focus on your studies. Fu Wan replied with a questioning expression. Caillou turned back to her books, muttering to herself. How could I possibly flirt with someone as pure as Xie Bingxia? Ah, she's just too adorable. I might even forget that I'm a girl. Hearing this, Fu Wan strengthened her resolve to win Gu Xiaoyun's heart. Xie Bingxia, the female protagonist of the story, was undeniably stunning, and any man would find it hard to resist her charms. After a long absence, the system suddenly revived, posing the question, what if he were inclined the other way? Fu Wan pondered for a moment and concluded that perhaps there would be some girls who couldn't resist either. The system fell silent, with no need to rush for breakfast. Fu Wan found the beginning of her high school life to be exceedingly delightful, having attended 2 periods each of Chinese language arts and chemistry this morning. The students are accustomed to either studying independently during the Chinese class or simply engaging in self-study. As for the relatively straightforward chemistry of the first year, Fu Wan had essentially completed her self-study. Consequently, she surreptitiously engaged with her phone while listening to the teacher's discourse. Caillou remarked that this was indeed the behavior of a legendary academic prodigy. Oblivious to the comments, Fu Wan navigated to Gu Xiaoyun's QQ interface. The adolescent's avatar was void of darkness, and his username was merely a period. His profile and signature were entirely blank. Were it not for a small sun and a few moons and stars, it would have appeared to be an unoccupied account. I can endure 10 more nights, she messaged. Brother, will you be dining at school for lunch? I can endure 10 more nights. Shall we rendezvous for a meal? I can endure 10 more nights, an honest and simple expression. JPG meanwhile, in the last row of the Class 13 classroom for senior students. A phone emitted 3 QQ message notifications, unique to special attention. 069. Unruly, devoted, and obsessive school bully X kind-hearted. Sensitive female scholar. This lesson was the physics class taught by the homeroom teacher of Class 13. To maintain control over this motley crew, the homeroom teacher was, of course, no ordinary person, with influence and power in his family, and a personality that was both tactful and authoritative. The scions of influential families and troublemakers in the class were all obedient in his presence. Therefore, during physics class, the entire class endeavored to sleep as much as possible, to avoid being disciplined by Lao Yu. Hand over your phones. Lao Yu's gaze fell upon Gu Xiaoyun, who was asleep. Chun Zhao quickly nudged Gu Xiaoyun, and the adolescent raised his head with some irritation, reaching up to smooth his disheveled hair. The young man's complexion was remarkably pale, accentuating the shadows beneath his eyes. His bloodshot gaze swept lightly across the surroundings, and he furrowed his brow, appearing both irritable and sullen, exuding an aura of impatience. Yet, fate seemed to favor him. Despite his gloomy and tempestuous demeanor, his exceedingly handsome and refined features lent him an air of melancholy wildness, rendering him utterly captivating. Everyone observed Gu Xiaoyun with silent curiosity. Typically, he rarely graced old Yu's class. He would either scale the walls to escape or succumb to slumber. Although rumors about him circulated with alarming fervor, he remained notably aloof and tranquil. The others were somewhat intrigued to see if Gu Xiaoyun would engage with old Yu. Leaning back in his chair, he retrieved his phone from the desk and slowly opened the screen. A series of messages from a cartoonish girl with a cute avatar appeared, and his expression softened as he bent down to type a few words. All right, see you at noon. The replies arrived swiftly. I can endure another 10 nights. Received. I can endure another 10 nights. Where shall we meet? I can endure another 10 nights. Eating souls, for those who feast, are truly the elite. JPG, I can endure another 10 nights. Simple-hearted. JPG, Gu Xiaoyun gazed at the emoticon sent from across the screen, a smile involuntarily tugging at the corners of his lips. He opened the expression section, finding it devoid of any stickers. Frowning slightly, he accessed the online emoticon library and sent one back, rubbing. JPG, I'll come to find you in your classroom after school. I can endure another 10 nights. We only have 15 minutes to eat. It won't be enough, QQ. I'll arrive early. I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response, nay, you mustn't. I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response, they shall all be watching you. You know. Response, it matters not. I am unperturbed. I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response, JPG, I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response, I am perturbed, however. Response. I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response. My dear brother, your countenance is so fair. I fear they might develop affections for you. I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response. Smirking. JPG. Response. JPG. Response. Await me at the canteen entrance. Then, I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response. Very well. I shall attend class now. Response. Very well. I can persevere for 10 more nights. Response. My heart is solely devoted to academic pursuits. Image depicting a dedication to learning. No further messages were forthcoming. Gu Xiaoyun fixed his gaze upon his mobile device for a spell before dimming its luminescence. Lifting his countenance, he perceived the entire assembly focused upon him. Having noted the ceaseless chiming of his device's prioritized notification, Chen Zhao, unable to bear the awkwardness, scratched his head in sympathetic embarrassment for old Yu. Gu Xiaoyun's gaze met that of old Yu, and he stated languidly, I neglected to mute the device. My apologies. The collective thought of the assembly, is a mere apology sufficient to rectify this situation? But, hold, is the most crucial aspect not the fact that the aloof, brooding, and volatile campus overlord possesses a prioritized contact? Could the posts circulating on the school forum actually hold veracity? Chen Zhao's gaze had already settled upon the pointer old Yu perpetually carried upon his shoulder. Old Yu reached for the physics book on the podium, turning around while writing on the board, saying, then quickly switched to silent mode. Class, let us continue with this problem. Chen Zhao remarked, this is utterly ridiculous. Gu Xiaoyun, with his eyes downcast, switched his phone to silent mode and lazily kicked Chen Zhao's chair, saying, do you have any memes? Send them to me. Chen Zhao, taken aback by Gu Xiaoyun's unexpected request, replied, which meme do you want? Gu Xiaoyun's expression remained blank for a moment before he slowly responded, send them all. Without hesitation, Chen Zhao opened his phone and sent the hundreds of memes he had saved for the annual meeting to Gu Xiaoyun, all the while cautiously inquiring, Gu, is there someone you particularly care about? As Gu Xiaoyun observed the notifications on his phone rapidly climbing to 99, he frowned slightly in annoyance and replied nonchalantly, yes. Having grown up alongside Gu Xiaoyun, Chen Zhao still found it difficult to comprehend his friend's psyche, as he was unlike ordinary people, though he seemed merely irritable and indifferent. There was a terrifying aspect to Gu Xiaoyun. At times, he exhibited an unsettling intensity, revealing an impulsive and destructive nature. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Zhao pressed on, asking, what is your relationship with Xiao Qingmei? Gu Xiaoyun did not respond. Though Chen Zhao was curious, he dared not press further. Having made plans to dine with someone, the last class felt rather prolonged. Upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, Fu Wan exhaled in relief, grabbed her meal card, and dashed out of the classroom alongside her fellow classmates. Before she even reached the entrance of the cafeteria, she spotted the tall and languid Gu Xiaoyun lazily leaning against the camphor tree in front of the dining hall. It seemed that no matter when she arrived, he was always waiting for her. Fu Wan joyfully ran towards Gu Xiaoyun, but suddenly her foot slipped, causing her to misstep on the stairs leading to the cafeteria. The abrupt loss of balance startled her heart, and she felt herself tumble forward. Fearing she would embarrass herself in front of her crush and possibly injure her face in the process. Just then, someone grasped her arm firmly. The force of her fall propelled her directly into the chest of the person who had caught her, eliciting a muffled grunt from him as he held her tightly. Fu Wan inhaled a subtle scent of lemon and mint, and she quickly opened her tightly shut eyes to find the pale, handsome face of the young man magnified before her. Upon seeing her awake, the initially tense expression on his face softened. Brother, Fu Wan stammered. Had she unwittingly assumed the role of the female protagonist? Falling into the arms of the male lead. Such occurrences seemed only to exist within the pages of romantic novels. He did not release her. Rather, he bent down and lifted her horizontally from her knees to her back, then gradually descended the stairs before gently setting her down. Are you scared? He asked, his gaze fixed on her, the earlier traces of irritation having dissipated entirely. Fu Wan discreetly glanced around at the crowd fixated on the two of them, cautiously tugging at Gu Xiaoyun's sleeve and whispering, we should leave quickly. The young man suddenly smiled, lowering his head to ruffle her hair. Xia, do you not want others to see me holding you? Fu Wan's ears flushed crimson. Oh my, brother, it's too sweet. She cleared her throat softly and added, it's just that they're all watching. Gu Xiaoyun cast a casual glance around, and the onlookers, who had momentarily forgotten their meal in the allure of gossip, abruptly regained their senses and hurried into the cafeteria to join the fray. No one directed their gaze at the two, and Fu Wan finally felt a sense of ease wash over her. Gu Xiaoyun led her to the third floor, where they procured their meals and sat together to dine. Just as he had done in their childhood, he meticulously picked out the shredded ginger and cilantro from her dish. Fu Wan, stealing a curious glance at the heads peeking their way, hesitated for a moment before quietly offering half of her carrots from her plate. Carrots are so delicious. The young man regarded the carrot pieces with a look of mild disdain, yet he still extended his chopsticks and placed them into his mouth. Fu Wan watched as his cheeks puffed out, which created a curious contrast with his otherwise expressionless face. And she couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand and smile. Gu Xiaoyun noticed the girl across from him, her bright eyes crinkling with laughter, resembling a sky full of stars, which only accentuated the sweetness of her cherubic face framed by her dark hair. He momentarily lost his train of thought, instinctively swallowing the half-chewed carrot, and muttered under his breath, "How utterly adorable." Fu Wan caught a fragment of his words and hesitated to respond with a soft hum. "Hurry up and eat. Once you're done, I'll escort you to the classroom." Gu Xiaoyun remarked as he rose and made his way toward the fruit stand beside the cafeteria. Fu Wan had no choice but to hasten her meal. With merely 15 minutes to spare, she had to navigate the queue for food, consume her meal, and return, all while managing to convey her feelings to Gu Xiaoyun. Time was truly of the essence. Drawing upon the speed honed during her third year of middle school, Fu Wan devoured her food with remarkable swiftness. By the time Gu Xiaoyun returned, she had already finished half her meal. He cast her a glance, waiting until she was nearly done before setting down his chopsticks. Fu Wan promptly exclaimed, "You don't need to walk me over." She genuinely wished to avoid the collective gaze of her classmates. Observing Gu Xiaoyun's silence, she hesitated, wondering if he might be upset. Just as she was about to speak, the young man playfully flicked her forehead, reminiscent of that evening at the cafeteria entrance. Fu Wan exhaled in relief. "Excellent." He presented her with a neatly sliced fruit platter to take back with her. As she accepted it, she remembered the yogurt with oatmeal and peach she had tucked away in her pocket. Glancing at her watch, she swiftly shoved the yogurt into Gu Xiaoyun's pocket and pressed a piece of Wangzai milk candy into his hand. "I must dash. I'll see you later." Gu Xiaoyun watched her retreating figure, the warmth of the candy in his palm causing a smile to curve his lips. With all her might, Fu Wan sprinted into the classroom just before the homeroom teacher stepped through the door. Caillou, while solving problems, remarked, "Today, I recorded names. You were half a minute late." Fu Wan, clutching her chest, replied in a breathy voice, "Sister, would you like some fruit? Out of consideration for our seating arrangement, I shall refrain from noting your name this time." As Caillou continued her calculations, she extended her hand, expressing her desire for strawberries. Fu Wan peeled back the plastic wrap and, while reviewing math problems, discreetly shared the fruit platter with Caillou. After finishing, Caillou firmly pressed down on Fu Wan's shoulder, lowering her head to a position obscured by the books on the desk, and discreetly retrieved her phone. With practiced ease, Caillou opened the browser and accessed the school forum, navigating to a particular post. "Confess honestly, have you and the school bully made any special progress?" Caillou clicked on the leading photo. The first image captured a moment from last night when Gu Xiaoyun handed her calcium tablets. His face was shrouded in shadow, accentuating his gloomy demeanor, while the girl bathed in light stood poised, her gentle brows and eyes reflecting warmth as she gazed at him. Fu Wan looked at Gu Xiaoyun, hidden in the shadows, yearning to step into the darkness to accompany him, unafraid of the biting cold and obscurity. Caillou's fingers fluttered as she turned to the next chapter, where the boy grasped her wrist, and Xia, with a startled expression, tightly shut her eyes. The young man gazed at her with concern, and though his demeanor was somewhat aloof, the warmth of his focused eyes betrayed his care. Fu Wan stared at the photograph, feeling her breath lighten considerably. "So sweet, sister. Do you both truly harbor feelings for one another?" Caillou exclaimed, shaking Fu Wan with excitement. Fu Wan cleared her throat gently, inquiring if there was more. Caillou, suppressing her excitement, affirmed that there was indeed more. Below are the words of the original poster. As Caillou handed her phone to Fu Wan, with her cool fingertips, pinched her earlobe, attempting to maintain a neutral expression as she lowered her gaze to the phone screen. "Hello everyone. I believe many of you are familiar with me. I am the one who writes fanfiction about Xie Yu and Gu Xiaoyun. Those who frequent the forum should recognize me. Here's the situation. This afternoon, I heard that Gu Xiaoyun was seen with a young lady and received a reprimand from Old Song. Initially, this seemed trivial. However, as a seasoned shipper, I sensed the stirring of gossip. Although it may not pertain to the sweetness of Xiegu, as a fan of Gugu, I immediately rushed to the front lines of this unfolding news. Later this evening, I spotted Gugu arriving at the first-year teaching building. Without hesitation, I dashed to the entrance of Class 1 with the speed of a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. And there, I captured a moment. That young lady was incredibly adorable, pure, well-mannered, and stunning. The following is omitted for brevity. I unilaterally declare that the school beauty of Class 1 is Xie Bingxia. To my astonishment, the school bully gave the young lady a decalcium, and when he handed it to her, he had already inserted the straw. Such meticulousness and warmth. You bunch of oblivious straight men. If only you possessed such insight, would it take 18 years of blossoming to realize this? He even helped her with her backpack, gently grasping her wrist to caution her to be careful and avoid the wall. Ah, the sweet and endearing Xie Bingxia is truly remarkable. Mother, I am ready now. Will I be beaten to death if I compete for someone's affection with the school bully? Unable to restrain myself, I continue to indulge in my sweet fantasies. Allow me to clarify that I do not reside on campus. Then I saw the school bully riding a bicycle, escorting a young girl home. My goodness, the heir Gu Xiaoyan, whose family fortune amounts to billions, personally cycling to take a girl home. This is something even a romantic novel would not dare to depict. Oh dear, at this point, I believe the sweetness has exceeded all limits, and I have been sent to the hospital for insulin injections. After reading, Fu Wan covered her flushed face with her hands and passed the phone to Caillou. Caillou gently pinched Xie Bingxia's warm and soft cheek, continuing to scroll down for more. There was indeed more to come. I shall refrain from reading further. I fear that if I continue, my heart might race uncontrollably, adrenaline surging, and my body temperature rising to the extent that I could perish on the spot. 071. The headstrong and devoted school bully x the kind-hearted and sensitive female academic. Caillou glanced at Xie Bingxia's reddened ears and playfully inquired, "So, can I obtain some insider information?" Fu Wan pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "Are you the one indulging in sweet fantasies?" Caillou shook her head. "No, but the one indulging is a very close friend of mine." She cleared her throat and added, "The one indulging in sweet fantasies has serialized a remarkable work on the forum, in which I also participated." Fu Wan gasped, finally realizing the connection, and exclaimed, "The fanfiction about Xiaoyu and her brother?" Caillou nodded in affirmation. Fu Wan gasped again. Caillou immediately pressed Fu Wan's head, urging her not to leak any information, fearing that the fans would retaliate. After all, this matter was indeed quite deserving of a reprimand. "Did Xiaoyu say anything?" Fu Wan inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Xiaoyu, the male protagonist of the original novel, possessed a popularity that surpassed even Gu Xiaoyun at school, characterized by his proud and studious demeanor. As for the female lead, Cui Yuan, she would transfer to the school after the monthly examination concludes this month, marking the commencement of the plot. Caillou affirmed that the person behind the fan account was somewhat adept at computers, rendering it impossible for anyone to trace them through the internet. Fu Wan expressed her profound admiration for academic excellence. Observing the blush fade from Fu Wan's face, Caillou swiftly scrolled through the remaining snapshots and clicked to show Fu Wan. One photograph depicted a girl falling into a boy's embrace, with Gu Xiaoyun encircling her waist with one arm while the other safeguarded her head. Although this picture was hastily captured and somewhat blurred, it unmistakably conveyed the warmth and protectiveness with which the girl was enveloped by Gu Xiaoyun. Overall, it radiated an aura of tenderness and affection. Fu Wan rummaged through her desk and pulled out a test paper, placing it atop her head as she watched Caillou flip to the next image. This one illustrated a Princess Carrie, with her face nestled against Gu Xiaoyun's chest, appearing rather bashful. Fu Wan then covered herself with a Chinese literature book. Below was a comment from the fan, accompanied by several replies. "Oh my, I never expected new material to surface so soon. Who wouldn't want a handsome boy to accompany them for a meal?" Moreover, the most astonishing part is that, from such a distance, Gu Xiaoyun actually caught her. As I clutched my cherished little spoon, a keepsake for 18 years, and witnessed this scene unfold before my eyes, I found myself instantaneously believing in love. What else could possibly compel the aloof, ascetic, tempestuous, and brooding campus tyrant to stride forth with his impressive height of 1.80 m, racing to catch Xie Bingxia? My friends, indulge me. By the way, I, the connoisseur of sweet moments, declare my admiration here. Just look at Brother Gu, and then look at yourselves. Isn't it only fair to feel a twinge of envy? Now, as we dig into our meals, I, a nameless student from class 33 of the senior year, during our final class today, listened as Brother Gu's phone rang for several minutes, accompanied by a particularly caring notification tone. The Disney runaway dwarf. Lonely, 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 lonely. Unfinished homework prohibits name changes. Gu Xiaoyun is so pampered. Oh heavens, I wish to inhabit Xie Bingxia's body. Doryman, am I the only one who thinks Xie Bingxia's beauty could easily earn her the title of our Qinghe school flower? I'm online seeking a contact number. I, the emperor, and the general undress the battle robes. As the warm hibiscus drapes herald the spring night, one is a wealthy, brooding campus tyrant, and the other a sweet, pure academic achiever. Take a good look at yourselves. Have you awakened? The perennial salted fish. So, are they a couple or not? Fu Wan returned the phone to Caillou, who tossed it aside and playfully flicked the exam paper atop Fu Wan's head. So, you two. Fu Wan, unable to evade, could only reply, I saw my brother just yesterday. TSK, 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 to be so sweet after just one day apart. Caillou teased with a smile. It seems that wedding candies are not far off. Fu Wan found herself at a loss for words and opted to close her eyes in a feigned state of unconsciousness. However, after a brief moment, someone tapped the exam paper resting on her head. Fu Wan swiftly pressed down on the paper, exclaiming, Don't ask. There is nothing between my brother and me. Suddenly, the sound of writing in the classroom ceased, replaced by a murmur of whispers. Fu Wan lifted her gaze to find the homeroom teacher, Song Shi, pressing down on the corner of her test paper, his expression both serious and oddly scrutinizing. Fu Wan, Caillou, Song Shi. The atmosphere grew strangely silent for 3 seconds, before Song Shi coldly commanded, Xie Bingxia, come to my office. Fu Wan shot Caillou a glance filled with the resolve of a hero embarking on an uncertain journey, then obediently followed Song Shi to the office. During the lunch break, the office was devoid of other teachers. I am somewhat acquainted with your family. Your mother works quite hard, and your attendance at Qinghe comes at a significant expense for her, Song Shi remarked, peering through his gold-rimmed glasses at the girl before him. With her neatly trimmed short hair and a few wisps of bangs framing her forehead, she possessed a natural beauty, unadorned yet exuding a sense of purity and diligence, indicative of a good student. He continued, logically, you should not have any acquaintance with Gu Xiaoyun. Fu Wan bit her lip and recounted her relationship with Gu Xiaoyun. The teacher, appearing contemplative, drummed his fingers against the wooden desk. I understand now. It is not my intention to impede your interactions with Gu Xiaoyun. However, he hesitated for a moment, lowering his gaze to glimpse the class roster, where the name Xie Bingxia was prominently listed first. Gu Xiaoyun harbored certain psychological concerns, and I confide in you regarding this matter. I advise you to maintain a prudent distance in your interactions with him. Upon hearing this, he observed the girl, who had been submissively bowing her head, gently raise her chin and smile, her eyes exuding a quiet determination. Teacher, my brother would never harm me. Song Shi was momentarily taken aback. The girl then stated emphatically, I am certain, he would never hurt me. Even if he were to inflict harm upon the entire world, he would not lay a finger on her. Song Shi furrowed his brow but remained silent. Although Gu Xiaoyun had not undergone formal psychological evaluation, Qinghe, being a prestigious institution, recognized that its students often faced considerable pressure. Several of the school's medical professionals were esteemed psychologists and associate professors. It was evident to even an ordinary individual like Gu Xiaoyun that some students exhibited psychological issues, and the faculty had certainly taken note. While there remained a gap from definitive diagnostic criteria, certain traits were unmistakably apparent. In his worldview, the line between good and evil was starkly drawn, devoid of the gray areas that most individuals navigate. For him, one could either be entirely trustworthy, deserving of sacrifices for their well-being, or wholly untrustworthy, perceived as adversarial entities poised to attack. He harbored a hostile disposition towards the world and exhibited volatile anger. Such individuals appear to others as untouchable explosives. At times, these matters transcend mere willpower, and can you assure that there will be no friction between you and him? Song Shi rationally cautioned his student. Fu Wan curved the corners of her lips, gazing calmly at her homeroom teacher. I trust him, for I am both his friend and kin, and I shall continue to be so. Song Shi observed the girl's steadfast, gentle, and serene demeanor, suddenly grasping the essence of her resolve. He chose to remain silent thereafter. Song Shi did not insist on persuading Xie Bingxia. Fu Wan returned to the classroom and quietly completed her assignments. That evening, as was customary, Gu Xiaoyun accompanied her home. In the relentless pursuit of knowledge, a month slipped by swiftly. Standing at the podium, Song Shi inspired his classmates, outlining the arrangements for the examination and seating. Before allowing everyone to begin their preparations, Fu Wan promptly moved her books to the corridor, rolled up her uniform sleeves, took a deep breath, and lifted her desk. She was to relocate her small desk to the empty classroom downstairs. As she carefully maneuvered out of the classroom, someone placed a hand on her shoulder. "Excuse me. I'm moving the desk," Fu Wan said hurriedly. Before she could fully register the situation, a figure from behind reached out, encircling her with an arm to grasp the edge of the desk. "Let go. I'll handle it." Fu Wan was momentarily taken aback, recognizing Gu Xiaoyun's voice. Instinctively, she released her grip as he lifted the desk, resting it on his shoulder while casting a glance down at the girl standing close to his chest. "What brings you here, brother?" Fu Wan asked, a smile instinctively blossoming on her face upon seeing him. Gu Xiaoyun strode out of the classroom, and the previously disordered classmates, who were moving books and desks, instinctively parted to create a path. Fu Wan glanced at Gu Xiaoyun and exclaimed, "Brother, wait for me to grab a chair." Having said that, the young girl hurried back into the classroom, clutching her chair and trailing behind Gu Xiaoyun. He assisted her in relocating a desk to the empty classroom before retrieving a pack of wet wipes from his pocket and handing it to Fu Wan. She accepted it, grasping the hem of the young man's shirt, and looked up at him, saying, "Brother, shall we take a stroll in the playground?" The boy lowered his gaze to meet hers, his handsome features softening with warmth as he replied, "All right." Together, Fu Wan and Gu Xiaoyun ambled to the playground, engaging in casual conversation that mirrored the ease of their daily encounters. "My deskmate writes novels. I just caught up with the latest chapter." The male protagonist, in a bid to protect the female lead, makes her believe that his affections lie elsewhere. As the evening breeze swept through, the pleated skirt that draped over the girl's calves was lifted, forming a delightful arc. Observing the girl smile and tilt her face towards him, Gu Xiaoyun's expression remained composed and serious. She inquired, "Brother, if a love is fraught with difficulty, is it right to harm one another to safeguard the other?" The boy remained silent, his dark eyes reflecting a depth that seemed both cold and profound when directed towards others, yet warm and focused when fixed upon her. How could one bear to hurt someone they cherished? He averted his gaze, his countenance elegant yet austere in the warm glow of the setting sun. Fu Wan, her spirits lifted, leaped towards the parallel bars. She supported herself on two levers and swung her legs, but instead of soaring upwards, she became ensnared, resembling a pendulum with a minimal range of motion. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind her, gently lifting her by the waist and placing her atop one of the levers. Gu Xiaoyun gave a slight jump, settling beside her. The sun gradually sank behind thick clouds, and the resplendent evening glow spilled across the sky like a spilled watercolor, dimming the surrounding light. The canopy of camphor trees above cast silhouettes, rustling softly in the breeze. The young man lowered his head and affectionately tousled her hair, "Xia xia." Fu Wan turned to look at him, but after a moment of silence, he remained quiet. She could only glance sideways and murmur, Gu Xiaoyun smiled gently, "Make sure to study well for the exam tomorrow." Fu Wan suddenly felt a pang of emptiness in her heart, and she could only smooth the wrinkles of her skirt, softly replying, "I will study hard." Not far ahead, a group of students from the senior year sat together on the lawn, laughing and joking in a lively circle, watching their spirited camaraderie. Fu Wan smiled and turned to Gu Xiaoyun. "Which school are you planning to apply to, brother?" Gu Xiaoyun also gazed at the group, uncertain. In the original narrative, he had not lived to see the summer of his 18th year, nor had he, like everyone else, applied to a new university or gone abroad for enrichment. He had perished in a fire, having swallowed sleeping pills before setting the Gu family mansion ablaze. Fu Wan suddenly felt a sense of suffocation and asked the system, "If I forcibly alter the ending, will I succeed?" The system immediately apprised her that the world would collapse and everyone, including Gu Xiaoyun, would perish. A stern admonition followed. Under no circumstances should the plot be altered without the system's express guidance. Fu Wan remained silent. The sky gradually darkened, blurring the surroundings until the moon and stars became visible overhead. The graduating class of senior high school students gathered, boisterously igniting a sky lantern. A teacher called out, "Make a wish upon the lantern, and it will surely come true." Together, they exclaimed, "May we all be admitted to our dream universities." Suddenly, a girl shouted, "I wish to become Yang Chenfei's girlfriend after graduation." A chorus of exclamations erupted, followed by laughter as they playfully chased each other, brimming with youthful exuberance. In this world, no one would ever experience those teenage years again, single-mindedly devoted to learning and filled with joy. The air was filled with the sound of diligent study, and their hearts yearned for the halls of academia. Untainted by worldly disturbances and the sordidness of profit, their friends were mostly pure, humorous, and bookish. Their aspirations included poetry in distant lands, and their loved ones and teachers wished them to go far and wide, becoming the most beautiful scenery in the world. Fu Wan reminisced about her own teenage years and couldn't help but smile. Back then, she too believed she had a bright future, that she would escape the impoverished and dilapidated orphanage and bring light to the children within. "Brother, let me sing you a song," Fu Wan said, swinging her legs as her skirt gently swayed in the breeze. Gu Xiaoyun retrieved a peach-flavored lollipop from his pocket and offered it to her, whispering softly, "All right." The girl's voice, as gentle and tranquil as her demeanor, echoed amidst the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, where verdant grass melded with the azure sky. The evening breeze caressed the willows, the fading notes of a flute lingered in the air, as the sun dipped beyond the mountains. At the ends of the earth and corners of the land, friendships dwindled to mere remnants. A jug of coarse wine exhausts the lingering joys, leaving tonight's dreams to grow cold. Amidst the long pavilion, beside the ancient path, where the fragrant grass meets the endless sky, she inquired, "When will you return?" urging him not to linger on his way back. At the ends of the earth and corners of the land, friendships dwindle to mere remnants. The rare joys of life are found in gatherings, yet partings are all too frequent. The evening breeze rendered her voice slightly cool, prompting Gu Xiaoyun to furrow his brow. He always felt he had heard this melody somewhere before, perhaps in a dream, where someone accompanied him, serenely and softly singing a melancholic farewell. Before he could discern whether he had indeed heard this song sung before, he felt the softness of her lips upon his. The girl closed her eyes, her fluttering eyelashes brushing against his face, inducing a slight tickle. The kiss was imbued with an unusual stillness, yet her grip on his hand was unexpectedly tight. "Brother," Fu Wan quickly retracted her head, clearing her throat. The young man, with his head bowed in the dim twilight, remained unreadable to Fu Wan. Overwhelmed by anxiety, she was oblivious to the fact that she still held Gu Xiaoyun's hand firmly. Her body trembled slightly as she endeavored to suppress her inner turmoil, slowly confessing, "Brother, I have feelings for you." A gust of night wind swept through, and Fu Wan, emboldened by the breeze, continued, Do you like?" The youth turned his face, pressing one hand against the back of the girl's head, lowering himself to kiss her. The crisp scent of lemon and mint enveloped her, leaving Fu Wan momentarily dazed, her body frozen in astonishment. After a considerable pause, she gradually released her grip on Gu Xiaoyun. To her surprise, the boy tightened his hold on her retreating hand and kissed her with even greater fervor. Fu Wan, startled, remained utterly still. She had always believed that this world's Jing regarded her merely as a younger sister, perhaps crossing the boundaries of sibling affection unknowingly. However, Fu, the exceedingly timid Wan, quietly awaited the boy's release, then opened her eyes to gaze at him, suddenly realizing something, and smiled. Gu Xiaoyun's expression faltered for a moment as he observed the girl, smiling with her eyes curved. He tenderly pulled her into his embrace and whispered in her ear, "Brother also likes Xia." He paused, his tone deepening, very much, very much. From a very young age, he had discerned his differences from ordinary people. While everyone had friends and family, he was devoid of such connections. His parents had merely birthed him out of a union, viewing each other as adversaries. And thus he became a product of their enmity. Coincidentally, he had never known the taste of familial love, nor did he yearn for it. And he had never experienced even a flicker of empathy towards others. He harbored malice towards everyone, his demeanor as cold as that of a demon, his mind incessantly plagued by thoughts of violence and torment against other beings. The small animals kept in the Gu family's backyard had faced his wrath during his reckless youth, all mercilessly slaughtered. The elderly nanny contacted him, having been exceptionally kind to him. Later, when a misfortune befell her family and the Gu family's adults were temporarily unreachable, she sought his assistance. He tilted his head, asking frigidly, "Why should I help you?" The old nanny wept, recounting her years of devoted care for him. Young Gu Xiaoyun calmly stated, "I have never been delinquent in paying your wages. If you cannot afford treatment, would it not be simpler to await death?" The nanny's gaze upon him was as if she were beholding a monster, and thenceforth, she refused to approach him, resigning not long after. It was likely around that time that he realized his divergence from ordinary individuals. Alas, no servant dared approach him again, and he began to live in solitude, immersing himself in numerous books and comprehending an increasing number of worldly principles. He could feign normalcy with considerable skill. Unfortunately, there were always those who sought to provoke him. However, 5-year-old Xie Bingxia was different. The instant he beheld her that afternoon, he knew she was distinct. He had never before perceived such emotions. The moment he saw the little girl, the somber sentiments that perpetually plagued his mind vanished. The maiden before him, as if opening a door, dispelled the resentment and malice that clung to him, ushering in the tranquil, cool moonlight of a summer night. How could such a person exist in this world? Yet, Xie Bingxia did. The instant he saw her, he felt an irresistible urge to confine her within his grasp, ensuring she would forever remain with him, eternally his alone. Even if it meant breaking her delicate, fair leg and binding her slender, agile arms, he was determined to pull her into his world filled with malicious thoughts. To transform her into the moonlight that, by merely reflecting a glimmer of brightness, would allow him to witness the vibrant dawn. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. Ultimately, he could not bear it. His beloved Xiaxia deserved to live a life filled with light and tranquility, steadfastly moving forward along a path imbued with kindness and warmth. However, this very Xiaxia, without hesitation, sought him out, as if she longed to present him with all the goodness of the world, viewing him as someone worthy. Since she had chosen to leap back into his embrace, he vowed he would not let her slip away. Fu Wan felt her face growing increasingly warm, to the point where breathing became a burden. Cautiously, she inched closer to Gu Xiaoyun, tugging at the hem of his shirt. Brother. Gu Xiaoyun released his hold on the girl, responding with a low hum. Fu Wan felt that if this continued, her heart would surely cease to function. So she cleared her throat and asked, "You don't suspect I've approached you for monetary gain?" This was one of the essential tropes of ancient romance. Yet contemporary heroines were often quite affluent, rendering it less common. However, as a supporting character, Xie Bingxia was truly poor enough to cry. Gu Xiaoyun gently tousled her hair and said slowly, "I am wealthy, Xiaxia." Fu Wan was slightly puzzled by his implication. He grasped her wrist. Pressing her palm against his chest, "I am wealthy, draw near to me." Fu Wan embraced Gu Xiaoyun. Upon returning to the classroom, Caillou, with a face full of anxiety, pulled her over, swiftly opened her phone, and expertly navigated to the post. Then she handed the phone to Fu Wan, who exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Brothers, I have discovered something extraordinary. However, I cannot divulge the details." In short, the sweetness between Gu Xiaoyun and Xie Bingxia is simply overwhelming. I feel as though I might just suffocate from all this sweetness. Oh dear. I find myself believing in love once again. I am so exhilarated that I could run 8 kilometers on the playground without breaking a sweat. I never thought I would actually witness such a genuine romance in my lifetime. This is truly a moment to cherish. I shall keep my excitement confined to myself and Gu Xiaoyun and Xie Bingxia. Please refrain from asking, for I shall not reveal anything. I am merely overwhelmed with joy and wish to express my feelings. Do not tag me. Do not question me. Just do not. Fu Wan felt a chill run down her spine and quickly scrolled down, noticing that most comments were inquiries about the situation, but 2 particular commenters raised suspicion. An eternal bystander remarked, "I stumbled upon them while taking a walk after dinner. It was just too much dog food." Another commented, "I am contemplating whether I should inform the teacher, considering Xie Bingxia is the top student in her grade." Fu Wan barely had time to read through the comments before she handed the phone to Caillou, her expression stern, saying, "Do not ask. I am unaware." She glanced around, and everyone promptly retracted their curious gazes. In her mind, Fu Wan let out a silent howl and opened her mathematics workbook, focusing intently. Immersed in her studies, she remained blissfully ignorant of how the situation had escalated. The following day, Fu Wan was summoned to the office. "Have you been seeing Songshi?" Songshi, recently bombarded by the head teacher, wore a rather unfavorable expression. Fu Wan lifted her gaze towards Songshi, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. Songshi's face immediately darkened. "Xie Bingxia, you must understand that you are now in high school. This is a critical juncture in your life, not a time to squander." He emphatically tapped his finger against the desk. Fu Wan quietly observed him, replying, "Teacher, Gu Xiaoyun and my future are equally significant. How old are you? Do you comprehend the weight of the future? I've witnessed countless young couples passionately in love, only to part ways in the end. Was it worth it? The college entrance examination can influence your entire life, while the affection you have now may only affect a few months or years, which is of greater importance." Songshi gazed at Xie Bingxia's calm demeanor, his tone strained yet filled with disappointment. Fu Wan smiled gently. "Teacher, I have stated before that my brother is my family, my friend, and my lover." She raised her clear, resolute eyes to meet Songshi's, saying slowly, This is not a fleeting passion. Even if love fades one day, we will still remain good friends and family. After a moment of silence, Songshi inquired, can you be certain that these feelings will endure? My future includes my brother. And his future includes me. This is our stance, Fu Wan replied in a tranquil tone. As before, Songshi abruptly felt that his words were unsuited to the pair. However, in this era, engaging in a romantic relationship is excessively taxing on one's energy and time. Songshi's emotions settled, and he gazed at the docile young woman before him. Having known him for so many years, I trust you comprehend my meaning. With such a long-standing acquaintance, I believe the affection between you can either evolve into love sooner or later, or it can be tempered somewhat. Teacher, Fu Wan interjected. Even if our affection doesn't transform into love, we will still be the closest of confidants. Having taught for so many years, Songshi was at a loss for words, unsure of how to advise her after Fu Wan's statement. For someone like Gu Xiuyun, maintaining a cordial relationship with others was already exceedingly rare. To have someone enter his world was akin to a redemption. Such a precious occurrence, were it not for the fact that the maiden before him was his student. He might have encouraged and praised her. However, the head of the academic affairs had instructed him to break up this couple at all costs. Songshi put on a stern face. Either you break up with Gu Xiuyun, or you will be disciplined. Just as Fu Wan was about to speak, someone entered from the doorway. The youth was tall and slender, standing before her as if he could shield her from all the hardships of the world. Note my name, Gu Xiuyun said, his eyes slightly raised, exuding a chilling indifference when he looked at people. Songshi said in a deep voice, this is not something you can. The stadium that the Gu family is investing in hasn't been built yet, has it? The youth's voice was cold, but his tone was calm and assured. Songshi seemed to have been suddenly seized by the throat, rendering her speechless. You may leave, he said, casting a fleeting glance at Xie Bingxia. Fu Wan turned her gaze to Gu Xiuyun, whose youthful eyes, when resting upon her, transformed into a gentle spring breeze. Yet, the shadows lurking within his gaze, coupled with his pallid complexion, lent him an air of melancholic fragility. She offered a faint smile to Gu Xiuyun before slowly exiting the office. A twinge of anxiety gripped her as she pondered whether this matter would prompt a call to Xie Wan. I shall resolve this issue for you, Gu Xiuyun remarked, observing the slight furrow of her brow. He pulled a few Wangzai milk candies from his pocket and handed them to her. Sucking on one of the candies, Fu Wan whispered, I don't want my mother to know about this. She would be upset. As they strolled down the corridor before an empty classroom, Gu Xiuyun lowered his head and affectionately ruffled her hair, murmuring in her ear, then why did you still admit it? Whether it was his proximity or the depth of his voice, Fu Wan's heart raced, and she bit her lip, feigning calmness as she replied. Because if I didn't acknowledge it, my brother would be sad, more so than my mother. Gu Xiuyun gazed down at the girl, a smile gracing his lips. Xia Xia, he called out softly to Xie Bingxia, prompting her to instinctively lift her face to meet his gaze. He bent down and kissed her gently on the forehead. Fu Wan stood frozen, her heart pounding at the thought of the office just behind her. Without a second thought, she crouched down and grasped Gu Xiuyun's hand tightly. Gu Xiuyun, Fu Wan. A delicate tension hung in the air, enveloping them in an awkward silence. Fu Wan gazed wide-eyed at Gu Xiuyun. And after a prolonged moment, she feebly uttered, I do not wish for the homeroom teacher to see me. Gu Xiuyun suddenly burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling the young girl's hair as he led her down the stairs. Towering over her with long legs, the petite Xie Bingxia, standing at merely 1.60 meters, found it impossible to keep up, thus she could only trot along behind him. As she jogged, her mind pondered why the tender and romantic scenes depicted in novels had devolved into such an awkward situation in her own life. Was it possible that she lacked the essence of a leading lady? After all, she was merely wielding the script of an early demise supporting character. He escorted Fu Wan to the entrance of Class 1, Grade 11, retrieving a bag of grape-flavored QQ candy from his pocket and slipping it into her own. After affectionately tousling her hair, he turned and walked away. Fu Wan dashed towards her seat with the speed of a 100-meter sprint, anxiously awaiting the examination. Since all the candidates in this examination room were her classmates, their inquisitive gazes seemed to adhere to her, refusing to relent. After all, it was rare for Qinghe to produce a student so inclined to stir up trouble. With great difficulty, Fu Wan completed her test under the weight of everyone's scrutiny. That evening, she shouldered her small backpack and rode home on Gu Xiuyun's bicycle, thinking she could finally relax. However, upon opening the door, she was greeted by several unfamiliar faces. One was an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman, and the other, a young man clad in an expensive suit. Both greeted her warmly and politely upon her arrival. Fu Wan's heart sank momentarily as she smiled towards Xia Wan, asking, "Mom?" Xia Wan appeared somewhat uneasy, her eyes reddening upon seeing Fu Wan. She approached and took her hand, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity without uttering a word. The middle-aged woman then spoke. "You must be Xia, am I correct? I am the steward of the Chui family of XX Group. Xia, mother has something to tell you." Xia Wan suddenly interjected, interrupting the woman's words, as she did not wish for Xia Bingxia to hear this from anyone else. Fu Wan had long been aware of the unfolding narrative, yet reflecting on the years of love and care that Xia Wan had bestowed upon her. Nearly exhausting a lifetime of devotion in nurturing her, Fu Wan felt her eyes welling with tears. "You are not my mother's biological child. You bear a striking resemblance to my daughter, Xia. However, Xia, unfortunately fell into the water, and all I found by the riverbank was you, merely 2 years old." So, at this point, Xia Wan broke down into sobs. "I thought, you are my daughter. Mother, please stop." Fu Wan enveloped Xia Wan in an embrace. The woman coldly observed Xia Wan's tears before continuing. "You are the young lady of the Chui family, the heiress of XX Group. We have come to take you home. 075 the rebellious, devoted, and obsessive school tyrant X the kind-hearted, sensitive female academic. What if I do not wish to return?" The woman had long been prepared with her answer. She looked towards Xia Wan. "Your mother is in the mid-stages of bone cancer. I believe, without the assistance of the Chui family." Fu Wan rose and coldly scrutinized the woman. "What is your name?" The woman was taken aback, but quickly responded, "My name is Chen Xiugui." Fu Wan nodded, a chilling smile gracing her lips. "I shall remember that." Speaking directly in front of Xia Wan, she pondered how much embarrassment and guilt Xia Wan would feel. Because of her illness, Xia Bingxia was compelled to leave her. How much guilt would this exchange of money for her treatment incur? It is merely a matter of a door separating us, yet she chooses to handle this situation with an air of superiority. This indicates that the Chui family does not hold much regard for the lost young lady. "I will accompany you," Fu Wan declared, her gaze fixed sharply and resolutely upon the woman. "If I discover that you are deceiving me, I shall ensure that you and your family face dire consequences." Chen Xiugui shivered under Fu Wan's piercing stare. Her confidence diminished significantly. "The Chui family is not in need of money, rest assured, young lady." Fu Wan turned her attention to Xia Wan, pausing momentarily before kneeling beside the seated woman, speaking softly. "Mother, focus on your recovery. And then we shall find the real Xia, shall we?" Xia Wan embraced Fu Wan, uttering, "Xia, you are truly my Xia." Fu Wan wiped away her tears, saying, "Mother, take care of yourself. I will find the true Xia to keep you company. I am sorry, but I can no longer be with you." Chen Xiugui glanced at the young man, lawyerly, who produced a prepared contract. Fu Wan signed it quietly. "What is the latest I can leave?" she asked, observing the still weeping Xia Wan and contemplating the reality that her mother would no longer wait for her to return home late at night, nor work diligently to buy her new clothes, but instead would grow older alone in her room. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over her. Chen Xiugui's lips twisted into a peculiar smile as she noted, "The contract states that today is the effective date. Young lady, this means you must accompany us now." A surge of indignation ignited within Fu Wan as she frowned at Chen Xiugui. "What if I refuse to leave?" Outside, 18 bodyguards awaited to escort the young lady home. Chen Xiugui's authoritative demeanor resurfaced. "Very well, I shall go." The young girl, with a serene expression, met her gaze with neither deference nor arrogance. Chen Xiugui was momentarily taken aback. The girl's poise and elegance hardly seemed indicative of someone raised in a rural town. However, dismissing any doubts, she scoffed inwardly, recognizing that this return was merely a fade for a liver donation to the true heiress, abandoned by the Chui family at the tender age of 2. The girl's reintroduction into the family would hardly stir any significant ripples. Fu Wan packed lightly, books, a change of clothes, and a few garments lovingly crafted by Xia Wan. After offering a few quiet words of comfort to Xia Wan, she straightened her back and followed Chen Xiugui downstairs to the car. The vehicle navigated through the aged streets, progressing to the bustling city center, before finally heading towards the tranquil and upscale villa district. Dressed in her school uniform, Fu Wan disembarked with her suitcase and accompanied Chen Xiugui into the villa. In the living room, an elderly gentleman sat brewing tea. Upon entering, Chen Shogui lowered her gaze respectfully, announcing, "Sir, the young lady has arrived." Cui Pengqing turned his attention to the girl standing a short distance away, clad in the green and yellow high school uniform, a white shirt, and a light blue plaid skirt. Her feet were adorned with worn black canvas shoes. Her short hair framed a face devoid of makeup, revealing strikingly clear black and white eyes that exuded tranquility and cleanliness. Compared to the meticulously polished floors of the Cui family villa, she appeared somewhat drab, like a humble flower thriving in the wilderness, pure yet unpretentious, unfit for the limelight. "Child, come here." With amiable grace, Cui Pengqing beckoned Fu Wan closer. Fu Wan regarded him with a serene detachment, demurring with a simple refusal. Cui Pengqing was taken aback, anticipating a display of youthful nervousness. Instead, he encountered a direct rejection that slightly wounded his pride. A flicker of displeasure crossed his features, yet he maintained his affable facade. "Do you know who I am?" he inquired. Fu Wan's lips curved into a subtle smile. "Presumably, you are Cui Pengqing, the venerable chairman of the Cui Corporation. Since you are aware of my identity," he continued, casting a stern glance at the seemingly audacious girl, "are you also aware that you should address me as grandfather?" Fu Wan's gaze drifted languidly to the floor. "My grandfather," she began, "would not neglect to bring me home, nor would he compel me to return." Cui Pengqing chuckled softly. After a moment, he poured 2 cups of tea. "You are a clever girl," he remarked. "Come, sit closer. I have matters to discuss with you." With a nod, he gestured to Chen Shogui, who promptly exited the room, closing the door behind her. Fu Wan merely observed the old man with a detached curiosity. The old man smiled genially. "Come, standing must be tiring, and this may take a while." Leaving her suitcase by the door, she turned and settled into a seat beside the old man. Cui Pengqing slid a teacup toward Fu Wan. "We sought your return for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Cui lineage must not be diluted, and after enduring hardship, it is time for us to compensate you. Secondly, your sister has fallen ill, and we wish to ascertain if you might be a suitable match to aid her." "Very well," Fu Wan responded without hesitation, causing Cui Pengqing's hand to momentarily freeze. He merely presented the conditions, intending to gradually coax her into agreement. The invincible principles of the marketplace proved ineffective before this young girl. Indeed, she was just a naive country girl, unaware of the nuances of negotiation. Fu Wan gazed at him, asserting, "I have but one request, to treat my mother, Xia Wan. The specifics I shall personally oversee." Cui Pengqing regarded the girl's calm and earnest demeanor, feeling a sudden wave of sentiment. Such pure and untainted individuals are indeed rare. "What my family, the Cui family, has promised, we shall not evade," he declared. "That is well," Fu Wan replied softly. After finishing his cup of tea, Cui Pengqing turned to Fu Wan and said, "Let us proceed to the hospital. Each day of delay prolongs Yuan's suffering." "Understood." Fu Wan turned and walked to the door, where Chen Shogui awaited her. By the time they arrived at the hospital, it was already past midnight. Thanks to the Cui family's influence, the hospital remained operational throughout the night, conducting a series of tests on Fu Wan. Once the results were in, they could schedule the organ transplant surgery. As for the DNA, the Cui family had discreetly conducted tests on her long ago. Being identical twins, the likelihood of organ rejection was minimal. Following the completion of the surgery, Fu Wan recuperated in the hospital for a time. The school remained oblivious to the Cui family's actions, and no whispers of the matter spread. When Fu Wan returned to school, it coincided with the transfer of Cui Yuan, the protagonist of this narrative, to Qinghe High School. Upon her arrival, she caused quite a stir, swiftly being hailed as the most beautiful campus belle in the history of Qinghe. 076, a headstrong yet devoted school tyrant, X a kind and sensitive academic prodigy. After leaving the hospital, Fu Wan was welcomed into the Cui family. However, the Cui family did not publicly announce the return of their eldest daughter, nor did they make efforts to suppress the news. Upon seeing Fu Wan, who had been missing for over half a month, Caillou anxiously inquired, "Xia, the teacher mentioned you underwent an appendectomy. How is your recovery?" "It's going well," Fu Wan replied with a smile. Before Caillou could say more, the classroom was suddenly filled with commotion. Fu Wan instinctively glanced towards the door. A young man strode confidently into the classroom, heading straight for her desk. Fu Wan stood up instinctively and ran towards Gu Xiaoyun. She threw herself into his embrace, and he slightly arched his shoulders, holding her tightly, as if afraid she might vanish. Gu Xiaoyun's voice was somewhat hoarse as he whispered in her ear, "Xia, do you know? I've missed you to the point of madness." "Brother," I'm here, Fu Wan murmured softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The classmates, overwhelmed by the display of affection, were left in a state of bewilderment. 99. Someone shouted, startling Fu Wan and causing her heart to race, her cheeks flushing. Gu Xiaoyun lifted her effortlessly and turned to carry her out of the classroom. Fu Wan felt the gaze of her classmates glued to the two of them, and she weakly protested, I want to walk by myself. The young man tightened his grip, and Fu Wan let out a soft gasp. Xia Xia, right now, I feel as if I am in a dream. The youth whispered softly in her ear, shifted his stance, and cradled her in his arms as he traversed the corridor, descending the staircase and striding directly to the flower bed outside the teaching building. Only then did he set her down. Fu Wan gazed at Gu Xiaoyun, whose countenance appeared exceedingly haggard, with sunken cheekbones and bloodshot eyes, the dark circles beneath them revealing his fatigue. The scent of tobacco lingered around him. His gaze upon her resembled that of a fleeting meteor, one that could vanish at any moment. I'm sorry. Fu Wan blinked, rising on her toes to kiss the youth's lips. A faint fragrance of strawberry milk enveloped her, and Gu Xiaoyun leaned down to kiss her gently, the crisp autumn breeze sweeping through, as if dispersing the terrifying nightmares that haunted him. Gu Xiaoyun released Xia Bingxia and inquired, Where have you been? I sought you. Yet, the school refused to disclose any information. As for the hospitals, despite leveraging the Gu family's connections, I could uncover nothing. He harbored a desire to scour the entire city, yet feared she was not within its bounds. Fu Wan smiled, her eyes curving playfully. I was taken back by the Chui family. What Chui? His brow twitched suddenly as he turned to Fu Wan. The Chui Corporation? Indeed, I am the young lady of the Chui family, and from now on, no one shall say I am unworthy of you. Fu Wan teased with a charming smile. Gu Xiaoyun's expression grew increasingly grim as he regarded Fu Wan, his fingertips digging into his palm, blood trickling down. Startled, Fu Wan lowered her gaze and gently took his hand, prying open his fingers. Brother, please don't do this. Her voice carried a hint of sorrow, causing Gu Xiaoyun's heart to soften as he embraced Fu Wan tightly. Xia Xia, henceforth, my dear brother shall ensure that you suffer not the slightest harm. At noon, during lunchtime, Fu Wan awaited her usual rendezvous with Gu Xiaoyun. However, upon exiting the classroom, she encountered Chui Yuan striding towards her. The young girl's complexion was as pale and translucent as snow, her thick, dark curls tied loosely into a high ponytail adorned with a burgundy bow. Beneath her school uniform jacket, she wore a burgundy sweatshirt, complemented by black trousers that hugged her long, slender legs, white knee-high socks, and maroon sneakers. She exuded an air of grace, confidence, and vitality. Almost everyone's gaze gravitated toward her, their eyes entranced. Chui Yuan approached Fu Wan with determination, smiling as she linked arms with her. Sister, shall we dine together? At this utterance, a girl in the crowd let out a piercing shriek. The onlookers' eyes flitted back and forth between the two, their curiosity intensifying. Yet none dared to initiate conversation. In terms of features, the two bore a striking resemblance. However, their dispositions and styles differed, and with Xia Bingxia's short hair obscuring her profile, the similarity was not readily apparent. In the original narrative, Chui Yuan is depicted as a kind-hearted and lively girl, albeit somewhat carefree. Fu Wan felt that in comparison, she might indeed be rather petty. Thus, she withdrew her hand and regarded Chui Yuan with composure, stating, No need, we are not familiar. Unfamiliar, yet she was inadvertently forced to offer her heart. Although the Chui family had assisted Xia Wan, Fu Wan found it impossible to suppress her disdain for them. In this world, there exist individuals who remain blissfully indifferent, treating everything lightly, while others can acutely feel the pain of every scar and choose to steer clear. Chui Yuan was taken aback and lowered her voice, saying, I am truly grateful to you, and my entire family feels remorse for the wrongs we have done to you, so. She reached out to grasp Fu Wan's sleeve. Fu Wan shrugged off Chui Yuan's hand, furrowing her brow as she regarded her. I have no ties with your Chui family. My assistance is solely to save my mother. I do not require your gratitude. This is merely an exchange of equal value. Chui Yuan's eyes were filled with astonishment, and she then glanced at Xia Bingxia as though observing a cold-blooded creature. Fu Wan curled her lips into a slight smile, her demeanor icy as she informed Chui Yuan. In any place outside the Chui family, I am Xia Bingxia, not Cuiji. However, Chui Yuan, momentarily flustered, responded, Yet you have still helped me, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Thus, I hope we can be friends and family. I will represent the Chui family to compensate you. Suddenly, Fu Wan comprehended why the archetype of the naive and sweet female protagonist had fallen out of fashion. Observing the simple-minded and innocent Chui Yuan before her, she slowly replied, "But I do not wish to be your friend, nor do I wish to accept your kindness. Do you understand?" With that, Fu Wan turned to leave. She had no desire for further dialogue. It was merely 15 minutes into their lunch hour, and already 5 precious minutes had elapsed. If she did not hurry, she would be late. Chui Yuan grasped Fu Wan's hand once more, insisting, "But this is a debt we, the Chui family, owe you. Regardless of your acceptance, I am determined to compensate you." Fu Wan muttered to the system, "Can I give this person a good thrashing?" The system replied, "She is the female lead, wake up." Fu Wan retorted, "Are you telling me that this character, as the female lead, won't drive the male lead to madness?" The aloof academic and the naive sweetheart are the quintessential couple, while someone like you, who is merely foolish without a hint of sweetness, is destined to part ways with the heroine. Fu Wan, I can shoulder a 40-meter blade. In her determination to shake off Chui Yuan, Fu Wan rolled up her sleeves and sprinted towards the cafeteria, ultimately making her way to Gu Xiuyun's side. The young man, observing the girl rushing towards him, instinctively curled the corners of his lips upward and gently ruffled her hair, signaling her to come along. Chui Yuan arrived a moment later, catching sight of Gu Xiuyun's retreating figure, causing her to shudder involuntarily, yet she called out, "Xie Bingxia, I'll join you, wait for me." With that, she dashed towards Fu Wan. Gu Xiuyun halted abruptly, and Chui Yuan collided with his back, stumbling backward before landing unceremoniously on the ground. The young man turned, towering over her, his gaze as chilling as that of a malevolent specter, sending shivers down her spine as she dared not breathe. The rebellious yet devoted campus ruler meets the kind-hearted and sensitive academic. The young man leaned closer, his dark eyes brimming with intense malice as he fixed his gaze on Chui Yuan, slowly uttering, "Stay away from Xia." Chui Yuan shivered, but her eyes fell upon the serene Xie Bingxia. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her fear of Gu Xiuyun, declaring, "Sister, I want to have lunch with you." The girl's gaze was bright and resolute, and though her tenacity might seem somewhat foolish, it rendered her uniquely special. Fu Wan did not harbor any disdain for the sparkling, naive girl before her. However, she found the girl's behavior, akin to taking advantage while feigning innocence, rather irksome. With a faint smile, she regarded her and said, "You waste my time with your one-sided affections. Don't you think you are quite bothersome?" Chui Yuan was taken aback by Fu Wan's words and instinctively retorted, "I am not trying to waste." "You are indeed wasting my time," Fu Wan interjected. "There are only 6 minutes left for lunch. Do you believe I have time to spare?" Furrowing her brow, Fu Wan continued, "You think that by unilaterally desiring our friendship and seeking to compensate me, you can alleviate your sense of guilt, correct? Your intentions are to repay me, to rid yourself of any remorse." Chui Yuan had never anticipated that the seemingly obedient and quiet girl before her could articulate such piercing truths. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. With renewed determination, Fu Wan leaned closer to Chui Yuan's ear and whispered, "You have used my mother's illness as leverage to coerce me into giving you my liver. While the manner in which this was done is rather unbecoming, that transaction has concluded. This matter is finished. Your public insistence on clinging to me makes it appear as though I am the one tormenting you. In reality, you are merely attempting to absolve your guilt for having taken my liver. You wish to avoid being seen as a villain, yet you have forced me into that role, haven't you?" The Chui family had informed Chui Yuan that Xie Bingxia had volunteered, seeking to trade her liver to save her mother. As she recalled the look Xie Bingxia had cast upon her from the very beginning, a sudden realization dawned upon her. The truth was far from what she had believed. "I'm sorry, I will ensure that my parents provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Chui Yuan arose from the ground, attempting to grasp Xie Bingxia's sleeve. Gu Xiuyun stepped in front of Fu Wan, pushing Chui Yuan away with a frigid tone, "Begone." Fu Wan felt a profound discomfort from Chui Yuan's words about her parents. Even though she was not the original Xie Bingxia, she still felt disgusted on Xie Bingxia's behalf. "Chui Yuan," Fu Wan said coolly, gazing at her, "I advise you not to approach me, or else." In truth, although the Chui family's actions were loathsome, they had aided Xie Wan. Thus, Fu Wan considered the matter a transaction, which didn't seem entirely unjust. However, the original owner, as the Chui family's daughter, being repulsed by the Chui family and Chui Yuan like this, she felt an intense revulsion. Then, Gu Xiaoyun watched as the young girl behind him rolled her school uniform sleeves above her elbows, slowly approached Cui Yuan, and landed a punch squarely on Cui Yuan's stomach. The system emitted an excited squawk. Holy crap, you actually resort to violence. Your idiotic, Zen-like persona is crumbling. Cui Yuan doubled over, clutching her stomach, emitting a painful groan. Gu Xiaoyun, too stunned to intervene in time, seized the girl, pulling her behind him. Fu Wan calmly told the system in her mind, you might not believe it, but before I entered the orphanage, I was begging on the streets. Back then, as the fight king, I always begged in the best spot in our area. And my performance among my peers was quite remarkable. Moreover, I've discovered that violence is indeed very effective when dealing with people who have something wrong in their heads. System, why do I detect a hint of pride? Fu Wan, shouldn't I feel proud? System, is begging for alms something to be proud of? Fu Wan pondered for a moment and replied, in every profession, there is a master of the craft. Besides, what distinction is there in occupations? System. As Fu Wan observed the crowd bustling over to greet Cui Yuan with pleasantries, she silently added, yet, people do possess distinctions, for everyone has a brain. A few girls cast a glance at Gu Xiaoyun and Xie Bingxia before guiding Cui Yuan away. Fu Wan slowly rolled down her sleeves, tidied her disheveled bangs from the earlier scuffle, and, with practiced ease, grasped Gu Xiaoyun's arm. Brother, let us go buy some bread. Gu Xiaoyun entered the small shop with the young girl, where both selected a pineapple bun. Gu Xiaoyun also grabbed 2 bottles of yogurt and 2 sausages. After paying, they leisurely made their way back to the classroom. In the first-year office, what is wrong with Cui Yuan? The homeroom teacher of class 2, year 1, looked anxiously at the girls. We are not certain. We only know that she was with Gu Xiaoyun and Xie Bingxia. And someone saw Gu Xiaoyun scaring her. One girl replied. The teacher furrowed her brow. All right. You may return. Ask Cui Yuan to come here. A few minutes later, Cui Yuan entered the office, her face somewhat pale, and politely greeted, hello, teacher. The teacher hesitated for a moment. I noticed you seem unwell, and I saw you dining with Gu Xiaoyun and Xie Bingxia. I wanted to inquire if they have been bullying you. Should any misfortune befall the esteemed Miss Cui, this homeroom teacher's tenure would be irrevocably concluded. Cui Yuan hastily demurred. Absolutely not. Nothing of the sort. Are you certain? Before Cui Yuan could respond, Xie Bingxia, who had been retrieving Song Shi's chemistry papers, entered the scene. Upon seeing Xie Bingxia, Cui Yuan instinctively clutched her abdomen, only to elicit a sharp intake of breath from the resulting pain. The homeroom teacher's suspicions were immediately confirmed. Xie Bingxia, please step over here. Fu Wan strode forward. Addressing the homeroom teacher of class 2, teacher, what seems to be the matter? Did you and Gu Xiaoyun perhaps mistreat Cui Yuan from our class? Fu Wan turned her gaze towards Cui Yuan, who blushed crimson and frantically waved her hands at the homeroom teacher. Teacher, there's truly nothing of the kind. Fu Wan's gaze did not linger on Cui Yuan's face. She merely glanced before turning to the homeroom teacher of class 2, nodding slightly. Indeed, I struck her. The homeroom teacher of class 2 harbored a slight sense of disbelief. Song Shi, entering the office, overheard the declaration, furrowed his brow, and stepped forward, drawing Xie Bingxia protectively behind him. You, with your slender limbs, assaulting someone? Who could you possibly overpower? Old Shun, Xie Bingxia is a student under my direct supervision. Diligent and conscientious. She would never strike Cui Yuan. However, observing Song Shi's unwavering defense of his student without ascertaining the facts, the homeroom teacher of class 2's countenance darkened. But your student herself confessed. Song Shi remained steadfastly positioned in front of Xie Bingxia. Her confession does not necessarily equate to culpability. Behold her physique and demeanor. Does she project the image of one capable of inflicting harm? To pronounce judgment without ascertaining the truth, to insist it was Xie Bingxia. Is this the conduct befitting a teacher? You. The homeroom teacher of class 2 turned towards Cui Yuan. Cui Yuan, speak. Was it Xie Bingxia who struck you? Cui Yuan, her face flushed crimson, responded. No, it was not. The homeroom teacher of class 2 lamented inwardly. How vexing. None of my own students will stand up for me. Observed Xie Bingxia, obediently standing behind Lao Song. Augmenting his presence, Song Shi retrieved the examination papers from the desk. Let us proceed to the classroom. Fu Wan promptly followed Song Shi. Chapter 78. An untamed, devoted, and obsessive school bully meets a kind-hearted and sensitive female academic once beyond the confines of the office. Song Shi lowered his voice to address Fu Wan. Who is Cui Yuan? The heiress of the Cui Corporation. How could you possibly offend her? Consider your mother, and then yourself. Should you receive a demerit? You will forfeit your opportunity for a recommendation. Songshi was exasperated. She may appear to be the most well-behaved student in the class, yet she engages in both romantic entanglements and altercations. Moreover, her family circumstances are precarious. Who will shield her? Some individuals' lives cannot withstand tempests, for they possess no shelter overhead, no support behind them. They must rely on their solitary courage to navigate forward in the hope of glimpsing a ray of light. Songshi cast a glance at Xiebingxia. Did you truly strike her? He maintained faith in the character of his student. Xiebingxia is a girl of profound sentiment, strong moral principles, and keen insight. If she resorted to violence, it is likely she endured some genuine grievance. Contemplating this, Songshi added, if you have anything to share, please do so. I will do my utmost to assist you. Fu Wan, clutching a stack of papers, raised her eyes to Songshi and replied, it's nothing, thank you. Teacher. Observing the young girl's quiet yet resolute smile, her dark eyes shimmering with light, Songshi couldn't help but smile back. That's good. I will handle this matter for you. Fu Wan distributed all the papers, then took out a piece of draft paper to complete one of the assignments. After reviewing the vocabulary for the dictation scheduled for the afternoon, she rested her head on the desk and fell asleep. In her dreams, she was a small child, walking down the street in a pair of tattered shoes, the ground beneath her a mix of ice and filthy water. She was bundled in a haphazard array of old clothing, and whether due to their size or age, she felt a chilling tremor shake her, her teeth chattering rhythmically. A beggar, vying for territory, threatened her, and in a moment of desperation, Fu Wan seized a chunk of ice from the ground and hurled it at him. She lunged forward, biting, clawing, and scratching, rolling with the beggar amidst the icy puddles, her skin torn and bloodied, each wound searing against the ice. She fought fiercely, ultimately driving the beggar away. Though her strength and agility were not in her favor, her fearlessness and resilience set her apart. She understood that without a reckless fight for survival, she might not see another day. Unlike the timid beggars around her, she was different. Nearby, a child on the brink of freezing lay in a filthy gutter, drenched through. Perhaps the water was too contaminated to freeze. Fu Wan hesitated for a moment, prodding the child with a stick. Was he dead? The child stirred slightly. After a moment of uncertainty, Fu Wan glanced at her soiled attire and resolutely rolled up her sleeves to drag him from the water. The child was slightly younger than she, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life, his clothes drenched in murky water, covered in spoiled food and noodles. His eyes were dark, and due to his emaciation, they appeared strikingly large. Fu Wan gazed into his eyes and, after a moment of reflection, inquired, do you wish to live or to die? The child remained silent, prompting Fu Wan to retrieve a steaming bun from her embrace, nibbling on it while awaiting a response. The savory aroma of the meat bun was tantalizing, and Fu Wan, with a gnawing hunger, felt she could devour 10 of them in one sitting. She ate voraciously, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Live. Fu Wan hesitated again, noticing a flicker of life in the child's dark eyes. From a very young age, she had understood that for some individuals, existence was a prolonged torment. For instance, she endured hunger with every meal. Compassionately, she pressed half of her bun into his mouth, swiftly stripped off his wet clothing, and wrapped him in her tattered, dry outer garment. After a moment's reflection, she took out the 10 yuan she had saved for a long time and purchased 3 steamed buns. Giving 2 to the child, she devoured one hungrily, then carried the child into her doghouse. In her dreams, Fu Wan wished to ask his name. Just then, a sudden tremor jolted her awake, a wave of weightlessness startling her from her slumber. Caillou cast a glance at her and inquired, did you have a nightmare? Fu Wan, tousling her disheveled bangs, secured them with a clip and absent-mindedly replied, while rummaging through her physics workbook, yes. Caillou, intrigued, asked, why does Miss Chui call you sister? Fu Wan rolled her eyes, dismissing the comment. She's just blind. While solving a math problem, Caillou remarked, moreover, she's been clinging to you, and you haven't been to school for over half a month. Could there be some connection? You've already begun a romance with the school tyrant, which perfectly aligns with the narrative arc of campus romances. So, following that trajectory, could it be that you and Chui Yuan are actually the swapped daughters of wealthy families? In that moment, Fu Wan felt as though she had missed out on many captivating tales by not reading novels in recent years. Sister, do continue. Recently, the trend of the real daughter being a white lotus had emerged, but according to the latest currents, the false daughter seems to embody that role more frequently. Although her deskmate appeared to be a fresh and innocent flower, deep down, She was just as wild and foolish as Fu Wan. Meanwhile, the eldest Miss Chui, publicly feigning fragility and clinging to Fu Wan, made it seem as if Fu Wan was bullying her in front of everyone. It certainly had a certain flavor. Caillou, tapping her forehead with a pen, transcribed her calculated answer onto the paper. Fu Wan inquired how the academic prodigy had time to grasp the latest trends in romantic novels. Caillou subtly revealed that she had been a prominent figure on a certain novel website for some time, burning the midnight oil to write, while also squeezing in time to observe popular novels, living a life that was both fulfilling and arduous. Impressive, Fu Wan exclaimed in shock, sincerely offering coffee to the esteemed figure. Caillou took a sip from Fu Wan's mug and exclaimed, "Xia xia, now I too have indirectly kissed you. Round it off. I can say I have grasped a glimpse of goose delight." Just as Fu Wan was about to express that if she continued with her flirtatious banter, she would no longer cover for her during class naps, a voice from the classroom door exclaimed in shock. She looked up to see the English class representative, burdened with a stack of papers, entering the room. Upon entering, he addressed the classmates in the front row. "Guess what I just saw in the office?" One of the front row classmates playfully tapped the representative's head, urging him not to keep them in suspense. With the speed of someone who had been single for 15 years, the representative recounted, "I witnessed Gu apologizing to old Shun from class 2 in front of our homeroom teacher. He even mentioned writing a self-reflection to be presented at the flag-raising ceremony next week." The classroom erupted with exclamations of disbelief. The news sent everyone into a frenzy. "You must explain this." Gu, known for never needing to reflect on his actions after fights, was now apologizing? What had he done to warrant an apology to old Shun? Could it be about what happened at noon? Caillou exclaimed, eagerly flipping through her notebook, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister, let me gather the first-hand material." Fu Wan merely responded with silence. 079 defiant, yet devoted school tyrant X kind-hearted sensitive academic achiever. Fu Wan glanced at the clock on the backboard, grabbed her physics book, and dashed out of the classroom. She nonchalantly sauntered towards the entrance of the Year 11 Science Department office, unexpectedly colliding with the youth just as he was about to leave. Unable to halt her momentum, she stumbled directly into Gu Xiaoyun's embrace. Gu Xiaoyun's initial reflex was to push away, but upon realizing it was Fu Wan, he swiftly drew her into his arms. Fu Wan, having been first unceremoniously pushed away and then drawn into an embrace, was left speechless. "Xia xia, what brings you here?" Gu Xiaoyun inquired, his gaze descending upon the maiden in his arms. The youth's tone was deep and resonant, and her face was nearly pressed against his chest, the strong rhythm of his heart audible in her ear. Recalling that song, she, who might be sipping on wolfberry tea, could be inside the office. Fu Wan's cheeks flushed instantly. She tugged at Gu Xiaoyun's collar, leading him around the corner. Clutching his lapel, she gingerly emerged from his embrace, her fair face peeking out. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her cheeks puffed out as she widened her eyes at him. "What are you doing in the Year 11 office?" Gu Xiaoyun replied with affected nonchalance. "Nothing much, just came to deliver sushi to you and happened to stop by." As he spoke, he retrieved an exquisitely charming pink box from his pocket and offered it to her. Fu Wan gazed at the small box, which featured an endearing bunny, adorned with dried flowers and ribbons. So delicate, so adorable. Fu Wan bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. She suppressed her desire to accept the ultra-cute box and examine its contents. Instead, she stood on tiptoe, adopted a solemn expression, and extended a hand to brace herself against the wall behind Gu Xiaoyun. Tilting her face upward, she closed the distance between them. "Brother, you had better tell the truth." Gu Xiaoyun, however, broke into a smile. The youth's gentle expression, with a softness in his eyes and the corners of his brows, resembled the first thaw of ice and snow in the depths of winter, touched by a glimmer of sunlight, strikingly handsome and deeply affectionate, rendering one unable to avert their gaze. Fu Wan was momentarily entranced. The young man wrapped his right arm around Fu Wan's waist, cradling her in a half embrace, leaning down so that their foreheads touched. "Xia xia, in this state, I do not wish for others to see you." Gu Xiaoyun's voice was deep and husky, his dark eyes piercing into Fu Wan's, filled with focused tenderness. Fu Wan blinked in a daze. Gu Xiaoyun chuckled softly, observing the girl feigning a formidable demeanor, akin to a little rabbit bluffing, adorably unaware of her own charm. No one could resist being moved. Some individuals possess an aura that, regardless of how imposing they may appear, emanates a sense of purity and gentleness. Take Xie Bing Xia, for instance. From the moment she stepped through that door one summer day, He instantly perceived the gentle and clean essence that enveloped her. Despite her youth and innocence at that time, she harbored a profound awareness of all the injustices and impurities in the world while still embodying an unwavering sincerity and softness. If Cui Yuan was good because he had never witnessed malice, then Xie Bingxia was good because she had encountered it. It seemed as though he intuitively understood that such a kind-hearted and pure girl would not disdain him for his inner turmoil and brooding nature. But why? Gu Xiaoyun furrowed his brows slightly, a fleeting fragment flashing through his mind, a compassionate and gentle woman gazing steadfastly at him, pressing his hand against her heart. Trust me. Gu Xiaoyun's heart skipped a beat, instinctively prompting him to seek the identity of the woman before him, as another fragment flickered past. The woman appeared to be enduring some excruciating pain, her form gradually becoming translucent. Yet, she stubbornly gazed at him and proclaimed, "Trust me, the one I love is you." Gu Xiaoyun yearned to extract more thoughts, yet a severe headache assailed him. He pressed his temples, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Fu Wan, noticing his sudden expression of anguish, hurriedly reached out to touch his forehead. "What is it? Are you unwell?" "I'm fine." He resolved not to dwell on those thoughts, and the headache dissipated swiftly. Suddenly, the system interjected, "Host, I have just detected an anomaly." Fu Wan immediately inquired, "What anomaly?" The system replied, "I have previously informed you that awakening a Jing's memories from each world would enable your union. However, such occurrences contravene the laws of the heavenly order. Yet, while the heavenly rules may be merciless, they are not absolute. Therefore, a Jing recalling memories from other worlds constitutes anomalous data, yet for you, it serves as a foreshadowing. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Fu Wan quickly grasped the concept. Although this matter currently represented anomalous data, as long as it progressed logically and reasonably, it would ultimately be accepted by the heavenly order, correct? Indeed. Fu Wan exhaled, relieved that she might succeed in helping a Jing remember the memories of different worlds. Having taken the first step, she recognized that this path was indeed viable. Gu Xiaoyun affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, choosing not to ponder the inexplicable memories any further. He thrust the lunchbox into her hands, urging her to return to class promptly. "Did you admit to assaulting Cui Yuan?" she inquired, remaining stationary. Gu Xiaoyun neither affirmed nor denied, stating, "This is my responsibility, and you must not bear the consequences in my stead." With unwavering resolve, Fu Wan gazed at him, attempting to pull him toward the office. "We must clarify matters with Teacher Chen." The youth remained steadfast, unyielding to Xie Bingxia's efforts. After a considerable struggle, Fu Wan, breathless and fatigued, found Gu Xiaoyun still rooted to the spot, his hand gently resting on her shoulder. "Xia, do not delineate between us," Gu Xiaoyun implored, bending down to lift the girl into his arms. Alarmed, Fu Wan executed a nimble maneuver, extricating herself from his embrace and grasping the stair railing. With impassioned fervor, she exclaimed, "Teacher Chen, I am here to confess. Would reciting a self-criticism before the entire school next week suffice?" Gu Xiaoyun was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Startled by Fu Wan's outcry, the grade 2 homeroom teacher within the office nearly faltered. Knowing that Xie Bingxia and presumably Gu Xiaoyun were present, he deigned to emerge from the office. Gu Xiaoyun swiftly retrieved the young girl from the stairs. The grade 2 homeroom teacher observed Xie Bingxia standing erect, her gaze filled with the unique vitality and dark circles of a youthful patriot. "You are willing to recite a self-criticism before the entire school?" he inquired. "You are prepared to admit your transgression?" Recalling the embarrassment he had previously suffered in front of Xie Bingxia, he now felt a subtle sense of triumph, scrutinizing Xie Bingxia with an air of superiority. Bullying classmates is quite egregious behavior. Were it not for the absence of dire consequences, such actions would warrant disciplinary action, you know? You should personally apologize to classmate Cui Yuan, and then follow through with what you said. Fu Wan meekly accepted the spittle that came her way. However, before she could even nod in agreement, the boy stepped directly in front of her, addressing the homeroom teacher of class 2. "Teacher, I have already clarified the matter with you. Xie Bingxia has no involvement whatsoever." The boy's gaze was cold, and, "Teacher, we're leaving." Fu Wan hastily attempted to retort, but swept her up into his arms, constrained by the presence of the class 2 homeroom teacher. Fu Wan refrained from another mid-air split and obediently allowed to carry her away. The class 2 homeroom teacher watched their departing figures, feeling a pang of envy. Having made a fruitless trip, Fu Wan felt a surge of panic upon seeing her classmates all facing the front of the classroom. The English teacher stood at the lectern, currently delivering a passionate lecture. Fu Wan glanced back at, whose eyes held a hint of amusement. Hurry back to class. Fu Wan stuffed the bento box into her pocket, glared at with indignation, clutched her physics textbook, and approached the classroom door with trepidation, meekly calling out, "Excuse me." The English teacher frowned, looking at her. "Class has been in session for 10 minutes. Where have you been?" With the weight of over 50 pairs of eyes scrutinizing her, Fu Wan trembled as she clutched the physics book to her chest. She feigned a reason for her absence, claiming a visit to the office for inquiries, but in truth, she had merely gone to the restroom. The English teacher, with a blank expression, nodded in acknowledgement, reminding her to be mindful of time in the future. Fu Wan swiftly returned to her seat, hastily flipping open her English book, and exhaled a sigh of relief. The sensation of entering the classroom under the gaze of the entire class was overwhelmingly unbearable for any student. It was simply too embarrassing. Caillou regarded Fu Wan with an understanding expression, inquiring, "How was it?" Fu Wan found herself at a loss for words and could only gaze back at Caillou with an innocent look, unsure of how to respond. Her cheeks were lightly flushed, and her sparkling eyes brimmed with innocence, making her appear utterly adorable. Caillou, captivated by her charm, couldn't resist pinching Xie Bingxia's soft, fair cheek, exclaiming, "Oh my, Gu Dalao is simply too delighted. I wish to have such a lovely little wife too." Fu Wan looked at her with an expression of mild concern, advising, "Dear, be a bit smarter in your next life. If you're reborn as a boy, you could experience double the joy." Caillou retorted, "Are girls not entitled to double the happiness?" Fu Wan replied, "Can you manage that?" Caillou shot back playfully, "Oh woman, care to come to my bed tonight and see if I can handle it? Do you believe I could keep you from getting out of bed?" Fu Wan pressed down on Caillou's restless head, reminding her that the English teacher had already cast a glance in their direction. Caillou quickly covered her mouth, adopting the demeanor of a model student. In an effort to restore her reputation in the eyes of her English teacher, Fu Wan diligently began to take notes, finally alleviating the scrutiny directed towards her and Caillou. During the break, Fu Wan opened her pink lunchbox. Tears of envy streamed from the corners of Caillou's eyes as she lamented her lack of appetite, claiming she could barely manage 10. Fu Wan, in a somewhat stingy manner, offered Caillou 2 sushi rolls, reserving the remaining 6 for herself, and contemplated washing the charming little box to keep it for storing delicate trinkets. Before the evening study session ended, Gu Xiuyun arrived early outside the classroom. The other students had grown accustomed to Gu Xiuyun frequently escorting Xie Bingxia, so there was little commotion. Fu Wan pondered the implications of living with the Cui family, realizing she could no longer hitch a ride on Gu Xiuyun's bicycle. Yet, how could she forego the opportunity to embrace romance in the remaining 6 months? After much contemplation, she was uncertain of how to proceed. Ultimately, Fu Wan cunningly slipped out of the classroom during the last 5 minutes of study to inform Gu Xiuyun. He did not strike one as someone without luxurious transportation. Perhaps he resided nearby in a villa district. With this thought in mind, Fu Wan softly confided, "The Cui family has signed a contract with me, and I must now leave my mother, which means I am living with the Cui family." The young man lowered his gaze upon her, questioning why she had not sought him out. Xie Wan's medical expenses were beyond what Xie Bingxia could manage at present, yet the Gu family could afford it. While Xie Wan's illness required financial means for treatment, her ailment could only be healed by Xie Bingxia. Her presence was far more valuable than the wealth of the Gu family. She was deserving. Fu Wan sighed inwardly. If she deviated from the narrative, she would face obliteration by the will of fate. Given the circumstances, she turned to her brother and asked, "May I ride in your car back to the Cui residence?" Fu Wan gazed at him. Gu Xiuyun gently ruffled her hair, his expression softening slightly. "Be good. Why not come to my home?" Taken aback, Fu Wan hesitated. Gu Xiuyun softly continued, "At my place, it's just me and a housekeeper. Staying with me would be far better than at the Cui family's." Indeed, the demeanor of each member of the Cui family toward her was rather peculiar. Even the servants treated her with a palpable indifference and deliberate disdain. As someone adept at navigating such social nuances, she could easily ignore their veiled barbs. However, when necessary, she felt compelled to retaliate, which required considerable mental fortitude, a tiresome and bothersome endeavor. As a person of serene disposition, Fu Wan felt her resolve wavering. "Come home with me," she finally said. Gu Xiuyun's lips curled into a smile just as the school bell rang, causing a commotion to erupt in the classroom. The young man retrieved a bottle of warm AD calcium from his pocket, perfectly tempered from the heat, inserted a straw, and handed it to her. Fu Wan accepted the AD calcium, took a sip, and nodded at Gu Xiuyun, affirming her agreement. feigning that she had secured her accommodation. She dismissed the Chui family's driver and Chui Yuan. Once the school corridor was devoid of pedestrians, the young man made a call for the driver to come, and together with Fu Wan, they stepped into the vehicle. Gu Xiaoyun unzipped his backpack and took out a box of neatly cut fruit along with several packets of QQ candy, offering them to Fu Wan. It's already past 9. Eating this might make you gain weight, Fu Wan remarked softly. Gu Xiaoyun chuckled softly, leaning close to her ear and remarked, Xia Xia. You are even more adorable with a little extra weight. Fu Wan's heart fluttered, pondering how this charming rogue possessed such an impressive talent for flirtation. Today was not the first time she felt her cheeks flush under his playful banter. With a light cough, she retorted, if we're going to be chubby, let's be chubby together. With that, she decisively opened a pack of QQ candy and popped one into Gu Xiaoyun's mouth. As he chewed on the candy, Gu Xiaoyun's gaze wandered to the young girl beside him, slowly savoring her fruit, while the scenery outside the window blurred past, gradually leading them homeward. For the first time in his life, he felt an anticipation for returning home and for the future. If Xia Xia were to accompany him, living this way might not be so bad after all. Having nearly finished a box of fruit, they arrived at the Gu residence. Fu Wan followed closely behind him as he entered. The house was eerily silent. Despite its exquisite arrangement, it bore an air of desolation, devoid of any warmth. The youth, accustomed to this solitude, led her inside and guided her to the second floor. He stopped at the penultimate room, opened the door, revealing a pristine guest room, sparse in decoration and belongings. Tonight, you can make do with this. Tomorrow, I will arrange your room, he assured her. Although Fu Wan had stayed in a similar room at the Chui residence, this space felt far more tranquil and serene. All right, she replied with a smile directed at Gu Xiaoyun. He added, my room is next door. If you need anything, feel free to call for me. Fu Wan nodded obediently. Gu Xiaoyun turned and entered his room, retrieving a set of clothes. You may wear these for now. I shall prepare more for you by tomorrow. Please bear with it for the time being, all right? The cold, white corridor lights illuminated the youthful, handsome contours of his profile, accentuating his gentle and striking features. Fu Wan accepted Gu Xiaoyun's clothes and nodded obediently, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, brother. Gu Xiaoyun then inquired, what time do you plan to sleep? I can warm some milk for you. Fu Wan initially intended to explain that she preferred to wash up first and would not drink milk after her shower. However, the system interjected. If you share a bed with Gu Xiaoyun, I can assist you in entering his dreams and implant occurrences from other realms into his subconscious. Fu Wan replied, it's merely a wall between us. I believe you can manage it. With just a thin veil of consciousness separating them, she challenged the system to attempt controlling his dreams. The system displayed its commendable knack for retorts. Fu Wan scratched her head, contemplating. Perhaps she could feign that it was late and persuade Gu Xiaoyun to sleep in her room. That should work, shouldn't it? Gu Xiaoyun noticed the heavy backpack resting on the girl's back and frowned slightly, but simply said, all right, I will bring you warm milk shortly. Fu Wan entered her room, placing the weighty backpack on the table before sneaking into the bathroom with Gu Xiaoyun's clothes. She realized she had left her usual toiletries at the Chui residence and had forgotten her beloved strawberry milk shower gel. As the shower was turned on, Fu Wan squeezed some shower gel from the bottle, creating a rich lather with the bath sponge. In the warm mist of the bathroom, a subtle aroma of lemon and mint quickly filled the air. After her bath, Fu Wan donned Gu Xiaoyun's white shirt and black cotton trousers. With a few swift motions, she dried her damp hair, set the hairdryer aside, and reclined in a chair, half-slumped, pulling out her exercise book and exam papers. She swept her bangs back and began to wrestle with the problems using a gel pen and a sheet of draft paper. The room was enveloped in a serene silence. The night in the villa district astonishingly still. Having only brought back 2 exam papers and 3 exercise books, Fu Wan completed her work by 11:30. Now, all that remained was to await Gu Xiaoyun's return. Glancing around, she decisively opened a certain novel app. As she gazed at the familiar interface, tears of emotion welled up in her heart. She then confidently entered a novel titled After Becoming the Cannon Fodder in the Male Protagonist's Harem. I achieved happiness with the villain. Fu Wan felt a deep resonance with the story, prompting her to dive in. To her delight, she was immediately engulfed in sweetness. Why were other people's narratives so delightful? She found it quite challenging. Unfortunately, the author had not penned much yet, and before long, Fu Wan had caught up completely. With still half an hour remaining, she yawned and decided to take a brief nap. However, she had vastly underestimated the romance between her eyelids. They simply refused to open. Unbeknownst to Fu Wan, she gradually drifted off to sleep. At 57 minutes past midnight, a knock echoed at her door. Alas, to a deeply slumbering person. Such a sound was insufficient to rouse her. Gu Shuyun, holding a cup of warm milk, waited a moment before calling out, "Xia Xia?" However, despite knocking or calling her name, there was no response. A sudden sense of alarm gripped Gu Shuyun, his handsome face shadowed by gloom as he turned to retrieve the key and unlocked the door. Under the pale light, the girl lay peacefully asleep at the table. Gu Shuyun realized that Xie Bingxia was indeed there, and the stormy furrow of his brows gradually softened. He observed the chubby cheeks that spilled over the edge of the table, her slightly parted rosy lips, and the disheveled long hair that framed her fair and innocent face. Resembling a quiet, tender child, he approached the desk with measured steps, placing a cup of warm milk upon it, then leaned down closer to the girl. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her breathing was somewhat heavy and slow in slumber, with each inhalation and exhalation causing her shoulders to gently rise and fall. Unable to restrain a smile, Gu Shuyun pressed his fingertip against her forehead and leaned closer to her lips. In her dreams, Fu Wan saw a wooden puppet resembling Song Wu, guarded by the demon-like A Jing, whose gaze was icy as it lay upon a soft mound woven from resentment. Murmuring in her sleep, "Master." Fu Wan's consciousness remained tethered to this world, observing his form and feeling an uncontrollable urge to respond, "A Jing." Suddenly, the sleeping girl spoke, prompting Gu Shuyun to instinctively withdraw. The girl furrowed her brow slightly, tears beginning to trickle from her eyes as she softly wept in her dreams. Upon witnessing Xie Bingxia's tears, Gu Shuyun felt a surge of panic and hurriedly reached out to wipe them away. Yet, who was a Jing? The moment Gu Shuyun touched Fu Wan, she awakened, her gaze locking onto him as she realized she had departed from the previous realm. She caught sight of Gu Shuyun before her, unable to resist the subtle curve of her lips. "Brother." The moment Gu Shuyun's intention to question her met her gaze, it crumbled into nothingness. With gentle eyes, he looked upon the somewhat fragile girl before him, bending down and reaching beneath her arm to draw her into his embrace. "I am here." In an instant, tears streamed down Fu Wan's cheeks. The youth was in a state of turmoil, tightly holding her while lowering his head to plant a kiss on Xie Bingxia's forehead. She bore a delicate scent of mint and lemon, clad in his garments, enveloped in his essence. "Xia Xia, brother is here." After a brief spell of tears, Fu Wan's emotions began to settle. Gu Shuyun's gaze fell upon her. Her shirt was buttoned to the second button, revealing her fair neck and the hint of delicate collarbones. The youthful attire appeared somewhat oversized on her, cascading down her slender back, accentuating the grace of her neck and her petite frame. Due to the length of the trousers, Fu Wan had rolled up the cuffs several times, allowing her slender and fair ankles to be visible. As she shuffled slightly in her slippers, her elongated shadow danced gently on the floor. She glanced towards the hot milk on the table, obediently lifting it to drink. Gu Shuyun watched as the young girl finished her milk dutifully, licking the slight residue from her lips, and blinked at him. "Brother, it's getting late. Why don't you just sleep here?" Gu Shuyun was taken aback. Is there any logical connection here? His room was merely next door. There was no need to traverse mountains and valleys. Fu Wan also felt that her reasoning was rather tenuous. However, having uttered it, she felt compelled to press on. After all, she hadn't even shared a bed with her brother. This thought filled her with immense embarrassment, prompting her to utter it in a barely audible whisper. Yet, surely a girl as playful charm could smooth over any awkwardness. Gu Shuyun regarded her with a serious expression, asserting that he would sleep alone. Fu Wan sighed to herself, dismissing her principles as trivial. She seized his arm, leaning slightly against him, her face tilted upward with an expression of innocence. "But I wish to sleep with my brother." Unbeknownst to her, Gu Shuyun's dark eyes harbored a profound restraint. When he looked down at the girl, his demeanor remained gentle and serene as he ruffled her soft, short hair, saying, "Xia Xia, be good and sleep alone." Fu Wan responded with a tired image, "All right then." A wistful sigh escaped her lips. Gu Shuyun exited the room, bowing his head to send several messages on his phone, his expression dark and brooding as he returned to his own quarters. At 1 o'clock in the morning, aside from a few night owls, most people were sound asleep. Consequently, no one replied to Gu Shuyun. He furrowed his brow, staring at the phone screen for a spell before irritably opening his door and stepping inside. In his room, only a dim, yellowish bedside lamp cast its feeble glow, while the pitch-black blackout curtains and the deep blue walls enveloped the space in a somber gloom. Gu Shuyun, barefoot, tread softly upon the carpet as he gradually exchanged his attire for a lightweight, loose-fitting black nightgown. He extinguished the bedside lamp and drew the deep blue quilt over his head, arching his back as he lay quietly on the bed. The room, now shrouded in darkness, was nearly impenetrable, rendering everything invisible. Gu Xiaoyun remained motionless on the bed, though he stood under the bright lights in the adjacent room. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Once he reclined, the surroundings dissolved into obscurity, his thoughts swirling chaotically in his mind like an unspooled thread, pressing against his skull as if it were about to burst. The occasional chirping of birds outside grew increasingly pronounced, and even the rhythm of his own heartbeat became swift and cacophonous. Gu Xiaoyun felt as though a rope were tightly constricting his head, his mind on the verge of explosion, while his heartbeat quickened, making it seem as though he could scarcely catch his breath. Yet, this sensation was one he experienced nightly before surrendering to slumber. He had long since grown accustomed to it. He raked his fingers through his hair, exhaling deeply as he curled his body into a protective posture, closing his eyes and striving to banish all other thoughts, allowing his mind to drift into nothingness. However, his mind continued to spiral uncontrollably into troubling thoughts, rife with contradictions and anguish. Eventually, he hovered in a state of half-dream, half-wakefulness, where distorted thoughts persisted beyond his command. Fu Wan, on the other hand, found herself unable to sleep, for she had surpassed the hour of rest, and her spirits were only growing brighter. She turned restlessly in her bed 3 or 4 times before finally springing up like a carp. However, as she stood on the floor, an unexpected wave of fatigue washed over her. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed back onto the bed. It seemed to be a case of orthostatic hypotension. If only she had moved more slowly, she might have avoided this mishap that left her face bruised and disheveled. The system, adopting a rather pedantic tone, expressed concern for her well-being. Fu Wan knelt beside the bed, supporting herself on the edge, and recalled having recently searched online. Fatigue was indeed one of the early symptoms of liver failure. The system fell silent for a moment before stating, "I shall escort you promptly." Fu Wan merely acknowledged with a soft sound. "System, what if I slip into the adjacent room?" she proposed. "That is permissible," the system replied. Without donning her slippers, Fu Wan quietly stepped onto the chilly floor and gently opened the door, finding the corridor eerily silent. She stealthily made her way to the neighboring room's entrance, twisting the doorknob only to discover that Gu Xiaoyun had locked it from the inside. After a brief moment of indecision, she recalled the existence of a master key, right? The system remained silent, and suddenly, a small key appeared in Fu Wan's hand. With determination, she inserted the key into the lock, and with a click, the door swung open. As she gazed at the now unlatched door, her heart began to race. She bit her lip, cautiously sidestepping into the room and closing the door behind her. The corridor's light was abruptly severed by the door, enveloping Fu Wan in darkness. For a moment, she stood helpless in the pitch-black void, suddenly gripped by fear. It was too dark. She could not discern the outlines of the furniture or locate the bed. As if she had stepped into an inky abyss. Fu Wan lingered in confusion. She had a slight fear of the dark. With a reluctant hand, she opened the door a crack, allowing a stream of light to infiltrate the dimness. Fu Wan, guided by the feeble illumination, found her way to the bedside of Gu Xiaoyun, settling herself upon the carpet and lifting her gaze to the figure huddled beneath the covers. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the sight of this diminutive silhouette stirred a pang of melancholy within Fu Wan's heart. "System, commence," she commanded. The system complied, and in an instant, her surroundings dissolved into a similarly muted space. Gradually, Fu Wan discerned the blossoming Chaoyu flowers atop Wuchu Mountain, where petals cascaded like gentle rain. Beneath a tree, a woman clad in white rested her chin upon her hand, her eyes radiating warmth and compassion. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as the woman's gaze fell upon a youth cloaked in black, and she spoke softly, "Do you remember me?" Suddenly, the Chaoyu flowers transformed into lethal blades, darting towards the woman. Yet, the figure of Song Wu vanished in an instant. The environment morphed dramatically, now awash with corpses and blood. Drenched in crimson, the white-clad Song Wu appeared increasingly ethereal as she lunged toward the gaping void. But turned back to gaze at Song Jing. "Believe me, my affection lies with you. Do not forget me." With that, her form dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind the engulfing darkness of the demon goddess temple. Gu Xiaoyun, draped in a cloak of ebony, cradled the lifeless puppet in his arms, his pallid visage marred by a haunting madness. Master, I miss you. I truly miss you." Fu Wan, suspended in the void, exhaled a sigh, to which the system responded quietly, "Take your time. I shall assist you as best as I can." Fu Wan glanced around and mused, "To you. Perhaps I am merely a collection of meaningless data in a void. You exist in a world distinct from mine, imbued with your own significance. Just as I assist you now, I do not regard you simply as a task executor." The system, surprisingly profound, elicited a smile from Fu Wan. "Then let us consider ourselves friends and partners." "Indeed," replied Gu Xiaoyun, clad in black, surrounded by an unshakable and endless tide of resentment. This bitterness incessantly spurred him toward violence, urging him to extinguish the lives of all beings and obliterate this filthy, hypocritical world. Clutching the wooden puppet in his arms, he felt a piercing headache. Master, master. But who was this master he yearned for? Why did the mere thought of her evoke such a bittersweet ache within him? This tumultuous emotion was so intense it made him contemplate self-destruction while simultaneously yearning to find her at all costs. This person must be extraordinarily significant. Akin to the way Xia Xia was to him, a singular presence capable of softening his heart and dispelling the malicious darkness that clung to him like a shadow. Like a gentle moonbeam. Suddenly, the dreamscape collapsed. Fu Wan was abruptly pulled from Gu Xiaoyun's dream by the system. Someone gripped her wrist tightly, causing her to wince in pain, while another hand pressed against her neck. Fu Wan stifled a groan, and just then, Gu Xiaoyun quickly released his hold, realizing that the person was Xia Bing Xia, and he hastily let go. He was exceedingly sensitive, and upon realizing someone was by his bedside, he abruptly rose and restrained Fu Wan, who was kneeling on the bed, gazing down at Xia Bing Xia. He extended his pale, slender hand to embrace Xia Bing Xia's shoulders. "Xia Xia." His voice, still thick with sleep, bore a nasal tone. The boy, appearing aggrieved, suddenly slumped his shoulders and buried his head in the girl's neck. "Xia Xia, please don't let me lose you." In this tale of a headstrong yet devoted school tyrant and a kind-hearted, sensitive academic, Fu Wan simply held Gu Xiaoyun tightly. The pitch-black room was enveloped in an eerie silence, and Fu Wan lost track of time, unaware of how many times Gu Xiaoyun's emotions had shattered and then somewhat stabilized in the darkness. Those who have endured despair for too long often find themselves in such a state. "Brother, may I stay with you?" Fu Wan whispered softly in his ear. The gentle curve of her profile brushed against him, and a hint of lemon-scented warmth escaped from her collar. Her delicate hand slipped into his icy grip, playfully tracing the lines of his palm. "I want tea leave." With that, Fu Wan instinctively climbed onto the bed. After kneeling on the cold floor for a while, she began to feel chilled. She nestled beside Gu Xiaoyun, pulling the blanket over both of them, then turned her face towards him. The boy, his gaze lowered and silent, prompted Fu Wan to quietly lean against his shoulder, warming his icy fingers with her own. After a considerable pause, the boy suddenly turned, fiercely pulling the girl into his embrace, leaning over to encase her beneath him, his eyes dark and obsessively intense. "Xia Xia, you promised you wouldn't leave." Gu Xiaoyun's voice was deep and hoarse as he leaned down fiercely, capturing the girl's lips with an insatiable hunger, wishing to crush her into fragments and gradually consume her whole, bones, blood, hair, and nails, ensuring that not a single remnant remained, forever entwined with him, inseparable. Fu Wan was oblivious to the twisted madness swirling in his mind. All she knew was that she was on the brink of losing her breath under his fervent kiss. Struggling to push Gu Xiaoyun away, she felt his body stiffen, compelling him to intensify the kiss. Realizing she was powerless to resist him, she grasped the hem of his shirt, attempting to reciprocate his fervor. Gu Xiaoyun paused, gradually softening his approach. One hand cradled the back of her head while his cheek gently pressed against one side of her face, kissing the corner of her lips. Fu Wan suddenly felt a dampness on her face, accompanied by a peculiar itch. Momentarily taken aback, it dawned on her that it was Gu Xiaoyun's tears. "Brother." She clutched his shirt tightly, lost for words. Is there truly someone in this world capable of pulling another from the depths of despair? Perhaps there exists a sliver of possibility, yet such an endeavor requires one to risk becoming tainted by the very muck from which they seek to rescue another, potentially dragging themselves into the mire, even facing the threat of being submerged entirely. In this world, individuals traverse their own arduous paths, burdened by struggles and hardships. The mere sight of such a quagmire sends shivers of fear through their hearts. How could anyone dare to halt, risking such peril and paying such a price to save another? They often say, "I cannot bear to witness this. It pains me to see you mired in despair." Could you perhaps distance yourself from your swamp? Fu Wan gritted her teeth, suddenly overwhelmed. When Gu Xiaoyun noticed the girl quietly sobbing, he instinctively rose and distanced himself from Xie Bingxia, hurriedly using his sleeve to wipe Fu Wan's tears. Xia Xia, have I frightened you? It is my fault. I shall never act this way again. Fu Wan, on her own accord, climbed up and abruptly threw herself into Gu Xiaoyun's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. In the future, please do not suppress your painful emotions. Would that be all right? She wailed. It breaks my heart. Tears streamed down her face, soaking him thoroughly. Gu Xiaoyun observed the little girl crying more vehemently, and upon hearing her words, warmth suddenly blossomed in his heart. He found it somewhat amusing to see her tear-streaked face, resembling a distressed little rabbit. Xia Xia, dear, do not cry anymore. He gently ruffled her hair and offered a tissue to Xie Bingxia. Recalling his ever-gentle demeanor towards her only intensified the frustration and sorrow she had been desperately trying to suppress. He should never be harmed by the relentless negativity born from insomnia, nor by the harshness and alienation from family and the world. Fu Wan initially intended to comfort Gu Xiaoyun, but in the end, she could not help but succumb to her own tears. She felt as though she might have done something similar in the past, and hastily wiped away her tears. After a moment of bewilderment, a thought struck her, and she abruptly pinned Gu Xiaoyun against the corner of the bed. With a coy smile, she purred, "Brother, if you ever dare to grieve in secret behind my back again, I'll make you." Fu Wan suddenly faltered, at a loss for words. System. What should a typical domineering CEO say at a time like this? System, I've already blocked you. Why are you trying to force-feed me with your saccharine romance? Fu Wan. System continued. Woman, if you ever dare to see another man behind my back, be careful. You might not be able to get out of bed tonight. Fu Wan. System, what's the matter? Don't dare to say it? Fu Wan. How can a minor say such things? Fu Wan turned to face Gu Xiaoyun, leaned in, and whispered in his ear, "Brother, if you ever dare to do that again, I'll." It was too embarrassing, so Fu Wan opted for an affected tone. Make you unable to get out of bed. System, she's a werewolf. A wolf among wolves, she's too beastly. Gu Xiaoyun was taken aback by her antics, then suddenly chuckled. Reaching out to pinch the soft cheek of the little girl, he picked her up and wrapped her in the blanket, turning her into a glutinous rice ball with only her head exposed. Fu Wan was somewhat perplexed. Then, Gu Xiaoyun ruffled her head, which was full of little question marks, and gently tilted her face upward to meet his gaze. Xia Xia, what are you doing in my room? Gu Xiaoyun asked slowly. Fu Wan's heart skipped a beat, and her eyes darted around as an idea formed in her mind. I had a nightmare. Gu Xiaoyun smiled, noting that Xie Bingxia invariably exhibited a nervous and exuberant demeanor whenever she dissembled. However, he chose not to expose the young girl's fabrication. Instead, inclining his head closer to her, Xia Xia, daybreak is imminent. Endeavor to rest for a while. Fu Wan had anticipated him saying something else, but upon realizing that it must be quite late, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She promptly succumbed to the pillow, tugging at the quilt to share half with Gu Xiaoyun, before nestling into his embrace, yawning, and closing her eyes to sleep. As slumber beckoned, Fu Wan drifted off to sleep in short order. Gu Xiaoyun's emotions had been drawn to the extreme, and while he was also weary, he was even more exhilarated. Unable to sleep, he gazed intently at the young girl in his arms, her profile serene and docile as she slept soundly. The vexation of extreme exhaustion and exhilaration gradually dissipated, and he found himself fixated on the young girl in his embrace. It was as if she were an addiction, compelling him to keep his gaze fixed upon her and his arms wrapped around her. He yearned to assimilate her into every facet of his being. Only in her company could his ferocity and suffering be dispelled. At precisely 4 o'clock, the alarm sounded, and Gu Xiaoyun silenced it before Xie Bingxia could be roused, postponing it by half an hour. At 4:30, Fu Wan arose punctually. The nanny observed Gu Xiaoyun's room being opened, from which a young girl emerged. The nanny rubbed her eyes, her face etched with astonishment, before proceeding to prepare breakfast for two. Fu Wan completed her ablutions, donned her school uniform jacket, and slung her backpack over her shoulder. Gu Xiaoyun procured their breakfast to eat in the car, and they journeyed to school together. As soon as she sat down, Kai Yu's inquisitive gaze fixed intently upon her. Sister, aren't those pants meant for men? And your lips, have they been bitten by mosquitoes? Fu Wan swiftly covered her mouth. Kai Yu, grinning mischievously, leaned closer. It's already late October. There shouldn't be any mosquitoes around. Fu Wan, muffled, replied in a hushed tone. You have no idea about the ferocity of autumn mosquitoes. They are relentless, keeping me awake all night. Just look at these dark circles. Caillou pondered for a moment. Are you subtly praising your esteemed Gu for his virility? Fu Wan swiftly covered Caillou's mouth. Nevertheless, it did little to deter the peculiar glances cast by the sisters in the front row. Fu Wan, sighs in despair. Caillou, with a demeanor of righteous authority, addressed the sisters ahead. Turn back. Study time has commenced. Do not neglect your books. Front row sisters, I shall not spare you, hypocritical dog. Fu Wan feigned death by resting her head on the desk, yet Caillou rummaged through her small backpack, extracting her long-saved spicy snacks. Wei Long. She tore open the packaging, releasing an irresistible aroma that wafted into Fu Wan's nostrils. Then, Caillou produced her potato chips, exclaiming, Summer, have a bite. Caillou decisively tempted Fu Wan with the spicy snack. After a brief moment of resistance, Fu Wan succumbed, taking a hearty bite of the spicy treat that Caillou had brought to her lips, then looked at Caillou with a mock-serious expression. No more questions. Oh, I won't tease you any longer. Allow me to present to you a forum post that left me utterly enchanted last night, prompting an overwhelming response from readers who expressed their delight, even seeking the counsel of a dentist. Though Caillou may be somewhat chatty, her seamless engagement with the forum is truly impressive. Fu Wan took over, adjusting her book to shield her head, and began to peruse her phone, eagerly indulging in the sweetness of the moment. Dear brethren, I have stumbled upon delightful news. The image of a groundhog squealing the situation unfolded as follows. The original poster, was not residing on campus. After the evening study session, our teacher extended the class, causing our class to dismiss rather late. In my determination to solve the final physics problem, I ended up leaving later than my classmates. To describe how late it was, let me say that the path to school was devoid of any other souls. Then, I witnessed Xie Bingxia entering Gu Shiyun's car. Driven by my instinctual desire for gossip, I instinctively felt compelled to observe whether there had been any developments. Thus, I decided to wait a moment. Subsequently, I watched as that very car drove away. Furthermore, there are only a couple of nearby residential areas off campus. I had previously encountered the esteemed Gu riding his bicycle to escort Xie Bingxia home, and thus, I had acquired a slight familiarity with the vicinity where the enchanting fairy resides. To my astonishment, I noticed that Gu's vehicle was heading in an entirely different direction. Goodness, I suspect they might be on a date. Following the narrative arc of a novel, it is undoubtedly Xie, the charming fairy, who shall enlighten the academically challenged school tyrant, guiding him toward the pinnacle of success. Oh my, how exhilarating this all is. Fu Wan briefly skimmed the comments below, noting that the responses had taken on a rather peculiar tone. Sour fish. Gu Xiaoyun possesses an eccentric temperament, and it is rumored that he has mental health issues. It is said that Xie Bingxia hails from a financially disadvantaged background. How could their relationship not be motivated by Gu Xiaoyun's wealth? After evening classes, it was already past 10, and they returned home in the dead of night. Could it be? Fairy Yin Yin. What difference does this have from selling oneself? Ugh. I do not eat onions. I heard that Xie Bingxia was the top student upon entering high school and excelled in the monthly exams. With her current behavior, it is nothing short of a downfall. Eating radishes and worrying. Children from impoverished families often have shallow perceptions, even if their academic performance is commendable. The lack of spiritual wealth is the most alarming. After all, even if one toils to become the top scorer in college entrance examinations, it may not yield as much wealth as marrying into a prestigious family like the Gu family. I and the general unfasten our battle robes, spending a warm spring night in the hibiscus tent. Goodness, I thought Xie Bingxia was a pure little fairy. It seems one cannot judge a book by its cover. Homework not finished, name change not allowed. Why is it that you all insist on viewing Xie Bingxia in such a light? Perhaps yesterday was merely an exceptional circumstance, or perhaps they had business to attend to together. Doraemon, 1. Xie Bingxia does not seem like that kind of person. No pearls, no milk tea. Primarily, would a good student be out late at night? After reading, Fu Wan's expression remained calm. However, a normal person would not exhibit such composure when indulging in sweet moments. If lying down, they would surely squirm like a maggot. And if sitting, they might leap about in a whimsical manner. Caillou felt a tightening in her chest and scrolled through her phone. She then tossed her phone aside, grasped Fu Wan's hand tightly, and expressed her concern. I apologize. I was merely looking at the screenshots that Kita had posted last night. She had just shared them without any comments. Fu Wan remained silent. Caillou suddenly realized that it was Kita herself who had leaked the information, resulting in Xie Bingxia being criticized. Her expression shifted dramatically. When she had seen it yesterday, she should have anticipated that the revelation would lead to Xie Bingxia facing scorn. The ordinary plot lines of a novel had indeed materialized in reality, and people's thought processes were genuinely different. In a flurry, Caillou took out her phone and sent a flurry of messages to Kita. Noticing the lack of response, she glanced at Xie Bingxia and, gritting her teeth, made a voice call. Bald-headed Kai, you wretched woman, delete yesterday's post immediately. My deskmate is being insulted. Bald-headed Kai, it's over. Quickly bring your knees to kneel in apology. The most crucial thing is to help stabilize my deskmate's reputation. Kita promptly deleted the post and created a new one to explain Xie Bingxia's situation. However, Fu Wan did not see it. During a break from self-study, a girl wearing round glasses rushed into the classroom, exclaiming, I'm so sorry. I thought you and Senior Gu were just out on a date or attending a tutorial. Fu Wan lifted her face to look at Kita, indicating that the deed was done and there was no need for guilt. Upon hearing Fu Wan's words, Caillou felt even more remorseful. Nevertheless, your situation is genuine and there is no fabrication involved, so there is no need for an apology. Fu Wan let out a long sigh as she gazed out the window. Gu Shiyun stood outside, his calm eyes resting upon her. Fu Wan turned to the two, declaring, let this matter be settled. You should go and have breakfast. Upon finishing her words, she subtly gestured towards the person outside. The two immediately appeared disheartened. Fu Wan rose, her steps light as she exited the classroom, effortlessly leaping into Gu Shiyun's embrace. Brother, did you hear that too? Gu Shiyun replied with a low hum, intending to offer her comfort. However, the young girl tilted her delicate, fair face upward to meet his gaze, her eyes gentle and serene. Everyone knows I haven't returned home at midnight, yet I'm with you. It seems you must take responsibility for me. He observed the playful and tender glimmer in her eyes, and suddenly felt an overwhelming softness in his heart. He bent down to lift the girl, saying, Xia, keeping you by my side is what I desire most. The rebellious yet devoted school bully and the kind-hearted, sensitive female academic, Fu Wan and Gu Xiuyun, strolled about the playground for a while. I was going to help you outside of school. Gu Xiuyun began, but before he could finish, Fu Wan comprehended his intention. Just as she was about to respond, darkness enveloped her vision, and her body uncontrollably began to collapse. Xia. Gu Xiuyun instinctively caught the girl in his arms. Fu Wan only fainted for a brief moment before regaining consciousness, though she felt utterly weak, her body feeling foreign to her. I want to be with you. She sensed that her time might not be long. Gu Xiuyun remained silent for a moment before stating, I will take you to the hospital. Instantly, Fu Wan grasped Gu Xiuyun's sleeve, her voice hushed. It must be hypoglycemia. Lend me a sweet. I've suffered from it frequently before. He recalled the young woman invariably carrying a few milk candies. Gu Xiuyun unwrapped a candy and offered it to Fu Wan. Watching as the maiden gradually regained her feet, regarding him with an unaffected demeanor, as if the hour for class was nigh, Gu Xiuyun nodded. Allow me to escort you back. I shall return on my own, Fu Wan replied with a gentle smile. A sense of disquiet stirred within Gu Xiuyun. Yet observing Xie Bingxia's pallid countenance and recalling the others gossiping, he lowered his gaze. Is Xia, perhaps, averse to others witnessing our excessive closeness? The youth's tone was strained and subdued, his gaze toward her laden with restraint. Fu Wan was taken aback. How could that be? It's merely that time is fleeting. And I fear you shall be late. On prior occasions, Fu Wan would occasionally caution him against escorting her, lest he be tardy. He realized he had been overly sensitive. Yet the memory of her sudden collapse stirred a sense of unease within him. Hasten forth, Fu Wan urged, as she dashed forward. Casting a radiant smile at Gu Xiuyun as she turned back, I shall take my leave first. Gu Xiuyun watched as Xie Bingxia ascended the stairs with nimble steps, soon vanishing around the bend. Once beyond the corner, the smile upon Fu Wan's face finally faltered. Her entire being trembled slightly, nausea and dizziness assailing her. Her body devoid of strength. She yearned to hasten back to the classroom and take a seat, raising her foot to continue ascending the steps, when her body abruptly relinquished all control once more. Thump. Fu Wan suddenly fell onto the steps, her face downwards, her nose colliding painfully with the concrete. The impact reverberated through her mind, leaving her disoriented. Her body pressed against the unforgiving steps, a searing pain coursing through her, exacerbated by a wave of nausea and dizziness. She trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat beading on her skin, utterly drained of strength. Xia. Gu Xiaoyun swiftly ascended the steps, gathering the girl from the ground into his arms. Xie Bingxia lay with her eyes closed, blood trickling slowly from her forehead and nose, her body trembling, her brow slick with cold sweat. Gu Xiaoyun cradled her horizontally and dashed towards the infirmary. One of Xie Bingxia's wrists dangled limply, revealing faint bruises and mottled purple-red spots on her delicate forearm. Though Fu Wan was in considerable discomfort, her mind remained clear. If liver failure were to be diagnosed, would it impede the progression of the narrative? The system remained silent for a moment, then replied that the likelihood of it being detected was minimal. The early symptoms of liver failure were not apparent, and the medical technology in this realm was not adept at discerning such issues. Fu Wan simply closed her eyes to rest. Upon entering the infirmary, the school doctor swiftly pulled out a bed for Xie Bingxia. What happened? The doctor inquired. Gu Xiaoyun pressed his lips together, his voice taut. It might be hypoglycemia. She fainted suddenly just now and collapsed again on the stairs. The doctor acted quickly, preparing a glucose drip and administering an injection to Fu Wan while exclaiming, "It's mealtime. Of course, you'll experience low blood sugar if you skip meals. Don't let this happen again." Afterward, he began to apply iodine to clean the wounds on Fu Wan's forehead and body. Once the school doctor finished attending to the situation, Fu Wan felt considerably better, though her body bore numerous injuries, giving her a somewhat disheveled appearance. Gu Xiaoyun kindly requested a class leave for Fu Wan, and once the glucose infusion was complete, she returned to the classroom. Yet, before she could even step inside, her entire class was fixated on her. Confused by the unexpected attention, Fu Wan stood in the hallway as Cui Yuanjin approached her, taking her by the hand and leading her to the podium. Before Fu Wan could fully grasp the unfolding events, Cui Yuan struck the podium, raising his chin defiantly as he addressed the class. "Let me clarify. Xie Bingxia is my biological sister, Cui Ji, the primary heir of the Cui group. Therefore, Xie Bingxia has no need to curry favor with the Gu family, nor could she possibly covet their wealth." The students below gasped in astonishment. Realizing that the rumors circulating were indeed false, their concerns alleviated. The class flower and physics representative was not the kind of person they had been led to believe. However, Fu Wan was left perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, she concluded that admitting to being Cui Ji was not an option she desired. The Cui family had forsaken Cui Ji due to superstitions surrounding her fate. The wealthier individuals became, the more they clung to such beliefs. Furthermore, Cui Ji's birth had coincided with a series of misfortunes for the Cui family, which only ceased after they abandoned her. The family was utterly convinced that their fortunes had improved as a result of this decision, and they would never accept her back. For the Cui family, the sacrifice of a daughter for the sake of preserving their vast wealth was an unequivocal choice. If she was deemed a harbinger of misfortune, it was imperative that she be cast aside. Fu Wan had no desire to acknowledge such relatives. Only Xie Wan was truly Cui Ji's mother. Cui Yuan was merely spouting nonsense. Fu Wan coldly stated, "My mother is Xie Wan, and she is 39 this year. Everyone saw her when school started." Cui Yuan could not fathom why Xie Bingxia refused to acknowledge the truth. She was clearly her biological sister. Their parents and grandparents must miss her dearly. Yet Xie Bingxia insisted on fabricating a lie about staying in the dormitory while in reality, she was at the home of Gu Xiaoyun, whose mental state was rather questionable. "Sister, don't you realize that your attitude causes both me and our parents to feel disheartened?" Cui Yuan challenged Xie Bingxia. Suddenly, Fu Wan felt a chill in her heart. She forcefully pushed Cui Yuan off the podium and dragged her out of the classroom. "I have a mother. You are of no concern to me. For a full 15 years, you have refused to meet our parents. If they knew you preferred to stay at a male classmate's house rather than returning home, they would be furious and heartbroken." Cui Yuan boldly confronted Fu Wan. Fu Wan raised an eyebrow. "I actually hope to provoke them." Cui Yuan retorted, "Sister, you are incredibly selfish. Are our parents not your kin? Just because you have a new mother, you refuse to acknowledge them." Fu Wan suddenly found herself less angry. In her eyes, her nurturing parents were virtuous. They even told Cui Yuan that forcing Xie Bingxia to donate her liver was voluntary. "I must inform you, it was your parents who deliberately abandoned me. As a fortune teller claimed, I was the disaster star of the Cui family. As for your liver, they came with a lawyer to inform me that if I donated my liver to you, they would treat my mother." Fu Wan spoke slowly, a cold smile gracing her lips. "My dear young lady, not everything in this world is confined to the truths visible through your own eyes." Cui Yuan gazed at the young girl before her, whose clear and resolute features exuded both gentleness and a piercing brilliance. Each of her words seemed to echo the wisdom of a traveler who had ventured far beyond the realms Cui Yuan had known. In that moment, Cui Yuan felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of insecurity and self-doubt, as if she were nothing more than a foolish, capricious child.